The outbreak of the zombie apocalypse has transformed a once-cherished world into one where everything holds no value. Zhang Yang unexpectedly awakens a random superpower system, allowing him to gain abilities by completing certain tasks. To delve into the mysteries of this system, Zhang Yang eliminates a zombie lurking at his neighbor's door. With the assistance of his neighbor, he awakens his first superpower, leading to an ever-expanding arsenal of abilities and increasing strength. As he traverses various provinces and nations, aided by an array of beautiful women, Zhang Yang continuously awakens new powers, constructs defensive fortifications, expands his influence, and gathers talent to fend off zombies, mutated beasts, and the unknown. His journey takes him to countries such as Japan, Russia, and America, where he triumphs over the strongest individuals, ultimately ascending as a deity of the new order. Chapter 1. Gathering her hair. Brain repository. Robbery images. The blue star in the book is a parallel universe. Please do not apply it to reality. Beautiful lady, are you hiding alone in your room? Zhang Yang inquired of the woman in the white shirt before him. Pan Shiqing was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head repeatedly, indicating the empty room behind her. She adjusted her long, dark hair that cascaded onto her shoulders. Good neighbor, I have cleared the zombies from your hallway. How do you think I should be thanked? Zhang Yang removed his heavy coat, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead as he spoke to Pan Shiqing. Pan Shiqing shook her head with difficulty, remaining silent. It was clear she had yet to recover from the shocking scene she had just witnessed. Only moments ago, she had seen through the peephole as Zhang Yang wielded a watermelon knife, deftly dodging the lunges of the zombies. Each strike was lethal as he dismantled the undead that lingered at her door. The limbs of the zombies fell away under his relentless assault, and as their heads tumbled, they lost their mobility, crashing to the ground. Even with half a head remaining, the zombie continued to snap its decaying jaws, unwilling to relinquish its desire to bite the living. Once the threat was neutralized, Zhang Yang approached her door and knocked wearily. His black Arctic coat was splattered with the blood of the zombies. Pan Shiqing cautiously opened the door. Pan Shiqing, I'm asking you a question. Why are you still in a daze? Zhang Yang glanced at the identification card on the table before calling out her name. From her ID, he learned that she was a teacher at Chuntian Hua Kindergarten. Oh, I have no plans. I don't know what to do. Everything around me suddenly turned chaotic and unrecognizable. Monsters are everywhere. Everyone has become a monster. The uncle at the door greeted me on Monday, and by Tuesday, he wanted to bite my neck. Pan Shiqing gestured animatedly, her pristine face glistening with tears. Looking at her exquisite features, Zhang Yang felt a surge of affection, an impulse to reach out and wipe away her tears. This girl is too beautiful. I must treat her well, he thought to himself, gazing at her delicate lips. It is unwise to shed tears in the apocalypse. Water is precious, conserve it. With that, Zhang Yang tossed her a bottle of mineral water, signaling her to drink. He made several requests of Pan Shiqing, all of which she complied with. It was evident that she was not only youthful and beautiful, but also possessed an endearing innocence. Pan Shiqing carefully opened the bottle, fearful of wasting a single drop, and poured the water into her mouth, parched lips cracking from prolonged dehydration. The refreshing liquid quickly revitalized her, but she choked on it, needing to pause and catch her breath. Even so, she refrained from coughing, slowly swallowing the precious water. There's no need to rush. I have plenty of supplies, Zhang Yang reassured her. At least if you decide to follow me, I will provide you with ample resources in the future. He observed her drinking and spoke gently. Having just emerged from battle, Zhang Yang also felt the dryness on his own lips. Of course, I am not forcing you to accompany me. Not everyone can follow me, he added. If I follow you, can you ensure I won't be eaten by zombies? Will you provide me with water? Her voice, as clear as a silver bell, trembled slightly with fear, stirring the heart of the man before her. If you accompany me, not only will I protect you from being devoured by zombies, he vowed, I will ensure that nothing can harm you. As for supplies, I promise to provide you with whatever you need. Zhang Yang gazed deeply into her alluring eyes, his expression earnest and passionate. Both of their faces flushed, while Zhang Yang's heart raced with anxiety as he spoke these words. Before the apocalypse, he had little experience with women, let alone such a stunning one. Though he had just acquired the Rescue Beautiful Women Awakening ability system, he had yet to utilize it. Leaving him without any genuine strength, he silently reassured himself, I promise to give it to you, just not when. His recent encounters with the undead had bolstered his confidence in survival, yet he still struggled to meet the gaze of a woman clad in a black dress that evoked a sense of tenderness. Would you believe me if I said I possess superpowers? Like the kind you read about in zombie novels. He continued with intrigue. That I believe you. You're so impressive. You must have superpowers. Pan Shiqing nodded vigorously. However, neighbor, the world is overrun with zombies now. Everything has changed. I won't help you for nothing. How can you convince me that you are trustworthy? Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yang gently wiped the tears from her face, his expression contemplative. He adopted a strong demeanor, feeling his vitality return after a brief rest. Please, I'll give you all my food and money. I'll even give you my house. I beg you to protect me from being eaten by zombies. The naive young Pan Shiqing desperately racked her brain for anything she could offer, her voice choked with emotion. Shiqing, I too desire companionship in this zombie-infested world. Yet your current sincerity makes it difficult for me to believe you. Zhang Yang replied, turning as if to leave. Please don't go. I will do whatever you say. Anything you ask, I will comply. Please stay. Suddenly, Pan Shiqing seemed to grasp something, as she grasped Zhang Yang's ankle, pleading with him not to depart. Her pink inner lining appeared somewhat faded. 3 days into the apocalypse had wrought upon her a torment of psychological strain and dire scarcity of resources. Will you protect me? I wish for you to safeguard me. Gazing into Zhang Yang's earnest eyes, Pan Shiqing, disregarding all else, implored him repeatedly. Zhang Yang observed Pan Shiqing's pitiable demeanor. At that moment, his mind was consumed by a singular thought: to make Pan Shiqing his first rescued soul. She was both pure and beautiful. The prospect of surviving alongside the woman he had saved became Zhang Yang's vital impetus to endure in this desolate world. Author's note and modification explanation. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the names of certain abilities within the text have been adjusted. Dual cultivation awakens superpowers has been modified to rescue beauties and unveil meditative space to awaken abilities. Dual cultivation restores combat power has been altered to joint meditation restores combat power. This work has undergone multiple revisions. Any further suggestions for changes would be greatly appreciated. Should you encounter any content that seems sanitized, feel free to explore the comments section. An unseen hand once again seizes the author. Chapter 2. I am not a system. Zhang Yang and Pan Shiqing entered the meditation space, allowing them to gain a deeper understanding of one another. As the meditation space activated, Zhang Yang felt in profound connection with the person before him. Pan Shiqing realized that she no longer had to fear being devoured by the zombies scattered around. She could finally enjoy a peaceful sleep without worrying about turning into one herself from a sip of contaminated water. How remarkable it was. The underdog finally singing a triumphant tune. He had thought he would spend his life merely observing others in their romantic endeavors. Yet here he was, encountering such exquisite beauty. The contrast between Pan Shiqing's current demeanor and the dignified poise he had witnessed previously was striking. Gazing at her, a triumphant smile spread across Zhang Yang's face, filling his heart with pride. The Master's meditation value stood at 53, awakening the ability of flame control. Congratulations, the Master has acquired 112 cultivation points, and the exchange shop has now been unlocked for him. As the meditation space opened, a voice echoed once more within Zhang Yang's consciousness. Flame control enabled the conjuring and manipulation of flames. He pondered the practical implications of this newfound ability. Regardless, it was of no concern. There was no limit to the number of abilities he could awaken. The prospect of awakening additional powers was undoubtedly advantageous. What other abilities might he awaken next? Zhang Yang mused within his mind, as if responding to the voice. Just 3 hours prior, Zhang Yang had gazed at the wide-open door of the neighboring room. With food running low, he donned heavy clothing and rain boots for protection. Sharpening his watermelon knife, he prepared to fight for sustenance. Ready to eliminate the zombie lurking at the door. After several intense confrontations, he finally dispatched his first zombie. However, before he could retreat into the safety of his room for a brief respite, a figure draped in black cloth emerged swiftly from the void. After handing Zhang Yang a box, the figure departed hastily. The box appeared both pristine and ancient. Contemplating what might spring forth from it, Zhang Yang wondered if a sinister old man would attempt to possess him or if a formidable weapon would emerge instead. Upon the box were inscribed ancient characters of the Dragon Country, forming a message he could not decipher. When calamity descends upon the Great Xia, hope shall follow closely behind. Every child bearing the bloodline of Great Xia may become a creator of history. The indomitable spirit of Great Xia will drive away all evil. Although Zhang Yang could not comprehend the antiquity of the inscription, he instinctively recited the words as he gazed upon the box. As he finished speaking, the box shattered into golden dust, vanishing completely, as if a venerable tree, weathered by time, had finally crumbled to ashes in the river of time. Regaining his composure, Zhang Yang found himself holding a golden serpent-shaped ring imbued with a sacred aura. A serpent biting its own tail? How quaintly designed. Gazing at the golden serpentine ring in his hand, Zhang Yang murmured to himself. Just as he was about to reach out with his other hand to touch the golden ring, it transformed into a majestic and weathered giant golden serpent, lunging towards him. Murder. Possession. You are not soil. Zhang Yang's frantic cries had barely subsided when, at the moment of contact, the golden serpent vanished, reappearing as a ring on his ring finger. Zhang Yang's body flickered incessantly between substance and shadow. At times, he felt the solidity of the ground beneath him, and at others, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Should he choose to rescue exquisite beauties to awaken various powers, or opt for slaying zombies, mutated beasts, and formidable foes to earn double cultivation points? He observed the golden serpent engaging him in dialogue from another dimension. In this space, the serpent's imposing figure was even more formidable than that of a celestial dragon. At last, Zhang Yang's mind steadied, no longer oscillating between reality and illusion. He regained his grounded sensation, while his consciousness traversed freely between the tangible world and the void. System, if I choose the ability related to exquisite beauties, will I still earn cultivation points from defeating zombies? Zhang Yang did not rush his decision, but earnestly inquired of the golden serpent. Indeed, Master. Sufficient cultivation points can be exchanged for anything in this world. And allow me to clarify, I am not called System. You may address me as the ancient divine serpent. The serpent replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. Very well, esteemed one. As your master, I believe I possess the right to name you. From now on, your grand name shall be Ancient Divine Serpent, while your nickname will be System, and your courtesy title shall be Tunzi. In our era, it has become fashionable to refer to external aids as Tunzi. How does that sound? Am I not generous? Upon sensing an ancient bond connecting them, Zhang Yang confirmed that the golden serpent would not harm him and teasingly remarked. Simultaneously, he sought to gauge the serpent's goodwill towards him. Very well, master. But could my grand name not be Ancient Divine Serpent? Perhaps Ancient Serpent Spirit would suit me better. Rather than Ancient Divine Monarch, the Ancient Divine Serpent endeavored to reclaim its former dignity as one of the mightiest entities of this realm. While the serpent attempted to clarify, Zhang Yang was already contemplating his choice of abilities. He reasoned that if he possessed sufficient strength to vanquish zombies, he would ultimately earn as many cultivation points as if he had chosen the double points for slaying option. Moreover, he understood that zombies were not easily dispatched. Having recently exerted himself to defeat just one, rescuing exquisite beauties, however, presented a different dilemma. In this precarious end-of-days scenario, once easily accessible resources such as water and food had become rare and precious. Everything once deemed valuable would ultimately be bartered for what was once readily available. And women were not exempt from this exchange. In fact, under certain circumstances, they might even be prioritized in such transactions. In summary, the task of rescuing exquisite beauties is far less challenging than vanquishing zombies. System, I choose to rescue exquisite beauties to awaken my extraordinary abilities. Zhang Yang stated earnestly after much contemplation. Congratulations, Master. You have chosen to activate Creation Authority and Heavenly Authority, which will now lie dormant within your consciousness. This deity shall accompany you, inheriting the bloodline of the Great Xia and restoring its former glory. The system promptly responded. Ahem, dear system. Do strive harder in the restoration of glory. As for the inheritance of the Great Xia bloodline, I shall manage that myself. However, what must I do to awaken my abilities? Zhang Yang expressed with slight disdain. You must bind the exquisite beauties you wish to rescue, the system explained. This will invite them into the meditation space. Upon completion of the meditation, you will comprehend a random extraordinary ability. Those who enter the meditation space will replenish their mental energy and diminish their fears of the apocalypse, the system elaborated. Thus, Zhang Yang engaged in this back-and-forth dialogue with the system for quite some time. Since the onset of the apocalypse 3 days ago, he had not experienced such unrestrained conversation. As a solitary gaming streamer, he could hardly recall the last time he had spoken so freely with anyone. Perhaps it was back in kindergarten? Not to mention that conversing through mental connection was remarkably effortless and energy efficient, with the passage of time in the real world virtually non-existent. The exchange of thoughts felt like a mere fleeting moment in the grand scheme of existence. "Zhang Yang, what are you doing? Why have you suddenly stopped acknowledging me?" came the slightly reproachful voice of Pan Shiqing from beside him. Chapter 3. Pan Shiqing. The delicate tone of Pan Shiqing interrupted Zhang Yang's contemplation. Gazing at the beauty beside him, he could not help but marvel. Had the world not changed, he would never have guessed that such beauties could be so clingy. Indeed, women are adept at concealing their true selves. After gently tapping Pan Shiqing on the forehead, he lit a cigarette and continued his musings. Zhang Yang had no intention of attending to Pan Shiqing further. He needed to meticulously plan his next steps after awakening his extraordinary abilities. Just 3 days prior, he could only nod in acknowledgement as he passed by the enchanting peony beauty. Now she was right by his side, incessantly showering him with affection. Moreover, Pan Shiqing had never even had a boyfriend. Zhang Yang gazed at the fair beauty adorned with several distinctive light moles on her neck, feeling a profound satisfaction with her presence. However, he was less content with his newfound abilities. Through his perceptive connection, he discovered that the ability of fire control allowed him to create flames or manipulate existing ones. While fire control held great potential for exterminating zombies or battling other extraordinary beings, it required a continuous expenditure of mental energy. Zhang Yang's mental fortitude currently surpasses that of an ordinary recluse by a mere fraction. He perceives that each time he comprehends a new ability, his mental prowess experiences a notable enhancement. Thus, it is invariably beneficial to rescue various enchanting individuals. Zhang Yang remains uncertain whether other individuals with extraordinary abilities exist in this world. However, with the emergence of zombies and conversing serpents, he is convinced that nothing that occurs henceforth will astonish him. For Zhang Yang, who possesses the potential to grow infinitely stronger, survival is the key to ultimately becoming the mightiest. These attributes render his fire control ability somewhat awkward in its present application. He feels an urgent need to awaken a life-preserving power. Faintly, he recalls that on the second floor of this building resides a captivating woman of graceful figure. Whenever she sees Zhang Yang, her elegant visage is graced with a warm smile. Zhang Yang plans to take a brief respite before embarking on the task of exterminating the zombies throughout the building, gathering essential supplies, and rescuing the enchanting woman to showcase his abilities. Today, however, all Zhang Yang desires is to indulge in slumber, pure and unadulterated sleep. Without hesitation, he reclines on the pink bed of Pan Shiqing, carelessly kicking aside her life-sized white bear plush toy, and promptly disregards her as she prepares to sleep. Pan Shiqing softly chastises Zhang Yang for displacing her beloved toy, which disrupts her habitual comfort during sleep. Exhausted, Zhang Yang finds Pan Shiqing's persistent fidgeting around him utterly disruptive to his rest. With a sudden resolve, he decides to explore the capabilities afforded by the world-building authority. Spatial meditation allows him to restore his mental energy. His meditation value stands at 60, surpassing previous records and earning him an additional 5 cultivation points. The system continuously announces the progress of his spatial meditation. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, the morning sun cascades onto Pan Shiqing's face, dispelling the drowsiness within her. This, undoubtedly, is the finest reward for those who remain alive amidst the cataclysm. If she could swallow a bottle of clean water, perhaps the apocalypse would suddenly seem less detestable. Both Pan Shiqing and Zhang Yang savor their meager rations, were it not for the putrid stench emanating from the horde of zombies below. Pan Shiqing might well convince herself that the ordeal was merely a nightmare born of the pressures faced at school. The reality, however, is too difficult to accept. On the day of the apocalypse, Pan Shiqing witnessed the anguished cries of children on the streets, the piercing screams of women, and the desperate pleas of men. The throngs of people trampling over one another, the frenzied attacks of zombies, and the blood-soaked streets, once pristine, paint a grim picture. Had it not been for the nauseating odor of decay and the eerie silence that enveloped the streets, Pan Shiqing might have mistaken the sight of her small toe resting on Zhang Yang's nose as part of a dream. In contrast, Zhang Yang reflects on his inadequacy and strength. Should he encounter more than 5 zombies or face a powerful esper, escaping would become exceedingly difficult. He understands that in this perilous apocalypse, failing to proactively strengthen himself could lead to even greater dangers. Zhang Yang does not intend to take Pan Shiqing outside. In this ever-changing world, there are far too many uncertainties. Armed with a watermelon knife, with basins wrapped around his chest and back to cushion potential collisions with zombies, he wears football cleats capable of inflicting severe injury. He wonders how effective such footwear would be against the undead. A mask and protective face shield adorn his head, while he wears only thin athletic pants, having been unable to find suitable armor. Anything too bulky would hinder both offense and escape. Hey, I'm Leonardo, the Ninja Turtle. He playfully quips to his reflection, seeing himself clad in a shell and wielding a long knife. Zhang Yang resides in a dilapidated 11-story building. As a game streamer, he chose to live in the economically modest Peace District. With no income, he survives on the savings from a previous job. He often reassures himself that his time has yet to come. System, are you there? Do I have enough points to exchange for a modern rifle or something? I'm not asking for much, just a Type 95 automatic rifle with 5 magazines. While pondering, Zhang Yang activates the communication system, hoping to acquire powerful equipment. Master, while I've told you that as long as your cultivation points are sufficient, you can theoretically exchange for anything, it is absolutely unwise to use precious cultivation points for physical world weapons. Moreover, your current points are insufficient for such an exchange, the system explains earnestly, albeit with a hint of helplessness. Come on, surely there is something. If worse comes to worst, just give me a mighty axe capable of splitting the heavens. I could easily earn 70 billion points for you. It would be mutually beneficial, wouldn't it? Zhang Yang, upon learning of the impossibility, ceases to ponder and instead engages the system in banter. Master, I truly cannot provide that. As for the axe, to be honest, I did see such a weapon during my childhood. If you could amass 70 billion points, I would certainly find a way to procure an artifact of immense power for you. The system continues, having transmitted the store's exchange list. It requests Zhang Yang to review it. If your cultivation points are substantial enough, you may also propose any item you wish to exchange for, not limited to the store's offerings. As the system feeds the exchange information into Zhang Yang's consciousness, a plethora of details about the store's offerings manifests before him. Zhang Yang begins to peruse the exchange list. The items that currently assist me the most are the 30-minute invincible barrier and the meditation 10-fold recovery speed. Other possessions do not yet yield sufficient points for exchange. Ah, the enchanting lady, I have arrived. A look of anticipation graced Zhang Yang's face, invigorating his spirit. Chapter 4. The Scarlet Emperor Zhu Rong. Zhang Yang stepped cautiously out of his room, surveying his surroundings with care, and proceeded upwards according to his plan. By clearing the zombies from above, he could effectively prevent himself from being caught in a pincer movement. Should the opportunity arise during his exploration of the upper floors to perform a good deed, it would indeed be a delightful occurrence. Upon reaching the 8th floor, he encountered 2 slightly ajar doors. Through one door, he spotted 2 wandering zombies, while the other remained eerily silent. Leaning against the wall, Zhang Yang swiftly dashed into the room with the visible zombies and promptly kicked the door shut behind him. Before he possessed absolute strength, he preferred to confront the unknown within the room rather than face the zombies lurking outside, which could burst in at any moment. After all, a room occupied by zombies was unlikely to harbor any survivors. Zhang Yang calculated that with his current understanding of zombie combat, simultaneously dealing with both zombies was not beyond the realm of possibility. If necessary, he still had 2 opportunities to utilize the barrier. With a resounding bang, the iron door sealed shut. Upon hearing the commotion and sensing the presence of the living, the zombies in the living room quickened their pace, emitting excited, piercing shrieks. The sound of the zombies' cries was jarring, reminiscent of a creature with severed vocal cords desperately attempting to vocalize, creating a dissonant atmosphere. There was a mere 9 feet between Zhang Yang and the 2 zombies. He gripped his knife tightly, inching toward the corner, focusing all his attention on the 2 zombies to maneuver around them. The zombie on the left was notably larger and stronger than the one on the right, which was closer to him. The strength of zombies ranged from 1.5 to 2 times that of an ordinary person, yet their speed was considerably slower than that of an adult. Zhang Yang steadied his breath and sharpened his focus, positioning his long knife before him. He resolved to first eliminate the smaller zombie. He had only 30 seconds to ensure his safety, as he retreated to the corner, poised to strike at the smaller zombie. A howl from another zombie echoed down the corridor. It became apparent that there were not two, but three zombies within the room. With no time to spare, Zhang Yang summoned all his strength and struck at the smaller zombie on the right. A sharp crack resonated as the blade connected with the zombie's shoulder, eliciting a piercing shriek. While zombies lacked vision and pain perception, their hearing and sense of smell were exceptionally acute. However, the zombie before him instinctively reacted with fury upon losing an arm. The smaller zombie's arm fell away with Zhang Yang's blade, still tethered to its body by flesh, trailing a long string of blood. A certain plant had been misjudged, and the urgency of the situation was dire. Zhang Yang, in a fit of desperation, cursed aloud. He had no choice but to take a gamble and retreat to a corner, seeking more time to maneuver. However, this also meant he might have to confront three zombies simultaneously. Steadying his nerves, he raised his long knife and aimed to strike at the neck of the one-armed zombie. The sound of its head colliding with the tiled floor echoed, signifying the success of his blow. Yet, there was no time for joy. He swiftly raised the blade again, targeting the neck of the towering zombie. As he continued to retreat, he noticed the youth-like zombie closing in. Zhang Yang realized that if he employed the same technique against this 200-pound behemoth, the already nicked watermelon knife might very well get stuck. Why do characters in novels wield such extraordinary powers, effortlessly surrounded by fortune and invincibility, while I stand here on the brink of death? He lamented. Is it only those who survive that truly possess such abilities? Regardless, he thought, even if death awaited him, he had savored more than most in his final moments. It was a pity that Shiqing would not be there when he returned home. He wished for her to awaken some extraordinary ability to live well, but lamented that he could no longer engage in their shared pursuits. With a roar, Zhang Yang faced the approaching muscular zombie, ready to fight to the death. His hand trembled from the exertion of severing the one-armed zombie's wrist, and he felt the threat of fatigue looming. Fueled by the rage born of fear and the instinct to survive, he raised his weapon once more and struck at the 200-pound zombie. This time, the efficiency of his blow was greater than when he had attacked the smaller zombie. A charred mark was left on the neck of the robust creature, as if it had endured the divine punishment of the Red Emperor. The astonishment and hope Zhang Yang felt in that moment were akin to the first human to kindle a flame. The hefty zombie lost its balance and toppled toward him. Zhang Yang kicked its once bulging belly, sending the creature crashing to the ground. He felt a tingling in his calves and, propelled by the recoil, collided with the wall. Fragments of a shattered plastic basin embedded themselves into his skin. He could distinctly sense that this strike had drained half of his mental energy, and the world around him spun slightly. Fool, come here. Zhang Yang suppressed his nausea and fatigue, using his trembling left hand to gesture with his middle finger. Firmly gripping the knife's handle, wrapped in cloth, he addressed the oncoming zombie. Blood streamed down his back, invigorating the remaining zombies with heightened urgency and excitement. Yet, Zhang Yang felt no trace of his earlier anxiety. Instead, he focused intently on the principles of the flames. He readied his blade, drew it back, and prepared to strike. Amidst the laughter and banter, the zombie met its demise, severed head from body, akin to the Red Emperor descending upon the mortal realm, effortlessly eliminating a disrespectful simian. Having showcased his prowess, Zhang Yang leaned wearily against the wall, his long blade never straying far from his grasp. With the tension of the moment dissipated, he gradually became acutely aware of the profound soreness in his limbs and the stabbing pain emanating from his back. Simultaneously, the fatigue from his diminished mental fortitude manifested as a splitting headache. It became evident to him that this so-called mental strength was not merely a blue bar as depicted in games, but rather the tangible resilience of one's spirit and will. Zhang Yang swore by Da Vinci, vowing never again to place himself in such perilous traps, an oath he took with utmost seriousness. Deep down, he understood that the choices he had made were the best he could conjure with his current intellect. Lacking a divine perspective, he could not foresee the future. He could only muster every ounce of courage from his rudimentary understanding and engage in close combat with the monstrosity, grasping at a fleeting chance of survival. He gradually recognized that his relationship with the system resembled more of a transactional nature than a partnership. Otherwise, there would be no rationale for the system to abandon him in such a perilous situation. At that moment, the exhilaration he had felt upon venturing out had vanished. All he desired was to sit on the ground and rest, free from all concerns. Zhang Yang was acutely aware that he could not venture outside in his current state. oblivious to the lurking dangers within the silent room next door. Chapter 5. A tiger does not eat its young, feeling a resurgence of energy. Zhang Yang resumed his exploration of the room, which belonged to a family of 3. The 3-room apartment was filled with various necessities. Yet he could only find a few scattered cauliflower heads and half a bucket of previously opened bottled water. After much hesitation, he resolved to abandon all these items, fearing they might be tainted by the undead. Continuing his search, he discarded a sweat-stained mask and a protective face shield marred with zombie blood, but took with him a motorcycle helmet. In the toolbox, he discovered a hammer, pliers, and other hardware tools to aid him in his forthcoming endeavors. Zhang Yang proceeded to a side room, gently pushing open the ajar door, which evidently served as the child's quarters, suggested by the decor indicative of a little girl. He strained to distinguish between the scent of the room and the foul odor of the undead, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. The blue dress beside the small bed bore the stains of dried blood, transformed into a sickly brown. Scattered nearby were clumps of hair, a chaotic blend of red-brown and deep black, suggesting they had been violently torn from their owner. Zhang Yang dared not gaze any longer. An overwhelming dizziness washed over him, distinct from the previous experience. This disorientation stemmed from the profound shock and discomfort of witnessing a fellow human's lifeless form for the first time. Such an experience transcended the limits of language, tapping into an instinct evolved over 3.5 billion years, deeply embedded in the human genome. Only those who have endured such a scene can truly grasp its profound impact, forever reluctant to revisit the memories. Most of the citizens of the Great Xia, having lived in an era of peace, have not experienced the harrowing intensity of such moments. In contrast, some children in war-torn nations have been forced to confront and adapt to these realities far too early. Heaving uncontrollably, Zhang Yang expelled the remnants of his morning meal through both his nostrils and mouth, until nothing but bile remained. Even after the retching subsided, his emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. He yearned to scream or weep, but the acidic burn in his throat rendered any sound a distant luxury. The system coldly informed him that his Tao heart value was diminishing, currently resting at 35. A decline in this value would impede his capacity for growth, while a higher value would bolster his mental fortitude. Ignoring the system's dispassionate voice, Zhang Yang mechanically dragged the bodies of 3 zombies to a single location. He then flailed his weapon indiscriminately, indifferent to whether the blade struck the tiled floor or the undead. "How could you?" he lamented. "This is your child, your own flesh and blood, and you devour your own offspring?" The realization struck him painfully. She was indeed unfortunate, consumed piece by piece by her own parents. "Oh, child," he cried, his voice a jumbled mess of curses and accusations as he continued to hack at the corpses with a watermelon knife. For the first time, he truly comprehended the depths of guilt and the immense resolve required for cannibalism in times of famine. In the span of merely 2 days in this apocalyptic world, Zhang Yang experienced an array of emotions and revelations he had never anticipated in his lifetime. This is likely the reason why most people would rather perish within the confines of their homes than face the horrors outside. The imminent threat of death, the grotesque visage of zombies, the visceral brutality of the scenes unfolding. Any one of these could drive an ordinary person to madness. Disregarding the weakness in his limbs and the stabbing pain in his back, he discarded the basin he had been clutching to his chest. After half an hour of relentless hacking, he finally ceased his movements, observing the dull blade of the watermelon knife before casting it aside. At that moment, Zhang Yang resembled a once vibrant youth who had, overnight, lost all semblance of vitality, now mechanically scavenging for supplies. He understood that no matter what he had endured, having stepped outside his home, he must find a way to return, whether to the apartment of Pan Shirqing downstairs or to the distant home in Fenghai province, where only his sister remained. He would take each step deliberately, even if his feet felt leaden. After a brief search, he discovered a bone-sawing knife and a fire axe in the room. Although the fire axe is shorter than the watermelon knife, it proves far more effective in dispatching zombies. Unlike the watermelon knife, which depletes considerable mental and physical energy with each kill, Zhang Yang emerged from his room, hammer in hand, and forcefully breached the tightly shut door. With a single swing, he dispatched the zombie that staggered forth from the room, forgoing further searches and ascending the stairs. His mind was consumed with a singular desire to annihilate all living things within his sight, a desperate attempt to unleash the pent-up frustration and anger within. Continuously breaking down doors and swinging his weapon, Zhang Yang methodically cleared his way to the 10th floor. Upon breaking through the left-hand door on that floor, he kicked his way inside. "Young man, please don't kill me. I will give you anything you desire. I have 2 pounds of pork and a chicken in my refrigerator. There are plenty of vegetables in my kitchen and 2 cases of bottled water in my bedroom," pleaded the elderly woman in the room, her eyes wide with fear as she dropped her heavy kitchen knife. Trembling, she cowered in the corner, attempting to list all her household supplies in one breath. "I do not wish to kill you, nor do I covet your supplies." Before the elderly woman could finish her desperate plea, Zhang Yang interrupted, striving to calm the bloodlust that enveloped him. He tossed 2 bottles of water towards her as a gesture of goodwill. Yet, he remained guarded, unable to fully trust anyone in his current state of mind. By examining the photographs in the woman's room and noting the dates, Zhang Yang deduced that her husband had departed from her life 5 or 6 years prior, leaving her a solitary elder. Just as he intended to leave, he caught sight of the woman's murky eyes, which evoked a long-lost sense of kinship. "Can you cook?" he asked, as if grasping for conversation with an inane question. "I can cook. I can prepare dishes from Shandong, Cantonese, Fujian, and Hunan cuisines. If you prefer spicy food, I can learn that too, as long as you have the ingredients," she replied eagerly. "Let me tell you, my dear, my late husband and children adored my cooking. Whenever they visited, I would prepare a feast, and they always relished it. Alas, since my husband passed away, I've lost the motivation to pursue it. My children are busy with work and visit less frequently. So, take everything I have, for your survival holds more value than mine. In these dire times, life is challenging for you as well. My existence has reached its conclusion." Chapter 6: The House of the Liu Family. With her voice weathered by age, the elderly woman continued to speak, no longer gripped by fear. Zhang Yang, with his back against the wall, axe in hand, began to regard her with sincerity, as she earnestly conveyed her goodwill. Perhaps for her, the distinction between the apocalypse and ordinary life was not so pronounced. Both were marked by solitude and repetition. Only now, the elevator was broken, and she no longer needed to venture out to buy groceries. Zhang Yang listened quietly, absorbing every word the woman shared. Unexpectedly, there was no interruption, and he felt a long-lost warmth enveloping him. "What is your name?" Zhang Yang inquired as kindly as possible, though his eyes remained bloodshot, and his body was smeared with blood. "I am surnamed Liu, called Liu Cun. You may address me however you wish," the elderly woman replied, gazing at Zhang Yang with her murky eyes. "You could cook for me in the future, and if you are willing, you may accompany me when I seek you out later. I assure you of your safety and sustenance. If you are reluctant..." Zhang Yang paused. "I have damaged your door. I will consent to one of your conditions. You may come to room 501 to find me when you wish. You can also reside in the adjacent house. The occupant has been transformed into a zombie, and I have eliminated them." Upon hearing that Zhang Yang was capable of dispatching zombies, a clear expression of surprise and admiration flickered in the elderly woman's eyes. Without waiting for her response, Zhang Yang proceeded to the 11th floor, intending to clear the zombies above before returning home to recuperate. He forcefully kicked open the door to room 02 on the 11th floor. Zhang Yang did not rush inside. Instead, he cautiously surveyed the room's interior. He had repeated such actions no less than 20 times today. Within the spacious room, the hoarse howls of countless zombies echoed, heightening Zhang Yang's vigilance. He refrained from entering immediately and struck the iron door with the back of his fire axe, creating a cacophonous sound that lured the zombies to shuffle mechanically out of the entrance. Like a whack-a-mole game, Zhang Yang gripped the fire axe tightly, continuously smashing the heads of the zombies emerging from the doorway. His mastery of fire abilities had grown increasingly adept. He could now control the enchanted flames to coincide precisely with the moment of the axe's descent, retracting the flames at the precise instant of lifting the axe, significantly conserving his mental energy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12. Zhang Yang silently counted as he dispatched 12 zombies in a single breath. His cultivation points surged from 119 to 199, and he suddenly realized that slaying zombies for cultivation points was not an arduous task. Had it not been for the exceedingly high mutation rate among the zombies, the authorities would have likely eradicated them with firearms long ago. Of course, due to the complete failure of communication devices, Zhang Yang had yet to receive any news from the outside world. He pondered briefly before stepping into the expansive room 02 before him. Through observing the zombies, Zhang Yang discerned that these individuals had been both male and female prior to their transformation, dressed in fashionable attire. Regrettably, the grotesque countenances of their mutations rendered it impossible for Zhang Yang to deduce their appearances in life. Two chaotic mahjong tables, stained with blood, and scattered tiles revealed that these individuals had been engaged in a game of mahjong at the moment of their transformation. Aside from a plethora of premium bottled water and a few expensive cigarettes, the room contained little of note. A bloodied lighter on the mahjong table failed to pique Zhang Yang's interest. Although smokers often casually reach for the lighter on the table, he was reluctant to gamble with the possibility of an open wound on his hand. After dispatching the last few zombies, Zhang Yang was drenched in the blood of the undead, his clothes and gloves stained. He filled a plastic bag with snacks that Pan Shiqing might enjoy, along with his preferred cigarettes, and resolved not to carry any additional supplies. Instead, he planned to sort through what they had and transport it together with Pan Shiqing, even if it meant returning upstairs to retrieve more. As it stood, the gathered provisions would sustain both him and Pan Shiqing for approximately 2 months. However, this encounter with the zombies had emboldened Zhang Yang, sharpening his resolve and ambition. His desire to leave the small county town crystallized. He yearned to locate a survivor's enclave where they could find stability. After all, even the most perilous locations were preferable to being besieged by zombies within a room. Moreover, the opportunity to rescue alluring women was far greater. Unsurprisingly, the elderly woman surnamed Lu chose to accompany Zhang Yang. To his bemusement, she insisted on bringing her own cookware. Zhang Yang urged her to pack only essential supplies, pointing out that the entire building was nearly his. Yet, his reasoning fell on deaf ears. It was clear that the elderly woman's fear of Zhang Yang had significantly diminished since their first encounter. You should stay in the neighboring unit and avoid venturing out. I haven't cleared the zombies downstairs yet. Find a room with an intact lock, Zhang Yang advised, but when she remained obstinate, he ceased further argument. After issuing his instructions, he hurriedly knocked on Pan Shiqing's door. Despite his injuries and fatigue, he felt an invigorating flame ignite within him. Just as he had done upon first entering Pan Shiqing's room, he shed his coat, gloves, and other belongings. Pan Shiqing was at home, fiddling with her tablet, anxiously awaiting Zhang Yang's long overdue return. The shows she usually cherished now felt utterly dull in his absence. Pan Shiqing, I need to take a shower. Zhang Yang's voice was quiet but tinged with urgency. Since acquiring the Genesis authority, he seemed to possess an inexhaustible energy and interest in entering the meditation space, exhibiting none of the typical behavior one would expect from an injured individual. Pan Shiqing handed him the bathing supplies as he lifted a bucket of water, tilting it over his head. Before the apocalypse, bathing with bottled water was a luxury. Now it was a necessity born of desperation. Though Zhang Yang had claimed half the building, he was not overly concerned about the water situation. As Pan Shiqing observed the wounds on Zhang Yang's back, she felt no fear, only a profound sense of sorrow. She could scarcely fathom what he had endured in those brief 6 hours. Pan Shiqing understood that all she could do was wait until Zhang Yang was ready to share his experiences. She remained by Zhang Yang's side, attentively listening. Perhaps this was the best assistance Pan Shiqing could conceive. Her thoughts were remarkably simple. While she received Zhang Yang's protection, she yearned to contribute everything within her capacity for his sake. This steadfast value system had already taken root in Pan Shiqing's mind long before the apocalypse. And even in this desolate era, she firmly believed in its validity. At least in her dealings with Zhang Yang, this belief was undeniably correct. The meditation space was activated. In the realm of the spirit, all illusions dissipated. 2 hours later, Pan Shiqing's meditation value was refreshed to 62 points, while the master gained 5 supplementary cultivation points, bringing the current total to 206. Chapter 7. Hidden Abilities. Zhang Yang emerged cleansed. With the completion of spatial meditation, he experienced a wave of refreshment and vitality as he returned fully to himself. It felt as if every stream of water washed over him, granting the sensation of rebirth. Thus, Zhang Yang engaged in the purification of his soul and the release of his burdens. Following spatial meditation, he felt not only invigorated but also an intense itch in his back and other areas strained during battles with the undead, a sensation difficult to articulate. It was akin to enduring the itch that would accompany a wound healing over the course of a month, all within a single minute. Zhang Yang found himself compelled to scratch at the itch but felt utterly powerless against the tendons and bones buried deep within his flesh, surrendering to their torment. He could not ascertain how much time had passed, although Pan Shiqing, as a reference, had yet to dry her hair. Zhang Yang felt as if centuries had elapsed before the itch finally subsided. Upon inspecting his back and surveying his entire body, it seemed that all the injuries and ailments he had endured in this lifetime had vanished. Now he felt remarkably light and agile. Goodness, spatial meditation can heal physical injuries. Were it not for an instinctive fervor driving him, he would not have realized he possessed such a remarkable ability. The little creature had never mentioned this to him, and had even wanted him to expend cultivation points. How devious! On the 5th day of the apocalypse, Zhang Yang completed his preparations, donned his gear, and led the 2 others upstairs, collecting essential supplies floor by floor. He carried no provisions himself. Instead, he held prized cigarettes between his teeth, wielding a fire axe with one hand while vigilantly yet relaxedly guarding the 2. He was confident that at the moment they encountered any danger, he could activate a protective barrier, ensuring their absolute safety. Pan Shiqing's focus struck Zhang Yang as peculiar. She paid no heed to the zombies scattered across the ground. Instead, she tirelessly gathered snacks, cosmetics, bags, dolls, and other items irrelevant to the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the elderly woman, despite being over 50, deftly collected various foods, seasonings, and cooking utensils, leaving behind everything else. The 3 individuals ascended to the 10th floor, where Zhang Yang was once again besieged by feelings of revulsion and distortion echoing within him. Hey, without my signal, you 2 must never venture to the 10th floor, understood? There lies something you absolutely do not wish to behold. He promptly adjusted his demeanor and addressed the pair. They nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from proceeding toward the 10th floor. Zhang Yang recognized that eventually, Pan Shiqing must confront the brutal realities of the apocalypse. However, this was not the moment. It was a time to revel in the joy of victory. He was uncertain how many more such triumphs he could conjure. Thus, to relish this instance was to genuinely grasp an experience. Even if fate had clandestinely marked all its gifts with a price, one must wholeheartedly savor the delectable offerings. Otherwise, all that remains is a desolate wreckage. This encapsulates Zhang Yang's worldview. For someone like him, who had lost his parents at an early age and relied solely on his sister, nothing held greater importance than living in the present. Observing the diligent elderly woman, he understood that traversing the apocalypse with someone of her age could present challenges. Simultaneously, he was acutely aware that if he gained strength yet failed to heed his inner voice, he would merely become a survival machine, ultimately losing the essence of what it means to be human. Upon returning home, it was evident that both of them felt significantly uplifted. The elderly woman had prepared a sumptuous feast. Pan Shiqing and the elderly lady relished their meal, while Zhang Yang consumed only a modest portion of rice and sipped some water. His reluctance was not born of distrust toward the elderly woman, but from the understanding that he would soon descend to clear the remaining zombies. Overindulgence might lead to unwelcome consequences. In Zhang Yang's perception, a measure of hunger could preserve absolute rationality and lucidity, albeit accompanied by a tinge of anxiety. He recalled the year 2015, when Warcraft had yet to fade from prominence. In pursuit of a spot in the WCG tournament, he subsisted solely on a few boiled eggs in the 3 days leading up to the event. On the battlefield, his assaults were ferocious, yet he ultimately succumbed to a professional player named Sky. Shiqing, you have truly encountered a wonderful man. Auntie Lu, you have no idea. Zhang Yang is quite the rascal. He bullies me whenever he is bored, and I detest him. With that, the 2 burst into laughter in unison. Zhang Yang gazed at the table, where the 2 were playfully teasing him, and he felt a long-lost warmth envelop him. It seemed that the bloodshed and carnage of the apocalypse were no longer solely for his own sake, but for values that transcended personal survival. After their meal, Zhang Yang donned his gear, and the trio bid a reluctant farewell. In this grim era, no one could ascertain whether this encounter would be their last. Once I clear the 4th floor down to the 1st, I will have an entire building that is temporarily safe. With one hand tightly gripping the fire axe and the other clutching the lid of a pot, he cautiously made his way to the 4th floor, muttering to himself. The cleanup on the 4th floor proceeded smoothly, with Zhang Yang discovering that the infection from the zombies could be over 90%. Thus far, including the little girl, he had encountered only 3 individuals who had not succumbed to the transformation. It was possible that the 12 people around the mahjong table had been turned into zombies after being bitten by their companions during the apocalypse. However, the truth of that matter remained uncertain. As he ascended to the 3rd floor, A sense of urgency began to envelop him. The elegant lady was just on the second floor, and he had come to appreciate the immense power of creative authority. Whether it was the endeavor to rescue the graceful lady or to comprehend new techniques, both held a profound allure for Zhang Yang. With practiced skill, he used a hammer to break open the door of room 303, concentrating his attention inward. The room was eerily silent, yet it was enveloped in an unusual darkness, as if the owner had deliberately blocked all sources of light. Cautiously, Zhang Yang pressed his back against the wall and switched on the room's light. Finding comfort in the solidity behind him, which had become a crucial aspect of his tactical approach, he detected no signs of life or the presence of zombies. Only a few sets of men's clothing and a woman's sheer garments lay scattered across the sofa, indicating that the room had once been inhabited. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound echoed in Zhang Yang's ear. Blood seeped from the edge of his right ear, accompanied by a violent ringing. His eyes widened in horror as he saw a sharp, double-edged dagger hurtling toward him. The projectile was not particularly swift, moving at the speed of an adult's throw. Although the accuracy of the flying dagger was lacking, its lethal intent was unmistakable. Before Zhang Yang could utter a word, the dagger altered its trajectory, aiming directly for his temple, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Hastily, he ducked and executed a forward roll to evade the incoming weapon. The dagger struck the wall, leaving a deep dent in its wake. "Who? Show yourself," he demanded, but the air remained silent. A second dagger swiftly adjusted its aim and lunged towards his thigh. Chapter 8. The affinity of the flying dagger. Zhang Yang let out an explosive shout, narrowly evading the dagger aimed at his leg. He dared not use a pot lid or any object to block the blade, uncertain of its penetrating capabilities. Zhang Yang believed that, when confronted with the unknown, a strategy of cautious yet assertive survival was the optimal choice in this apocalyptic world. As he continued to evade the daggers, he caught sight of a disheveled man in the shadows, frantically gesturing with his hands. The flying dagger relentlessly pursued Zhang Yang, following the erratic movements of the man's hands. Zhang Yang contemplated closing the distance to confront the disheveled man, but found himself hindered by the relentless pursuit of the flying daggers, making it difficult to engage. He considered throwing his fire axe or the hammer at his waist, but feared that a non-lethal strike would result in losing his advantageous weapons. Determined, Zhang Yang focused on the flying dagger, resolved to take a bold stand. The swiftly spinning flying knife, under Zhang Yang's intense gaze infused with all his mental energy, appeared to move in slow motion. Zhang Yang could even pinpoint the timing of the knife's trajectory to mere milliseconds. Although he lacked knowledge of trajectory equations and had no time to calculate, he understood that today he must focus intently on the double-edged flying knife before him. With a swift motion, he commanded, "Barrier, activate." The sound of the knife slicing through the air, the clash between the barrier and the knife, and Zhang Yang's explosive shout momentarily disrupted the stillness of the room. However, he knew that soon he would hear even more chaotic sounds. This relentless foe, intent on ending his life, deserved to be eliminated. Gazing at the double-edged knife, with the hilt outside the barrier and the blade within, Zhang Yang felt a mix of admiration for his own wisdom and concentration, along with a painful sense of loss for the 60 cultivation points he had expended. He had diligently studied the description of the barrier and sought confirmation from the ancient god of desolation. 30-minute divine scale barrier creates a barrier with defensive capabilities equivalent to the scales of the ancient god of desolation. It isolates the user from all enemies, consuming 60 cultivation points each time it is activated, lasting for 30 minutes. Zhang Yang was not particularly concerned about the scale's high defensive power. What intrigued him was whether he could independently determine the barrier's size and form of isolation. The ancient god of desolation had explained that theoretically, if there were no one else around except Zhang Yang and a woman linked to him, the barrier could expand or contract infinitely according to his will. While the divine scale barrier couldn't execute mysterious operations like cleaving an enemy in half, it could effectively immobilize cold weapons without significant issues. Yet, spending 60 cultivation points for a single immobilization felt somewhat unjustifiable. At that moment, the sharp pain in his ears reminded Zhang Yang of his low margin for error. The disheveled man could afford numerous mistakes, but Zhang Yang could afford only one. As he confirmed that the divine scale barrier had ensnared the double-edged knife, he raised his fire axe, channeling his fiery abilities as he struck relentlessly at the ensnared blade. In no time, The double-edged knife was reduced to a twisted mass of scrap metal before Zhang Yang ceased his assault. The disheveled man, sensing danger, prepared to flee. Observing this, Zhang Yang promptly dissolved the barrier and positioned the searing axe blade directly in front of the man. The man's instinct for survival ignited a stubborn refusal to give in. He clenched his fist and launched a direct strike at Zhang Yang, aiming for a vital blow. Zhang Yang deftly reversed his axe, deflecting the man's punch with a swift motion. His studded soccer shoes swiftly crushed the man's other hand, akin to extinguishing a dying cigarette. The sounds of searing flames, the clash of metal against flesh, the crack of bone splintering, the man's agonized screams, and Zhang Yang's furious exclamations reverberated throughout the dim, stifling room. Your uncle. Is this never-ending? Get lost. How does that feel? Zhang Yang vented his pent-up frustration from being pursued by the flying knife with unrestrained aggression. Brother, it hurts. It hurts. Brother, if you just let me go, I will do anything you say. The disheveled man pleaded in a hoarse voice, his words somewhat slurred, suggesting he had not spoken in quite some time. Crouch down with your hands on your head, Zhang Yang commanded with unwavering authority. Brother, you are stepping on me. I can't crouch, the disheveled man explained in desperation. Oh, is that so? I was momentarily distracted by the flying knives and forgot. Now, you should be able to crouch. With two slicing sounds, the air filled with the savory aroma of roasted meat. Zhang Yang's foot pressed down on a somewhat deformed hand beneath him. The man's continuous wails echoed as he lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. I told you to crouch, not to lie down. Crouch with your hands on your head. Zhang Yang's anger was palpable, his voice elongated in warning, as if questioning whether the disheveled man had truly understood his commands. Brother, I have no hands left. I will crouch. The disheveled man's face was a mess of mucus, tears, and saliva, devoid of the earlier madness he had displayed while wielding the dual flying knives. If you possess such abilities, why not hunt zombies instead of cowering in your abode and chasing after me? Zhang Yang inquired with a tone laden with disdain. Brother, I mistook you for a zombie. Before the man could finish, Zhang Yang viciously stomped down on the disheveled man's foot with his spiked shoe. The man dared not flinch or move. What nonsense are you spouting? My time is precious, and my patience is thin. I do not wish to hear another lie or foolish utterance. Zhang Yang threatened, pressing the spiked shoe firmly against the disheveled man. Why do you dare kill humans, but not zombies? Zhang Yang pressed further with an unusual tone of inquiry. Ha ha ha. My knives cannot harm zombies. How could they possibly harm ordinary people? I possess divine power. I am unlike those mortals, unlike them. Ha! The disheveled man, overwhelmed by mental strain and intense pain, began to lose his sanity, as if he had suddenly shed the capacity for fear and the desire for survival. Brother, do not kill me. I will serve you like a beast. I will help you kill. I will do anything you wish. The man crawled closer, attempting to embrace Zhang Yang's calf with his arms. Zhang Yang swiftly kicked him away, his disgust evident as he stared at the man's face, smeared with a mixture of fluids. You are truly filthy, Zhang Yang remarked with disdain. Yes, I am dirty. I smell. I haven't bathed. I am unclean. The man responded, alternating between laughter and tears. I am referring to your heart. Do you possess a heart? To hell with you. Zhang Yang clarified, his anger rising. What did you do before? How could you make that knife fly? Zhang Yang continued his inquiry. Once a rogue, I found myself in a dire situation one fateful day at an internet cafe, devoid of funds. In a moment of desperation, I fatally wounded a man clad in formal attire, clutching a briefcase. Upon rifling through his belongings, I discovered that his case contained naught but a plethora of papers, which I carelessly discarded. As I recounted this tale, I adjusted my kneeling position cautiously. Chapter 9. The Power of the Baton. The following day, I became acutely aware that many were in pursuit of me. Under the cover of night, I opted for clandestine transport and fled to Hepping County, where I remained hidden. Before I could be apprehended, chaos erupted outside. Monstrous creatures roamed the streets. I sensed an unusual ability to manipulate the double-edged dagger in my possession. Upon testing this newfound skill, I was astonished to see the blades soar into the air. However, I felt this power was rather ineffectual. It was insufficient to vanquish the multitude of zombies. My aim was abysmal, compelling me to remain confined within my dwelling. The disheveled man elaborated, unraveling the details of his predicament. When you discovered your ability to control the flying knife, what were you engaged in? Zhang Yang prompted. urging him to reflect on any peculiar occurrences, such as finding a ring. Brother, I assure you, there was nothing. When the monsters emerged, I was in a state of slumber. In my half-consciousness, apart from the screams outside, I also discerned a group of what seemed to be foreign monks chanting incessantly. I recognized one word among them, shattered. Although I cannot fathom how I understood it, I am certain that was the term. As Zhang Yang absorbed the disheveled man's account, memories of his own experience with the inscribed box flooded back. There were similarities, yet a distinct difference lingered, while Zhang Yang yearned for survival. The man before him sought death. Provide me with a reason not to end your life, Zhang Yang continued. Before the apocalypse, I was a criminal, unafraid to undertake what ordinary individuals would shy away from. I am of use, the disheveled man pleaded. I have one final question. If a madman capable of making knives fly were pursuing you, how would you handle it? Zhang Yang asked with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, the disheveled man fell silent, his weakened legs unable to support him any longer as he collapsed to the ground. In their brief exchange, he realized that his chances of survival in Zhang Yang's presence were nearly non-existent. Within the confines of Zhang Yang's room, the disheveled man's cries echoed, reaching a count of 39. Congratulations, host. You have slain an ability user and gained 60 cultivation points. Current cultivation points, 152, the system announced. System. Bestowing me these cultivation points feels like a futile endeavor. I am not requesting them. Can you grant me his abilities instead? Zhang Yang bargained with the system. Master, I do possess the capability to deprive abilities, the system replied. Ability deprivation. Each use costs 100 cultivation points. When initiating spatial meditation with a new subject, the originally awakened ability will be replaced by the designated one you choose to deprive. Only those who have already perished may be subject to deprivation. The system responded. Upon hearing the system's answer, Zhang Yang abandoned his desire to acquire the short blade affinity ability. As the disheveled man had stated, this ability was rather superfluous. While causing destruction might be considered a remarkable skill, its practical significance for survival, especially in a post-apocalyptic context, was minimal. Zhang Yang was reluctant to squander his cultivation points until he had amassed enough to reach a total of 1,000, at which point he could exchange them for more advanced permanent items, such as spatial ability. Firmly grasping his fire axe, he descended to the second floor. Finally, the last level, he thought to himself. However, when he attempted to force open the door, he discovered that both doors were merely ajar. Inside one room lay the body of a zombie, its already indistinct flesh rendered even more unrecognizable by blunt force trauma, its head shattered into several pieces. In the other room, a young man lay dead in a grotesque manner. The condition of the youth's corpse indicated that he had died approximately 2 days prior, having endured excruciating pain from the blows of a blunt object. Zhang Yang also noticed that the young man clutched something tightly in his hand. As he pried it open with his fire axe, he discovered a piece of a skirt adorned with red flowers on a white background. As he continued to search, Zhang Yang could not ascertain what had transpired on the second floor. He could only conclude that he was not the sole individual who had chosen to slay zombies in this building. Beautiful lady, you resided in room 202. I am coming to your rescue. Zhang Yang had undergone a transformation through countless slaughters. No longer affected by the two corpses, he directed his thoughts towards room 202. Foolish creature, if you do not wish to be like her, then take this bothersome thing away from me. I have worked hard to slay zombies, and it is not for your benefit. Just as Zhang Yang was about to use his hammer to break down the door to room 202, he heard curses from within. A man's voice. The elegant lady downstairs does not live alone. How unexpected. If she is not alone, how can I rescue her? Zhang Yang silently pondered, torn between whether to knock or break down the door. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to break the door down. In this chaotic and disordered world, showing excessive mercy to those who could become adversaries was tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. Bang! Crash! Unlike his initial frenzied assaults, Zhang Yang now effortlessly dismantled the door lock with just a few precise movements. Having broken down doors over 100 times, he had grown intimately familiar with the mechanics of old-fashioned door locks. If he were to return to the world before the apocalypse, he would undoubtedly make an excellent locksmith. The sound of the door being forced open resonated within the room. The beautiful lady first froze, then retreated behind a middle-aged man as the door was kicked open. Faced with the choice between certain danger and uncertain peril, people tend to gravitate towards the known threat. This tendency was even more pronounced for vulnerable women striving to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. The middle-aged man casually grasped the baton beside him, assuming a combat stance. From his posture, it was evident that he had practiced some form of martial arts before the apocalypse. Who was so foolish as to provoke him? With a booming laugh, he bolstered his own courage. "Oh, isn't this the useless fellow from upstairs, playing games? I've heard about you from Yuchi. Are you here to beg for alms?" The man, accustomed to a life of indulgence, lazily cast a glance at Zhang Yang, seemingly unfazed by the palpable aura of menace surrounding him. "It appears you've endured quite a beating on your way here. If you kneel and bow 3 times while uttering a few auspicious words, I might just allow Yuchi to grant you a sip of water. Had you come to me sooner, I could have arranged for you to be the head of security. No more being looked down upon every day." Turning his attention away from Zhang Yang, the middle-aged man admired the outfit Zhang Yang had chosen for Yuchi. He seemed filled with confidence regarding the prospect of defeating the disheveled man before him. Zhang Yang, upon hearing the middle-aged man's derision, was reminded of his former self before the apocalypse. His meager income from streaming had drawn scorn from many, and whispers of disdain had circulated among neighbors, compelling him to feign indifference. His gaze shifted from the middle-aged man to the strikingly beautiful Yuchi, momentarily captivated by the image of her in a satin ribbon, a sight he had never dared to envision before the end of the world. Yuchi, who had always been regarded by Zhang Yang as a solitary goddess, now presented a scene that could make any man's heart race. "Oh, so you've come all this way just to see Yuchi? Come here, Yuchi." At the middle-aged man's command, Yuchi languidly extended her slightly dry tongue to moisten her lips, her eyes sparkling with a beguiling allure that was both enchanting and mocking toward Zhang Yang. "Get lost, will you? What are you staring at?" she retorted lightly, as the middle-aged man nudged her aside as if dismissing a dilapidated bicycle. "Do you like her? It's none of your business, understand? She's mine now." Zhang Yang observed the graceful descent of the satin ribbon, reveling in the allure of another man's woman. The atmosphere in the room was peculiar. 2 armed men, a woman adorned in satin, and a recently deceased body. Rather than feeling the tension of impending conflict, both men engaged in a relaxed discussion about the woman, perhaps a byproduct of the solitude brought on by the apocalypse or the unwavering confidence they held in their ability to triumph over each other. Only those who believe in their inevitable victory can maintain such a mindset, and both men possessed that unwavering self-assurance. The young man: "I see you possess quite a bit of courage. I suggest you kneel and join me after I finish my meal. I might even share a sip of soup with you." The middle-aged man finally cast a glance at Zhang Yang and boasted, "I will knock you down and make you seek your mother." This marked the first words Zhang Yang uttered upon entering the room. Under the disdain of the older man, Zhang Yang's face revealed no discernible emotion, only the singular focus characteristic of one seasoned by countless battles, albeit most of those battles were against the monotonous, mechanical movements of zombies. "Pretty boy, he speaks the truth. Don't take it lightly. He has been a coach in Sansho for over 20 years. Older than you by a considerable margin." Yuchi's voice brimmed with sarcasm, yet retained a hint of kindness. Although it was a jibe aimed at Zhang Yang, her words resonated as an invigorating tonic to him. The natural yet unpretentious lilt from the lips of a sophisticated woman was undeniably alluring. How many men have succumbed to the charm of such a woman, even if Yuchi at present was not adorned in a skirt? "If I defeat this old fat man, how about a kiss from you?" Zhang Yang, noticing the middle-aged man's reluctance to initiate combat, boldly scrutinized Yuchi. "What nonsense. Little fatty. If you manage to defeat him, you can do as you please with me. However, should you lose, prepare for your demise. I intend to inflict a couple of wounds on you as well." Yuchi retorted with disdain. "You've been sneaking glances at Yuchi daily, and look at you now. All frail. How dare you utter such reckless words? In this chaotic world, the strong reign supreme. Do you not comprehend this?" The middle-aged man finally rose, stretching his limbs as he spoke. Zhang Yang refrained from further conversation, tightening his grip on the fire axe smeared with the blood of zombies. He understood that his opponent relied on physical prowess rather than supernatural abilities. Handling the situation could be even more complex. He could easily absorb a strike from a baton and unleash his fiery abilities to swiftly resolve the conflict, subsequently recuperating through spatial meditation. However, after 3 days of battling zombies, Zhang Yang was too eager to discern how significant the gap was between him and a trained fighter. Thus, he resolved to elevate the challenge. opting not to utilize his powers, provided his life was not endangered. He would rely solely on the battle experience accrued over the past few days to engage with the middle-aged man. One side wielded a brown-red baton, an elite fighter with a decade of practical experience, while the other gripped a bloodied fire axe, a terminator of zombies who forged a path through the undead. Zhang Yang cautiously approached the left wall, deliberately minimizing his exposure to the adversary. The middle-aged man held his baton like a sword, positioning himself sideways to face Zhang Yang, allowing the latter to sense the depth of the man's combat experience. With his left foot forward and right foot back, he pointed directly at Zhang Yang, halting his advance when they were 15 paces apart. Both combatants exhibited a rare caution in their movements. The prolonged experience of combat and the relentless pressure of survival ultimately led the two men to a profound understanding and recognition of the strategic underestimation of the enemy, coupled with a tactical appreciation for their adversary. The robust and flexible baton of the middle-aged man moved in sync with his deliberate strides, delivering a penetrating diagonal strike against Zhang Yang's imposing fire axe. With a single blow, Zhang Yang felt a jolt of pain in his palm, forcing him to retreat to the corner, barely creating distance. Without allowing Zhang Yang a moment's reprieve, the middle-aged man adjusted his stance and unleashed a flurry of left and right strikes. Once again, the rapid and forceful impacts reverberated against the handle of the fire axe. The assailant's movements transitioned seamlessly from 7 positions during the attack to 9 post-strike, illustrating the terrifying precision and control that a seasoned fighter possesses over both power and distance. Zhang Yang was acutely aware that had the middle-aged man not been wary of the fire axe, he would have already sustained grievous wounds. Unwilling to be a mere punching bag, Zhang Yang shifted his stance, raising his heels off the ground. He held the fire axe aloft at a leftward angle, resolutely remaining still while fixating intently on every motion of his opponent. The middle-aged man sensed an ominous shift. He quickly recognized that Zhang Yang had adopted the pinnacle of weapon-based duel tactics, the principle of exchanging pain for power. This was indeed Zhang Yang's most viable strategy to overcome his opponent. As the middle-aged man launched another attack, he refrained from striking, seeking to provoke a flaw in Zhang Yang's defense. However, Zhang Yang remained steadfast, his fire axe poised and unwavering, his gaze locked onto the man before him. Both combatants understood that the essence of this exchange of blows lay in the principle of retaliating only when struck, creating a delicate balance between a warrior and a recluse. Such a scene, in a pre-apocalyptic world, would have undoubtedly led to the middle-aged man's humiliation, subject to ridicule by his peers. Alas, in this desolate reality, survival took precedence over mockery. The man felt a pang of frustration, his blade stained with blood. He had refrained from using the baton against the undead, fearing the consequences of turning a slain foe into a zombie. Noticing Zhang Yang's lack of reaction to his feigned attack, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, pondering the peculiar dynamic at play. It was akin to a swordsman confronting a madman wielding a magically enhanced weapon drawn from the depths of a toilet. Who was truly pursuing whom remained uncertain. Yet, the middle-aged man was no swordsman, nor was Zhang Yang wielding a mere mop. Instead, the weapon in Zhang Yang's hand was a formidable axe, both lethal and tainted with the virus of the undead. The middle-aged man retreated several steps, casting a glance towards Xie Yuqi, attempting to divert Zhang Yang's attention. In the face of the middle-aged man's intimidating presence, Xie Yuqi instinctively shrank back. Chapter 11. Times have changed, adult. Zhang Yang, confronted with such beauty, remained unwavering in his focus. He scrutinized every movement of the man, allowing not a single moment of distraction. His feet, in response to the middle-aged man's retreat, edged forward incrementally. The two men stood, one with the fire axe held aloft in both hands, motionless, while the other braced with his baton, ready to strike. Thus, they remained locked in this standoff for a full 15 minutes. Amidst the tense atmosphere, an odd sense of humor emerged, reminiscent of two children posturing bravely, yet neither daring to take the first step. In the sweltering heat of summer, both men were drenched in perspiration, feeling the discomfort of dampness. Yet neither was willing to make a move. Their limbs were gripped by a profound ache. Come on, can we not fight? This is pointless. Neither of us will survive. The middle-aged man attempted to mediate, but neither party showed any intention of relinquishing their weapons or conceding. Zhang Yang remained silent, fixated on the middle-aged man's every movement. The sharp crack of the baton striking flesh heralded the true commencement of the battle. Zhang Yang soon felt a sharp pain in his ribs, even finding it difficult to breathe. The middle-aged man, unable to endure any longer, found his overweight body lacking stamina after prolonged inactivity, rendering him explosive yet utterly fatigued. 15 minutes was his limit. In contrast, Zhang Yang, tempered by dual cultivation, was unperturbed by the mere 15 minutes of stalemate. The sound of metal slicing through flesh echoed sharply as the baton struck Zhang Yang, and in an instant, the middle-aged man's right arm fell away, reminiscent of a zombie losing an appendage to a cleaver. Both men, disregarding their pain, swiftly withdrew their weapons, preparing for another assault. The difficulty in breathing signaled to Zhang Yang that he had at most 2 opportunities left to strike. He had no intention of truly engaging in a life-or-death struggle. If he wished, he could simply activate his barrier and wait for the man to succumb to zombification. Although he was uncertain of the effect on those with abilities, it proved exceedingly effective against ordinary individuals. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yang swung his axe towards the man's chest, only for the middle-aged man to evade by sidestepping, narrowly escaping the lethal blow. Zhang Yang, having overextended himself, found his center of gravity compromised, a vulnerability. Seizing the moment, the middle-aged man kicked the fire axe from Zhang Yang's grasp, sending it flying. Zhang Yang quickly regained his balance and lunged for the middle-aged man's greasy face with both hands. Simultaneously, the man swung his baton with great force against Zhang Yang's back, the sound of a fractured spine echoing ominously. Ugh! The suffocating middle-aged man, scorched by the searing heat of Zhang Yang's palm, could never have imagined that a human hand could emit such temperatures, writhing in agony. "Times have changed, my friend," Zhang Yang remarked as he sensed the man's breath growing faint. He realized he could not afford to activate the barrier and wait for 30 minutes. The tightening sensation in his chest served as a constant reminder of the urgency of time. Clearly, the middle-aged man's assertions were unfounded. Without the enhancement of his abilities, the outcome of their struggle would inevitably result in the man's transformation into a zombie, while Zhang Yang would meet a grim fate akin to the young man next door and the girl on the ground. However, those endowed with extraordinary abilities need not ponder the hypothetical scenario of their existence without such gifts. Even now, Zhang Yang remains uncertain whether he would possess the courage to vanquish numerous zombies without the enhancement of his powers, let alone ascend to the second floor. Having sensed the safety of the room, Zhang Yang cast a glance at Xiaoyuqi, his objective for this outing and a balm for his wounded spirit. "I am not fond of my current appearance. Please don that black dress and pink blazer you wear when we usually meet." The computer in Xiaoyuqi's bedroom played a classic dialogue from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. "If you do not abandon me, I shall pledge to serve you as an adopted son and follow you into battle." Xiaoyuqi stood before the protective railing of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the zombies below, who were incessantly howling at her. To her astonishment, she could not restrain herself from calling out to them in her delicate, melodic voice, reminiscent of a sheep showcasing its delectable allure to a pack of wolves. Her sweet tone and gestures indeed rendered the wolves transfixed, their eyes gleaming with hunger. At that moment, the prospect of attracting the zombies with her cries seemed trivial. The pent-up emotions within Xiaoyuqi appeared to dissipate in harmony with her provocative rhythm against the undead. In that instant, she embodied the muse, captivating the gaze of all living beings with inspiration. The zombies and wolves alike became components of Xiaoyuqi's catharsis. Sunlight illuminated the smooth, intricate patterns of the window, making her tears glisten with brilliance. She could hardly recall how long she had longed to express herself thus, having been confined to her home since the outbreak, forced to labor and endure hardship. The middle-aged men, embittered by their physical ailments, had become irritable, leading to a discord that rendered their relationships superficial. As sunlight bathed Xiaoyuqi, her already charming visage shone with vitality, creating a stark contrast to the lifeless zombies below. In that moment, Xiaoyuqi radiated divinity, swaying gracefully in search of a sanctuary untouched by the undead. Outside the door, a middle-aged man, now transformed into a zombie, furiously pounded on the bedroom door. Yet within, Xiaoyuqi remained undeterred by the looming threat, instead reveling in the sight of the frenzied zombies outside, powerless to advance. With the activation of spatial meditation, Zhang Yang felt new laws of extraordinary abilities surging toward him. 2 hours later, the system reported, meditation value, 67. Congratulations, you have acquired 121 cultivation points, bringing your total to 312. You have awakened the special ability 5 animal play. Please activate it promptly. Zhang Yang had no time to contemplate the 5 animal play. He merely sensed the rapid healing of his wounds. The itchiness accompanying the swift recovery of his cells was becoming increasingly unbearable. Fortunately, this feeling soon passed, and Zhang Yang's injuries, even those on his ears, healed without leaving a trace of scar. This intriguing Xiayuqi did not seem like someone whose husband had issues. Zhang Yang gazed at Xiayuqi, marveling at her charm. I transformed your husband into a zombie. Do you despise me for that? He inquired, his expression and tone betraying no emotion. Did that wretched man not say it himself? In the apocalypse, the strong prevail. Besides, who would want to be married to someone who has beaten me for 3 years and has taken the lives of 2 innocents? You were almost the third. Shouldn't you be grateful I ended him? Xiayuqi toyed with her hair, her voice melodious and delicate as she replied to Zhang Yang. Chapter 12, 5 Animal Play. Do you have many boyfriends? Zhang Yang asked earnestly, adapting to the apocalyptic changes within and recognizing his upper hand advantage. He posed the question directly. I am a university professor. If you doubt my character or cannot trust me, then you may as well kill me. But would you truly be willing to do so? Xiayuqi felt slightly offended, yet leaned closer to Zhang Yang, responding gently. Zhang Yang observed her indifference to his gaze, even intentionally acquiescing to him, and chose to trust her words. He had to admit that he harbored a certain obsession with Xiayuqi. Undeniably, she possessed more depth than he initially anticipated. He had not foreseen the extent of her capabilities, which were further amplified under the influence of the power of creation. Yet, as he transitioned into a state of contemplation, Zhang Yang began to ponder more deeply. I can offer you a month's worth of supplies, or you may accompany me. The choice is yours. Zhang Yang asked calmly and seriously, disregarding Xiayuqi's teasing. Although he longed to keep her by his side, he understood that she would likely opt for the latter. Nonetheless, he felt it necessary to pose the question, as he did not wish for instability within his team. Of course, I would choose to follow you. Would you truly abandon me here? Have I not been under your watch for the past 2 years? Xiayuqi remarked playfully with confidence. I do not tolerate idlers in my team. What use do you serve? Zhang Yang intentionally pressed down on Xiayuqi. As for me, I shall not reveal that. Xiayuqi seemed to hold a playful confidence over Zhang Yang, each of her responses catching him off guard, yet striking a chord within him. Zhang Yang blushed as he looked upon Xiayuqi in that moment. He had merely intended to lightly tease her, only to find himself playfully rebuffed. The education he had received before the apocalypse had left him somewhat unskilled in verbal duels with beautiful women, particularly with someone as stunning as Xiayuqi. I shall not strike you, yet you must fulfill your duties. If you can acquiesce, seek me on the 6th floor. Outside, the threat of zombies has dissipated, and my companions may freely utilize the resources of this entire building. Should you choose to align yourself with me, you shall also have access to these resources. After uttering this, Zhang Yang donned his firefighting suit and swiftly dispatched the middle-aged man at the entrance who had turned into a zombie, proceeding towards the 6th floor. Xiayuqi promptly gathered some cosmetics, a few garments, and several special sleepwear items, closely trailing behind Zhang Yang. Why is it that everyone around me seems unconcerned about survival? Zhang Yang cast a perplexed glance at Xiayuqi, feeling a mix of confusion and exasperation, silently reflecting. Zhang Yang, you've returned. Pan Shiqing, clad in comfortable loungewear, gazed at him. Indeed, Shiqing, I have eliminated all the zombies in this building. From now on, we can make use of everything here, he replied, his tone lacking enthusiasm towards Pan Shiqing's warm demeanor. Something feels amiss, profoundly amiss. Zhang Yang, you used to return home in a certain manner, Pan Shiqing remarked, a hint of worry in her voice. Today, you seem so distant. Have I done something wrong? She asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It must be said, Pan Shiqing was indeed alarmed, although she was well aware that Zhang Yang would seek the company of other women. She had not anticipated such a swift and abrupt turn of events. Her intuition as a woman, coupled with Zhang Yang's failure to engage in their usual spatial meditation for healing, made her acutely aware of a shift. If one does not partake in the rice at home, they must surely be indulging in spicy street food elsewhere. Pan Shiqing had to concede that she had become dependent on Zhang Yang. Without him, she might have already faced starvation or been devoured by zombies. Moreover, having not seen Zhang Yang for over 6 hours, she found herself yearning for his presence. Shiqing, I truly have pressing matters today. Please wait, and I will ensure to spend quality time with you later, Zhang Yang said, masking his discomfort with evasive words. After all, just yesterday, he had lavished praise upon Pan Shiqing, yet today he had returned with Xieyuqi. However, Zhang Yang understood that as a man, while words could be soft, one's actions must be resolute. He intended to express apologies or similar sentiments, yet instinctively refrained. In this apocalyptic world, he needed to clearly assert his position and rights to everyone. The virtues of kindness and humility learned before the end of the world could potentially lead to complications in this new reality. Each situation required careful analysis. Fine. You must not deceive me, Pan Shiqing said, a touch of grievance in her voice. Before the apocalypse, she had envisioned how she might behave if she had a boyfriend, how to charm him and capture his attention when he seemed indifferent. Yet now, she dared only to softly acquiesce, fearful of inciting Zhang Yang's displeasure. Zhang Yang gestured for Xieyuqi to make herself comfortable before stepping into a solitary room. Observing Zhang Yang's troubled demeanor, Xieyuqi wisely refrained from speaking too much. Her intuition proved accurate. After clearing the entire building, Zhang Yang found himself burdened with an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. A sudden wave of confusion washed over him, instilling a flicker of hesitation regarding his forthcoming decisions. Lighting a cigarette, he pondered the current predicament. Should he attempt to break free? Yet, he was acutely aware that he stood no chance against the 600 to 700 zombies lurking outside, ready to converge. The thought of being gradually worn down within his own home was an unbearable fate for Zhang Yang. With no viable solutions in sight, Zhang Yang took a deep drag from his cigarette, savoring the moment before exhaling slowly, extinguishing the still-burning end. Although he possessed ample supplies within the building, the anxiety of being unable to venture outside compelled him to continuously analyze the situation. The zombies below were formidable, yet they moved sluggishly, possessing keen senses of smell and hearing, but poor vision. Observing a middle-aged man, he noted that the mutation time following infection by a zombie was approximately 30 to 45 minutes. The notion of descending to slay a few zombies daily to accumulate a significant number seemed implausible. Should the zombies charge through the door, he would be doomed. Perhaps luring them away with meat suspended from a drone? This too appeared unfeasible, as the zombies' olfactory range seemed limited to less than 100 meters. If the drone flew too slowly, the zombies would not gather. If it flew too quickly, some would abandon the chase. Furthermore, the zombies tended to move in response to disturbances among their ranks. It was nearly impossible to disperse them. Once he eliminated the zombies at the door, it would inevitably attract others from different areas. Surely, he was overlooking something crucial. Perhaps it was time to explore his abilities. Zhang Yang contemplated alone in the room. System. What is this 5-animal play ability? Why can't I awaken it directly? He inquired of the system. Chapter 13. Living will eventually make one invincible. 5-animal play. An ancient technique from the Great Xia dynasty. Upon awakening this ability, the host can choose one of 5 enhancements to awaken. The remaining 4 abilities will gradually awaken as the strength of this power increases. At that point, the host can select new abilities to unlock. The 5 animals are the tiger, bear, deer, monkey, and bird. Their corresponding abilities are as follows. Tiger's might increases mental strength by 1%. Deer's spirit increases perception by 1%. Bear's might increases physical strength by 1%. Monkey's agility increases physical speed by 1%. Bird's balance increases bodily balance by 1%. The host may cultivate the 5-animal play once daily, and each ability understood at a given stage may also be practiced once per day. The 1% increase is calculated based on the host's attributes from the day they began their cultivation. For instance, if the current mental strength is 100, each subsequent practice of the 5-animal play will yield an increase of 1. The system elucidated with crystal clarity, although such explanations were unnecessary. Zhang Yang, in tandem with the system's swift transmission, swiftly grasped this information. A mere 1% may seem insignificant, yet over 100 days, it equates to double the speed of an ordinary person. Over the course of a year, it manifests as a speed that is 4.5 times that of the average individual. In numerous battles, the fundamental disparity often lies in the difference of speed. Speed frequently signifies the distinction between hitting the mark and missing it, between explosive power and its absence. Zhang Yang surmised that this represented a form of interspecies enhancement. He understood that, on a literal level, the more formidable the ability, the later it should ideally be awakened. thereby maximizing the benefits derived from the five animals play. In truth, Zhang Yang chose not to shy away from cultivating his most vital attributes. Rather, he pursued the opposite course. System, may I inquire if I can select the same ability each time? Zhang Yang pondered earnestly before posing his question to the system. My master, theoretically, this poses no problem. However, in my understanding, no one has ever employed their abilities in such a manner. I urge you to proceed with caution, the system responded, deviating from its usual promptness and hesitating momentarily before offering a measured reply. Dear system, are you familiar with arithmetic? Zhang Yang gestured in response to the system's caution. My master, I possess theoretical knowledge of everything. Please do not underestimate me, the system retorted enigmatically. Thus, if I were to choose again and possess 1,000 points of mental strength, the second tier of 5 animals play would grant me an increment of 10 points of mental strength daily. Correct? Zhang Yang sought confirmation from the system with utmost seriousness. Yes, my master, but if at that time you possessed 1,000 points of strength, would you not also gain an additional 10 points of strength each day? According to this method of accumulation, the ability you continuously select would nearly always be your highest attribute, and the highest attribute is invariably the one most worthy of enhancement. Zhang Yang elucidated with a hint of enthusiasm. People today are truly fascinating. Is it a result of the information age? The exchange of information allows each individual to draw closer to optimal solutions. In my last awakening era, those with such thoughts were predominantly leaders or remarkable individuals. Or perhaps, you yourself are an extraordinary person, the system mused, surprisingly engaging in self-reflection. I choose the agility of the monkey, Zhang Yang declared earnestly. After careful consideration among the 5 abilities, mental strength, perception, physical strength, physical speed, and balance, Zhang Yang discerned that physical speed would most significantly enhance his survival potential. In the face of absolute speed advantage, he holds the upper hand against foes he can defeat. Even against those he cannot, the advantage still lies with him. Congratulations, master. On awakening, 5 animals play of Monkey's Agility. The technique, Monkey Play Chapter, has been transmitted. Each time you cultivate, your current agility will increase by 1%. The system announced. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Zhang Yang indulged in a delightful feast prepared by Aunt Lu, savoring the most satisfying meal he had experienced since the world descended into chaos. Even before the cataclysm, such exquisite flavors had long eluded him. Typically, his diet consisted of takeout, instant noodles, and simple fast food, a reflection of the burdensome cost of living and the relentless demands of his work. The luxury of devoting ample time to prepare a sumptuous meal was a distant dream for many. As the delectable tastes danced upon his palate, it felt as though the universe was acknowledging his fortunate encounter with someone skilled in the culinary arts. At times, the distinction between heaven and hell hinges on a single choice. For someone like Zhang Yang, who possessed the ability to procure supplies, the absence of a cook would have been a profound loss. Since a solution eluded him at the moment, he resolved to relish the present delights of food, drink, and companionship. This philosophy had always guided his life. Yet, the thought of beautiful women prompted a wistful sigh from Zhang Yang. Presently, he had 2 obedient beauties in his company, which was already proving to be quite a challenge for him. He could hardly fathom the complications that might arise if the number of women in his group were to increase. Why dwell on such matters? For now, he needed to focus on caring for the 2 women he had. When the time came for 100, he would naturally prove capable of managing them. One step at a time, the path will reveal itself as we advance, he mused, acknowledging the folly of lamenting his past choices. Had he foreseen the cataclysm, he would have certainly pursued more romantic entanglements. As he sipped on the inexpensive white liquor he had scavenged the previous day, he chuckled at his predicament. Night fell. In the bedroom, Pan Shirqing donned a whimsical white pajama set. Engrossed in watching a television series downloaded before the end of the world, her laughter echoing through the room. She intended to switch off the light soon to delve deeper into the captivating plot. Her habit of downloading shows before the apocalypse provided her with a source of entertainment in a world where the internet had become obsolete. Suddenly, an untimely knock interrupted her reverie. Making a face as if foreseeing the visitor, she reluctantly approached the door. To her surprise, Xiayuqi entered, brandishing an appealing outfit. How shameless of you, Xiayuqi. Pan Shirqing rebuked, her displeasure evident. Little sister, do enlighten me on how I am shameless. You're hardly in a position to judge. Xiayuqi retorted, gesturing at Pan Shirqing's attire. I arrived here first. You are the one lacking in modesty, Pan Shirqing replied, dismissing Xie Yuqi's taunts. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, the city dwellers had adopted a peculiar routine, sleeping during the day and remaining awake at night. Zhang Yang glanced at the sun rising outside and casually commented, as if he were not a young man himself, or as if he had not been keeping late hours. Chapter 14. A change of circumstances. After much contemplation, Zhang Yang resolved to clear the zombies from both the upper and lower floors, consolidating supplies on the 5th and 6th floors. The foul stench of the undead was unbearable. Any provisions left on other floors would inevitably become tainted by the increasingly putrid odor, rendering them unsuitable for storage. Over the next few days, Zhang Yang and Aunt Lu diligently transported the supplies. He indulged in meals, wine, and the company of beautiful women while listening to the system's reports on his meditation points. Zhang Yang found himself empathizing profoundly with those in history who, having struggled for a time, chose to bask in the fruits of their labor. For an ordinary person, the allure of endless delicacies and stunning companions was hard to resist. Few would willingly abandon such comforts to return to the desolate battlefield. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, Zhang Yang spotted a small figure clad in black darting out of the corridor, only to be swiftly engulfed by a horde of zombies, leaving no trace behind. This is the third one I've seen, he muttered to himself. He contemplated setting fire to a significant amount of flammable materials in hopes of incinerating the zombies below. Even the increasingly desiccated corpses could be considered combustible. Yet, the thought of a raging inferno encircling his own floor filled him with dread. Even if he escaped the flames, he would suffocate in the thick smoke. Moreover, the density of the zombies was not as favorable as he had hoped. The fire would likely extinguish before it could gain momentum. Thus, he reluctantly shelved this plan. Zhang Yang continued to consume the increasingly stale vegetables, enjoying playful moments with the two lovely women. They passed the time until the evening deepened. Habitually leaning back in his chair, Zhang Yang observed the throng of zombies. Am I seeing things? What is happening? He exclaimed, eyes fixed on the horde. To his astonishment, all the zombies had ceased their wandering, standing motionless on the ground. The grotesque creatures, with their degenerated eyes, tilted their heads and emitted low growls, enhancing their unsettling presence. Zhang Yang sprang to his feet and hurled a fire extinguisher at the zombies. The heavy canister struck one of their heads, splattering brain matter across the surrounding undead. Yet, not a single zombie flinched or stirred. A bold hypothesis took root in Zhang Yang's mind. These zombies had malfunctioned. To test his theory, he instructed everyone to rest early and refrain from venturing outside before equipping himself and descending the stairs. With a resounding thud, Zhang Yang pushed open the large iron door that had remained shut for so long. This marked his first venture outside the building since the outbreak. The summer night was as stifling as the day, and the oppressive heat made Zhang Yang, clad in heavy protective gear, uncomfortable. Wielding his bone-breaking knife in his left hand, he deftly probed the zombies' eye sockets, while his right hand gripped a fire axe, ever prepared for any sudden assaults from the undead. As the zombie fell, it was fixated on the blood-red moon above, growling in a futile display of defiance until its last breath. It emitted no mournful cry as it succumbed. After repeating this action 4 times, Zhang Yang became increasingly convinced that these mindless creatures would not retaliate, allowing him to stab them at will. He now prepared for a more significant undertaking, to set ablaze a perimeter of gasoline, aiming to incinerate the zombies lurking below. Uncertain of when these creatures might regain their mobility, he recognized that igniting them would be far more efficient than stabbing them one by one. He doubted his ability to kill over 700 zombies in a single night, confident that even if the zombies were to awaken while he sought the gasoline, his current agility would suffice to retreat to the nearest floor before being cornered. Listening to the dissonant, haunting growls of the undead, he felt a painful resonance in his eardrums. The low growls seemed to awaken something within his mind, an insidious belief in the zombies' invincibility attempting to take root. Enduring the throbbing in his head, he relied on memory to guide him to a gas station 3 kilometers away. The station was surrounded by a chaotic disarray of vehicles, some overturned and askew. Scattered zombies raised their heads towards the blood moon, groaning incessantly. Lacking a driver's license, Zhang Yang had no intention of tampering with the massive fuel tanker nearby. After studying the fuel barrel cart for a while, he managed to start it, albeit clumsily. Driving isn't difficult. It's the traffic rules that are the real challenge, he mused inwardly. After more than 4 hours of back and forth, he had poured large circles of gasoline in 3 diagonal areas, each 300 meters from his home. Let them howl, once the fire ignites. They shall wail to their heart's content, he muttered as he worked. Once everything was prepared, he resumed his assault on the zombies below with his bone-crushing knife. Stab, stab, stab. It's a waste not to, he chanted as he plunged the knife into the eye sockets of the undead. Just as he was about to shatter the skull of the 12th zombie, he sensed a shift in his surroundings. The noise was faint, drowned out by the zombies' growls. Yet Zhang Yang's keen perception detected it. He withdrew his knife and gripped his fire axe tightly, cautiously retreating towards the floor's entrance, ready to take refuge within. Suddenly, a sharp claw raked across his back, causing an agonizing pain to erupt. Zhang Yang quickly scanned his surroundings, noticing 2 green lights, the size of bottlenecks, flickering in the darkness before vanishing into the underbrush. Ignoring the pain in his back, he remained alert, focusing on the location where the green lights had disappeared. He hurriedly retreated to the entrance of the building. This was the second time Zhang Yang had truly felt the threat of death and helplessness since the apocalypse. The first instance was during an unarmed assault by zombies. In that moment, he desperately wished for a companion to fight alongside him. In such dire circumstances, an additional ally could mean an extra glimmer of hope for survival. However, in reality, he was alone, faced with an unknown enemy whose speed surpassed his by several times. At that moment, Zhang Yang was reminded of his primitive ancestors, who, much like himself, had to risk their lives for a morsel of food, perpetually confronting the onslaught of unknown creatures that could devour them whole. All they possessed were frail bodies, dull stone axes, and the cohesive strength of their tribes. Along with their ever-evolving experience and wisdom, Zhang Yang felt a sense of relief that the recent strike had merely grazed his back, had it landed on his neck. The consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. He perceived the world around him as if it had slowed down 100-fold, or more. In truth, he had only retreated 3 steps, still a daunting 90 steps from the door. Zhang Yang dared not run recklessly. He was uncertain when those 2 green eyes would emerge again. At that moment, he felt like a toad with prey, perpetually on the brink of being devoured. After retreating another 3 steps, he saw the green light darting out from the grass where it had vanished. The green figure leaped forth, its claws glinting coldly as they lunged directly for Zhang Yang's chest. Was it a tabby cat larger than a dog? Zhang Yang was stunned. Illuminated by the dim light of his hat lamp, he vaguely discerned a creature resembling a tabby cat, standing over 60 centimeters tall, with an unsettling appearance. With a crash, Zhang Yang disregarded the proper use of the fire axe, wielding it like a shovel to increase his chances of hitting, and struck heavily at the colossal cat. The impact from the mutated tabby cat nearly sent him staggering back, yet his spiked shoes and firm footing held him steady, though his body instinctively leaned backward. The mutated tabby let out a painful howl, a piercing sound that bore little resemblance to a cat's meow, more akin to some unidentified creature sharing a lineage with zombies. Chapter 15. The best strategy is to retreat. The mutated tabby, having taken a solid hit from the fire axe, stumbled to the ground to dissipate the force of the blow. Zhang Yang's gaze remained fixed on the creature before him, yet his body continued its cautious retreat toward the building's entrance. He understood that if he could resolve the threat posed by the mutated tabby now, it would be ideal. If not, there would always be another day. The movements of the mutated tabby bore a sense of urgency, as if they were gladiators in an ancient Roman arena, circling one another on the battlefield. The mutated tabby flicked its tail, clearly relishing the rhythm of the combat and the sport of toying with its foe. Yet Zhang Yang was wholly unwilling to be dragged into the rhythm dictated by the mutated tabby cat. He felt the door, which seemed to recede further from him under the oppressive steps of the creature. Damn it, what impeccable timing. In his heart, Zhang Yang cursed the ancestors of the mutated tabby cat. The low growl of the zombies rendered his consciousness increasingly nebulous, blurring the line between the undead and humanity. He was perpetually anxious that the zombies might spring back to life at any moment, thrusting him into a perilous predicament. Zhang Yang wielded the fire axe as if it were a shovel, pointing it menacingly at the location of the mutated tabby cat, adopting a defensive stance. The creature, confronted by his defiant posture, lowered its forelimbs, preparing to pounce, seemingly intent on tearing Zhang Yang to shreds without hesitation. In that moment, the mutated tabby cat bore no resemblance to the fearful entity of the pre-apocalyptic world. With a fierce howl, The mutated tabby cat leveraged its tremendous speed, launching an assault on Zhang Yang. He swung the axe in response, but the cat, just as it approached, deftly sank low, targeting his calf. Zhang Yang, unable to evade in time, aimed a kick at the cat's nose, only to find his foot meet emptiness. In that fleeting moment, the cat viciously clawed at his calf. And with a sickening sound, his leg was laid bare to the bone, gruesomely illuminated by the eerie glow of the red moon. The mutated cat exhibited terrifying explosive power, as if capable of shredding anything it touched. Enduring the excruciating pain, Zhang Yang summoned his mental fortitude, kicking at the cat with the fiery tip of his shoe. The creature, feeling the heat and hardness of the spiked shoe for the first time, emitted a genuine cry of agony, swiftly retreating into the underbrush, vanishing without a trace. "Damn it, keep attacking. Where are you hiding?" Zhang Yang, bleeding profusely, expressed his frustration as the mutated cat disappeared into the foliage. The cat seemed akin to a hunter that had failed to capture a venomous snake, remaining unresponsive to the serpent's vengeful hissing from the thicket. After a prolonged silence from the mutated cat, Zhang Yang cautiously retreated towards the door. He could not ascertain when the creature might re-emerge to deliver a crushing blow. Its speed was alarmingly swift. The wounds, soaked in sweat, throbbed painfully, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Had it not been for the zombies being incapacitated at that moment, his blood would surely have drawn a horde of them. Zhang Yang carefully maneuvered backward, finally reaching the door. Just as he approached, the door swung open with a sharp crack. "Who is it?" Zhang Yang shouted loudly, feeling besieged from all sides, and immediately leaned against the wall. He dared not glance back even for a second, only able to grip the fire axe in his hand. At that moment, the intent to kill solidified into something tangible once more. Zhang Yang was akin to a wounded beast, every slightest rustle heightening his alertness to its zenith. "Zhang Yang, it's me." Pan Shiqing trembled, fighting back tears of fear as she spoke. Upon hearing her voice, Zhang Yang swiftly entered the corridor and firmly shut the door behind him. "Didn't I tell you not to run around? What are you doing on the first floor?" He looked at Pan Shiqing, whose face was etched with exhaustion and grievance. Suppressing the aggression in his gaze, he reproached her softly. "I was so worried about you." Pan Shiqing mustered her strength, her tone laden with concern. She could sense the emotions of shock and gratitude simmering within Zhang Yang. "Hurry upstairs," he urged, leaving no time for further conversation as he dragged his bloodied, injured leg up the stairs. The cacophony of horrid howls echoed relentlessly in his mind, igniting a primal thirst for blood within him. His thoughts began to spiral into chaos, oblivious to the cold sweat that covered Pan Shiqing's forehead beside him. Once back in Pan Shiqing's bedroom, Zhang Yang collapsed in agony on the floor. The mental anguish he endured far surpassed the physical pain of the mutated cat's claws tearing into his flesh. At that moment, he felt as though he had been thrown into a rapidly spinning barrel. Apart from the wretched wailing, he could scarcely hear any other sounds. It felt as if every cell in his body was implanted with tiny sonic bombs, each one detonating painfully. "Zhang Yang, my head hurts so much." "Ow, what a dreadful sound." He heard Pan Shiqing cry out in distress, realizing that the foolish girl beside him was experiencing the same torment. "Shiqing, I feel like I'm turning into a zombie. If I do, you must kill me. I refuse to become one of those grotesque creatures," he shouted to her. His words slurred as he fought to maintain his composure. "I want to turn into a zombie with you. If you become one, I'll have to endure your bite. You promised to protect me, you liar. In the end, you'll abandon me." Pan Shiqing held her head, attempting to alleviate the throbbing pain, while reproaching Zhang Yang in a voice filled with grievance and ambiguity. Zhang Yang chose silence, feeling as if he had been cast into a hell of torment, enduring both mental and physical agony. The pain was nearly enough to render him powerless. Each second of mental suffering drained his physical strength and willpower immensely. "Damn it, that cat was poisonous. I suppose this will be my last words," Zhang Yang thought bitterly. Aside from struggling to breathe the foul air, he had no strength left for anything else. At this moment, Zhang Yang yearned to disengage from all matters, simply desiring to inhale a few more breaths of air as a human. He did not consider himself a savior destined to rescue the world, nor did he possess the strength to banish Pan Shiqing, who lingered nearby. For the first time, Zhang Yang discovered that even the fetid air could evoke a sense of comfort and freshness, provided one remained human. "Zhang Yang, you possess the ability to heal any wound, do you not?" You assured me that you have superpowers. I implore you to unleash your abilities now, Pan Shiqing pleaded, mustering her remaining strength. Having witnessed Zhang Yang's remarkable recovery within the meditation space, where his injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace, leaving no scars, she was filled with hope. The scene in the room shifted peculiarly. Chapter 16. Pollution is pollution. Zhang Yang lay on the ground, his eyes bloodshot with pain, inhaling the noxious air. Pan Shiqing sat upon a genuine leather chair, tirelessly attempting to guide Zhang Yang into the meditation space. Following her lead, Zhang Yang successfully entered this realm, diligently progressing through his meditation. To the naked eye, his skeletal calves began to solidify into flesh and blood, and his myriad injuries gradually vanished. The expression on Zhang Yang's face visibly softened. Yet, both he and Pan Shiqing still suffered from excruciating headaches, which showed no sign of abating. What was amiss? Why did the pain persist? Pan Shiqing pondered incessantly, unable to harness the power of the creation authority to alleviate their suffering. An hour later, after much contemplation, she noted their meditation values, Zhang Yang at 27 and herself at 52. Pan Shiqing awakened her extraordinary ability, air condensation, enhancing Zhang Yang's mental strength. The system's voice heralded the completion of the meditation space. However, their expressions of anguish remained unchanged, indicating that this shared experience did not heal their pain. On the 9th day of the apocalypse, the morning light swept away the darkness and sins of the previous night, the blood moon having dimmed and departed from the heavens. Zhang Yang and Pan Shiqing had not slept. Their headaches now vanished without a trace, casting doubt on the events of the previous night. The only evidence of reality lay in the discarded sportswear Pan Shiqing had tossed aside, and the cycling jacket shredded by a mutated cat. Perhaps due to Zhang Yang's closer contact with the external world, his recovery was significantly slower than Pan Shiqing's. Once his mind cleared, he paid no heed to anyone else, but quietly leaned in to mimic a zombie, letting out a guttural groan near Pan Shiqing's alabaster neck. Oh, you've truly turned into a zombie. As Pan Shiqing stared blankly out the window, she was suddenly taken aback, letting out a scream while covering her eyes, as if she were being devoured by a zombie. Zhang Yang, bite me. I promise you. If you turn into a zombie, I shall transform alongside you. She shielded her eyes with trembling hands, her voice tinged with sobs. The dread of death caused tears to trickle through her fingers. Come on. Just jump twice and run twice. That would suffice. Your antics are keeping me awake at night. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yang's playful spirit dissipated entirely, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I'm fine. I merely thought you looked glum and wanted to cheer you up. I didn't mean to frighten you. I'm not so experienced in conversing with girls, he said sincerely, gazing at Pan Shiqing, whose face was drenched in tears. Zhang Yang realized how different Pan Shiqing was compared to others. Had it not been for her last night, he would have struggled to even turn around and open the door to the building, let alone remain motionless while she tended to his wounds. While his relationships with others were superficial, with Pan Shiqing, he felt a deep emotional connection. In this apocalyptic world, finding someone trustworthy was indeed a rare treasure, just as it had been before the world fell apart. Pan Shiqing, realizing she had been played, hurled her clothes and pillows at Zhang Yang. You tricked me. You teased me. You scared me. How could I have cared so much about you yesterday? As she tossed an array of colors, red, yellow, blue, green, cyan, white, and purple, at him, she chastised Zhang Yang. After a playful exchange, Zhang Yang scrutinized her as if he wished to dissect her with a scalpel. Shiqing, do you feel any different now? He inquired, deep in thought. Zhang Yang, I feel like I want to hit you more than ever. Pan Shiqing responded, still caught up in the playful banter. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking whether you sense a shift in your ability to control things, Zhang Yang clarified, fixing his gaze on her. Why are you asking such things? What do you want me to do? Pan Shiqing blushed, her face resembling a tea kettle. I didn't mean that. I meant something else. Try to concentrate your mental energy and see if you can halt the air in the room, Zhang Yang suggested, perplexed by her sudden shift in demeanor. Obediently, Pan Shiqing focused her mental strength, raising her hand towards the window. With a sharp bang, the glass shattered, creating a hole 2 fingers wide. An air gun? Zhang Yang exclaimed, recalling the antics of Doraemon as he took in the astonishing sight before him. Indeed, the air bullets emitted by Pan Shiqing have yet to attain the formidable power of a handgun. At best, they may be likened to a dart, with the advantage of being nearly undetectable by the naked eye. It is evident that the abilities themselves are not trivial. However, few ability wielders demonstrate their full potential immediately upon awakening their powers. Pan Shurqing's technique with her air bullets remains in need of further development. The awakening of her powers has led Zhang Yang to reassess the meaning of creation authority within the context of inviting a target into the meditation space to awaken their abilities. It is not solely Zhang Yang who awakens his powers. Rather, all individuals entering the meditation space experience this awakening, albeit with Zhang Yang enjoying a probability of 100%, while the likelihood for those being rescued hovers around 5%. Indeed, frequent attempts at the 5% chance over numerous trials equate to a certainty. Zhang Yang pondered with a mischievous grin as he beckoned Pan Shurqing to join him for breakfast. After completing his practice of the 5-animal play for the day, he could already sense the agility granted by the 5% enhancement, contributing to his nimbleness. System: am I not able to restore all damage simply by entering the meditation space with the rescued individuals? Why was I unable to alleviate yesterday's headache through meditation? Zhang Yang inquired, having settled all matters. Master, the pain experienced yesterday does not pertain to either physical or mental harm, the system replied, choosing to remain succinct. What, then, was yesterday's headache? A form of real damage? Zhang Yang retorted, dissatisfied. Master, that was pollution, the system clarified. Isn't spiritual pollution considered a form of mental harm? Zhang Yang questioned further. Master, it is not spiritual pollution. Pollution is simply pollution, the system corrected him. What transpired with the red moon yesterday? Was it akin to the bizarre invasions depicted in novels? Zhang Yang pressed on. Master, I must apologize. In order to minimize my intervention in this world, I am quite limited in my ability to answer questions regarding it. The system responded calmly. Was I nearly mutated after being infected by that aberrant cat? Surely you can provide clarity on that. Zhang Yang persisted, unwilling to relent. His curiosity about the sudden onset of the apocalyptic scenario was insatiable. The more he could learn about the end times, the greater his hope for survival. He was naturally unbothered by the incessant inquiries directed at the system, for acquiring useful information was a gain, while failing to do so was no loss. Master, if you truly desire to know everything about this world, I can serve as your tool to initiate derivation path. Chapter 17, Campfire Luncheon. Each activation of derivation path consumes 5 points of cultivation value, with the specific consumption dependent on the nature of the inquiry. You may first expend 5 cultivation points to comprehend the precise costs before deciding whether to proceed with the derivation, the system earnestly explained. Nothing seems feasible. What is it that I can inquire of you? Zhang Yang asked nonchalantly. As long as it pertains to the master's abilities, I can provide comprehensive answers. The system responded eagerly, recognizing that Zhang Yang had struck a chord. Concluding the dialogue with the system, Zhang Yang made his way to the dining table, where Pan Shurqing, Xie Yuqi, and Aunt Lu awaited him, none daring to lift their chopsticks before him. Observing the scene, Zhang Yang, unceremoniously, seized a large piece of steak and began to eat. You need not wait for me anymore. I am disinterested in this ritual. Engage in what brings you joy. None can predict whether we shall survive another day in the jaws of the undead, he declared, disregarding everyone else as he indulged in the food he coveted. Zhang Yang had previously conveyed his intentions to leave Heping County in search of survival in Wanning City. Aware of his disposition, the others hastily chose to eat dishes apart from what Zhang Yang favored. In a world bereft of resources, savoring a banquet of sumptuous hot dishes was a surreal experience for all, one that evoked both envy from those who had and had not faced the apocalypse. Through their exchanges, Zhang Yang learned that when the zombies' brainwashing howls echoed, Xie Yuqi soon succumbed to a throbbing headache and fell into a deep slumber, leaving no recollection of the previous night. Aunt Lu, upon feeling unwell, similarly lost her memories, though her fate was not sleep, but rather a fainting spell. After their meal, which had extended well into noon, Zhang Yang began to tinker with the drones he had procured, contemplating how to ignite the 3 circles of gasoline surrounding the house. To prevent any unforeseen complications, he deemed it necessary to set the fire early, otherwise, a sudden downpour could render his meticulous preparations futile. Next time I encounter that mutated cat of my uncle's, I shall make sure to remove its claws, Zhang Yang muttered, filled with animosity towards the greatest obstacle he faced last night. After securing the ignition wires to the 3 drones, he instructed Pan Shurqing and Xie Yuqi on the basics of drone operation, planning to ignite the gasoline circles in different directions. Using his pyrokinesis, he conjured flames to ignite the wires and established a mental connection with the fire to regulate its burn rate and state. Ideally, Zhang Yang wished to directly ignite the gasoline with his powers. Regrettably, he sensed that his control over fire was limited to a range of less than 20 meters. The trio maneuvered the drones, carrying flames towards the gasoline circles, which were quickly ignited. As the fire blazed, thick smoke billowed around Zhang Yang's home, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning gasoline. The zombies on the ground ignited, spreading the flames to their nearby companions. In no time, flames engulfed the bodies of 300 to 400 zombies. The eyes of the zombies served no practical purpose, having devolved into mere ornaments. With their visual systems lost, the zombies possess an extraordinarily developed sense of smell and hearing, yet are correspondingly frail. Under the influence of gasoline fumes, they seem to have suddenly lost all sense of direction, engaging in frenzied biting and chaotic movements. Some zombies even bite off the arms or thighs of their fellow undead in the midst of the turmoil, reveling in their own handiwork. Throughout history, fire has always been a crucial tactic in warfare. The effects of the fire surpassed Zhang Yang's expectations. He had initially anticipated that incinerating 200 or 300 zombies would be a satisfactory outcome, allowing him to devise a strategy to gradually deal with the remaining 300 to 400. His primary aim was to disperse the zombies at the entrance with the smoke, rather than to truly incinerate a significant number. However, he surmised that the blaze had indeed claimed nearly 500 zombies, including those that perished in their own fratricidal chaos and those trampled to death. On a diagonal floor below, a large zombie, significantly taller and stronger than the others, relentlessly tore apart any approaching undead with its claws. This behemoth was distinctly different from the corpulent zombie Zhang Yang had encountered earlier. Regardless of its size, the previous zombie still exhibited the typical characteristics of a common zombie, shriveled and sluggish. In contrast, this muscular brute radiated a sense of heightened density and tautness in its physique, a stark contrast akin to that between an ordinary couch potato and a low body fat fitness instructor. Zhang Yang's heart raced with an ominous premonition upon witnessing this scene. Evolution, he muttered, furrowing his brow. Yet, he quickly realized that if humans could evolve, why couldn't zombies? His observations indicated that following the red moon last night, the street, which had previously harbored less than 800 ordinary zombies, now featured approximately 12 power-type zombies and over 20 others of indeterminate characteristics. He noted that these 20 or so zombies had abandoned the customary hunched gait of their ordinary counterparts, opting instead for a quadrupedal stance. These four-legged zombies were noticeably shorter and slimmer than the typical ones, yet they exuded a strength that was palpably superior. Their sharper, elongated claws provided the answer. By the time the great fire had subsided, evening had fallen, and Zhang Yang and his companions dared to crack open a window slightly to let in fresh air. In this conflagration, Zhang Yang had amassed a total of 395 experience points. It was evident that only the zombies he had deliberately set ablaze contributed to his experience. Those that had perished through trampling were not recognized as part of his accomplishment. Zhang Yang currently possesses 758 cultivation points, with just over 200 points remaining to reach the coveted 1,000. Whether it involves clearing the remaining 200 zombies downstairs or searching other buildings for additional artillery, there are ample opportunities to accumulate sufficient ability points. If he can exchange for storage space before heading to Wanqing City, it would significantly bolster his forthcoming plans. That night, in Pan Shiqing's bedroom, Zhang Yang, Pan Shiqing, and Xie Yuqi gathered together, cherishing the tranquil moments devoid of bloodshed. As they rested within the confines of the room, they sought out activities that brought them joy, free from concerns about when their food would run out or when the zombies might evolve to a point where they could breach their defenses. Their only focus was on the delightful taste of the cherries on the bedside table and the purity of the moonlight, hoping for a round and bright moon rather than a blood-red, terrifying orb. Chapter 18. Xie Yuqi's Concerns Master's Meditation Value stands at 67. The system prompts everyone with their meditation progress. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, Zhang Yang awoke early, having discovered that since acquiring the creation authority, he required very little sleep. Merely by continuously entering the meditation space with those he sought to rescue, he could swiftly restore his mental state to its fullest. Zhang Yang roused Pan Shiqing, encouraging her to practice her air condensation ability on the balcony of the second floor. He eagerly anticipated that she could elevate her skill to the point of eliminating at least one zombie. Possessing a long-range offensive capability would undoubtedly enhance the team's overall effectiveness. Xie Yuqi observed Zhang Yang's attention solely on Pan Shiqing, feeling a subtle sense of disappointment. However, she understood her role as the protected and felt she had no grounds to express her dissatisfaction, silently suppressing her longing for Zhang Yang's attention. Equipped and ready, Zhang Yang prepared to cautiously eliminate the remaining 200 zombies. The incident with the mutated cat had imparted a profound understanding of the necessity of daytime operations. Following yesterday's inferno, the zombies had become scattered. Many, although not consumed by flames, were rendered easier to manage due to injuries sustained from other zombies. Zhang Yang opened the door and swiftly brought down the head of the zombie at the entrance with his fire axe, not allowing it a single sound. He then ventured towards areas with fewer evolved zombies, starting his cleanup with the ordinary ones. Confronted once again by a cluster of a dozen zombies, he was no longer gripped by the anxiety he felt upon first stepping out of his room. He realized these zombies were mere mindless creatures, mechanically tearing at anything in their path. The fewer the zombies, the stronger they became, while humanity thrived in numbers. If Zhang Yang were faced with a dozen organized and disciplined armed humans instead, perhaps it could still pose some trouble for Zhang Yang. However, when confronted with mindless zombies, Zhang Yang merely needed to divide and conquer. A dozen zombies, having caught a whiff of his scent, excitedly pursued him. Zhang Yang continuously retreated, elongating the distance between himself and the other zombies. With precise positioning, he decisively swung his axe at the nearest zombie. Before the creature could react, a jagged burn mark was all that remained on its neck. With swift, calculated strikes, he dispatched another 2 zombies, their heads thudding to the ground. Over the course of half an hour, he expertly eliminated 16 zombies with his fire axe. Enhanced agility and the flames boon rendered him remarkably adept at slaying zombies in less than 6 days. Just as Zhang Yang prepared to seek out another horde, he spotted Xie Yuqi in the distance, clad in a fitted leather outfit, wielding a machete and slashing at a zombie around the surrounding buildings. Zhang Yang felt no surprise. Instead, he silently positioned himself nearby, effortlessly dispatching the scattered zombies in his vicinity. Xie Yuqi's technique was far from graceful. As she retreated, she wildly slashed at every corner within reach of her machete. Though she had mangled the zombie's hands and abdomen, its combat prowess remained unscathed. Witnessing her futile attempts to fell the creature, a wave of exhaustion and pressure washed over her, causing her to unconsciously retreat further towards Zhang Yang. Decapitated, Zhang Yang casually remarked before striding towards another group of zombies. While he respected Xie Yuqi's initiative in confronting the undead, he had no intention of assisting her. To survive in this apocalyptic world, one must confront the fear of zombies head-on. After Pan Shiqing awakened her abilities, Xie Yuqi clearly felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. She yearned for her own combat prowess, yet feared being abandoned by Zhang Yang, left to starve within the confines of a building. Only those who have truly experienced extreme hunger can comprehend the profound instinctual desire for survival ingrained within humanity. Adjusting her grip on the machete, Xie Yuqi aimed for the zombie's head and swung down with force, only to miss entirely. The immense inertia caused the machete to slip from her grasp, and her center of gravity faltered, pitching her towards the zombie. Just as she was about to fall, Zhang Yang swiftly caught her by the soft front of her leather outfit, restoring her balance. At the same moment, he delivered a powerful kick to the zombie's chest, causing it to stagger backward. "What are you waiting for? Go pick up the knife and kill it, or I'll feed you to the zombies," Zhang Yang said, his expression icy, silencing her impending scream and starkly contrasting his earlier gentleness. In that moment, no one could doubt that Zhang Yang would indeed feed Xie Yuqi to the zombies if necessary. Xie Yuqi firmly grasped the watermelon knife she had retrieved from the ground. Casting a fleeting glance at the distant Zhang, raising the blade, she shifted from the previous chopping stance, angling it towards the gaping maw of the zombie. With a ferocious swing, the zombie's mouth was cleaved open, releasing a tortured howl before it lunged towards Xie Yuqi once more. She let out a triumphant shout, swiftly slicing the blade sideways to sever the creature's head from its body. Xie Yuqi stole a proud glance at Zhang Yang, her heart yearning for his praise. Yet, Zhang was preoccupied, battling against a throng of over 20 zombies with relentless strikes. The notification from the system, indicating that Xie Yuqi had slain a zombie and earned a point of cultivation, piqued Zhang Yang's interest. He suddenly realized that by assisting this woman in vanquishing zombies, he too could accumulate corresponding points. How marvelous is the creation authority, granting me both pleasure and effortless victory. Thank goodness I did not choose the heaven-opening authority. Zhang Yang mused to himself. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the potential hidden functionalities of the heaven-opening authority that might rival those of the creation authority. Seeing Zhang Yang ignore her, Xiaoyuqi took a brief respite before resuming her hunt for solitary zombies. Unlike Zhang Yang's initial trepidation during his first encounter, she was now consumed solely by the exhilaration of the kill. Over the course of 6 grueling hours, Zhang Yang dispatched more than 84 zombies. The ache in his arms left him feeling drained, barely able to lift them again. As dusk began to settle, Xiaoyuqi, despite needing considerable time to recover after each kill, having taken down 13 zombies, some of which were incapacitated by fire, was still invigorated by her conquests. Zhang Yang, undeterred by his physical fatigue, knew that nothing was insurmountable within the meditation space. If necessary, he could enter it twice. He gestured for Xiaoyuqi to ascend the stairs while he ventured alone to the second floor. How has your training fared? How many zombies have you slain? Zhang Yang inquired of Pan Shiqing, who was lounging on the sofa, sipping soda. 5. No, 3. Actually, just 1, she stammered, her embarrassment evident. As they conversed, Pan Shiqing noted Zhang Yang's demeanor, which struck her as strikingly familiar. A look reminiscent of the expression children adopt when caught in a fib. A look that demanded truth. The zombies are exceedingly difficult to kill. I can hardly land a hit. Moreover, after a few strikes, I feel dizzy. She hurriedly explained in response to Zhang Yang's questioning. All right, I understand. Let's head back. If you wish to sleep in the room, join Xiaoyuqi with the knife to slay zombies tomorrow. Zhang Yang replied with a serious tone, devoid of unnecessary emotion. Disregarding Pan Shiqing, he ascended the stairs alongside Xiaoyuqi. Zhang Yang quickly grasped the essence of the situation. Pan Shiqing had never truly faced a zombie alone. Even if she had unexpectedly gained remote abilities, it amounted to nothing, for she lacked the courage to confront the undead, consumed instead by thoughts of escape and fear. As long as Pan Shiqing could not overcome her psychological terror of zombies, she would never be able to confront them, let alone slay them. After dinner, Zhang Yang announced, "Today I will visit Xiaoyuqi's room. Shiqing, you should rest well," in a tone as casual as informing someone of the choice between peach juice and grape juice. In stark contrast to Pan Shiqing's moonlit, aggrieved visage, Xiaoyuqi radiated a pride that was impossible to conceal, creating a vivid juxtaposition to the morning's sentiments. In the dead of night, the moonlight cast an impartial glow upon every survivor of the apocalypse. Inside Xiaoyuqi's room, clad in a crimson nightgown, she proudly displayed her sense of accomplishment. At that moment, the Xiaoyuqi who had vanquished zombies seemed to be transported back to the scene of her first encounter with Zhang Yang. Entering the meditation space, all noise faded away. 2 hours later, Xiaoyuqi felt her spirit resonating with energy from the divine. The fatigue from the day's zombie slaying and all past pains evaporated in an instant. The system reported Master's meditation value, 70. Xiaoyuqi's meditation value, 70. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, Zhang Yang reflected, the meditation space is truly a remarkable boon. Without its restorative powers, after a day of slaying zombies like yesterday, my back would surely be ruined. As Zhang Yang exited the room, he noticed Pan Shiqing across the way, evidently having not slept well. Whether due to the repercussions of yesterday's battle or the weight of restless thoughts at night, she appeared considerably more haggard than before. Zhang Yang chose not to dwell on her state and quietly equipped himself. You are to engage only solitary ordinary zombies and maintain a distance of at least 300 meters from any unfamiliar ones. In the next 2 days, we must clear the zombies from downstairs, he contemplated. No use of abilities without my permission. As he descended the stairs, he refrained from rushing to slay zombies, instead focusing his attention on Pan Shiqing. She was clad in a thin sports outfit and donned athletic shoes. Aside from the motorcycle helmet on her head and the large pot strapped to her chest and back, she bore no other protective gear. Zhang Yang retreated with Xiaoyuqi to a safe distance, leaving Pan Shiqing to confront the zombies approaching her from a mere few meters away. As Pan Shiqing gazed at the grotesque and menacing faces of the zombies advancing toward her, her legs quivered, and she felt the weight of the watermelon knife in her hands grow heavier. At the moment the zombie approached, Pan Shiqing was so terrified that she could no longer wield the watermelon knife and collapsed onto the ground. Zhang Yang, with a swift stride, advanced and delivered a fierce kick to the zombie's shin. The already emaciated creature's leg was shattered by his blow, yet devoid of any fear. The zombie continued to crawl towards Pan Shiqing, intent on savoring her tender flesh. Zhang Yang understood all too well that it was indeed a tall order to expect a 21-year-old girl who had never killed a chicken to slay a creature stronger than an adult man. However, he also recognized that in a world overrun by zombies, survival necessitated becoming accustomed to the scent of blood. This was particularly vital for Zhang Yang's women, as he would increasingly find himself unable to protect them all. Moreover, he was aware that those he rescued would eventually awaken their latent powers, contributing to his own strength. He knew that had the person sitting on the ground not been Pan Shiqing, he might have allowed her to be devoured by the zombie. The apocalypse did not require a saint. Yet Pan Shiqing was different. This timid girl, paralyzed with fear, had the audacity to return home with him under the terrifying blood moon. If it were me who was bitten by the zombie today, would you simply discard your weapon like this? He challenged. This time, you choose whether to kill or not. Despite his tumultuous thoughts, Zhang Yang spoke to her in a matter-of-fact tone devoid of emotion. He then threw the bloodied fire axe at her feet and strode towards the three zombies. He discarded all his protective gear, leaving only a pair of athletic shorts and a tank top. Xie Yuqi, witnessing this, hurried to follow Zhang Yang, attempting to provide cover. Get back! Zhang Yang snapped at Xie Yuqi, who instantly froze in fear, daring not to advance further. Pan Shiqing, observing Zhang Yang's actions, felt a surge of dread. With tears streaming down her face, she grasped the fire axe tightly and ran after him. Zhang Yang halted 15 paces away from the zombies, turning to close his eyes. A look of despair etched on his face, waiting silently for the zombies to approach. The three zombies, sensing human presence, eagerly drew closer to Zhang Yang. Don't bite him. You can't bite him. Pan Shiqing cried out in anguish, disregarding her own safety as she charged at the zombies, swinging the fire axe relentlessly. Had Zhang Yang not been present, one would hardly believe that the owner of such a desperate voice and frantic actions were the same person. The voice belonged to a helpless, pleading girl, while the actions were those of a frenzied woman wielding a hammer. Engrossed in the act of shattering the skulls of the undead, she paid no heed to the potential of being bitten, leaving the zombies in a state of utter helplessness. As the saying goes, a flurry of chaotic punches can fell even the most seasoned master. Pan Shiqing disregarded the distinctions between the front and back, the flat and the sharp edges of her fire axe. She relentlessly swung her weapon at the zombies with an unexpectedly remarkable precision. Each blow from Pan Shiqing resulted in another zombie collapsing to the ground. Zhang Yang cast an approving glance at her, giving her an enthusiastic thumbs up. Chapter 20. The zombies unfazed by bullets. Having slain 3 zombies, Pan Shiqing earned her master 3 cultivation points, as the system's voice resonated, commending her efforts. Well done. It appears you are not entirely useless after all. Continue your training, Zhang Yang remarked, reclaiming the fire axe from Pan Shiqing and re-equipping himself. At that moment, Pan Shiqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, fueled by Zhang Yang's recognition and the realization that she could contribute to his survival in this perilous world. Watching from a distance, Xie Yuqi felt an unsettling turmoil within her. The glimmers of hope she had just begun to perceive were once again overshadowed by Pan Shiqing's prowess. Having not witnessed the events of the Blood Moon Night, Xie Yuqi could not comprehend why Zhang Yang always seemed to favor Pan Shiqing. A sense of profound oppression weighed heavily on her heart, leading her, almost unconsciously, towards a small group of zombies. Zhang Yang, having heightened his vigilance once more, cautiously approached the 2 zombies that crawled on all fours. He understood that if he wished to clear the area of zombies swiftly, he would inevitably have to confront the unknown. Even if the zombies before him could move instantaneously or spew fireballs, he maintained a distance of 20 paces. Instead, he employed the fire axe to create a jarring sound, enticing the zombies to attack. In an instant, the 2 crawling zombies surged towards Zhang Yang with alarming speed. Akin to frenzied gibbons. Speed-type zombies? A term flashed through Zhang Yang's mind. Such zombies were remarkably swift, their movement barely slower than that of a sprinting adult. As he observed the scene before him, Zhang Yang was reminded of the harrowing night spent battling the mutated cat. In this apocalyptic reality, formidable forces were indeed terrifying. However, it was often the swift and stealthy entities that left him battered and bruised, proving to be the most challenging adversaries to defend against. With two powerful swings, Zhang Yang felled the two speed-type zombies to the ground. The silence that followed was palpable, and after a prolonged absence of the system's notification, Zhang Yang cautiously approached to deliver the finishing blows. Congratulations, Master, on defeating two speed-type zombies. You have earned 20 cultivation points. The system's voice echoed as he executed the final strikes. Through his encounter with the speed-type zombies, Zhang Yang gleaned valuable insights. The speed-oriented zombies, aside from their swiftness and explosive power, seem to possess no other advantages. In fact, their defensive capabilities are significantly weaker than those of ordinary zombies. Has the transformation into a zombie now introduced a notion of evolution? Zhang Yang murmured quietly. He had already dispatched two speed-oriented zombies, while Xiaoyuqi was still entangled in combat with a dozen ordinary zombies. In a corridor where the whack-a-mole strategy could be employed, Xiaoyuqi might have been able to handle the ordinary zombies alone. However, on the expansive ground, she quickly felt the limitations of her resolve. The dense horde of zombies left her with no opportunity to strike after dispatching one, forcing her to retreat slowly. Whoosh! Xiaoyuqi heard a sound akin to an arrow whizzing past her, yet she could not discern any visible trajectory. One zombie's eye sockets burst forth with repugnant blood, and it collapsed heavily onto the ground. Whoosh whoosh! Again, the sound of two arrows, as another zombie fell with its eye sockets exploded. A third zombie was struck on the crown of its head, staggering a couple of steps before continuing its advance. At this moment, Pan Shurqing's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Launching 3 precise air arrows had already stretched her mental fortitude to its limit, especially against targets that would not evade. Subsequently, Pan Shurqing wielded a watermelon knife to assist Xiaoyuqi. The two women faced off against the remaining 13 zombies, creating a tense standoff. Their distance was considerable, and both were wary of accidentally harming each other with their lack of proficiency in using the watermelon knife. Although they had their disputes over who should accompany Zhang Yang, their internal conflicts had not escalated to the point of wishing harm upon one another from the zombies. As the space between the zombies widened once more, Xiaoyuqi seized the opportunity to strike. With swift precision, she cleaved down, eliminating the nearest zombie. Heaving with effort, Pan Shurqing, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a flurry of chaotic strikes, reducing another zombie to a mangled heap before retreating several steps, panting heavily. Once the two women overcame their imagined fears of the zombies, dispatching the sluggish, grotesque creatures no longer seemed an insurmountable task. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, brimming with confidence, approached the cluster of 5 speed-oriented zombies and 2 ordinary ones. He refrained from rushing in, instead using a fire axe to create a clamor, enticing the 7 zombies to draw nearer. The 5 speed-oriented zombies moved with great velocity, posing significant pressure on Zhang Yang's maneuvers. Bang! Zhang Yang ignited the fire axe and struck fiercely at a speed-oriented zombie attempting to claw at him, its neck snapping under the force. Without waiting for the axe to be retracted, Zhang Yang swiftly kicked at another speed-oriented zombie that had closed in, buying time for his next strike. As his foot connected with the zombie's shoulder, he felt a chill of sweat break out on his back. The zombies exhibited little density. Striking them felt akin to kicking a foam board. The zombie that was kicked merely staggered momentarily before swiftly regaining its balance and lunging once more at Zhang Yang. Observing this, Zhang Yang seized the opportunity, enchanted his axe with flames, and cleaved the head of the agile zombie in two. After approximately half an hour of relentless struggle, he finally vanquished the remaining 3 agile zombies. The abysmal defensive capabilities of these agile undead rendered them unworthy of the term formidable. Nonetheless, their ability to infect with a virus instilled a sense of trepidation in other humans during actual combat. After dispatching 5 agile zombies in one breath, Zhang Yang felt a surge of confidence. Simultaneously, he noticed that the 2 women had collaboratively eliminated 13 ordinary zombies. Nodding in admiration, he marveled at how everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Without lingering too long, Zhang Yang made his way towards the strength-type zombie that had been relentlessly tearing apart ordinary zombies in the corner yesterday. He reasoned that if agile zombies were not significantly superior to ordinary ones, then strength-type zombies should follow suit. With a series of resounding thuds, he struck the ground with his fire axe, provocatively enticing the strength-type zombie to approach him for an attack. Roaring with fury, the strength-type zombie, sensing Zhang Yang just a few strides away, accelerated towards him, emitting a ferocious growl. A growl? Could it be that higher-tier zombies possess a more complex emotional system? Zhang Yang silently reconsidered his earlier conclusion that zombies lacked emotions. He adjusted his stance, bracing himself for the impending onslaught of the strength-type zombie. Chapter 21. The weakness of the strength-type zombie. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang swung his axe at the neck of the strength-type zombie. To his utter embarrassment, the head did not topple. Instead, the axe became ensnared in the zombie's neck. Before he could express his dismay, a massive hand came crashing towards him. What the hell? Are you floating, or have I lost my strength? Zhang Yang threatened the strength-type zombie while sprinting towards the shattered bone knife left at the entrance. The strength-type zombie, leveraging its height advantage of nearly 2 meters, pursued Zhang Yang with alarming speed. The zombie's neck was short and heavily encrusted with decaying flesh, which meant that without sufficient mental energy to enhance his fire abilities, Zhang Yang's axe failed to sever its large head and instead became lodged in its neck. With a resounding thud, Zhang Yang seized the bone knife and parried the strength-type zombie's hefty hand. The dull thump of the impact filled him with unease. He realized that in a contest of strength, he was certainly no match for the strength-type zombie. At the moment of contact between blade and hand, the edge of the knife retreated 3 fingers width in his grip. Zhang Yang felt that he was not battling a gigantic zombie, but rather confronting a ruthless machine of slaughter endowed with 5 times the strength of an adult man. He swiftly withdrew his bone-splintering knife, creating distance from the power-type zombie while seeking an opportunity for his next strike. Timing his move perfectly, he maneuvered behind the power-type zombie during its moment of vulnerability, delivering a heavy blow to its head with the bone-splintering knife. With the enchanted strike, a significant portion of the power-type zombie's head crashed violently against the ground. The creature's body continued to thrash about stubbornly before finally collapsing heavily to the ground. Through the relentless efforts of Zhang Yang and the 2 women, his score reached 954 points. Just 5 more evolved zombies, and I can exchange for a storage space, Zhang Yang murmured to himself as he retrieved a fire axe. As dusk fell, everyone returned home to recuperate. Zhang Yang, I have a younger sister on a nearby floor. Can we look for her before heading to Wanqing City? Pan Shiqing cautiously inquired by the dining table. Why are you only mentioning this now? Zhang Yang asked calmly. I didn't expect we would clear out the zombies downstairs. Moreover, I haven't been able to contact my sister, so I'm unsure of her current situation, Pan Shiqing replied with a hint of unease. Understood. Tomorrow, you 2 will clear out the remaining zombies while I devise a plan to deal with the mutated zombie horde. We must hasten our journey to Wanqing City. The zombies are becoming increasingly bizarre. If we linger, there will surely come a day when we find ourselves trapped, Zhang Yang instructed, harboring no doubts about the 2 women's ability to handle the scattered zombies. Besides, in case of any unforeseen circumstances, he still had his recovery abilities as a safety net. That night, the 3 of them rapidly regained their strength from the fatigue of the day, aided by their training. The system notification chimed as their training concluded. Master's training value, 57. Pan Shiqing's training value, 63. Xie Yuqi's training value, 64. On the 12th day of the apocalypse. In just a few days, the trio had developed a subtle synergy regarding their outings to eliminate zombies. The 2 women coordinated as they cleared away the ordinary zombies scattered about. Pan Shiqing was judicious with her air arrows, as each use of 3 arrows left her feeling uncomfortable for a prolonged period. It seemed more effective to reserve the air arrows as a trump card and to engage the zombies directly with her blade. While dealing with speed-type zombies, the 2 women leaned against each other, minimizing their blind spots. When a speed-type zombie lunged at them, they swiftly struck, bringing it down with their blades. Their relationship had evidently evolved from initial hostility and disdain to trust and cooperation through countless shared experiences. As the saying goes, those who have shared the same roof and faced trials together have forged a bond. The 2 women had indeed gone through various challenges together. Meanwhile, as the 2 women continued to clear zombies, Zhang Yang found himself at a loss while observing a gathering of over a dozen speed-type zombies. Why do you all gather like rodents? Zhang Yang scolded, his displeasure evident as he observed the speed-type zombies incessantly clustering together. After 7 days of practicing the 5-animal play, Zhang Yang's agility had increased by 7% compared to the average person. Yet, when confronted with the speed-oriented zombies, he still felt inadequate. Damn it. No matter how difficult, I must press on, Zhang Yang declared with resolve. He wielded a fire axe, striking it to create noise. positioning himself to await the oncoming assault of the zombies. Without pausing, he swung the axe repeatedly, delivering 7 blows and dispatching 5 speed-type zombies. He then adjusted his stance, intently focusing on the 7 remaining speed-type zombies. Although the rapid swings caused his arms to ache intensely, Zhang Yang showed no sign of faltering. With a series of fiery strikes, 3 more speed-type zombies fell to the ground, defeated. As his experience in battling these creatures grew, Zhang Yang began to realize that overcoming speed-type zombies required considerable force. If he managed to land a hit, he would almost certainly eliminate them. Fortunately, the speed-type zombies had yet to evolve an instinct to evade attacks, making it relatively manageable to defeat them by following their attack patterns. However, at this moment, Zhang Yang felt that both his physical stamina and mental fortitude had reached their limits. Even the thought of being bitten by a zombie left him unwilling to move. Another speed-type zombie lunged at him, viciously attempting to tear at his face. Zhang Yang, feeling the difficulty of swinging his axe, lifted it defensively while stepping back to block the zombie's advance. Suddenly, an invisible arrow shot through the air, striking the leaping zombie in the head. The impact caused the speed-type zombie to sway like a kite in the wind, stumbling back before shrugging off the arrow's force and charging at Zhang Yang once more. The effectiveness of ranged weaponry against these low-density speed-type zombies was notably poor. They seemed to possess an innate ability to absorb the impact of such attacks. Observing these formidable creatures that were resistant to ranged weaponry, even Zhang Yang found himself in a predicament. 2 more arrows flew forth, and before the speed-type zombie could regain its composure, blood erupted from its eye sockets, and it collapsed. From 50 meters away, Pan Shiqing triumphantly raised her head, seemingly proud of her accuracy and timing. Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel exasperated by her smug expression. Yet he could not deny that her concern for his safety perhaps exceeded her own, even surpassing his own regard for her well-being. Chapter 22. Flying Kites. Pan Shiqing had always been like this, even before she possessed her extraordinary abilities. Now, with her powers, her tendencies were even more pronounced. In contrast, Xie Yuqi's blatant obedience belies a profound concern for her own interests. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang, having adapted to the rhythm of the speed-type zombies' assaults, ceased his defensive strikes. Instead, he executed a horizontal swing of his axe, cleaving the oncoming speed-type zombie in twain. With 2 more deft swings, Zhang Yang abandoned his reactive posture, taking the initiative to confront the remaining 2 speed-type zombies. Under his precise strikes, both speed-type zombies were swiftly severed and collapsed to the ground. The 2 women coordinated seamlessly, clearing the remaining ordinary zombies and the isolated speed-type zombie. Zhang Yang then approached the final challenge. 3 power-type zombies positioned alarmingly close together. Although both power-type and speed-type zombies were valued at 10 cultivation points as entry-level evolved zombies, the difficulty of dealing with them was not on the same tier for Zhang Yang. The power-type zombies were exceedingly difficult to slay, standing under 6 feet tall. Zhang Yang had to shatter the skull of a nearly 6'3" power-type zombie, a task that felt somewhat humiliating. As he drew within 20 paces of the trio of power-type zombies, Zhang Yang struck his fire axe, producing a resonant sound. The 3 power-type zombies lunged toward him indiscriminately. Having learned from the previous experience of a stuck blade, Zhang Yang resolved not to swing his axe until the opportune moment presented itself. With a thunderous crash, the nearest power-type zombie swung a massive hand toward Zhang Yang. Unable to evade, he lifted his axe in a counterattack, feeling the intense jolt reverberate through the weapon. Zhang Yang retreated a few steps, biding his time for the next assault from the power-type zombie. Another powerful strike came hurtling towards him, and Zhang Yang deftly sidestepped, channeling enchanted flames as he retaliated. The power-type zombie's head was severed, and it crumpled to the ground under the weight of Zhang Yang's heavy kick, never to rise again. Before Zhang Yang could fully process this victory, another power-type zombie charged directly at him. Instinctively, he propelled himself off the thigh of the zombie in an effort to regain his balance. However, upon kicking out, it felt as though his foot had struck a wall. A tremendous recoil sent Zhang Yang staggering back 7 paces, while the power-type zombie remained unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. Is this some sort of joke? Zhang Yang mused in disbelief. The massive hands of the 2 remaining power-type zombies surged toward him once more, forcing Zhang Yang to continuously manage the distance, dodging and weaving. As he expertly maneuvered, the formation of the 2 power-type zombies began to fragment, allowing him to shift from a 1 versus 2 scenario back to a 1 versus 1. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yang circled behind the power-type zombie, executing a skilled swing. The creature's brain was instantly split in two, leaving behind a hollow cavity that emitted wisps of smoke. With his agile footwork, Zhang Yang continued to maneuver until the head of the third power-type zombie, perched high above, came crashing down onto the blood-soaked earth. Zhang Yang's points surged to 1160 as the relentless demise of zombies continued. Within a distance of 15 buildings from his residence, the ground was littered with a mere handful of ordinary zombies, alongside a few scattered agile and powerful variants. It seemed as though all peril had temporarily subsided with the decapitation of a formidable zombie. A man and two women, wielding cold weapons, had managed to slay nearly 700 zombies in a span of just 4 days. This was undoubtedly an event worthy of being inscribed in the annals of post-apocalyptic history. Regrettably, apart from the stench of decaying corpses, not a single living soul was in sight, nor could there be any witnesses to document the unfolding scene. As Zhang Yang was preparing to exchange for spatial abilities, his attention was suddenly captured by another item in the store. Weightless 1000-gene axe, redeemable for 2,000 points of cultivation. This axe weighed 1,000 gene and measured 3 feet, 1 meter, in length, yet once attuned to its master, it would feel as light as merely 5 gene. The axe could be summoned at will by the user's intent, consuming a certain amount of mental energy with each use. When attacking, it bore down like Mount Tai, and in defense, it stood immovable as a mountain. The description of the axe stirred a profound desire within Zhang Yang. His numerous battles had instilled in him a deep understanding of the impact that a fine weapon could have on the tide of conflict. He had narrowly escaped death several times due to shortcomings in weaponry, and his yearning for a superior weapon grew ever stronger. Yet, the cost of 2,000 points made him frown. Should he continue to amass points or redeem spatial abilities? This dilemma plagued him. Upon reflection, Zhang Yang realized that even with the weightless 1000-gene axe, he would still feel inadequate when faced with humans equipped with ranged weaponry or highly agile mutated beasts. With this thought in mind, he resolved to first redeem the more pressing need for storage space. System, I wish to use 1,000 points to exchange for storage space. Zhang Yang communicated as he delved into his consciousness. Master has successfully redeemed beginner storage space, deducting 1,000 cultivation points. The size of the beginner storage space is 100 cubic meters. Subsequently, the master can consume 10,000 points of cultivation to expand the storage capacity by an additional 1,000 cubic meters. The storage space can accommodate all non-living entities. It connects directly to the void, devoid of any concept of time, ensuring that items within remain preserved in their original state indefinitely. The master can place any item touched into the storage space at will, storing them effortlessly. The system elucidated meticulously. Although Zhang Yang had already familiarized himself with the effects of the storage space from the store interface, the reassurance it offered alleviated his burdens. With the storage space secured, he would no longer have to fret over resources. He merely needed to focus on awakening his abilities. As he contemplated his future plans, Zhang Yang found himself engrossed in watching the two women dispatch zombies with fervor. Before long, Xiaoyuqi donned a deep V, skin-tight leather outfit, which, under the sun's radiant glow, accentuated her alluring curves. Such a sight would undoubtedly have been a premium attraction prior to the apocalypse. Pan Shiqing, on the other hand, had changed into a blue athletic ensemble, deliberately designed to facilitate movement while revealing just enough of her figure to captivate countless onlookers before the world fell into chaos. The two women, in their own rhythmic cadence, intermittently dispatched the encroaching zombies. Xiaoyuqi exhibited remarkable aggression. Once she steadied herself, she would swiftly advance to behead the nearest undead foe. Conversely, Pan Shiqing tirelessly darted about, luring the zombies into pursuit, only to seize the opportune moment to turn and deliver a decisive strike, effectively employing a whack-a-mole strategy. "Hey, you two, go take down that one," Zhang Yang commanded, gesturing towards a distant, powerful zombie. He had to admit that a small part of his motivation was to witness a live spectacle of beautiful women engaging in combat with grotesque, hulking zombies. However, his primary concern was the uncertainty of when the trio might next encounter mutant zombies in a relatively safe environment. Thus, it seemed prudent to intensify the training of the two women. Chapter 23. Xiaoyuqi's leather outfit exchanging a glance. The two women dared not hesitate, and cautiously approached the powerful zombie with their weapons drawn. Use this. Zhang Yang offered a fire axe to Xieyuqi. Hey Zhang Yang, didn't you say this was mine? Pan Shiqing muttered, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Well, I trust you more. Zhang Yang replied with a dismissive thumbs up towards Pan Shiqing. With both hands firmly gripping the fire axe, Xieyuqi led the way, while Pan Shiqing, wielding a watermelon knife, positioned herself just behind and to the left of her. The difficulty of this battle was immense, akin to asking two delicate beauties to confront 5 robust men standing at 6 feet 3 inches tall. In fact, it was likely far more challenging than facing 5 strong men. After all, powerful zombies show no mercy and do not engage in infighting. They simply converge their strength to tear apart anything in their path. Xieyuqi, standing at 5 feet 5 inches, was the first to confront the towering zombie, which loomed at 6 feet 4. To Zhang Yang, this scene appeared somewhat absurd and comical, reminiscent of an ant attempting to trip a passing elephant. Yet, recalling his own harrowing experiences battling formidable zombies, he found little humor in the situation. With a swift swing aimed at the zombie's neck, Xieyuqi's axe was abruptly deflected by the creature's powerful hand, sending the fire axe flying 3 meters away. In a panic, she dodged and sprinted, creating distance between herself and the zombie. Roaring in frustration as Xieyuqi retreated further, the powerful zombie expressed its displeasure. Pan Shiqing, witnessing this, kept her gaze fixed on the zombie, retreating cautiously and hesitant to advance any further. The 4 days of relentless combat against the undead had indeed imparted invaluable skills for dispatching zombies to both women. However, the 2 women, being mere mortals, found their skills somewhat inadequate in the face of overwhelming power. Moreover, their entire focus was devoted to dispatching the zombies, leaving them no opportunity to glean the invaluable experiences and lessons from battling the formidable strength-type zombies. Confronted with the colossal creature before them, they felt an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity and helplessness. Xieyuqi hastened toward the fire axe, but before she could reach it, the strength-type zombie lunged at her side, its hands crashing down with ferocity. Forced to the ground, Xieyuqi hastily rolled aside. Ignoring the tattered state of her clothing, she scrambled away from the strength-type zombie, desperately trying to create distance. Pan Shiqing, witnessing Xieyuqi being relentlessly pursued, drew back her hand and unleashed an air arrow. The arrow struck silently against the back of the strength-type zombie's head, falling to the ground as if a shuttlecock had been kicked against a city wall. Xieyuqi found herself increasingly distant from the fire axe and alarmingly close to the strength-type zombie. Her extreme fear and the pressure of life and death revealing a vulnerable side of her femininity. The fierce determination that had once surged within her as she slaughtered zombies had vanished entirely. Observing Xieyuqi's frantic flight and Pan Shiqing's stunned immobility, Zhang Yang furrowed his brow in concern. 2 more invisible air arrows shot forth, piercing directly into the strength-type zombie's eyes. The zombie staggered back, emitting a long and furious roar before continuing its relentless pursuit of Xieyuqi. Unfortunately, Pan Shiqing's air arrows lacked the power to penetrate the already diminutive brain of the strength-type zombie. Seizing a brief moment to catch her breath, Xieyuqi abandoned the idea of retrieving the fire axe and, driven by fear, sprinted straight toward Zhang Yang. With a resounding thud, a bone-breaking knife fell heavily from Zhang Yang's hand to the ground, as if cleaving the galaxy between Xieyuqi and himself. Keep fighting, but don't draw its attention, Zhang Yang called out to her. Seeing the situation, Xieyuqi, her stamina waning, picked up the bone-breaking knife and continued her desperate flight. She was in a pitiful state. Her once glamorous leather jacket now bore numerous rips and tears, offering little protection. Her pale skin was exposed for all to see. But Xieyuqi could hardly concern herself with such trivialities, her mind consumed solely with the thoughts of escape and survival. A middle-aged man had once threatened to feed her to the zombies, yet that fear paled in comparison to the terror she faced today. At this moment, despair enveloped her completely. 2 more air arrows flew from Pan Shiqing's hands, striking simultaneously into the same eye socket of the strength-type zombie. With a thunderous crash, the strength-type zombie collapsed heavily to the ground. Seeing it fall silent, Xieyuqi discarded the watermelon knife and dashed towards Pan Shiqing with determined urgency. Why do you possess extraordinary abilities while I do not? Why must I succumb to a zombie's bite while you remain unharmed? Why? Xieyuqi, with her jade-like hand marred by bloodstains, fiercely grasped Pan Shurqing's neck, pale enough to reveal the veins beneath, shaking her violently as she posed her frantic inquiries. Pan Shurqing remained unresponsive, allowing Xie Yuqi to continue her assault, exhausted from expending her mental energy to unleash 5 air arrows. Pan Shurqing paid no heed to the tumult surrounding her. She felt as though everything had become an illusion, devoid of any connection to her existence. Xie Yuqi, undeterred by Pan Shurqing's gradually purple visage, whether from asphyxiation or mental fatigue, persisted in her deranged shaking and questioning. Enough. Step away, Zhang Yang interjected, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Xie Yuqi's face, causing a trickle of blood to seep from her already disheveled lips. He then lightly kicked her aside, freeing the deranged Xie Yuqi, and instinctively cradled the unconscious Pan Shurqing in his arms. Woe is me. All of you bully me, look down upon me. You wish to feed me to the zombies. You treat me as expendable. I am a human, not a mere consumable. Xie Yuqi continued to vent her tumultuous emotions, a chaotic mix of survival and despair swirling within her. Her body was drenched in a foul mixture of sweat and blood, stripping away her elegance, leaving her resembling a madwoman. Zhang Yang, ignoring the frenzied Xie Yuqi, quietly ascended the stairs with Pan Shurqing in his embrace. He was acutely aware of the unfairness he had shown Xie Yuqi. Yet, the world often presents countless, inexplicable reasons that perpetuate such inequities. The system announced the meditation values, Master S at 23, Pan Shurqing S at 33, as the progress was reported. Pan Shurqing opened her eyes to find only Zhang Yang's robust silhouette before her. At that moment, she felt rejuvenated, her condition restored to its prime. She recalled the incident where Xie Yuqi was pursued by a strength-based zombie, and she had shot 2 arrows that burst into the creature's eye sockets. After the zombie fell, her memories faded into oblivion. If any memories lingered, they were of her dreams during unconsciousness, where she felt an influx of nurturing strength, as if all the pains of her life were being healed. Chapter 24, Contamination Affinity. Zhang Yang, I believe my mental strength has enhanced. I can now shoot at least 4 air arrows. Please do not blame me for my delayed response earlier. Allow me to accompany you. I promise to be more obedient than before, Pan Shurqing pleaded, feeling her spirit rejuvenate. Let us not dwell on this. Tomorrow, take me to find your sister. Zhang Yang evaded Pan Shurqing's inquiry directly. Meanwhile, Xie Yuqi, her mental state slightly restored, lingered at the doorway, hesitating to enter yet unwilling to depart, silently awaiting Zhang Yang's decision. Go wash up. You smell terrible. If you dare to lay a hand on your own people again, I assure you I will incapacitate you and feed you to the zombies, Zhang Yang declared, his fury unabashedly evident as he spoke to Xie Yuqi. As someone who had also narrowly escaped death, he understood the despair Xie Yuqi had felt at that moment and recognized her need to vent. However, her method of venting, drawing her metaphorical knife against a teammate, exceeded Zhang Yang's threshold of tolerance. Nevertheless, since Xie Yuqi and Pan Shurqing had successfully collaborated to eliminate a powerful zombie, he chose not to dwell on the specifics of their cooperation. After all, being the bait was a substantial punishment in itself. Thud. Instead of washing, Xie Yuqi knelt directly before Zhang Yang, gripping his calf tightly. Listen to me. Don't you dare act so morbid. Zhang Yang was rendered speechless by the scene before him. I beg you, grant me your abilities. Xie Yuqi pleaded with tear-filled eyes. I don't know how to transfer my powers to anyone else. If only I could. Just leave me alone. Zhang Yang responded, a hint of helplessness in his voice. You can, you definitely can. I implore you, teach me your powers. I'll obey your every command. I will change my clothes often and slay more zombies, Xie Yuqi insisted, disregarding everything else. The weight of recent deaths had nearly shattered her psyche, making her acutely aware of the vast chasm between the empowered and the ordinary, akin to the disparity between an ant and a tiger. An insurmountable divide no matter how hard one tried. Go take a shower, Zhang Yang reminded her flatly. No, if you don't grant me your powers, you might as well feed me to the zombies right now. Xie Yuqi's voice trembled as she struggled to utter the last few words. For heaven's sake, didn't I say I wouldn't give it to you? I already told you to wash up. Are you trying to suffocate me with your current state? Zhang Yang reproached her, observing Xie Yuqi's pitiful appearance. Her current disheveled state did little to evoke any inappropriate thoughts, as the stench emanating from her was overwhelmingly foul, thus prompting Zhang Yang's strong insistence that she bathe. System, What if one of the women I've rescued learns formidable powers and then betrays me, or even retaliates against me? While Xiayuqi was bathing, Zhang Yang lay in her bedroom, inquiring of the system. His level of trust in Xiayuqi was clearly not as high as it was in Pan Shiqing. However, having another person wielding powers could not be entirely detrimental. Master, you can activate the annihilation privilege on any woman you have rescued at any time, costing you 5 cultivation points each time. If the target of annihilation is an empowered individual, you will receive corresponding cultivation points as a reward. If the target is an ordinary person, your moral integrity will decrease by 1. Simultaneously, the master has trained the psychics to ensure they cannot harm him willingly. The system explained to Zhang Yang in a measured tone. Xiayuqi emerged from her bath, shedding the disarray of earlier, adorned in elegant attire as she entered the bedroom. Zhang Yang, you must prove your ability to convey my psychic powers. Deception is not an option, she stated with a smile in her eyes. Oh, you simply cannot comprehend the intricacies at play, and I am disinclined to elaborate, Zhang Yang replied candidly to Xiayuqi. Although he had to concede that Xiayuqi possessed an impeccable sense of style and a keen understanding of men, each of her movements struck a delicate chord within his heart. Your next task is to continuously enter the meditation space. As long as you do not sense the acquisition of psychic abilities, do not conclude the meditation space. Do you understand? Zhang Yang, reluctant to divulge the secrets of creation authority too deeply to anyone, issued this command at a behavioral level. Xiayuqi regarded Zhang Yang with earnestness, nodding in agreement. Without further ado, Zhang Yang and Xiayuqi entered the meditation space. Time passed from 4 in the afternoon to 4 in the morning, and the system finally emitted a distinct report after numerous announcements. Xiayuqi's meditation value, 67. Xiayuqi's meditation value, 63. Xiayuqi's meditation value, 69. Xiayuqi's meditation value, 72. Xiayuqi awakens the psychic ability, pollution affinity. The master's mental strength has increased. Zhang Yang, I believe I have grasped my psychic ability. Xiayuqi exclaimed, sensing an unparalleled enhancement in her mental prowess, promptly reporting to Zhang Yang. The sense of apocalyptic anxiety dissipated from her heart. She felt as if everything once perceived as filthy had transformed into something strangely familiar and welcoming. After such a lengthy endeavor, I have finally awakened. What purpose does this ability serve? Zhang Yang inquired casually while completing the final round of meditation. I am not entirely certain. I merely feel an overwhelming desire to approach zombies. Xiayuqi instinctively responded to Zhang Yang. Approach zombies? So this ability allows you to overcome your fear of them? Zhang Yang remarked, somewhat speechless after hearing her description. Regardless, he was unwilling to venture outside at night. He could only complete his meditation and retire for rest. On the 13th day of the apocalypse, the group enjoyed the breakfast prepared by Aunt Lu and donned their gear, ready to search for Pan Shiqing's sister on the designated floor. Xiayuqi opted for a deep V-leather outfit, while Pan Shiqing remained in a refreshing sports ensemble. Zhang Yang, however, insisted on encasing himself in heavy motorcycle protective gear. Familiar attire instilled a sense of confidence during combat. After yesterday's trials, Pan Shiqing's confidence had grown considerably. Only those who faced terrifying foes without a thought of retreat could truly wield long-range weapons effectively, and Pan Shiqing had accomplished just that. Today, the only discernible difference was the absence of the usual banter and silent exchanges between the two women, both of whom remained uncharacteristically quiet. Zhang Yang materialized his spatial ability into a palm-sized square token, which he promptly handed to Aunt Lu, instructing her to use it to gather supplies as effectively as possible. Although Aunt Lu was somewhat incredulous that such a diminutive cube could store items, she chose to follow Zhang Yang's directive nonetheless. I believe I can manipulate zombies, said Xiayuqi, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Is that so? Show me your control over that zombie, Zhang Yang replied, intrigued as he noticed Pan Shiqing disregarding Xiayuqi. Chapter 25. The dancing zombie under Xiayuqi's will. An ordinary zombie began to twirl in place. Is this the extent of your ability? After all that time wasted? Zhang Yang teased. I think I can also control speed-type zombies, though it requires considerable mental effort, Xiayuqi hastily added, feeling belittled by Zhang Yang's jest. She then commanded a speed-type zombie to spin and attack a nearby ordinary zombie. This is reasonable. I suppose my efforts weren't in vain. Is there something more formidable? Show me a strength-type zombie, Zhang Yang commanded without hesitation. Ah, came Xiayuqi's long, Delicate sigh. I sense that I can establish a connection with a strength-type zombie. However, I quickly realized that my mental energy was drained before I could fully connect. She grimaced, enduring a headache as she responded to Zhang Yang. Interesting. If one possesses sufficient mental energy, can anything be controlled? Zhang Yang pondered. His understanding of the apocalypse and the system deepened. It dawned on him that all abilities in this world are fundamentally conceptual rather than fixed attributes. Could it be that air condensation allows one to condense air or even space in any form within its capacity? And does pollution affinity enable the manipulation of all pollutants within its range? As a multitude of questions flooded his mind, Zhang Yang contemplated a terrifying possibility. Does the ability of creation authority permit the creation of anything within its scope? Yet, apart from my ability to create that one thing, I currently lack the power to conjure anything else. Creating that thing is essential, he interrupted his endless musings, directing the two women to clear the remaining zombies while he donned sunglasses to admire the glamorous women around him. The two women became increasingly adept and efficient in their zombie-clearing endeavors, their powers serving as a remarkable enhancement. When they encountered strength-type zombies, there was no need for Zhang Yang to intervene. Xie Yuqi skillfully distracted the strength-type zombies with speed-type zombies, while Pan Shiqing unleashed air arrows that pierced the eye sockets of the strength-type zombies. Although the process of dispatching the strength-type zombies was somewhat laborious, it was no longer as arduous as it had been the previous day. The three soon arrived at the entrance of Pan Shiqing's sister's building. Which floor does your sister live on, and what is her name? Zhang Yang casually inquired as he pushed open the door. My sister resides on the 3rd floor, in room 302. Her name is Pan Simin. She is a sophomore and has never had a boyfriend. Pan Shiqing replied in detail, seemingly aware of Zhang Yang's benevolent nature. Shiqing, what you said is rather ambiguous, Zhang Yang teased in a playful manner. I did not, Pan Shiqing countered, her heart filled with anticipation as she jested with Zhang Yang. In truth, Zhang Yang was acutely aware of the improbability of a girl living alone surviving for 13 days in the apocalypse. Nevertheless, he did not mind accompanying Pan Shiqing to fulfill a wish while searching for supplies. He fell silent, then raised his hand to knock on the door, attempting to draw out the zombies lurking in the hallway. After a long while, the only sound that echoed through the corridor was the knocking on the door, accompanied by an unsettling silence. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying aspect is not the visible zombies but the disquieting unknown and the nature of humanity in chaotic times. Zhang Yang led the way, observing the emptied rooms on the 2nd floor, where supplies had been stripped away and decomposing corpses lay scattered. A sense of foreboding surged within him. There are living people in this building. Be cautious, Zhang Yang asserted, offering a serious warning. Having endured attacks from dual-bladed knives and ability users, he now approached survivors with a wary demeanor. Pan Shiqing, confronted with the vacant rooms, felt a tumult of anxiety and hope churning within her, her expression turning grim. She knew all too well what fate her sister would likely face if survivors were to break through the door. The trio cautiously approached the door of room 302, only to find it empty and disheveled. A few pink garments and shattered cups lay scattered on the floor, indicating a recent ransacking. At least it seems your sister has not turned into a zombie, Zhang Yang remarked, trying to comfort the tearful Pan Shiqing, though he was not adept at offering solace. Pan Shiqing suppressed her urge to rush upstairs, trembling as she awaited Zhang Yang's command. She trusted Zhang Yang immensely, yet was also fearful of him. Adjusting his motorcycle helmet, Zhang Yang walked at the forefront of the group. On the 4th floor, 5 zombies and a human corpse lay sprawled about. The 5 wide-open doors revealed a scene of chaos, devoid of any supplies. On the 5th floor, a lone zombie lay on the ground, and the disarrayed rooms yielded no useful items or weapons. The 6th floor presented a similar sight, with a zombie in each room and no valuable resources in the disorder. The 7th floor bore no trace of either humans or zombies, only scattered women-esque clothing. On the 8th floor, there was no sign of life or undead, merely the remnants of smashed doors and furniture. With each ascent, the unease and chill within the hearts of the group deepened. The building consists of 13 floors, and Pan Shiqing could hardly fathom the events that had transpired within its walls. The two women remained closely behind Zhang Yang, who cautiously advanced ahead. Suddenly, a multitude of fruit knives rained down upon him from above. Realizing the peril, Zhang Yang swiftly retreated to the 8th floor corridor. There's someone upstairs, he warned the two women loudly. Attempting to ascend once more, he was met with a cascade of iron nails of varying lengths tumbling down. Alarmed, Zhang Yang hurriedly retreated. The staircase was now strewn with nails and blades, rendering any passage exceedingly difficult even in the absence of further attacks. Xiayuqi, bring a speed-type zombie up. Zhang Yang commanded decisively. Xiayuqi lightly tapped her forehead and promptly descended the stairs. In a matter of moments, she returned with a speed-type zombie in tow, approaching Zhang Yang and Pan Shiqing. After positioning herself beside Zhang Yang, Xiayuqi stood still as the speed-type zombie, akin to a frenzied dog, dashed towards the group. Although Zhang Yang and Pan Shiqing were aware that the zombie posed no threat to them, they instinctively maneuvered to avoid it and prepared to strike. Only Xiayuqi allowed the speed-type zombie to pass by her, as if a well-behaved dog were trotting past. In the presence of the speed-type zombie, none could discern fear in Xiayuqi's eyes. Rather, they observed a trainer's trust and familiarity with her pet. With a howl, the speed-type zombie, under Xiayuqi's command, disregarded the nails embedded in its palms and feet, racing up to the 9th floor at an astonishing speed. The absence of pain became a significant advantage for the speed-type zombie. A cacophony of startled male and female voices erupted from above, soon mingled with the sounds of the zombie engaging in a fierce struggle with an unknown entity. Chapter 26. Are zombies still human? In less than 7 minutes, the 9th floor fell silent once more. Ah! Xiayuqi exclaimed as the sounds of combat faded away. The speed-type zombie had bitten into something and was subsequently devoured. Ignoring her pale lips and beads of cold sweat, Xiayuqi explained to the others, "Let us bring another one up." Aye. She began to express her concern about her diminished mental energy, but the unwavering expression on Zhang Yang's face silenced her, prompting her to descend once more. Zhang Yang had no intention of putting Xiayuqi in a difficult position. Perhaps for an ordinary person, exhausting their mental energy would be tantamount to self-destruction. However, Zhang Yang possessed the authority of creation, which allowed him to enhance his mental capacity through such exertion, akin to entering a meditation space that elevated one's mental limits. Shiqing, find a mop and carefully clear the nails from the corridor. I have some matters to attend to. Zhang Yang placed the motorcycle helmet atop Pan Shiqing's head before striding down the stairs. Moments later, the trio reconvened. Having cleared the hallway, Pan Shiqing remained vigilant. Observing the activity above, Xiayuqi commanded a speed-type zombie, more fearsome than a rabid dog, awaiting Zhang Yang's directive. To everyone's astonishment, Zhang Yang hoisted a heavy iron door above his head with one hand. "Drop it, you old fool. Let's see how you fare this time," he shouted, hurling insults at the upper floor while brandishing the iron door. At Zhang Yang's signal, the speed-type zombie charged towards the 9th floor like an unleashed hound. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang held the iron door aloft, deflecting an onslaught of knives and iron nails. Pan Shiqing sprinted closely behind him. Upon reaching a corner, Zhang Yang spotted 2 frail men straining to roll a heavy refrigerator down the stairs. Just as he prepared to intervene, the speed-type zombie leapt onto the refrigerator. With swift claws, it mercilessly ended the lives of the 2 men. Resisting the urge to indulge in their flesh and blood, the speed-type zombie pressed onward into the crowd. The others, witnessing the breach of their defenses, scrambled for cover in nearby rooms. Goodness, is this creature truly that formidable? I feel nothing, Zhang Yang mused. Clearly, to the onlookers, the speed-type zombie was far more terrifying than Zhang Yang himself. While Zhang Yang pondered, he observed a man, covered in zombie scratches, reach out and pull the speed-type zombie inside a room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. What a fierce individual. I wouldn't dare, Zhang Yang thought, momentarily filled with admiration for the man's audacity. Scanning the surroundings, he noted 3 male corpses alongside that of a speed-type zombie on the floor. The 3 men had just fallen victim to the creature. The dead speed-type zombie bore peculiar wounds, its body riddled with bite and claw marks. Its head was caved in, unmistakably hollowed out by some unknown force. What could have killed this speed-type zombie? Xiayuqi, having caught up with the pair, inquired. At that moment, her face was exceptionally pale, devoid of color, as if controlling the zombie drained not merely mental energy but blood itself. Zhang Yang forcefully swung an axe to break open the door, revealing a scene that struck terror into the heart. A figure knelt on the ground, ravenously consuming the brain of the speed-type zombie. In truth, Zhang Yang struggled to discern whether this creature was human or zombie. The very notion of a person engaging in such a grotesque act was difficult for him to fathom. Moreover, this individual possessed murky eyes, with teeth and claws far sharper than those of a normal human. Zhang Yang quickly surveyed the room, noting that the remaining 4 men and 3 women were entirely focused on him, seemingly indifferent to the man devouring the zombie's brain. Their expressions were a tumultuous blend of numbness, fear, and complexity. Simon. A cry from Pan Shiqing shattered the delicate yet fleeting standoff between the 2 parties. Sister. Upon hearing Pan Shiqing's call, a tall and strikingly beautiful woman instinctively responded. Her face was soiled, and she wore nothing but a tattered white camisole that had long lost its original hue. She was covered in filthy stains, as though she had never bathed in her entire life. "Damn it!" roared the burly man beside her, striking Pan Shiqing's delicate face with force. Pan Shiqing's visage quickly became even more swollen. Witnessing this scene, Pan Shiqing trembled all over. It was the most furious and suffocating moment since she had gained her powers, and indeed, the most heart-wrenching. To see her dearest one subjected to such blatant torment and humiliation while she could only stand by helplessly was unbearable. A torrent of hatred and murderous intent surged through every pore of her skin. Her grip on the watermelon knife tightened, causing her palm to swell with bruises from her exertion. Pan Shiqing was still holding on, waiting for Zhang Yang's signal. She was prepared to face the risks of defying his orders and would gladly fight to the death alongside the men in the room. Kill. Sensing Pan Shiqing's agitation, Zhang Yang abruptly altered his strategy and issued an attack command. At the sound of his directive, Pan Shiqing raised her hand and unleashed 2 air arrows toward the men flanking Pan Shiqing. The arrows struck the left man in the eye, sending him crashing to the ground. The burly man on the right, however, managed to block her air arrows with his arm, resulting in a small spray of blood. At that moment, Zhang Yang swung his axe at the zombie-like man who was still gnawing on the brain of a speed-type zombie. The creature recoiled like a startled wildcat, quickly retreating a few steps before adopting a combat stance. Feeling a lack of mental fortitude, Xie Yuqi refrained from advancing, instead guarding the exit and cutting off any chance of survival for the enemies within. The zombie-like man emitted a distinctive, guttural roar and then lunged at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang felt as though he was not facing a mere human, but rather a bizarre amalgamation of a speed-type and a strength-type zombie. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Yang grappled with the man near the door, Pan Shiqing charged at the burly man who had slapped Pan Shiqing. Xie Yuqi swiftly followed, heading toward the remaining 3 ordinary men. Zhang Yang employed tactics suitable for dealing with speed-type zombies, aiming a powerful axe strike at the head of the zombie-like man. The man fell to the ground but quickly sprang back up, spitting a noxious, green saliva toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang raised his axe to block the disgusting projectile, only to find that the alloy steel of the fire axe had been corroded, leaving a small dent. No longer hesitating, Zhang Yang took the initiative, evading the man's vulnerabilities and striking with reckless abandon. Confronted with a relentless barrage of blades and axes, the zombie-like man could only extend his hands in futile defense. Although his strength surpassed that of an ordinary man by more than double, he appeared no different from the average individual under the fierce, flame-imbued strikes of Zhang Yang. Chapter 27. At their mercy before long, the zombie-like man could resist no longer. Zhang Yang disarmed him, removing his spiked claws, and crushed the man's hands with his spiked shoes, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. The room echoed with the man's hoarse cries of agony, yet no one paid heed. Only 3 abused women, already curled into tight balls, could not help but shrink further in distress. In another corner of the room, Pan Shiqing swung a blade at the robust man, who countered with a cleaver in hand, their blades clashing with a resounding clang, making the disparity in their prowess evident. The robust man, already possessing the advantage of weaponry, wielded strength exceeding that of an ordinary person by more than 3-fold. His overwhelming power distorted the watermelon knife in Pan Shiqing's grasp. In that moment, Pan Shiqing experienced a profound sense of smallness and despair, akin to what Xie Yuqi felt when confronting a formidable, power-driven zombie. The robust man deftly parried Pan Shiqing's strike and, taking the initiative, thrust his blade toward her chest. Realizing the futility of their struggle, Pan Shiqing flung the watermelon knife at the robust man and retreated with agility. Swish, swish, swish. 3 invisible arrows of air shot toward the man's eyes in rapid succession. Preoccupied with deflecting the watermelon knife, he had no time to react to the onslaught of air arrows. Blood erupted from his right eye, and he crumpled to the ground in agony. Useless. Humph. Pan Shirqing, reveling in her victory, spat a thick gob of phlegm onto the face of the fallen robust man. Meanwhile, Xiaoyuqi swiftly dispatched the first ordinary man wielding a cleaver, severing his body with one decisive stroke. The second man, witnessing Xiaoyuqi's murderous intent, felt his limbs weaken, raising his hands in surrender, only to be kicked against the wall by her. She then mercilessly crushed his limbs with her foot, rendering him immobile. The third man, realizing the dire situation, discarded his cleaver and brandished a dagger, pressing it against Pan Simin's delicate neck in a desperate bid for survival. "Stay back. I will kill this wench." His hands trembled as he drew blood with the blade, threats spilling from his lips. Seeing this, Xiaoyuqi discarded her weapon, fixing an unwavering gaze on the man as she feigned compliance. "As long as you follow instructions, the little beauty will be unharmed." The knife-wielding man's lips curled into a smug grin, his tone shifting from tense to lewd. Suddenly, Xiaoyuqi let out a piercing scream. To the others, it resembled the ordinary shriek of a frightened woman, but for the man with the knife, the situation had turned dire. The sensation experienced by the knife-wielding man bore a striking resemblance to the excruciating headache that Zhang Yang felt under the crimson moon, albeit not as severe. The man's eardrum ruptured amidst the cacophony, compelling him to struggle and attempt to leap from the ninth-floor window. However, Xiaoyuqi swiftly advanced and seized the knife-wielding man, forcefully slamming him onto the ground. Observing the man's sudden stillness, Xiaoyuqi raised her foot and brutally stomped on his chest, eliciting a muffled groan of pain from him. In this 3-against-8 confrontation, Zhang Yang now felt no pressure whatsoever. As the group of assailants targeted Zhang Yang, Pan Shirqing stepped forward to embrace her sister, inquiring about her condition. Yet, her sister, Pan Simin, remained motionless, akin to an inflatable doll. The harrowing experience of the past 13 days had rendered Pan Simin incapable of interacting with the outside world, apart from her mechanical breathing. She could no longer perform any functions of a human being. Aside from the man whom Xiaoyuqi had slain with a single strike, the remaining four were deliberately left with a breath of life. The zombie-like man and the burly figure were likely to be superhumans. Bound tightly, their movements were severely restricted, making even the act of breathing a challenge. The other two men, having suffered broken limbs, were discarded carelessly to the side. Now, all awaited Zhang Yang's next command. The lead assailant pleaded, "We bear no grudge against you. Please let us go. If you do, the women in this building will be yours, as well as the supplies on the 10th floor." The zombie-like man begged Zhang Yang in a harsh tone. "Very well, but I am curious." Zhang Yang replied with an amused expression. "How do you entertain these women?" "Brother, please, you must be more skilled than I in this matter. Surely, you can do as you please with them. They are worthless, not worth your effort. If any refuse to comply, simply kill them or feed them to the zombies. Just a few days ago, we disposed of a particularly fiery one, and those 3 women became much more obedient," the man replied earnestly. "Intriguing. And what about this girl?" Zhang Yang inquired, gesturing towards Pan Simin. "Brother, this woman is one we just acquired 2 days ago. No one has touched her yet. She appears quite enticing, with a splendid figure. You could be the first to enjoy her. However, her temper is quite fierce. We've been busy training her these past few days. If you let me go, I will gift her to you," the zombie-like man said with a sinister grin. "Excellent, excellent. But I shall share a secret with you." Zhang Yang leaned in closer, adopting a similarly wicked demeanor as he lowered his voice. "I am not the brother you think I am. Her sister is." He then pointed towards Pan Shirqing. Pan Shirqing, already seething with anger, grasped the meaning of Zhang Yang's intentions and cast a glance at Xiaoyuqi. Xiaoyuqi nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh dear sister, I was wrong. I am a beast, not a human. Please spare me, and I shall surrender all the supplies to you." "Sister, I will give you everything. Just grant me a chance." The man, unable to finish his plea, was overtaken by waves of anguished cries. Pan Shirqing, showing no mercy, relentlessly scraped the flesh from the zombie-like man's body with a bone-slicing knife, disregarding the blood pooling around them. "I have a question for you." Zhang Yang seemed to recall something and suddenly addressed the zombie-like man. "Brother, sister, the supplies are," before the man could complete his sentence, Zhang Yang struck him sharply across the face. "I haven't even asked yet. Listen, does your current state qualify as a special ability? Did you experience any unusual reactions upon gaining this power?" "Brother, my ability is called half-zombification, And I can. Zhang Yang interrupted him again with a forceful slap, showing no inclination to prolong the man's suffering. Answer the questions directly, no nonsense. His impatience was palpable. The two individuals before Zhang Yang held only two values for him. One was to serve as an outlet for Pang Shiqing's pent-up fury over her sister's suffering. The other was to deepen Zhang Yang's understanding of the secrets behind supernatural abilities. He was unwilling to forego any opportunity to delve further into the mysteries of this apocalyptic world. Chapter 28. Murmurs devour. The man repeated, "Brother, it's devour." Another slap resonated, this time knocking 3 teeth from the zombie-like man's mouth. Elaborate further. My sister cannot comprehend. Zhang Yang's dissatisfaction was evident. Sister, when the zombie outbreak occurred, my mind was filled with a cacophony of chaotic sounds. I certainly hadn't learned such a language. Or perhaps, these sounds don't even qualify as language. Yet I distinctly understood the word devour. Then Zhang Yang gestured for Pang Shiqing to continue her relentless scraping, denying the zombie-like man any respite. How dare you? How dare you? I am only 21. Pang Shiqing continued to hurl insults at the man, her hands never pausing in their grim task. The man's half-zombification ability appeared quite formidable. Consuming a zombie's brain could grant him a modicum of its strength. If this man had chosen not to hide from the zombies and instead absorb their powers, Zhang Yang could scarcely fathom how powerful he might become. He could only hope never to encounter such abilities again, or that those who possessed them were as short-sighted as the man before him, fixated solely on preying upon their own kind. And you? Zhang Yang inquired of the stronger man. Brother, I am quite similar to him, except that the word I understand is worship. Then I awakened, power amplification. The robust man dared not speak excessively or insufficiently. It was evident that he had been utterly subdued. Zhang Yang and Xieyuqi took advantage of Pang Shiqing's torment of the 4 men to scour the 10th and 11th floors. The 10th floor housed supplies of water and food scavenged by the men throughout the building. Had they not offended Zhang Yang, it is likely they could have lived in comfort for the 2 months preceding the apocalypse, assuming the role of the local tyrant within this edifice. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Pang Shiqing eliminated the ability user, and the master gained 67 cultivation points and 38 ability points. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Yang understood that the man had been tortured to death by Pang Shiqing. Returning to the 9th floor, he gazed upon the 4 disfigured individuals and the 3 abused women who were continuously retching. Zhang Yang could not help but marvel at Pang Shiqing's formidable psychological resilience and her ruthless methods. Bring Pan Simin back. Provide the other 2 with half a box of instant noodles and 4 bottles of water, and then we shall have no further involvement. Zhang Yang calmly instructed the 2 women. The other 2 women were in poor condition and unattractive, clearly unable to assist Zhang Yang in awakening his powers. Nor did they possess any combat capability. Zhang Yang merely wished to silently grow stronger and survive. He did not regard himself as a savior. After a brief respite, Zhang Yang, accompanied by the 2 women, proceeded to clear 5 buildings and a small convenience store. During the process, they encountered only 1 speed variant zombie, leading Zhang Yang to speculate that the mutation of zombies was significantly correlated with outdoor activity. The group returned to Pang Shiqing's residence to enjoy dinner while awaiting Zhang Yang's directives for the forthcoming arrangements. Pan Simin sat quietly beside Pang Shiqing, not daring to meet anyone's gaze or consume the food on the table. Tomorrow, Pang Shiqing and Xieyuqi would continue to exterminate zombies, while you, Auntie Lu, are responsible for entering the cleared floors to gather supplies, food, water, medicine, and any resources you can think of, Zhang Yang instructed. Pan Simin did not exhibit any discomfort from being ignored, nor did she dare to feel any. She cautiously consumed the thin porridge offered by Pang Shiqing, her hunger apparent. Yet she refrained from making a sound, striving to diminish her presence. Zhang Yang observed Pan Simin, deep in thought. He had yet to determine how to manage her situation. Pan Simin was exceedingly beautiful, reminiscent of the natural beauties captured in photographs from the 1990s, now vividly standing before Zhang Yang. Even without makeup, she surpassed the artificially enhanced faces seen online. However, prolonged hunger and torment had stripped her of the vitality that a 20-year-old girl should possess. Currently, Pan Simin appeared listless, which prevented Zhang Yang from experiencing the feelings a man typically harbors for a beautiful woman. Let her recuperate for now, Zhang Yang contemplated inwardly. The distance from Ping'an County to Wanking City spans a considerable 200 kilometers, and one can never predict what unforeseen events might unfold along the way. He was reluctant to burden himself with the presence of anyone unrelated to him. As night fell, Zhang Yang sipped a can of beer in Xieyuqi's room, basking in the glow of purple ambient lights while admiring Xieyuqi's limited edition fashion show. Just as he raised the can to take a refreshing sip, a series of loud knocks echoed through the door. "Who the hell told you to knock? Get lost," Zhang Yang exclaimed, irritation bubbling to the surface. After a long day of battles, was he not entitled to a moment of enjoyment at night? The knocking continued rhythmically, undeterred by his outburst. Beside him, Xieyuqi sat quietly, attempting to quell Zhang Yang's fury without uttering a word. "Come in, come in, come in. I dare you to step inside." Zhang Yang's agitation grew as he shouted toward the door, his mind racing with thoughts on why the woman in his life showed no fear of him at home, each one more audacious than the last. The door creaked open slowly, reminiscent of the moment Xieyuqi had barged into Pan Shirqing's room. When would this cycle of grievances cease? Zhang Yang sighed, rubbing his forehead. There stood Pan Shirqing, clad in a coffee-colored trench coat, accompanied by her sister Pan Simin, who stood awkwardly at her side in Xieyuqi's lace nightgown. The awkwardness of her demeanor and her attire created a striking visual contrast, like a tightly wrapped university student suddenly compelled to perform a provocative dance on a sports field. Clearly, the outfit was forcibly donned upon her by Pan Shirqing, a blatant violation of her will in the pre-apocalyptic world. As Zhang Yang gazed upon the two beauties before him, much of his anger dissipated. "If you have something to say, spit it out quickly. If not, get lost. You've completely killed my mood," Zhang Yang grumbled. "Zhang Yang, if your mood is soured, how about we offer you double the compensation?" Pan Shirqing, sensing his anger, cautiously attempted to negotiate. At that moment, Zhang Yang felt a growing irritation, as if something he had just begun to ignite was fading away. "Damn it, get out," he continued to warn. "Please, Zhang Yang, take her with you. I beg you," Pan Shirqing implored, her clean eyes fixed on him. Looking at Pan Shirqing, Zhang Yang felt a mix of helplessness toward this simple-minded girl endowed with a golden ticket. "You, and you both get out. You stay," Zhang Yang ordered, shoving Pan Shirqing and Xieyuqi out before slamming the door behind him, leaving Pan Simin standing alone. "Do you wish to associate with me?" As Zhang Yang, slightly intoxicated, interrupted the moment, he inquired with a slurred tone. Chapter 29, Pan Simin. Pan Simin remained silent, merely nodding cautiously. "I am addressing you," he exclaimed. "What gives you the right to associate with me?" Noticing Pan Simin's continued silence, Zhang Yang pressed on with his questioning. To the 26-year-old Zhang Yang, the 20-year-old Pan Simin appeared remarkably youthful and vibrant, embodying a unique beauty and purity. Uncertain of how to respond, Pan Simin found herself at a loss. "Get out. Take 2 packets of instant noodles and leave my home," Zhang Yang commanded sharply upon realizing she still had not replied. In this post-apocalyptic world, strength equates to everything. He had no need to coerce anyone into joining his ranks. While Pan Simin was undeniably beautiful, such beauty held little value in a world where survival was paramount. Indeed, beauty might only secure a meager meal in these harsh times. Zhang Yang had grown weary of being manipulated by women before the end of the world. In the apocalypse, he sought only authenticity, unwilling to tolerate anyone who contributed nothing but demands for sustenance. Trembling with fear, Pan Simin turned and walked toward the door, her steps growing heavier as she approached. Clearly, she was unprepared for this reality. Had it not been for Pan Shirqing's encouragement, today's events likely would not have transpired. With each step closer to the exit, memories flooded her mind. Of times she had been reduced to a curled-up figure on the ground, starving. Of the brutal beatings endured at the hands of zombie-like men for her lack of compliance. Of women cast from heights to be devoured by the undead. And of the grotesque scenes witnessed as zombies feasted upon women. If not for Zhang Yang, her fate would have been one of coercion or worse, becoming mere sustenance for the ravenous. Yet now, instead of tormenting her, Zhang Yang had offered her food and the choice to leave. Within her, an intangible essence crumbled. The morals and values she had learned before the apocalypse, designed for a peaceful society, had become obstacles to survival in this new world. To endure in the apocalypse, one must either wield a weapon against the undead or forsake every boundary once held dear. In mere minutes, Pan Simin's inner turmoil reached a crescendo, and she realized this could be her last genuine opportunity to survive. Swiftly, she turned and knelt on the cold floor, weeping and pleading. Please don't send me away. I beg you, do not cast me out. I hold value. I can contribute in many ways, and I have never been touched by anyone. She implored Zhang Yang, her voice trembling. Leave. My team has no need for fools. Zhang Yang scrutinized her for a moment before resolutely reiterating his stance. Yet, Pan Simin did not flee in fear. Instead, she closed her eyes and remained in place. In the vibrant company of Zhang Yang, Pan Simin glimpsed a flicker of hope for survival in the apocalypse. She came to comprehend the essential tenets for enduring in such dire circumstances. To persist, one must be willing to relinquish the honor and pride previously held dear. Faced with Pan Simin's unwavering resolve, Zhang Yang chose not to dismiss her any longer. Bowing his head beneath the soft glow of purple light, he took a moment to admire the immaculate beauty before him, reciprocating her sincerity. Beneath Pan Simin's clean and delicate visage lay a figure that had not succumbed to the ravages of hunger. Zhang Yang opened his spiritual realm, resolved to designate Pan Simin as his object of salvation, inviting her into the meditation space. Pan Simin's meditation value stood at 42, granting Zhang Yang 105 points of cultivation. He awakened the ability, loss of pain sensation, acquiring an opportunity to enhance his power with ability resonance. His mental fortitude increased, as did Pan Simin's, who awakened the ability, light escape. The cascade of information from the system overwhelmed Zhang Yang, prompting him to postpone further contemplation for the time being. Ignoring the system's chatter, he focused on achieving the meditative effects of the meditation space. On the 14th day of the apocalypse, a well-rested Zhang Yang hastened past the sight of a satisfied Pan Simin, acutely aware of the system's presence. He established a mental connection without delay. System, enlighten me about these two abilities, Zhang Yang inquired. Certainly, Master. Loss of pain sensation. This ability allows the target to continuously lose their perception of pain, consuming a negligible amount of mental energy each second. Ability resonance. You can temporarily possess the abilities of a connected individual, but be mindful that this can only be applied to your chosen objects of salvation. Ability resonance is one of the extensions of creation authority. During your cultivation, you may activate this extension, potentially enhancing or even evolving your powers. Note that ability authority will continuously consume mental energy during the connection. To awaken this authority, you must either relinquish or store the corresponding ability awakened during this meditation, allowing the opportunity to be granted to the authority. Stored abilities may be reawakened with new meditation subjects, while the authority will vanish once abandoned, only to reappear randomly in the future. The system articulated its explanation with clarity. Zhang Yang, having absorbed a wealth of information, was particularly intrigued by the prospect of acquiring others' abilities through ability resonance. Without hesitation, he chose the extension of creation authority, known as ability resonance. For someone like Zhang Yang, endowed with remarkable regenerative capabilities, loss of pain sensation would immunize him from the sensation of pain during combat, significantly augmenting his capacity to endure injuries or enhancing his stealth against zombie foes. However, acquiring ability resonance signified that with each activation of the meditation space, he would not merely awaken a single ability, but two. Pan Simin, what is the purpose of your extraordinary ability? Zhang Yang inquired with curiosity as he gazed at her. Extraordinary ability? Pan Simin responded, perplexed. I have no patience for your sluggishness. Come with me. Without waiting for her response, Zhang Yang pulled her out of the bedroom and towards the living room where everyone was gathered. The others looked on, somewhat awkwardly, as Pan Simin was dragged into their midst, and she wished desperately for a place to hide. She had never been presented in such a manner before. Yet, Zhang Yang disregarded her discomfort, resolute in his intention to reprimand her hesitance. He activated his ability, Echo of Powers, linking with the unprepared Pan Simin. With the invocation of light escape, the entire room inexplicably became shrouded in optical and sensory invisibility. Zhang Yang felt his mental energy depleting rapidly and hastily concluded the ability. Is your power to render us invisible? If you continue to hesitate, I shall drag you downstairs right now, he threatened after posing his question. Pan Simin felt utterly uneasy, yearning to vanish from the public eye. As Zhang Yang's words faded, Pan Simin activated light escape, instantly erasing all traces of her presence from the onlookers. Chapter 30. Controlling the power of zombies. Just as Pan Simin intended to retreat to her bedroom, she reappeared before the assembled crowd. Pan Simin, why have you stopped running? Zhang Yang teased as he observed her cessation of the ability. Pan Simin responded with a resounding thud as her sister, Pan Shiqing, retaliated fiercely on her behalf. Zhang Yang, you have bullied her excessively. Do you not feel any remorse? Pan Shiqing admonished, while Zhang Yang turned to her, offering a silent smile. It seems I can only activate light escape while stationary. The moment I move or attempt to use it on someone else, I am immediately beset by an overwhelming depletion of mental energy. It feels akin to having only 100 mana points while trying to cast a skill that requires 200. Pan Simin elucidated using gaming terminology. That's enough. Go get dressed, Zhang Yang replied. Until today, he suddenly realized that what was often deemed a useless ability frequently stemmed from insufficient mental energy. With adequate mental power, one could transform quantitative changes into qualitative ones. Of course, such conclusions might be as easily overturned as the notion that abilities can only be conceptual in nature. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang felt that arriving at a general conclusion was indeed beneficial. Pan Simin, if you wish to join us, you must be capable of both sustenance and the extermination of zombies. You are not permitted to utilize your extraordinary ability until you have defeated your first zombie, he declared earnestly to Pan Simin, simultaneously signaling Xie Yuqi to safeguard her. Xie Yuqi quickly comprehended the implication. Pan Simin, unlike the other two women, had not witnessed the gruesome slaughter of zombies, and thus required more opportunities to prove herself. Furthermore, with the collective advantage of team stealth, Zhang Yang was reluctant to see her perish so easily. As others adjusted their plans, Pan Shiqing decided to join me in the extermination of the undead. Xie Yuqi was granted freedom to act, while Aunt Lu continued her resource collection. Zhang Yang commanded with authority. Upon reaching the ground floor, he activated Ability Resonance to connect with Xie Yuqi. Following his conviction, he unleashed Pollution Affinity on a powerful zombie. The creature did not disappoint, as it raised its hand and tore apart a nearby ordinary zombie at Zhang Yang's behest. However, when Zhang Yang attempted to manipulate a second zombie, he felt his mental energy depleting at an alarming rate, forcing him to relinquish control. For Zhang Yang, commanding a powerful zombie proved to be rather futile. Its combat prowess paled in comparison to his own, and the exertion it demanded of his mental faculties was excessive. He ceased to toy with the abilities of the others. If Xie Yuqi and Pan Simin fail to eliminate the zombies, you may dispose of her, Zhang Yang instructed Xie Yuqi nonchalantly, as if reminding someone to close the door upon leaving. He profoundly understood that only when one ceased to instinctively flee upon encountering zombies could they fully unleash their combat potential. His seemingly mundane words sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. Yet, in this scenario, Pan Shiqing dared not defend Pan Simin as she had in the upper floor, instead silently praying for her sister's safety. At home, Zhang Yang could be a teasing partner, but on the battlefield, he was an unyielding commander. Even upon hearing his command for them to take their own lives, they would likely comply. A subtle consensus formed among the women, a testament to their instinctual reverence for strength. Pan Shiqing replaced the watermelon knife in Pan Simin's hand with a cleaver and requested Xie Yuqi to teach her how to wield it. Seeing Xie Yuqi nod, Pan Shiqing followed Zhang Yang to confront the undead. Zhang Yang skillfully breached the stairwell door. Upon spotting zombies in the corridor, he activated Ability Resonance to connect with Pan Shiqing. The act of slaying ordinary zombies had become exceedingly tedious for Zhang Yang, prompting him to seek a semblance of amusement. He simultaneously unleashed air condensation on the three zombies before him, causing blood mist to erupt from their foreheads as they collapsed. Zhang Yang could discern a significant difference between his air condensation and Pan Shiqing's. If the bullets conjured in Pan Shiqing's consciousness resembled ancient, barbed arrows employed in assassination, then Zhang Yang's projectiles resembled silvery needles, superior in both velocity and penetration. I used to be on the receiving end of long-range attacks. Today, I finally understand the exhilaration of striking from afar, Zhang Yang mused, indifferent to the expenditure of mental energy as he unleashed a flurry of 7 air silver needles. Relishing in his triumph. When were you ever chased and beaten by someone? How would I know? Aren't you always the one chasing after others? Pan Shiqing, seeing that the battle was not dire, teased lightly. You little girl have never witnessed my glorious history. Go on, I'm tired and need to rest. You handle the remaining zombies. Zhang Yang concluded the connection to Ability Echo. If the zombies possessed consciousness, they would undoubtedly feel humiliated to be regarded as mere ants, easily slaughtered by two humans. Xiaoyuqi was diligently instructing Pan Simin on the essentials of zombie slaying. Pay attention, I will demonstrate only once. You must slash at the zombies at an angle, Xiaoyuqi said, her back turned to Pan Simin. Clad in a tight-fitting black leather outfit, Xiaoyuqi's figure appeared even more curvaceous. She steadily approached an ordinary zombie in her leather boots. With a side grip on her machete, she controlled the distance, waiting for the zombie to draw near. When the zombie entered the range of her long knife, Xiaoyuqi struck first, wildly slashing at the creature. She endeavored to kill the zombie from the perspective of an average person, yet her movements in drawing and retracting the blade revealed an extraordinary mastery of the technique. The glint in her eyes, viewing the zombie as mere plaything, was something an ordinary person could never rival. The zombie was swiftly reduced to a disfigured mass, collapsing to the ground like a lump of clay, devoid of any further movement. Do you understand? Go and slay that zombie, Xiaoyuqi directed Pan Simin, pointing to an ordinary zombie not far away. Pan Simin, witnessing the scene before her, felt her legs weaken. This was her first time witnessing someone kill a zombie, and the brutality of the act surpassed that of the zombie itself. Usually obstinate, Pan Simin found herself compelled to betray her inner resolve, slowly approaching the creature. Gazing at the rotting teeth of the zombie, mixed with unidentifiable flesh, she struggled to suppress the urge to vomit, gripping the heavy machete tightly. Pan Simin, summoning her courage, closed her eyes and swung the blade at the zombie, mimicking Xiaoyuqi. However, due to her inadequate distance judgment, she merely grazed the zombie's arm with the tip of the knife. The machete in her hand was swiftly knocked away by the zombie's powerful arms. Pan Simin attempted to use light escape for self-preservation, but the devilish whisper of Zhang Yang echoed in her mind. If she failed to kill the zombie, her ability would be used against her. Chapter 31. Encountering the mutated cat again. A shiver coursed through Pan Simin as she fought against the impulse to utilize her powers. Fleeing continuously, she had already begun to tire, yet the relentless zombie pursued her without respite. This mindless, repulsive creature seemed to possess an inexhaustible energy, capable of endlessly repeating its chase. Pan Simin's speed gradually diminished until, after a considerable time, she was finally caught by the zombie. Xiaoyuqi observed calmly and patiently, treating the scene as a brief respite amid her busy days. Under the influence of the pollution affinity, the zombies appeared to find Xiaoyuqi's flesh less appetizing, fixating instead on pursuing and biting Pan Simin. With a foul stench emanating from its gaping maw, the zombie lunged towards Pan Simin, who, exhausted and clutching her head, screamed as she awaited the arrival of death. Just as the creature's sharp teeth were about to sink into her, it suddenly froze, as though ensnared by an immobilizing spell. Even in that harrowing moment, Pan Simin refrained from using light escape. Clearly, in her eyes, Zhang Yang was far more terrifying than the zombie. Perhaps she was simply paralyzed by fear. Go closer and see it clearly, Xiaoyuqi urged, pointing at the motionless zombie. Pan Simin, unable to defy Xiaoyuqi's command, trembled as she approached the creature. The zombie, sensing the proximity of a living being, emitted low, excited groans tinged with helplessness. The repulsive, pus-filled body of the zombie made Pan Simin feel as if insects were crawling all over her. Unable to contain herself any longer, she bent over and expelled the contents of her stomach, indistinguishable between her mouth and nose. You think you can mix with us looking like that? Keep watching and identify its weaknesses, Xiaoyuqi said, disregarding Pan Simin's retching. Pan Simin, too intimidated to argue, forced herself to observe the zombie closely. I am quite pleased with you. Now pick up a knife and slay it, Xiaoyuqi instructed. This time, with determination, Pan Simin wielded the knife and decisively severed the head of the still zombie, her face lighting up with exhilaration. She had never imagined that she would have the opportunity to step out of the building, let alone kill a zombie. However, she failed to notice the fleeting expression of pain that crossed Xiaoyuqi's face at the moment the blade fell. Xiaoyuqi's consciousness was linked to the zombie, allowing her to glean information from it. While the zombie felt no pain upon losing its head, Xiaoyuqi, as a human, did. Though it was merely a flicker of discomfort, she couldn't help but frown. This one doesn't count. Immediately go and kill another. This time, if you get bitten, I will not intervene, Xiaoyuqi coldly commanded Pan Simin. Complying with the order, Pan Simin brandished her knife and sought out another zombie. overcoming her fear. Her movements were now swift and decisive. With a few deft strikes, she brought the creature down. Having fulfilled Zhang Yang's instructions, Xiaoyuqi paid no further attention to Pan Simin and, armed with a machete, joined the effort to eliminate the zombies. As dusk descended, Zhang Yang and the two women had cleared a total of 15 buildings and 2 shops that day. During their ordeal, Zhang Yang largely chose to ignore the survivors they encountered, leaving them to fend for themselves. A few survivors attempted to seize Zhang Yang's supplies, but were swiftly dealt with by Pan Shiqing. Amidst the desperate pleas of the survivors, Zhang Yang merely scoffed, dismissing them with a curt remark to seek their own salvation by confronting the zombies. After careful consideration, he realized that the resources within his storage space were ample enough to sustain the 5 of them for 5 years. As he strolled along the riverbank with the 3 women, laughter and banter filled the air, allowing the group to relish this rare moment of tranquility after a day of fierce combat. Suddenly, a flash of white light surged towards Pan Shiqing's chest. Zhang Yang, perceiving the danger, leapt forward, shielding her with an embrace. In an instant, the unknown entity was dispatched by Xiaoyuqi's swift strike. A deep gash, 2 fingers in width, appeared on Zhang Yang's back, a sensation both painful and hauntingly familiar. Before him stood the mutated tabby cat that had first emerged during the blood moon. It let out a roar, its meows resonating with a power that surpassed even that of a tiger's growl. Zhang Yang observed that the mutated feline had grown significantly since their last encounter, now surpassing even an adult tiger in size. Had it not been for a misalignment in his body that caused the cat's claws to veer off, Zhang Yang was certain that his spine would have been shattered. The cat's murderous intent had intensified, suggesting it had feasted well on zombies in recent days. Damn it, its speed exceeds mine, and its strength is greater too. In this era, beasts have outmatched humans, Zhang Yang cursed inwardly. Although Pan Shiqing and Xiaoyuqi had never faced such a scenario before, they quickly adapted alongside Zhang Yang, slipping into a combat mindset. The brutal struggles amidst blood and corpses had taught them to remain calm, even in the direst of situations, to seize every fleeting chance of survival. However, Pan Simin's state was far from stable. Trembling, she stood frozen, clutching her cleaver. The first time stepping beyond the threshold, her mental fortitude starkly contrasted with that of the others. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang activated ability resonance, establishing a connection with Pan Shiqing. 5 enchanted needles, ablaze with scorching flames, were propelled in succession towards the mutated cat's right eye. Xiaoyuqi attempted to invoke contamination affinity to briefly immobilize the creature. It felt a sense of helplessness akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. With a series of crystalline explosions echoing from the cat's eye, the beast staggered back, letting out a furious howl that resonated throughout the mountains, sending ripples across the lake's surface. Reeling from the severe blow, the mutated cat hesitated, uncertain of Zhang Yang's next move. It circled cautiously, attempting to draw the group into its familiar rhythm of battle. Zhang Yang, too, felt the toll of his earlier exertion. That singular strike had drained a significant portion of his mental energy. Reluctantly, he led the group to synchronize their movements with the cat's circling. Form a triangle, Zhang Yang commanded, and the group swiftly disengaged from the cat's rhythm, gripping their weapons tightly as they arranged themselves into a triangular formation. They adopted a stance of stillness, preparing for the impending assault of the mutated feline, with the capable Pan Simin positioned at the center. Pan Simin, the cat will target whoever you direct it to. We shall survive. Pan Shiqing, continue to seek the opportunity to strike its right eye. Xiaoyuqi, when the cat does not focus on me, diminish the animosity directed at you 3, allowing the cat to claw at me. Listen closely. Do not fear the scratches, as long as you remain alive. I shall devise a way to revive you. Zhang Yang calmly commanded the battle, though his heart raced with anxiety. Yet, as the pillar of belief for the group, he could only strive to appear as composed and resolute as possible. As long as Zhang Yang stood firm, the collective faith in survival remained unshaken. Chapter 32. One crisis arose. Another followed under the influence of Xiaoyuqi's affinity for pollution. The mutated cat's hostility towards the 3 women steadily diminished. Its murderous gaze fixated upon Zhang Yang, whom it loathed with fervor. With a flash, it executed a strike that could only be perceived as a fleeting shadow, lunging viciously towards Zhang Yang's throat. Aware of the difficulty in evading, Zhang Yang opted against dodging, instead shifting his body to alter the angle of impact. He channeled all his mental energy into searing flames, fiercely aimed at the shadow before him. The sounds of flesh tearing filled the air, shattering the tense silence by the lakeside. Zhang Yang's right chest erupted with 3 crimson gashes, glaringly vivid. The mutated cat's left flank bore a massive gash, deep enough to reveal its dark, writhing innards. Regulating his breath, Zhang Yang endeavored to suppress the pain in his chest to maximize his strength. Meanwhile, the mutated cat circled, seeking an opportune moment to attack. Each time it aimed for Zhang Yang's companions, its intent would uncontrollably redirect towards Zhang Yang. Noticing the cat's hesitation to attack, Zhang Yang casually flicked a sharp air needle, precisely piercing the tip of the cat's nose. While the damage was minimal, the insult was profound. With a howl, the already grievously injured mutated cat no longer hesitated between battle and retreat, lunging fiercely once more towards Zhang Yang's neck. Zhang Yang, undeterred, summoned flames and swung his axe towards the cat's throat. In this clash, both man and beast sustained grave injuries. Zhang Yang's abdomen was violently torn open, threatening to spill his organs, while the mutated cat's neck was slashed, dark blood cascading onto the muddy ground. Sensing its vitality waning, the mutated cat feigned retreat, gradually distancing itself from Zhang Yang and the others. Damn it, finish it off, do not let it escape. Zhang Yang, recognizing the shift in momentum, disregarded the blood filling his mouth and urged the others. The 2 women charged at the mutated cat, while Zhang Yang, despite his waning mental energy, enchanted their weapons with flames. Realizing it could not prevail, the mutated cat leapt into the alley, fleeing the battlefield. Observing that the 2 women could not catch up, Zhang Yang, heedless of his spilling intestines, pursued the mutated cat with great strides. In an instant, the surrounding changes compelled Zhang Yang to halt. As the azure mist surged forth from the lakeside, it swiftly enveloped the onlookers, rendering them unable to discern anything around them. Gather close and remain still, Zhang Yang commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. 3 women instinctively moved towards him, paralyzed by fear. In a moment of utter depletion, the scene served as a poignant reminder of the uncontrollable despair of the apocalypse. Disregarding his exhausted body, Zhang Yang initiated a connection with Pan Simin through his ability, Echo of Anomalies. Subsequently, he activated Light Evasion for everyone except Pan Simin, striving to conceal their presence for as long as possible. He had contemplated alternating between Barrier and Light Evasion to buy time. With 671 points, he could sustain the barrier for 13 hours. However, he understood that the hunters would undoubtedly possess greater patience than their prey. As time relentlessly slipped away, Zhang Yang felt his vitality waning. Yet he persevered, maintaining the effect of Light Evasion, awaiting a potential opportunity. The sounds of a fierce struggle between a cat and a dog pierced through the fog, sending chills down their spines. These familiar sounds, now emanating from 2 monstrous beasts, filled the air with an unsettling tension. Gradually, the thick azure mist receded from the jaws of a massive black dog, resembling a pastoral breed, towering over a human. Its dark eyes were rimmed with a crimson hue, reminiscent of the mutated feline. This aberration had transcended the realm of ordinary dogs, its ebony coat adorned with deep crimson patterns, a clear sign of its formidable enhancement, like a beast from a realm beyond human comprehension. The barrier opened. Zhang Yang, having exhausted his mental energy, switched the barrier. Outside, the gigantic mutated pastoral dog relentlessly pursued the mutated tabby cat. Initially, the cat managed to land several counterattacks, leveraging its speed against the beast. However, as wounds accumulated, it found itself retreating, emitting whimpers of surrender. Unfazed by the cat's plight, the mutated dog continued its rhythmic assault, tearing and battering the tabby mercilessly. At last, with one final, savage bite, the mutated cat collapsed, lifeless. The dog swiftly tore open the cat's skull, revealing a grotesque mixture of black and crimson brain matter. And a poorly formed green crystal tumbled forth. The mutated dog feasted upon the cat's brain, and as it consumed the last remnants, its injuries healed at an astonishing rate, leaving only a few dark scars. Having finished its gruesome meal, the mutated pastoral dog approached Zhang Yang. Here it comes to feast upon our brains. If it comes to that, let us fight. But for now, stay your hands, Zhang Yang instructed, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Gazing at the imposing figure of a mutated black dog standing at a height of 1.60 meters, Zhang Yang felt a surge of trepidation within him, as an ominous premonition settled in his heart that today might be his undoing. Struggling against a mutated cat had already drained him of his strength. The prospect of contending with a mutated dog that toyed with the cat was, for all intents and purposes, utterly implausible. Moreover, the group was presently in a state of exhaustion, their combat prowess severely diminished. The mutated dog approached Zhang Yang, halting 5 paces away, and quietly sat before the barrier he had erected, extending its tongue languidly. "Is it attempting to trap us?" Zhang Yang muttered in disbelief. It seemed to be reveling in its prowess. Xie Yuqi activated her contamination affinity, sensing no hostility emanating from the mutated dog, and tentatively remarked, "Are you certain? Are you sure?" Zhang Yang inquired cautiously. "After activating contamination affinity, I felt no malice from it," Xie Yuqi replied carefully. "Well, we're dead either way," Zhang Yang resolved, steeling himself to test the waters. If all else failed, he could always erect another barrier. With a decisive gesture, Zhang Yang concluded his barrier, activated his storage space, and threw an entire box of sausages towards the mutated dog. The creature seized the box with its jaws, eagerly chewing and wagging its tail in evident delight. Whether it was due to the delectable sausages or an understanding of Zhang Yang's praise remained uncertain. What a remarkable pastoral dog, Zhang Yang mused, marveling at the creature's benevolence towards humanity even in the apocalypse. Though he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret at having discarded such a large quantity of sausages. "Go play over there," Zhang Yang signaled to the mutated dog, tossing the box of sausages further away. Chapter 33. The unspoken understanding of Pan Shiqing. The mutated dog wagged its tail in response before dashing towards the sausages, disappearing into the night. Zhang Yang activated his storage space to collect the corpse of the mutated cat and the peculiar stone, swiftly retreating from the lakeside and making his way home. He had no desire to linger by the lake any longer. Each additional second spent outdoors heightened the probability of encountering unforeseen dangers. Zhang Yang yearned solely for a safe return home to recuperate and heal. He had contemplated the possibility of initiating a meditation space, with a few companions within the barrier to restore their combat capabilities and make a final stand. However, he gradually recognized the significance of holding his cards close to his chest. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not reveal his recovery abilities to anyone, for fear of becoming the subject of scrutiny and targeting. On another note, the cost of 240 points for 2 hours of barrier activation still felt exorbitant to Zhang Yang at this stage. Spending points seemed as effortless as cascading mountains, while earning them was akin to extracting threads from silk. The 3 women assisted Zhang Yang as he returned home. "Shiqing, come with me. The rest of you may return," Zhang Yang articulated with effort. Had he not been hindered in his movements, he would have gladly invited all 4 into the meditation space. Yet, in his current state, he yearned for a deeper understanding of meditation space from Pan Shiqing, hoping it would aid in his recovery. For Zhang Yang at this moment, the splendor of being surrounded by 3,000 beauties was a distant thought. Yet there exists one individual who truly comprehends oneself, remaining steadfast even in moments of profound despair and affliction, which is indeed a rarity. Zhang Yang lay paralyzed on the floor of his bedroom, devoid of the strength to even crawl onto the bed. Blood flowed from his abdomen and chest, staining the floor with a vivid crimson, a hue so striking that it mirrored the moonlight, casting a red glow throughout the room. The overwhelming sensation of fatigue from excessive blood loss and the excruciating pain intertwined within him, rendering his consciousness complex and peculiar. Pan Shiqing gazed at Zhang Yang with a heart full of compassion and guilt, acutely aware that his injuries were incurred on his own behalf. She felt an urgent need to take action. In a moment reminiscent of a blood-red moon, she witnessed Zhang Yang's formidable regenerative abilities amid her helplessness. She could only attempt to guide him into the meditation space, as one might navigate the eerily beautiful night. It was her hope that the capabilities of this meditation space could heal not only superficial wounds, but also mend deeper injuries. She did not seek to revive the dead. Rather, she wished for flesh and blood to grow anew upon shattered bones. As Zhang Yang succumbed to the influence of the meditation space, an unprecedented itch enveloped every wound, compelling him to contemplate leaping from the 6th floor. This itch, a sensation so foreign, made him nostalgically yearn for the pain he had just experienced. He fought against the impulse towards self-destruction, focusing instead on the presence and companionship of Pan Shiqing. Pan Shiqing, witnessing Zhang Yang's gradual recovery, wished to express something, be it an apology, gratitude, or a simple greeting. Yet, she found herself rendered speechless, unable to articulate a single word. Uncertainty loomed over her regarding the healing of Zhang Yang's wounds, and when that might occur. She could only stifle her tears and await in silence. Her gaze remained fixed on Zhang Yang as he repeatedly regenerated the flesh of his wounds, her eyes a mixture of joy and astonishment. Before the apocalypse, she had never witnessed anyone resurrect from the devastation of a ruptured abdomen. In the dire medical conditions of the post-apocalyptic world, she could scarcely fathom such occurrences. Pan Shirqing's meditation value stood at 37, rising to 67 as her diligence elevated her mental fortitude. It eventually reached 68. Zhang Yang, indifferent to the system's incessant notifications, felt an unrelenting itch emanating from within his wounds, compelling him to suppress the urge to lash out at anything nearby. On the 15th day of the apocalypse, Zhang Yang spent the night in restless wakefulness, the system's meditation broadcasts echoing continuously. Aside from Aunt Lu, who slept soundly, Xie Yuqi and Pan Simin also remained vigilant in the bedroom throughout the night. Their sleep was elusive, fueled by concern for Zhang Yang and their own fates. Despite their newfound abilities, they held immense expectations and admiration for Zhang Yang, fully aware that without him, their survival would likely extend only a little beyond that of ordinary individuals, ultimately falling prey to zombies or mutated beasts, a fate that loomed ominously over them. They gazed upon Zhang Yang's body, devoid of any healthy flesh, and his pallid cheeks, feeling an immense sense of unease. As if something once possessed had been cruelly snatched away. They could scarcely fathom how a human, torn asunder in two vital areas, could possibly endure in this apocalyptic world. Thus, they dared not succumb to slumber, clinging instead to a thread of hope while they awaited Zhang Yang's prognosis, as well as the fate that lay in store for themselves. Who among you can drive? Zhang Yang emerged from the room, his eyes still heavy with sleep. The two women beheld him, unscathed, stepping forth from the confines of the room, momentarily bewildered as to whether the harrowing trials of the previous day had merely been a figment of their imagination. Everything felt utterly surreal, rendering it exceedingly difficult to reconcile the intact Zhang Yang of the present with the grievously wounded Zhang Yang of yesterday. I can, Pan Simin quickly replied, regaining her composure. Do you know how to drive an off-road vehicle? I see a tank 500 about 200 meters away from us, Zhang Yang confirmed slowly. I can't drive a tank. Pan Simin apprehensively responded. Simin, I meant an off-road vehicle named Tank. Are you trying to get yourself into trouble again? Zhang Yang teased, a hint of playful menace in his tone. I will drive whatever you ask me to drive. I will follow your instructions to the letter, Pan Simin hastily assured him. Although the internet and communication signals had faltered, for reasons unknown, the navigation system remained operational. Take a good look at the route to Wonking City. It's along the riverside path, not the highway. If all goes well, we shall embark today. Please gather your belongings promptly, Zhang Yang instructed, tossing a navigation device to Pan Simin. Despite his long-standing desire to leave the insular Ping'an County, the reality of departure filled him with a profound sense of reluctance. Zhang Yang returned to his floor, wandering aimlessly, lost in thought. He had resided in a rented room in Ping'an County for a full 6 years. Each day began with him engrossed in streaming content and playing computer games. When funds ran low, he would work for 2 or 3 months as an internet administrator to earn a modest wage. This would suffice for another 6 months of living expenses, allowing him to maintain a life where he could eat to his fill while ensuring his family did not go hungry. Though many looked down upon Zhang Yang's lifestyle, he found solace in his simple existence. After all, everything had become exceedingly competitive, and he still recalled the news of a 20-something female employee collapsing at work. A stark reminder to cherish each day of health and happiness as a small victory. His solitary affliction in the pre-apocalyptic world might have been the occasional pang of loneliness, coupled with the helplessness he felt when witnessing Xie Yuqi pass by. Chapter 34. The Green Crystal. Had it not been for the sudden onset of the apocalypse, Zhang Yang might have willingly continued this way of life for many more years. It's time to leave, my brother. Let me take you with me. Zhang Yang lit a cigarette and casually tucked away his computer, which housed over a dozen exquisite films, into the storage space. After wandering for a week, he glanced at the photo on his bedside table before turning to leave. Almost instinctively, he returned swiftly to stow the photograph in the storage space. The woman in the picture donned her graduation robe, her fingers intertwined with Zhang Yang's, clearly indicating a deep bond between them. This act of safeguarding the photo reveals that, despite 5 years of societal trials, Zhang Yang still harbors a sense of nostalgia and reluctance towards the woman captured in the image. He ignited a cigarette and ambled upstairs. Observing the 4 individuals bustling about with their belongings, Zhang Yang retrieved a green crystal from his pocket, idly toying with it in his hand. The crystal, reminiscent of pre-apocalyptic quartz, possessed an irregular and unappealing shape, akin to a stone lodged within a patient's body. Zhang Yang could not ascertain the purpose of this emerald-sized gem. He merely continued to fidget with it. Is this merely an ordinary stone? After all, defeating monsters does not yield treasures, he mused to himself. Feeling the subtle chill emanating from the green crystal in the summer heat was akin to grasping an ice cube. When Pan Shiqing and Pan Simin approached Zhang Yang, they abruptly halted, their eyes fixated on the crystal as if it were the sole object of their existence. Suddenly, both women lunged toward the crystal uncontrollably, with Pan Shiqing noticeably quicker than Pan Simin. In a flash, Pan Shiqing seized the crystal and unhesitatingly swallowed it whole. What are you doing? Why did you eat the stone? Zhang Yang inquired anxiously, not intervening in the scuffle for the crystal. However, witnessing Pan Shiqing consume the gem left him somewhat taken aback. I don't know. I just felt an overwhelming urge to absorb it upon seeing it, she confessed, momentarily dazed by her own peculiar action. Do you also wish to absorb it? Zhang Yang queried curiously, directing his question toward Pan Simin. Yes. I felt an uncontrollable desire to snatch it away and harness its energy, Pan Simin blurted out. And you? How do you feel? Are you experiencing the same? Zhang Yang turned to Xieyuqi. I don't want to. I don't feel anything, not even a desire to glance at the stone, Xieyuqi replied, seemingly out of sync with the others, offering an unnecessary explanation. Pan Shiqing and Pan Simin displayed an intense yearning for the green stone, while Zhang Yang and Xieyuqi felt indifferent towards it. Zhang Yang found it challenging to discern any underlying pattern. After consuming the stone, do you feel any different? He asked Pan Shiqing. I feel nothing. It's as if the stone didn't merely enter my stomach, but transformed into a liquid or gas and flowed inside me. She replied. It bore a resemblance to the sensation of sipping fruit juice or inhaling the essence of mint, Pan Shiqing exclaimed. Is there a flavor or aroma? Zhang Yang, unsatisfied with her description, pressed further. It's hard to articulate. It seems to lack a distinct taste or scent. It's merely a bit refreshing, Pan Shiqing replied. As the group tidied their belongings, they descended to the ground floor, making their way toward the SUV as noon approached. Despite the convenience of Zhang Yang's storage space, each individual carried their own suitcase to avoid making Zhang Yang feel like a mere tool. Zhang Yang occupied the front passenger seat, while the SUV steadily made its way to a distant gas station, unaffected by the gasoline ignited by Zhang Yang. Surrounding the gas station were a sparse assortment of 7 ordinary zombies, 3 speed-type zombies, and 1 strength-type zombie. Go deal with that clawed zombie, Zhang Yang instructed. Handing a machete to Pan Simin, he seized every opportunity to elevate the team's potential, aspiring for the women accompanying him to be capable of individually dispatching speed-type zombies and collectively confronting the strength-type zombie. Having transformed from her previous timidity following the battle against mutated cats, Pan Simin methodically planned her tactics as she stepped down from the vehicle. As she approached within 50 meters of the speed-type zombie, it caught the scent of her presence and charged towards her with fervor. Pan Simin stood her ground, raising the machete with unwavering focus, her gaze fixed on the swiftly approaching creature. Just as the speed-type zombie closed the distance, it suddenly missed its target, halting in place as Pan Simin inexplicably vanished from its radar. In less than 3 seconds, she reappeared within the group's line of sight, delivering a decisive strike to the neck of the speed-type zombie. The already frail creature fell to the ground, bewildered. With an insatiable thirst for action, Pan Simin advanced towards 2 additional speed-type zombies, executing her moves in a seamless display of agility. Huh, you're nothing but a mere machine, she taunted. Her gaming spirit ignited as she berated the speed-type zombies. Having previously slain only 2 ordinary zombies, she astonishingly felled 3 speed-type zombies in quick succession, earning the admiration of her companions. While the light escape ability initially appeared to be a futile, ostrich-like power, Pan Simin's thoughtful application and development revealed its effectiveness against the unwitting speed-type zombies, who lacked the intelligence to defend against it. The same would likely hold true for other creatures unfamiliar with the effects of light escape. As the group disembarked, Pan Shurqing unleashed 5 air arrows into the eye sockets of the strength-type zombie, which collapsed in response. She sensed that her arrows had become noticeably harder and sharper than before. However, Pan Shurqing found herself unable to trace the reasons behind the current circumstances, as an overwhelming number of events had transpired recently. The group effortlessly dispatched the scattered zombies, while Xieyuqi continuously gathered gasoline into the storage space, using this spatial token. The off-road vehicle glided smoothly along the riverbank, with Pan Shurqing and Xieyuqi taking turns to remain vigilant. Zhang Yang squinted slightly, absorbing the chaos and decay surrounding them. Once a picturesque lakeside park, it had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. The river, tainted a sinister shade of red, mingled with the stench of death permeating the air. On the desolate ground, the only sounds were those of the vehicle's movement and the occasional hoarse wails of the undead. Zombies prowled the riverbank, hunting the mice that dared to escape. Their elongated claws and diminutive bodies indicated a worrying evolution towards a speedier form of zombie. The streets, once teeming with stray cats and dogs, now bore no trace of life. It remained uncertain whether they had fallen victim to the zombies or sought refuge elsewhere. The trees stood bare, the once chirping birds vanished since the outbreak of the zombie crisis. It appeared as though, in the wake of the epidemic, only zombies, humans, and mutated beasts remained in the world. Chapter 35. The Da Vinci of zombie slaying. Could it be that creatures unable to undergo mutation would perish and subsequently be consumed by the zombies? Zhang Yang attempted to rationalize the phenomena with a scientific explanation in his mind. Yet, seeking logic and reason in a world that defied both seemed rather absurd. Throughout their journey, aside from a few speed-type zombies that attempted to claw at their vehicle, only to be swiftly dealt with by Pan Shurqing and Pan Simin running over a zombie and entangling its body in the wheels, they encountered little disturbance. The drive from Ping'an County to the borders of Wanqing City would take just over 3 hours via the highway, and a little more than 5 hours along back roads. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang planned to spend the night in a nearby house before proceeding. On one hand, he had developed a considerable aversion to nighttime excursions. On the other, entering Wanqing City did not signify the end of their journey. No one could ascertain when they might find a gathering place for survivors, nor could they confirm the existence of such a refuge. As the sun slowly descended in the west, the off-road vehicle arrived beside a suburban villa. There were no signs of zombie activity in the vicinity, suggesting that few had frequented this place before the apocalypse. Upon breaking down the door, Zhang Yang and his companions stepped into the grand hall. The interior was spacious, devoid of overly elaborate decorations. It contained only essential furnishings, each evidently of considerable value. Adorning the walls were several oil paintings, incomprehensible to Zhang Yang, alongside exquisite artifacts crafted from pure gold. Wow, a villa! I've only seen such places on television, Pan Shurqing exclaimed without reservation. Though Pan Shurqing was undeniably beautiful, she was merely a child from an ordinary family, unaccustomed to the sight of such opulence. Excitedly pulling Pan Simin along, they meandered aimlessly, occasionally taking a seat on chairs or fondling a pure gold talisman. Within Pan Shurqing's actions, there was no trace of restraint or concern about damaging anything. Roaming freely in any direction was perhaps one of the few advantages of this post-apocalyptic world. Xieyuqi sat calmly on a golden pear-wood sofa, exuding an air of familiarity with the villa. Zhang Yang, too, found rare moments of relaxation, leaning back beside Xieyuqi on the sofa. Aunt Lu, however, appeared restless in the expansive room. "We have distinguished guests. I have finally encountered living beings," a warm voice resonated from the corridor. A middle-aged man in a bathrobe approached, holding a glass of red wine, making his way toward Zhang Yang and the others. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Pan Shurqing demanded, brandishing a machete at the middle-aged man before he could respond. "Beautiful lady, please don't be impulsive. My name is Zhuang Weizhong. I am a good person and a resident here," the man explained with a friendly demeanor, unfazed by Pan Shurqing's assertiveness. Noticing Zhang Yang's nod, Pan Shurqing stepped aside to allow Zhuang Weizhong passage. The man, sensing Zhang Yang's gesture, slowly approached him. Pan Shurqing ascended the stairs to continue her exploration of the villa's rooms. Zhuang Weizhong cast a glance at Pan Shurqing as she ascended, turning to Zhang Yang with a congenial smile. "What is your surname, young man?" he inquired, pouring the red wine into a decanter and unceremoniously taking a seat on a nearby sofa. Despite it being Zhuang Weizhong's home, Xie Yuqi felt as though her personal space had been invaded. Zhang Yang recalled the first time he donned a turtle shell, wielding a watermelon knife against zombies, and imagined himself now surrounded by a group of beautiful women and an ant. His mind drifted to Leonardo, the leader of the Ninja Turtles, who wielded dual swords. "Let us not mention names. Just call me Leonardo," he thought to himself, avoiding eye contact with Zhuang Weizhong and instead admiring Xie Yuqi's fragrant hair. "Oh, my brother is quite the connoisseur. I, too, am a great admirer of Leonardo. How do you find my rendition of The Last Supper in the corridor?" "I spent a fortune on it," Zhuang Weizhong flattered. "What supper?" "The Leonardo I speak of is a turtle. Didn't you have a childhood?" Zhang Yang retorted, casting a glance at the middle-aged man, exasperated. "Brother Wang, welcome to my home." Zhuang Weizhong, sensing the conversation was challenging, adapted quickly, subtly asserting his claim. "I am not a guest. I have reclaimed this place." "Do you understand reclaim?" Zhang Yang replied impatiently. Despite Zhuang Weizhong's persistent attempts to convey goodwill, Zhang Yang maintained an air of dominance. Undeniably, Zhuang Weizhong was the first relatively normal man Zhang Yang had encountered in this post-apocalyptic landscape. Unlike others who resort to violence at the first opportunity, Wang Gu, you are free to indulge in your preferences. The supplies here are sufficient for one person to last a year. For our group of 6, it would sustain us for 2 months, Zhuang Weizhong remarked in agreement. "What was your profession before? Do you live here alone?" Zhang Yang inquired. "Da Vinci, I used to run a factory. When the zombie outbreak occurred, I happened to be at this villa. Initially, my girlfriend lived here as well, but after she transformed into a zombie, I had to eliminate her. Since then, I have lived alone until your arrival," Zhuang Weizhong said with a look of regret. "You may continue residing in your original room. However, should you exhibit any peculiar behavior, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Do you understand?" Zhang Yang said coldly. "Da Vinci, I understand," Zhuang Weizhong replied with a servile expression. In this apocalyptic world, survivors are scarce, and aside from the madmen who resort to violence, Zhang Yang prefers not to kill indiscriminately. After dinner, Zhang Yang and the others retreated to their bedrooms on the 2nd floor to rest, while Zhuang Weizhong opted to sleep alone on the 3rd floor of the villa. The red moon? Zhang Yang absent-mindedly glanced up and once again beheld the crimson orb igniting the sky. However, perhaps due to the absence of zombies nearby, he did not experience the usual excruciating headache. Zhang Yang pondered whether the red moon only inflicted such pain once, and he proceeded to awaken everyone to gather on the artificial grass below. The eerie luminescence of the red moon cast a deep crimson hue over all the people and scenery surrounding Zhang Yang. "Does anyone feel anything unusual?" Zhang Yang asked the 4 individuals before him. They looked at him in confusion, shaking their heads. "Have you felt unusually fatigued or faint today?" Zhang Yang pressed further. "After a day of driving, I do feel a bit drowsy," Pan Simin replied quietly. The others shook their heads once more. Upon returning to the living room, Zhang Yang accompanied Pan Shiqing, vigilantly observing the others for 3 hours to determine if they were at risk of becoming zombies under the influence of the red moon. Other than the occasional soft yawn, they exhibited no further reactions. Just as Zhang Yang was about to call everyone back to their rooms for rest, a sudden scream erupted from Aunt Lu. Chapter 36, the 2nd round of the red moon. I just saw Zhang Yang's hand obliterated by something, with only the palm still writhing. As everyone turned to her, Aunt Lu patted her unevenly breathing chest and explained, "Aunt Lu, I am perfectly fine, truly. Everyone should return to rest. We have a long journey ahead tomorrow." Zhang Yang reassured her, patting her shoulder and addressing the group. He then returned to his room. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Xie Yuqi had once again donned a new set of sleepwear, consistently creating an endless sense of novelty. Zhang Yang activated the meditation space to restore his mental energy. Master's meditation value stands at 62. After a prolonged period of introspection, Zhang Yang felt his mental and physical strength gradually rejuvenating, accompanied by the system's announcement. "Who dares to show themselves?" Zhang Yang had just completed a round of meditation when he vaguely sensed a figure lurking by the door. Without taking a moment to tidy his attire, he grasped his axe and swiftly flung open the door to investigate. Pang Shiqing, clad in a cow-patterned nightgown, looked up at Zhang Yang with a pitiful expression, saying, "I'm scared sleeping alone in such a large villa. Can you come into my room?" "Shiqing, you and your sister should share a room. We have a long journey ahead tomorrow," And you must not tire yourselves, Zhang Yang replied gently, brushing her off. Oh, then make sure Xie Yuqi doesn't tire herself out, Pang Shiqing said, somewhat disappointed, as she turned toward Pang Ximin's room. Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and annoyance at Pang Shiqing's sarcastic remarks about Xie Yuqi. After the tumult settled, Zhang Yang lay down on the grand bed and drifted into a deep slumber, awaiting the journey that lay ahead. Don't hit him anymore. I'll listen to you. Xie Yuqi's heart-wrenching cries pierced through Zhang Yang's dreams. He felt a sharp, fiery pain on his face and a dizzying sensation swirling in his head. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Xie Yuqi reaching for his clothing while he himself was being viciously pinned down by Zhuang Weizhong. Bathed in the deep crimson moonlight, Zhang Yang discerned a cold, black 54 pistol aimed directly at his temple. You slow girl, I've changed my mind. Now toss the knife over here. Let me have a good look at you. Zhuang Weizhong boasted, before delivering a fierce kick to Zhang Yang's chest with his blade-equipped boot. Upon witnessing Zhang Yang being struck again, Xie Yuqi, in tears, slowly let the machete slip from her hands onto the floor. You treacherous woman. So this is how obedient you can be for this man? You think you can reclaim anything here? How dare a poor wretch like you enter my villa? It makes me sick. Do you know how my wife met her end? She didn't turn into a zombie. She was tortured to death by me day by day. I beat her every day, and she pretended to be mentally unstable, even attempting to steal my gun. Haha, I threw her down the stairs. Let us see how she could kill me then. Your woman isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. Do you understand? Do you comprehend now? Even in the apocalypse, a pauper like you cannot contend with me. Do you understand? Damn it. Seeing Xie Yuqi approach slowly, Zhuang Weizhong's demeanor shifted from amiable to one filled with hatred and madness. As he continued to trample on Zhang Yang, while raving incessantly, a gunshot suddenly shattered the eerie silence of the blood moon. As Zhang Yang thrust his finger into the barrel of the pistol, the immense recoil of the 54 pistol shattered his fingers. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, Zhang Yang persevered against Zhuang Weizhong's relentless kicks to his abdomen. With a fierce grip, Zhang Yang seized the pistol from Zhuang Weizhong's hand, swiftly bringing him crashing to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yang opened his mouth and bit down hard on Zhuang Weizhong's neck, venting his pent-up hatred and fury. Xie Yuqi, abandoning her approach towards Zhuang Weizhong, quickly unleashed her ability, Pollution Affinity, striking at Zhuang Weizhong's consciousness. The intermingled agony caused Zhuang Weizhong to scream and tremble uncontrollably, soon succumbing to silence. Even as he lost consciousness, Zhuang Weizhong could not comprehend why Zhang Yang would choose to cripple himself rather than allow Xie Yuqi to prevail. Isolated within the villa, Zhuang Weizhong was oblivious to the existence of supernatural beings, unaware of Zhang Yang's formidable strength, and remained ignorant of the events that had just unfolded. Startled by the gunfire, Pan Shiqing and others rushed to Xie Yuqi's room. Pan Shiqing glared with palpable animosity at Xie Yuqi, demanding to know what had transpired within the room. I don't wish to discuss this further today. You three, drag this dead dog out and bind him, she instructed. Observing the tension between Pan Shiqing and Xie Yuqi, which seemed poised to erupt into conflict, Zhang Yang felt a mix of emotion and resignation as he conveyed his thoughts. Within the room, only Xie Yuqi and Zhang Yang remained. Dressed lightly, Xie Yuqi sat on the floor beside Zhang Yang, who was covered in wounds. Both silent for an extended period. I don't want others to bully me. Only you can bully me. You must not allow anyone else to bully me, Xie Yuqi lamented, her tense nerves eventually giving way as she wept, her sincerity pouring forth through her tears. Isn't it better not to be bullied? Does being bullied bring you joy? Zhang Yang observed Xie Yuqi's pitiful state. Ignoring his own pain, he jested, while others must not bully me. If you were to do so, I might let it slide. Xie Yuqi, regaining her composure, responded with a flicker of mischief in her eyes. That dead man thinks he can target me. Does he even deserve it? I promise you. No one will bully you, Zhang Yang assured her solemnly, gazing into Xie Yuqi's tear-streaked face. Xie Yuqi fell silent, cherishing the moment shared solely between her and Zhang Yang. Free from any disturbances, a moment reminiscent of their first encounter. At this very moment, it mirrored the past. In the same battle against the tyrant, before meeting Zhang Yang, Xie Yuqi had chosen to observe from the sidelines. After encountering Zhang Yang, she resolved to protect him at all costs, even with her limited abilities. There was an indescribable aura about Zhang Yang that inspired trust and reliability with remarkable ease. Injured, Zhang Yang entered a meditation space. Xie Yuqi's meditation value reached 74, as her diligent practice enhanced her mental fortitude. As the music resonated within the room, the system reminded Zhang Yang of the day, the 16th day of the apocalypse. The red moon had set, and the sun's rays illuminated Xie Yuqi's fair skin. Zhang Yang picked up the 54 caliber pistol from the ground, counting the remaining 5 bullets within it. With a casual motion, he stowed the handgun into his dimensional space, then proceeded to the 3rd floor. Following the instinctual tug of his intuition. Chapter 37. The self-healer Zhang Yang conducted a meticulous search, which astonishingly led him to uncover a cache of wartime gear within Zhuang Weizhong's bedroom. Among the findings were 10 walkie-talkies, each with an effective range of 20 kilometers, 5 pairs of tactical combat boots in varying sizes, and a single soldier's bulletproof vest. This person is not merely affluent, Zhang Yang remarked in disbelief. While a wealthy individual might manage to acquire an old-style Type 54 pistol, possessing a personal bulletproof vest is a rarity among the elite. He gathered all the equipment into his dimensional space and descended to the 1st floor. Here, I shall safeguard this for you. It's a Type 54 pistol, and it still contains 5 rounds. He approached Xie Yuqi, intentionally ignoring Zhuang Weizhong, who lay bound at his feet like a lifeless dog. He placed the pistol firmly into her hands. As Xie Yuqi felt the envious gazes of those around her, an unnameable thrill ignited within her. Zhang Yang's act of personally handing her a ranged weapon served as the highest form of acknowledgement and trust. She mused, her self-assured demeanor momentarily faltering, overwhelmed by a torrent of unsaid words. Ultimately, she could only choke out a single syllable. In less than half a day, Zhang Yang had brought her to tears multiple times. She had longed for his recognition, and today, that desire had finally been fulfilled. Aunt Lu, how did you know my hand might be blown off? Zhang Yang asked as he approached her, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. I'm not sure. Yesterday, I felt as if I were witnessing a vivid scene, Aunt Lu recollected. Did you hear any strange sounds or unusual phrases? Zhang Yang prompted. Yes. I heard a cacophony of noises. I couldn't comprehend most of it, but one word stood out distinctly. Disaster. It resonated clearly, almost echoing within my mind. Aunt Lu responded slowly. Can you see any images now? Zhang Yang pressed further. None. The images from yesterday appeared abruptly. All I have left in my mind is the memory of the crimson moon from last night, Aunt Lu stated earnestly. After hearing her account, Zhang Yang surmised that her ability resembled a form of danger foresight, a passive skill that could not be actively utilized, potentially due to insufficient mental acuity. He could only hope to avert future risks based on her prophetic insights. Zhang Yang walked toward Zhuang Weizhong with a look of disdain, as if gazing upon a repugnant toad. Zhuang Weizhong, taken aback by Zhang Yang's apparent lack of injuries, was overwhelmed by shock, momentarily forgetting his fear. Without a word, Zhang Yang unleashed a series of kicks upon Zhuang Weizhong with his tactical boots, each thrust imbued with a dagger. With each kick, Zhuang Weizhong emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, pleading for mercy. I grant you a chance at life, and you dare to threaten me? He lamented. Mr. Zhuang, you squander the opportunity one have bestowed upon you. Zhang Yang taunted as he relentlessly battered Zhuang Weizhong. Although Zhang Yang was fully aware from the moment he entered that Zhuang posed no real threat, he was nonetheless taken aback when the latter brandished a handgun. As Zhang Yang continued his assault, he was astonished to observe that Zhuang's wounds miraculously healed, leaving only brown scars behind. Are you an ability user? Zhang Yang paused, intrigued by the revelation. Brother, I have never heard of such ability users. I was wrong about you, Da Vinci. Zhuang Weizhong replied, his voice hoarse with despair. Did you not hear any peculiar sounds? Zhang Yang prompted. Brother, yes. If I tell you, will you spare me? Before Zhuang could complete his desperate bargaining, the air was once again filled with his heart-rending cries. Yesterday, you left me downstairs, and then I heard the words blood in my mind. Please, brother, do not strike me again. I will serve you like a dog. Zhuang Weizhong continued his frantic pleas. Your uncle's dog? Just hearing that makes me furious. Zhang Yang retorted, as Zhuang's words seemed to awaken a surge of anger within him. Zhang Yang proceeded to sever Zhuang's limbs, dragging him behind an all-terrain vehicle. The vehicle ambled along the outskirts, trailing Zhuang Weizhong, whose body left a long, crimson streak on the ground. In this apocalyptic world, what many envied as a remarkable healing ability had now morphed into a dreadful curse. Zhuang's knees, on the verge of being shredded, oscillated between growth and decay, forcing him to endure repeated torment akin to hell. Only when he could no longer muster any spiritual energy did his flesh cease its relentless regeneration, and he succumbed into a deep unconsciousness. Zhang Yang was not averse to allowing others a glimmer of survival, provided it aligned with his own safety and interests. After all, with a 90 infection rate combined with the formidable aggression of zombies, it was likely that fewer than 4 would truly survive. He had no desire to be a savior nor any interest in playing the butcher. Yet, he harbored no intention of leaving any malicious individual unscathed, relishing the thought of their prolonged suffering. With a swift motion, a large bottle of crisp mineral water was poured heavily over Zhuang Weizhong's face, echoing his anguished cries in the back of the vehicle. It was as if Zhang Yang had pressed play on a beloved melody once again. In this desolate era, where such precious resources as bottled water were scarce, Zhang Yang found it to be nothing more than a source of amusement. After 4 kilometers of travel, Zhuang Weizhong had been dragged for an equal distance, his flesh now a blurred mass. To the untrained eye, one could scarcely believe that a living being was tethered to the rear of the vehicle, instead of a discarded large plastic bag. 6 agile zombies were relentlessly pursuing the enticing blood meal before them, trailing behind the off-road vehicle. Due to the slow pace of the vehicle, the agile zombies were unable to be shaken off. Zhang Yang made a decisive choice to sever the rope, allowing the agile zombies to feast upon Zhuang Weizhong. As the rope snapped, Zhuang Weizhong was flung away. The 6 agile zombies, no longer concerned with the vehicle, began to tear into Zhuang Weizhong's flesh, devouring it piece by piece. Xie Yuqi seized the opportunity to control one of the agile zombies, which relentlessly tore at the most sensitive parts of Zhuang Weizhong's body without consuming any flesh. This was the first time since the apocalypse that the group witnessed zombies gnawing on a human without feeling a chill, instead experiencing a sense of satisfaction. As they approached the vicinity of Wanqing City, the group continuously cursed Zhuang Weizhong for his ignorance and foolishness. Despite traversing a perilous path, the atmosphere inside the vehicle remained surprisingly relaxed. With a sudden sharp turn, Pan Simin's maneuver caused the tires to emit a deafening screech, jolting the dozing passengers painfully. "Damn it, did you drive a year for nothing? Stop making reckless turns." Zhang Yang complained in dissatisfaction. "Look to the left, what is that?" Pan Simin, undeterred by the reprimand, urgently alerted Zhang Yang. "What the hell is that?" Zhang Yang exclaimed in shock. Chapter 38. The walking tank at a distance of over 100 meters, a humanoid creature towering at least 2.6 meters was seen swinging its arms as it charged toward Zhang Yang's off-road vehicle. The decomposition of the creature's body made it clear that it was a zombie. Yet this zombie was unlike any Zhang Yang had previously encountered. It moved faster than the agile zombies and exhibited strength far superior to the brute zombies. "A Tier 2 strength zombie?" Zhang Yang muttered, coining a fitting term for the creature before him. He reached for his .54 caliber handgun and aimed at the zombie's eye socket, firing a shot. The combination of the moving vehicle and the swift advance of the Tier 2 strength zombie allowed the bullet to barely strike its arm. The bullet impacted the zombie's arm as if a raindrop had struck a lotus leaf, creating scarcely a ripple. Unyielding, Zhang Yang activated his echo of abilities, connecting with Pan Shiqing, and unleashed 3 fiery air needles into the zombie's eye socket. The Tier 2 strength zombie howled in pain, its penetrating roar sending tremors through the entire suburban area. The zombie's speed in pursuing the off-road vehicle intensified rather than diminished. Zhang Yang could sense the Tier 2 strength zombie's furious gaze fixed upon him. He acutely felt the weight of its anger and scrutiny, as if his mental fortitude was plummeting under the intensity of its stare. If an ordinary person were to meet such a direct gaze, they might very well be terrified to the point of bleeding from every orifice. The second-tier zombies are not merely enhanced in physical strength. Their visual acuity and mental fortitude have clearly undergone tremendous augmentation. The distinction between these 2 types of zombies is so pronounced that mere code names cannot encapsulate their essence. A second-tier strength-type zombie is evidently capable of rivaling 100 first-tier strength-type zombies. "Forget about it, speed up," Zhang Yang, aware of his disadvantage, called out to Pan Simin. The off-road vehicle engaged in a relentless chase with the zombies for a full half-hour before barely escaping. Zhang Yang felt an immense relief at his decision to leave Ping'an County. In the face of such formidable zombies, even more powerful ones, his iron door would be nothing more than a flimsy joke. "Stop!" Zhang Yang alerted Pan Simin. he noticed several disordered figures leaping around a house to his left. As they drove closer, they saw 3 speed-type zombies entangled with 7 ordinary zombies, grappling with 5 men. The bodies of 2 men lay sprawled on the ground. The leader of the men, wielding a finely crafted long knife, was retreating in haste. The other 4 men were armed with shovels and machetes, seemingly having conferred on a strategy, yet they were being overwhelmed by the 3 speed-type zombies. The 5 men, in a panic, quickly found themselves cornered against the house. Zhang Yang, armed with a fire axe, descended from the vehicle. After swiftly dispatching the nearest zombies, he struck the axe against the ground, producing a piercing sound that drew the surrounding zombies toward him. The agility conferred by his 5 animal play allowed him to cut through the zombies with ease, requiring not a shred of mental energy. In 8 minutes, he dispatched 3 speed-type zombies and 7 ordinary zombies. The eyes of the 5 trapped men were filled with disbelief and admiration. "Big brother, thank you for saving us. My name is Tang Ming. May I know your esteemed name?" The man with the long knife spoke first. "Just call me Da Vinci," Zhang Yang replied, finding himself increasingly accustomed to this name as a title rather than a true identity. Perhaps it was simply more distinguished to be addressed in such a manner. "Where are you headed, big brother? How can I assist?" Tang Ming eagerly attempted to prove his worth to Zhang Yang. "I am going to Wanning City." "Are you the only 5? Zhang Yang casually lit a cigarette as he spoke. The 5 men exchanged glances at the cigarette in his hand, swallowing hard, and dared not meet his gaze again. "Da Vinci, we came from a gathering place near Wanning City in search of a way out. There were 7 of us when we set out today, but 2 brothers were taken down by the swiftly moving monsters. In the past, the monsters were slow, allowing us to gather supplies while fleeing. We do not know when it began, but numerous formidable creatures have appeared on the ground. Our brethren began to dwindle significantly. Had it not been for the intervention of our elder brother, we might have met our demise here today. If you do not mind, dear brother, please return with me to the gathering place, where I can offer you hospitality. Though our provisions are scarce, it is certainly preferable to residing in the desolate wilderness." Tang Ming sincerely addressed his elder brother, referring to him with heartfelt respect. "Very well, lead the way," Zhang Yang replied. His journey to Wanqing City was initially to gather intelligence about the gathering place, so he had no objections to visiting a smaller settlement first. However, in truth, Zhang Yang held these individuals in disdain. 5 armed men were being pursued by 3 speed-type zombies. Such a predicament was undeniably humiliating. Had they dared to confront the speed-type zombies even once, they would have discovered how alarmingly weak their defenses were. Even Pan Simin, who had just joined their ranks, could single-handedly dispatch 2 speed-type zombies without employing any supernatural abilities. Tang Ming and his companions rummaged through a house, collecting 2 open bags of rice, a bottle of mineral water, and some inconsequential daily necessities, which they loaded onto a van. Subsequently, the 5 of them boarded a van and an off-road vehicle, signaling Zhang Yang to follow. Zhang Yang's vehicle trailed Tang Ming's along a rarely traveled muddy path. Apart from a single speed-type zombie, they encountered no other threats along the way. After approximately 5 kilometers, they arrived at a dilapidated iron gate reminiscent of a suburban factory. The gate stood ajar, and at its entrance sat a white-haired old man wielding a harpoon. The old man, with sparse hair and a diminutive frame, greeted them as Tang Ming's vehicle came to a halt. "Mingzi, have you found anything today?" "Brother, you don't even mention it. It's the same story every day. We found nothing and lost 2 brothers. However, we did bring back a formidable elder brother. He single-handedly vanquished 3 clawed monsters. He's right behind our vehicle," Tang Ming replied, concealing his sincerity in front of the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper's gaze shifted to the robust Tank 500 off-road vehicle behind Tang Ming, sizing up Zhang Yang before casting a greedy and curious glance at the statuesque Xiayuqi. Sensing the unwelcome scrutiny, Xiayuqi returned the old man's gaze with an impassive expression. The gatekeeper felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily lowered his head. Xiayuqi's gaze was one that even the women and men of the factory settlement could not muster. It was a look that regarded others as mere ants, piercing into the very soul. Chapter 39. The small factory settlement. Tang Ming beckoned Zhang Yang to continue following his vehicle. In a casual gesture, Zhang Yang flicked a smoldering cigarette but onto the gatekeeper's head. The old man quickly found himself with a burn mark on his scalp, covering his bald head in silence, too intimidated to utter a sound. Tang Ming led Zhang Yang to a space reminiscent of an office. "Brother Shan, I have returned. Today, I scavenged half a box of water and a bag of rice, but alas, 2 more brothers have perished. He reported to a man in the room who bore the semblance of a minor workplace leader, simultaneously handing a bag of rice to Zhang Yang. I have no need for this. Keep it for yourself, Zhang Yang replied, waving his hand dismissively before Tang Ming could respond. It was not merely that Zhang Yang lacked the necessity for a bag of rice. Even if he were in want, he would be disinclined to consume rice that had been previously opened. In the absence of starvation, Zhang Yang preferred to exercise caution. Moreover, his refusal of the rice silently acknowledged Tang Ming's efforts in foraging for food. One must concede that Tang Ming possessed a remarkable talent for navigating social dynamics. The office was well lit and ventilated. Flanking Brother Shan were 2 women on the tiled floor, heads bowed and hesitant to glance around, continually massaging Shan's legs. Zhang Yang could not discern their faces, only sensing their unkempt state. Minzi, you have worked hard. In the evening, join your brothers in the backyard and take a good rest, Brother Shan remarked, lighting a previously smoked cigarette and tossing a half-consumed one to Tang Ming, signifying his approval. Brother Shan, this is someone I encountered on the road. He goes by Da Vinci. He single-handedly dispatched 7 humanoid monsters and 3 clawed beasts for a mere $1. Saving the lives of 5 of us, Tang Ming introduced between Zhang Yang and Brother Shan. Ah, Da Vinci, my dear fellow, you are truly remarkable. Far more capable than the inept individuals I have on hand, Brother Shan responded, rising to extend his hand towards Zhang Yang. You are too kind, Brother Shan. It is quite a challenge for all of us to survive. Any assistance we can offer each other is welcome, Zhang Yang replied, extending his hand slightly and offering a faint smile. A chair? Zhang Yang inquired, pointing to a chair vacated by Brother Shan's subordinate, perplexed. Are they not your spoils? Brother Shan queried, gesturing towards the women behind Zhang Yang, his expression devoid of malice but tinged with confusion. Brother Shan could hardly fathom a scenario in this apocalyptic world where women were not treated as mere objects. Nor could he imagine that those lacking survival skills deserved a place at the table. They are not objects. They are my enforcers, Zhang Yang stated earnestly. Ha! Da Vinci. You are indeed an artist. Your wit is truly delightful. Brother Shan laughed, signaling his subordinates to bring forth 4 additional chairs. Though he remained skeptical of the notion that women could serve as enforcers, he acquiesced to Zhang Yang's request. Zhang Yang, however, did not contemplate the need to repeatedly explain the significance of the name Da Vinci, viewing it merely as a title. Instead, he pondered whether he should adopt a more comprehensible moniker in the future. Damn it, boss, you are giving him too much face. None of us are worthy to sit at the table, yet he allows the women to take a seat, exclaimed a burly subordinate, suddenly unwilling to indulge Zhang Yang any longer. If you doubt, why not let that brother compete with my woman? If my woman loses, I shall provide you with a box of instant noodles. Should you lose, that man must kneel at the entrance for an entire day. Just as Brother Shan prepared to silence his younger brother with a glance, Zhang Yang had already spoken up. Upon hearing the mention of a box of noodles, the crowd swallowed hard, their eyes gleaming with irrational excitement. Brother Da Vinci, I trust you. It is merely that my younger brother lacks understanding. You can help educate him. If he wins, whether or not I receive noodles is at your discretion. If I lose, my younger brother is yours to dispose of as you wish. Although one must be cautious with fists and feet, should anyone be harmed, I hope for mutual understanding. Brother Shan was uncertain of Zhang Yang's prowess, leaving himself some room as he spoke. That foolish Chun, aside from the old aunt, feel free to choose any of the women behind me. Zhang Yang remarked with interest towards the stout man, evidently pleased with Brother Shan's response. Oh, so Brother Da Vinci means I can have my way with the women? Truly generous of you. I am called Weasel. I hope for your guidance. The weasel grinned lewdly at Zhang Yang. Enough with the nonsense. Choose your target. Zhang Yang, unwilling to engage in further conversation with Weasel, urged him in a low voice. Brother Da Vinci, may I make a request? If I emerge victorious, may I have my way with the woman I choose? Weasel exhibited no fighting spirit, only a lecherous grin. It had been far too long since he had seen such beautiful women. Although the women in the gathering were numerous and of decent quality, prolonged suffering had rendered them pale and emaciated, devoid of vitality. Certainly, you may choose. Zhang Yang chuckled in amusement, wearing a foolish grin directed at Weasel. Confused, Weasel began to survey the 3 women. Xie Yuqi, clad in leather, crossed her legs, barely glancing at Weasel, her expression brimming with disdain. Pan Shirqing fixed a challenging gaze upon Weasel, while Pan Simin appeared somewhat anxious, clenching her delicate fists and reluctant to meet his eyes. Brother Da Vinci, I shall not hold back. I choose the one in leather. She seems more substantial. Weasel, though slightly intimidated by Zhang Yang, showed no restraint towards the women, oblivious to the fact that he was repeatedly stepping into his own minefield. What a fool! Take him down. Zhang Yang tossed a cigarette to Brother Shan and then instructed Xieyuqi. Brother Shan had a younger brother light the cigarette, intrigued by this clash of beauty and beast. Xieyuqi slowly advanced with Weasel to the center stage. Noticing her steady stance, Weasel abandoned his earlier flippancy, adopting a fighting posture and fixating on Xieyuqi. Xieyuqi deliberately placed her hands behind her back, approaching Weasel slowly, disregarding any semblance of fighting technique. The Weasel observed Xieyuqi as she approached slowly, finally sensing a formidable aura emanating from this seasoned warrior. The Weasel felt trapped, with no avenue for retreat, even for the sake of survival within the factory's confines. It had no choice but to brace itself and fight. The Weasel struck first, launching a heavy punch aimed squarely at Xieyuqi's face. Yet, she did not flinch. Instead, she sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick to the Weasel's greasy abdomen. The Weasel felt a tumultuous upheaval in its stomach. Noticing the Weasel retreat, Xieyuqi offered no respite. Another forceful kick landed on the Weasel's sternum. The Weasel struggled to breathe, its world spinning, desperately trying to remain upright. Sensing the dire situation, the Weasel leveraged its weight and lunged towards Xieyuqi, attempting to pin her down and restrict her movements. However, Xieyuqi effortlessly evaded and retaliated with a swift kick to the back of the Weasel's head. Just as the Weasel was about to concede, Xieyuqi discreetly summoned her mental power to disrupt its ability to speak. The Weasel felt as though the neural pathways for speech in its brain were severed by some nameless force. A series of anguished cries echoed through the room as the Weasel writhed in agony, its body convulsing uncontrollably, as if it had just endured the most excruciating torture. Spitting. Fool. Xieyuqi disdainfully expectorated a thick gob of phlegm onto the Weasel's face and leisurely returned to her seat, as if she had merely discarded a bag of viscous refuse. Useless, thrown aside to kneel. Brother Shan endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, signaling to his subordinates. Two middle-aged men dragged the now grotesquely contorted Weasel and awkwardly positioned it into a kneeling stance before discarding it onto the concrete floor. The Weasel soon resembled a heap of mud, clinging to the ground. Brother Da Vinci, your prowess is remarkable. Your men are truly capable, Brother Shan exclaimed with hearty laughter, marveling at the depth of Zhang Yang's team. Brother Shan, why didn't you mention that we had esteemed guests in our factory? I took the liberty of coming myself. A greasy middle-aged man entered the office, accompanied by his subordinates. Old Hu, I merely hadn't the chance to greet you before you arrived. Brother Shan replied jovially to the man referred to as Old Hu. Did I miss some thrilling spectacle? Old Hu inquired, casually distributing cigarettes to Zhang Yang and Brother Shan. In this mundane post-apocalyptic world, devoid of women, conflict and brawls are arguably the only form of excitement left. Oh no, your timing is impeccable. Tonight, we shall revel with Brother Da Vinci until we are inebriated, Brother Shan responded warmly, addressing the two men. Brother Da Vinci, you have no idea how much you have assisted me today. In pursuit of a mere morsel, the number of my companions has dwindled from 43 to a mere 26. If 5 more perish today, we shall inevitably be trapped here, lamented Brother Shan with a hint of sorrow. Furthermore, I am burdened with the responsibility of providing for these women, who contribute nothing but consumption. As he spoke, he flicked the ash from his cigarette with the palm of a woman, who winced in pain yet remained silent, her expression one of numbness. With so many of you, is there truly no way to handle a few zombies? Zhang Yang inquired, voicing his doubts with a nonchalant tone. Oh, Da Vinci, you are unaware. Those creatures possess immense strength and often gather in groups of 10 or 20. It is exceedingly difficult for us to vanquish them, and a single grasp could transform one into a monster, Brother Shan explained, his frown unabashed. Moreover, we have encountered even more formidable foes, clawed beasts and hulking brutes. While we can flee from the latter, facing more than one of the former typically spells doom for my brothers. Old Hu nodded in agreement, affirming Shan's words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang could not help but feel disdain. While it may be understandable to struggle against evolved zombies, Failing to contend with mindless ordinary ones was utterly absurd. Faced with the undead, these individuals seemed solely preoccupied with fleeing or awaiting death, devoid of any inclination to fight back. Zhang Yang found it disheartening that these people, appearing so civilized when gathered, could only engage in infighting and vent their frustrations on the women. Soon, the meager meal was served. Although it was termed a feast, the table bore only 3 bowls of rice, half a bottle of liquor, a small dish of fried peanuts, and a plate of fermented tofu brought by old Hu. It was evident that the two intended to curry favor with Zhang Yang, oblivious to the fact that he had no interest in plain rice and meager side dishes. Observing their pitiful state, he discreetly passed a spatial token to Pan Shiqing, saying, "My dear Shiqing, we ought not impose on their hospitality. Please retrieve the liquor and peanuts from my vehicle to share with everyone." Understanding his intent, Pan Shiqing walked to the car and activated the spatial token. Soon, she returned with 3 bottles of inexpensive liquor and a large bag of peanuts, placing them on the table. The room's occupants were taken aback at the sight of such provisions, staring in astonishment at Zhang Yang, yet they dared not speak. "Do not just stand there. Feel free to take what you desire from the table," Zhang Yang instructed Pan Shiqing and the others. Shortly thereafter, Pan Shiqing and the others unabashedly displayed a feast of delicacies that one could only dream of in this post-apocalyptic world: steak, roast chicken, grilled fish, and a variety of vegetables. Brother Shan and Old Hu gazed in wide-eyed astonishment, too intimidated to approach, resorting instead to stuffing their mouths with rice and peanuts. The other men and women in the room were even more pitiful, unable to raise their gaze to the bounty before them, cautiously inhaling the tantalizing aromas in a desperate attempt to relive fleeting memories of a time before the world fell into chaos. Da Vinci, my dear brother, appears to be living quite well despite the prolonged apocalypse, enjoying a variety of delectable sustenance. Although it seems that Brother Shan is offering praise, it is, in truth, a veiled inquiry. What plans do you have for the future? Zhang Yang did not engage with Brother Shan's words, instead turning to address both him and Brother Hu. "Oh, dear Da Vinci, what plans could we possibly have? In this world, each day survived is a blessing. I possess not a single useful item. The mere sight of those monsters renders my legs weak with fear. Even if I had a plan, how could it ever be realized?" Brother Shan gestured toward the throng of his subordinates. "You see, dear Da Vinci, we are not particularly capable individuals. Before the apocalypse, we were merely laborers, eating and residing within the factory. Now, with monsters lurking everywhere, no one dares to confront them," Brother Hu added. Zhang Yang took a sip of white liquor, remaining silent. "It is indeed a challenging existence. Surviving the clutches of these beasts is no simple feat. Many of our brothers have perished, devoured by monsters in pursuit of a mere meal." Brother Hu took a hearty swig of his drink, tears welling in his eyes. Unlike Brother Shan, who bore a heavy and calculating demeanor, Brother Hu's heart was evidently more tender. Yet, those who manage to carve out a niche in this cannibalistic world must possess their own thoughts and strategies. Zhang Yang observed the somber atmosphere at the table, and under the influence of alcohol, he found himself reflecting on his own desperate ventures into the fray, wielding a watermelon knife against the undead, only to witness them remain standing despite his relentless strikes. A flicker of understanding and sympathy arose within him for the gathering at the small factory. However, Zhang Yang quickly quashed such irrational sentiments. The 2 men capable of commanding a group of formidable men were certainly no innocents. He reminded himself not to be swayed by them. "Dear Da Vinci, with 4 individuals to care for, you must be consuming quite a bit of food each day, correct?" Brother Shan inquired, having set the stage perfectly. "Indeed, Brother Shan, you may not realize that we only appear to be doing well. 5 of us require an excessive amount of food daily, and the pressure weighs heavily upon me." Although Zhang Yang sensed alternative motives behind Brother Shan's words, he chose to follow his lead, curious about the true intentions concealed within his proposal. Chapter 41. Brother Shan's plan. 10 kilometers from here lies a grain transfer station. The only issue is the abundance of zombies. I wonder if dear Da Vinci would consider a bold venture there. If we succeed, it would provide you with enough sustenance for at least half a year, and you would have free reign over the resources here. Brother Shan spoke plainly. Brother Hu hesitated, exchanging glances with Brother Shan as they awaited Zhang Yang's response. "How would we execute this?" Zhang Yang inquired, intrigued. "I will provide manpower and resources. After you procure the grain, a division of 2 for you and 8 for me. What do you say?" Brother Sean proclaimed with an air of generosity. Brother Sean, do you truly have enough men for our esteemed Da Vinci? Brother Hu interjected, eager not to fall behind. I can offer you manpower and resources, 2 for us. 8 for you. How many men can you provide? Zhang Yang inquired. I can muster 30 who are skilled with knives and crowbars, Brother Sean replied. I can provide 20 who are adept with weapons, Brother Hu added in succession. Are they willing to confront zombies? Zhang Yang pressed further. Absolutely. As long as our esteemed Da Vinci is prepared to handle the faster zombies, Brother Sean asserted. The others, my men will take care of. I can assure you the same. My men are also capable of dispatching zombies, Brother Hu chimed in. How many zombies are at the grain transfer station? I haven't studied it, but there are certainly no fewer than 300. To be frank, were it not for your ability to deal with the swift creatures, we would never dare to target the grain transfer station, Brother Sean candidly admitted, shedding his previous cunning demeanor. However, I must point out, your contribution is less than mine. Why should I share 8 parts with you? Brother Sean squinted at Brother Hu. Brother Sean, our esteemed Da Vinci is still here. Perhaps we could split the spoils 4 to 6 after all, Brother Hu conceded. I demand a 40% share. I have a hearty appetite, Zhang Yang declared, taking a sip of his drink and slowly reaching for the steak before him. Very well, esteemed Da Vinci shall receive 40%. And Brother Hu and I will split the remaining 60, provided you are willing to assist, Brother Sean responded, momentarily taken aback, but quickly adapting. You are mistaken. I take 60, and you too shall have 40, Zhang Yang replied, biting into his steak. Fine, whatever you say, esteemed brother. We will take 37%, you take 70. And we shall take 30, Brother Sean answered decisively, locking eyes with Zhang Yang. Brother Hu, confused, was dissatisfied with Brother Shan's response, but ultimately remained silent. Are you going? Zhang Yang asked, returning his gaze to Brother Sean. Esteemed Da Vinci, you jest. With over 100 people in this factory, chaos would ensue the moment I leave. When you return, I shall host a welcome feast for you. Brother Sean cunningly replied. I've had too much to drink and feel a bit weary. Let us leave it at that for now. I will inform you of my decision the day after tomorrow, Zhang Yang said, stretching out and leaning on Xieyuqi. You, take our esteemed Da Vinci to the vacant dormitory in the east, Brother Sean instructed his subordinate. I do not wish for that. I want Tang Ming to escort me, Zhang Yang insisted, sounding almost like a drunken dreamer. Tang Ming, see our esteemed Da Vinci to his destination, Brother Sean commanded with a slight grimace. Understood, Brother Sean. Esteemed Da Vinci, Tang Ming nodded, eager to comply. As the group finished their meal and drink, twilight began to settle. Pan Shiqing and Xieyuqi supported Zhang Yang, kicking aside the lifeless weasel, and followed Tang Ming. Pan Simin and Aunt Lu trailed closely behind. Tang Ming, this place is truly intriguing. You did not mention that there were 2 leaders when you brought me here. Zhang Yang, appearing somewhat inebriated, mumbled indistinctly to Tang Ming. Brother Da Vinci, please temper your anger. Our Brother Shan's words hold considerable weight. During the outbreak of the zombies, Brother Sean gathered a group of comrades, ensuring their survival. When we finished clearing the factory of zombies and prepared to head to the grain storage, Old Hu had already surrounded the supplies with his men. Although Brother Sean initially had a larger following, the casualties from the zombie extermination were significant, and no one was keen to engage in a life-and-death struggle. In truth, the grain in the factory was scarce, barely enough to sustain 600 people for a week. Ultimately, Brother Sean and Old Hu agreed to split the food equally, allowing each to establish their own territory. Initially, both Brother Sean and Old Hu treated their followers well, but gradually, they began to monopolize the supplies, leaving only scraps for the others. Eventually, anyone who sought food had to resort to theft. He spoke of fair distribution, and we foolishly believed his deceit. In the end, it was merely the numbers that deterred any rebellion, Tang Ming sighed, appearing to regret his fateful choice. Later, a crimson moon unexpectedly appeared in the sky. Those who were illuminated by its light transformed into zombies, and our factory's population dwindled by nearly half. Consequently, no one dared to oppose the 2 leaders. For compliance ensured a meager ration of food, while defiance meant certain death. Tang Ming shook his head, seemingly still haunted by the shadow of the red moon. Which instance of the red moon are you referring to? Zhang Yang inquired. The first one, Brother Da Vinci. By the second occurrence, we had hidden away. I haven't heard of anyone becoming a zombie from the moonlight then, Tang Ming replied, enunciating each word carefully. All right, I grasp the situation now. Please return tomorrow. I need you to help me familiarize myself with this place, Zhang Yang stated, tossing Tang Ming a cigarette and a box of instant noodles. After unwrapping a pack of cigarettes and 2 noodle packets, Tang Ming returned the remainder to Zhang Yang. What does this mean? Do you find it insufficient? Zhang Yang asked. Puzzled. Brother Da Vinci, I appreciate your generosity, but I dare only to take this much. I cannot safeguard more, Tang Ming replied cautiously. If you prefer, I can leave these items in your possession. If it seems bothersome, feel free to take them back. After all, resources are precious now, and it is better than giving them to someone else. Tang Ming observed Zhang Yang's expression with care. Enough, we have arrived. You may go back now. And remember to come tomorrow. Zhang Yang gestured for Tang Ming to leave. Once Tang Ming departed, Zhang Yang shed his drunken demeanor, sitting in a chair and fiddling with the green submariner watch he had discovered in the villa. Meanwhile, the others diligently tidied up the room. Zhang Yang's quarters were spacious, with numerous rooms, and the single beds in the dormitory had been replaced with large beds by Brother Shan's men. From this day forth, everyone, including Aunt Lu, will take turns keeping watch at night. I do not wish for another incident like that of Zhuang Weizhong to occur. Zhang Yang addressed the crowd. Although he understood through the exchanges at the table that he was safe until he reclaimed the granary, the incident involving Zhuang Weizhong profoundly made him aware that the apocalypse had warped the hearts of most individuals. Any semblance of luck could potentially lead to tremendous peril. In the dead of night, Xie Yuqi slept soundly beside Zhang Yang, while Pan Shiqing had joined the fray at some point. Pan Simin, on the other hand, had propped a small chair behind the door, engrossed in playing Candy Crush on Pan Shiqing's tablet until the early hours. Who? Zhang Yang, still groggy, heard Pan Simin's sudden exclamation. Chapter 42. Only children make choices struggling to rise. Zhang Yang directed a powerful flashlight toward the entrance. There stood a tall beauty in a flowing white gown, illuminated by the beam. Her demeanor was haughty, shielding her eyes with her arm. The already ethereal fabric of her gown shimmered brilliantly under the harsh light. Despite his attempts to remain composed, Zhang Yang found it increasingly difficult to maintain his calm in the presence of such a striking vision. The scene before him felt as if it had leapt from the screen of a movie, delivering a visceral impact far beyond that of any electronic display. The woman possessed a flawless figure, and even without embellishments of clothing or makeup, her skin appeared pristine and her features immaculate, suggesting a dedication to fitness and self-care. What do you want? Zhang Yang regained his composure, slightly adjusting the flashlight to grant her the space to speak. My name is Liang Xiaoling, old who sent me. The woman in white declared directly, her gaze unwavering. This unflinching stare elicited an uncomfortable sensation within Zhang Yang, akin to the feeling of being looked down upon. Get lost. Tell old who I have no need for women, Zhang Yang retorted impatiently. The beauty before him was undoubtedly to his taste, under the moonlight. Her silhouette in the flowing gown could easily inspire the admiration of many. However, he was acutely aware that accepting Liang Xiaoling would mean aligning himself with old Hu. On his first day in this new place, Zhang Yang had no desire to cultivate enemies or alliances. He simply wished to establish himself as a formidable character not to be trifled with. As for women, he trusted that his arrival in the urban expanse of Wanqing City would yield ample opportunities for romance. Then kill me if you don't want me. Liang Xiaoling, unprotected, knelt directly on the gravel-strewn floor without a hint of hesitation. Why is everyone resorting to this? Zhang Yang recalled the stubborn pleas of Xie Yuqi and Pan Shiqing back in Ping'an County and cursed at Liang Xiaoling. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't leave, I swear I'll end you. Go ahead and kill me. It's far better than being toyed with by a bunch of men or fed to zombies. Liang Xiaoling not only refused to retreat, but also advanced a few steps while still on her knees. Laozi's women are all pure. You are unworthy of being my woman. Zhang Yang mocked. In the apocalypse, expecting a woman to maintain her chastity is as arduous as hoping for a man to exhibit bravery. Yet, Zhang Yang's sole desire was to rid himself of Liang Xiaoling, indifferent to the words he uttered. I am pure. If you doubt it, I can provide proof. I was only captured here by old Hu a couple of days ago. He said I could either be accepted by you or be tossed to men as a plaything or fed to zombies. I have resisted submission all along. I would rather perish at the hands of a capable man like you than be a toy for those who bully the weak with their numbers. Liang Xiaoling ceased her speech, extending her neck in a posture of awaiting judgment. Her voice was melodious, akin to a celestial being singing under the moonlight, yet tinged with a straightforwardness and pride that slightly marred its beauty. She articulated her thoughts eloquently, conveying to Zhang Yang that her fate lay in his hands while simultaneously elevating his stature with reasoned arguments. The intoxication of alcohol stirred within him a desire to impose his will upon the ethereal figure of Liang Xiaoling. However, he restrained his impulses, choosing to disregard her presence on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, Liang Xiaoling remained undeterred, advancing a few steps closer. The wind rendered her skin icy, and the effects of alcohol diminished significantly. Her actions evoked a striking contrast within Zhang Yang, as if the coldest of fairies were engaging in the most frivolous of pursuits. Is this a collection or a confiscation? It seems I have not refused, Zhang Yang pondered internally, just as he prepared to embrace the offerings of fate. A crimson figure burst into his sight at the doorway. Damn, are you sent by Brother Shan? Zhang Yang interjected before the woman could speak. I am Lin Lihong. The master may dispose of me as he pleases. She nodded and approached Zhang Yang. If I do not accept you, Brother Shan will feed you to zombies? Yes, master. Lin Lihong's eyes flickered with surprise, and she nodded in affirmation, draped in a classic red cheongsam that accentuated her curves. Lin Lihong's beauty did not rival that of Liang Xiaoling. Yet, the soft, rounded features of her face exuded a pleasing submissiveness that could delight any man. After introducing herself, she obediently knelt on the ground, awaiting Zhang Yang's decision. Get lost. I don't want either of you. Zhang Yang dismissed them, harboring deep disdain for both Brother Shan and Old Hu, rendering him unlikely to accept any overtures from either. Lin Lihong and Liang Xiaoling appeared oblivious to Zhang Yang's words, steadfast in their resolve. Fearing abandonment as Liang Xiaoling inched closer to Zhang Yang, Lin Lihong boldly rose and mimicked her actions. Zhang Yang found himself torn between the decisions of keeping or sending the two away. Yet, the two individuals continuously tested Zhang Yang's limits, prompting him to think quickly. Regardless of whom he chose to side with, it would be considered an alignment. However, if he were to gather them both, it appeared to negate any notion of allegiance. Confronted with the situation, Zhang Yang rationalized his actions internally. Clearing his throat, he stated, Firstly, I am not that type of person. However, I do not mind having both of you join me. He then activated the meditation space, deciding to transform the two into subjects for rescue. Liang Xiaoling possessed a meditation value of 62, granting the master 125 cultivation points. The master awakened the ability pollution offset, enhancing his mental strength. Lin Lihong had a meditation value of 57, bestowing upon the master 118 cultivation points. The master awakened the ability dynamic vision, also elevating his mental capacity. The system promptly reported Zhang Yang's meditation progress, ignoring the system's announcements. Zhang Yang continued to immerse himself in the sensations of his newly awakened powers before rolling over and returning to slumber. Having completed their meditation, Liang Xiaoling and Lin Lihong felt an immense wave of healing. Their bodies and minds experienced unprecedented comfort. As the fears of the zombie outbreak and the toll of their escape were entirely dissipated, replaced by a tranquil sense of well-being. On the 17th day of the apocalypse, Pan Shiqing and Xie Yuqi expressed their complaints regarding Zhang Yang's sudden decision to relocate them to another room the previous night. Nevertheless, they still procured various food items for the newly joined Liang Xiaoling and Lin Lihong. The two women gazed at the bread and canned salmon before them, overwhelmed by a sense of unreality. It was not until Pan Shiqing half-jokingly placed a meat-filled sandwich into their mouths that they cautiously began to eat. Observing the harmonious scene in the room, Zhang Yang felt reassured that his concerns regarding management were unfounded. In contrast to the harsh external environment and the abundance of resources within their sanctuary, intelligent individuals would refrain from causing trouble. Zhang Yang then delved into his consciousness, exploring the intricacies of pollution offset and dynamic vision. Chapter 43, Just to Survive. Pollution offset provides limited immunity against contamination and mental attacks, with intensity determined by mental strength. Mental attacks? Contamination? I comprehend that contamination refers to the zombie virus. But what exactly constitutes a mental attack? Is it akin to Xie Yuqi's type of assault? Zhang Yang pondered as he sought to uncover his next ability. Dynamic vision, a passive skill that allows the user to slow down rapidly moving objects. The higher the ability level, the greater the extent of slow motion. Upon reaching a certain level, the visual capabilities will be enhanced in various aspects, such as active microscopic vision and active long-distance vision. The dynamic vision ability consumes mental strength while in effect, After grasping the nuances of his powers, Zhang Yang glanced at his cultivation points, which currently stood at 1938. Only 62 more cultivation points are needed to acquire a suitable weapon. Once the weapon is exchanged, one can trade for consumables to enhance strength, defensive gear, or continue to exchange for spatial abilities. With an increasing number of individuals under his command, the necessity to amass resources becomes paramount. If it proves challenging, finding a location to serve as a warehouse is advisable. Zhang Yang contemplated the points in his possession. Listen closely, you two. I do not harbor idlers here. Everyone under my command must possess the ability to slay zombies, he declared with an authoritative tone. Upon hearing the term zombie, both women felt a shiver run down their spines, their expressions shifting to one of tension as they glanced at Zhang Yang. Their previously restored color now replaced by pallor. I will allow you 2 days for recuperation and training. During this period, Xiaoyuqi will willingly impart all the techniques necessary for zombie extermination. You may use these 2 days to carve out a path to survival, or indulge in comfort for a while longer, only to be sent off as fodder for the zombies. Zhang Yang continued in a matter-of-fact tone. Lin Lihong gripped the bread wrapper tightly, struggling to reconcile Zhang Yang's current demeanor with that of the previous day, which seemed like a different person altogether. Liang Xiaoling maintained a cold, impassive expression, merely swallowing hard, as if contemplating something internally. Once his instructions were given, Zhang Yang turned his attention away from the 2 women and walked towards the exit with Pan Shiqing and the others. Outside the dormitory door, Tang Ming appeared to have been waiting silently for a considerable time. He shifted his feet only upon seeing Zhang Yang approach. Tell me about your situation here, Zhang Yang said, tossing a piece of bread to Tang Ming. Brother Da Vinci, to the east of our factory lies Brother Shan's territory, while to the west is Old Hu's domain. We also have a facility for weapon processing and a place to exchange medicine. Of course, I believe the medicines here cannot compare to those you possess, Brother Da Vinci. If you're seeking companionship, you can find a woman for just 1 pound of food. Allowing for 5 encounters, Tang Ming offered, his tone ingratiating as he introduced the surroundings to Zhang Yang. First, let us head over to Brother Shan's side, Zhang Yang instructed, ignoring Tang Ming's suggestive glances as he addressed the group. In Brother Shan's office, he and Old Hu were engaged in conversation, having anticipated Zhang Yang's arrival and awaited him. Brother Da Vinci, did the girl I sent meet your expectations? Brother Shan asked with a mischievous grin. A sense of dread washed over Old Hu at the implication that Brother Shan had also sent women to Da Vinci. Brother Da Vinci, is Liang Xiaoling attending to you comfortably? Old Hu quickly recovered and joined Brother Shan in his inquiry. I appreciate your thoughtful gestures, and I have brought some gifts for both of you, Zhang Yang replied. Oh, Brother Da Vinci, we are all comrades here. How can accepting a girl also require you to give us something? Brother Shan unabashedly revealed his ulterior motives. Brother Shan, your words do not sit well with me. Brother Da Vinci is undoubtedly one of my own, Old Hu promptly corrected him. Zhang Yang refrained from responding further, merely waving goodbye to Liang Xiaoling and Lin Lihong. The 2 women presented 10 pounds of rice and 2 packs of cigarettes before Shan Gu and Old Hu. You little wench, daring to speak to me after just a day's absence? Shan Gu struggled to suppress his gaze from the provisions, unleashing his pent-up fury onto Lin Lihong instead. Upon hearing Shan Ji's threat, Lin Lihong's body weakened, and she pretended to kneel on the ground. The sharp crack of a gunshot echoed within the room, the bullet striking the rice in front of Shan Gu. Grain spilled forth from the holes punctured by the bullet. No kneeling, aside from Da Vinci. No one has the right to make you bow. Do you understand? Xiaoyuqi stepped forward, pressing the butt of his gun against Lin Lihong's chin as a warning. I understand, Lin Lihong managed to utter, trembling uncontrollably. The lethal threat of the bullet rendered her oblivious to Shan Ji's intimidation. At that moment, the facade of insincerity and cunning that usually adorned Shan Ji's face was replaced by sheer rage, his features contorted by the effort of restraining his anger. In the eyes of those gathered at the small factory, the treachery born of resource scarcity was a given. However, being threatened with a gun by a woman of the lowest status had crossed Shan Ji's line as a leader. Shan Gu, my woman has a temper. I hope you can forgive her, Zhang Yang remarked, scarcely glancing at Shan Gu, his smile suggesting he had merely witnessed an amusing spectacle. Old Hu, do you require Liang Xiaoling to kneel before you? Zhang Yang teased Old Hu. No, that is not how we do things here. Da Vinci, your woman needn't bow to me, Old Hu replied, shaking as if he had just been called on in class, then let out a nervous laugh. Unfamiliar with Xie Yuqi's ferocious assault on the weasel, Old Hu was even more startled than Shan Gu when Xie Yuqi drew his weapon. Xie Yuqi, you are too rough. Quickly offer Shan Gu a bag of rice. Or how will he eat in the future? Zhang Yang jested at Xie Yuqi before turning to exit the office. Clearly, he was also dissatisfied with Shan Ji's demand for his woman to kneel. Without allowing Shan Gu to complete his manipulative charade, he left the office, making his way directly to the training ground. Shan Gu had been feigning amiability in his attempts to win Zhang Yang over. Yet, the indignity of being dominated by a woman evidently breached Shan Gu's defenses, stripping him of his pretense. Zhang Yang was quite pleased with Xie Yuqi's performance. Their original plan was for Xie Yuqi to play the heavy, while Zhang Yang took on the softer role. However, witnessing Shan Gu challenge his boundaries, Zhang Yang lost interest in maintaining the act. After all, as long as they still held mutual utility, Shan Gu could never truly turn against him. Not to mention, Zhang Yang had no fear of confronting those who wouldn't dare face a zombie. Regret, if it exists, is a profound lamentation over the squandered use of a bullet. Such a resource, after all, diminishes with each shot. Tang Ming, Zhang Yang inquired as they traversed the road. Are there any nearby locales where one might chance upon firearms? Brother Da Vinci, Tang Ming replied. There lies a prison 20 kilometers hence. It is uncertain whether it harbors what you seek. However, the distance is considerable, and one must reckon with over 1,000 inmates inside, essentially 1,000 zombies. Tang Ming offered this cautionary insight. Are there many zombies along the route? Zhang Yang disregarded the obstacles posed by Tang Ming's words and pressed for further information. Chapter 44. Information on firearms. If we were to take the highway, we might encounter numerous zombies. During the outbreak, vehicular accidents must have been catastrophic. Alternatively, a narrow path along the pond, though less traversable by vehicle, is less frequented, and thus, likely devoid of the undead. We have not meticulously studied this. But with your capabilities, Brother Da Vinci, the zombies on the small road should not pose a significant threat. Tang Ming reported with thoroughness. Zhang Yang nodded in understanding. Tang Ming, if I were to ask you to lead 20 individuals with me to the prison in search of weapons, would you be willing? He regarded Tang Ming casually, as if merely contemplating lunch options. Brother Da Vinci, I would indeed accompany you, yet I lack the influence to rally 20 people. Tang Ming scratched his head in contemplation. I shall provide you with 40 pounds of provisions to recruit individuals. Should they succeed, I shall offer a reward. Would that be feasible? Zhang Yang proposed. Brother Da Vinci, I believe such an endeavor could succeed. When do you intend to depart, and what are your requirements? Tang Ming inquired cautiously. Tomorrow. I require these individuals to bring along 3 loads of cement. You should have ample supplies of that, correct? Ultimately, these individuals will not be heading to the prison, but rather accompanying me to forage for sustenance. We shall not discuss the prison matter further. Do you understand? Zhang Yang clarified. Brother Da Vinci, I comprehend perfectly. I shall commence preparations immediately. Tang Ming nodded eagerly and set off to recruit personnel. Zhang Yang approached the viewing platform at the training grounds. Retrieving 2 machetes from his space, he led Liang Xiaoling and Lin Lihong to practice their blade skills. Meanwhile, Pan Shiqing and her companions observed from the sidelines, relieved that they were spared from training, as combat served as their most effective preparation. Liang Xiaoling and Lin Lihong had shed the attire they donned upon first encountering Zhang Yang, now clad in simple athletic wear, their fair thighs exposed to the glaring sun. Under Zhang Yang's direction, the 2 women raised their machetes to their shoulders, rooted in place with unwavering resolve. The relentless sun cast a languid spell upon the land, and passers-by among the survivors regarded the 2 women with perplexity, questioning the wisdom of exerting energy in a world where resources were scarce. Instead, she made the peculiar decision to engage in knife training, leaving passers-by profoundly perplexed. Yet, out of reverence for the esteemed name of Da Vinci, none dared to approach and interrupt her. Liang Xiaoling felt every muscle in her body trembling from the strain, yet she resolutely suppressed her instinct to shake. She understood all too well the significance of wielding a weapon. She brandished a machete, but to casually relinquish it would mean abandoning her dignity and the hope of survival. Thus, she held the machete aloft, awaiting Zhang Yang's command. Each time she contemplated giving up, her mind replayed the harrowing escape from the commercial building, the fate of the woman who perished at the hands of Lao Hu and succumbed to starvation. Each recollection summoned a reserve of strength from her dwindling energy, prompting her to grip the machete more firmly. In contrast, Lin Lihong, unlike Liang Xiaoling, lacked a habit of physical training before the apocalypse. The act of holding the machete began to distort and falter. Zhang Yang observed as Lin Lihong's machete slipped from her shoulder to her abdomen. He lightly nudged the machete in her grasp, and at the moment of contact, it clattered to the ground, flying 5 meters away. If you don't want to practice, feel free to leave. I have no desire to teach you. Zhang Yang scornfully reprimanded Lin Lihong. As an elementary school teacher, Lin Lihong sensed Zhang Yang's underlying goodwill. Being admonished in the training grounds was not terrifying. What was truly daunting was the absolute neglect. However, Lin Lihong lacked the courage to retrieve the machete, her frail body rendering her incapable of moving. She merely sat on the scorching concrete floor, cradling her head and weeping, lamenting her suffering and her own impotence when opportunities arose. 5 more minutes of holding the machete, and I will teach you how to wield it. Do you expect the zombies to give you a chance to pick it up? Zhang Yang stated calmly. His experiences of life and death made him intolerant of Lin Lihong's fragility, stirring a sense of disdain within him. Zhang Yang's willingness to instruct the two women stemmed solely from a survivor's remaining flicker of sympathy and the desire to form a highly loyal team. Lin Lihong struggled to rise and retrieve the machete, laboriously lifting it high once more. If you wish to continue practicing, raise it again for 30 minutes. You may rest now and get some water, Zhang Yang commanded them separately. Liang Xiaoling, feeling sufficiently rested, promptly returned to the training grounds, awaiting Zhang Yang's orders. Lin Lihong, lifting the machete at an angle, felt her vision blur and dizziness set in. She resolved that even if she were to be sun-dried or exhausted to death on the training grounds, she would not allow herself to be devoured by zombies. She disregarded everything else, focusing solely on summoning all her strength to raise the machete high, ensuring it did not waver or shift even slightly. She admonished herself never to live a life akin to that of other women, trading her body for mere sustenance. Today's opportunity must be seized, even if it meant exhausting herself on the training ground. Gradually, she felt a disconnection from her body and limbs, focusing all her attention on her hands gripping the knife. With a sharp strike, Zhang Yang aimed a blow at Lin Lihong, who deftly countered with her machete, absorbing the force of his attack. It seemed as though Lin Lihong had resolved upon something profound. At that moment, her mind was occupied solely with the clash of their blades, oblivious to all else. Very well, go drink some water, Zhang Yang said lightly to Lin Lihong. Now speak. What were you two engaged in before? He added, to cut to the chase. I am not fond of superfluous chatter. During the break, Zhang Yang finally expressed a genuine curiosity about the two women, casually inquiring. Da Vinci, replied Liang Xiaoling. I am the daughter of a company chairman. After graduation, I have been assisting my father with the company's affairs. During the outbreak, I was at the office with a subordinate, managing a transition. We survived on the remaining supplies in the office. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, that male subordinate attempted to assault me. I killed him with a short knife from the office's hidden compartment. A few days ago, the food in the office was depleted. I was so starved that I fled through a back route in search of sustenance, only to be captured by Hu Ji's men. They incessantly beat and berated me to vent their fears, but they could not coerce me into submission, and then you arrived. At which point Hugo offered me to you. Liang Xiaoling spoke with an unmistakable air of haughty pride, laced with an overt attempt at appeasement. Zhang Yang found Liang Xiaoling's arrogance distasteful, not to mention her audacity in committing murder. Yet, the conviction in her gaze convinced him of her truthfulness. It is your turn, Zhang Yang said, turning his attention to Lin Lihong. Chapter 45, Crafting Armor Master. I am a primary school teacher from a nearby school. A fortnight ago, I accompanied a friend here for business negotiations, only to be ensnared by the zombie outbreak. In the initial 3 days of the chaos, order was somewhat maintained. However, as resources dwindled and casualties mounted, the men grew increasingly frenzied, while women became mere playthings in a grim barter for survival. I lacked the capability to venture out in search of supplies, nor did I wish to trade my body for them. By sheer happenstance, I fell in with Brother Sean. He, in truth, does not favor women, channeling his frustrations upon them instead, using them to motivate his underlings to scavenge for resources. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang recalled Brother Sean's meticulously groomed hair and his fair, delicate fingers, a shiver of unease creeping over him as he wiped his forehead. Shanggu has yet to send me away. He told the younger members that whoever could procure 30 jin of food would earn me as a reward. Thus, I have been sustained by Shanggu on the barest of rations. Lin Lihong spoke softly, her voice melodious and her tone imbued with submission, which made Zhang Yang feel quite at ease. No wonder Shan Ge was so frustrated. It turned out to be because he had nurtured me for so long without gaining anything in return. Alas, his foolishness is of no concern to me. Zhang Yang mused to himself, rubbing his temples once more. Having said that, Zhang Yang instructed Pan Shiqing and Pan Simin on the characteristics of the zombies and the techniques for wielding weapons. He then made his way with Xie Yuqi towards the area designated for crafting equipment. Though referred to as the equipment crafting zone, it was merely a makeshift space converted from a motorcycle repair shop. A stout middle-aged man was busy repairing a tire on an off-road vehicle. "How should I address you?" Zhang Yang inquired, approaching him. Just call me Huang Yong, and the young fellow inside is called Huang Wen. Are you here to repair something, or to purchase?" replied the amiable Huang Yong, continuing his work beneath the vehicle. "I am Da Vinci. Can you truly craft equipment?" Zhang Yang asked skeptically, surveying the multitude of motorcycles and cars around the room. Da Vinci? Huang Yong, upon hearing the name, paused his work, crawled out from under the vehicle, and stood up slowly, fidgeting with his hands as he brushed off his clothes, his demeanor shifting from casual to respectful. Zhang Yang's actions had propelled his name throughout much of the base. "Brother Da Vinci, I have crafted some simple equipment before. Moreover, I possess the most comprehensive tools here and am quite familiar with their use. If I cannot accomplish it, then surely no one else in this workshop can. However, I cannot guarantee it will meet your standards." Huang Yong candidly detailed his capabilities. Without further ado, Zhang Yang produced a large mutated cat from his spatial storage and placed it before Huang Yong. The hide of this mutated beast should be fashioned into 2 sets of upper body armor, and its claws can be turned into weapons. You may exercise your creativity. The hide is quite resilient. You must use a high-temperature flamethrower to gradually burn through it. If you can manage this, I will provide you with a deposit of 5 gene of food now and an additional 15 gene upon completion. Brother Da Vinci, I am confident I can produce it for you. You may retrieve it the day after tomorrow, Huang Yong replied, suppressing his delight. I will add an extra 5 gene of food. Can you have it ready by tomorrow morning? Zhang Yang pondered aloud. Yes, I will find a way to make it happen. Brother Da Vinci, you can come to collect it first thing in the morning, Huang Yong assured, his resolve strengthened by the prospect of food. Zhang Yang signaled for Xie Yuqi to hand Huang Yong 10 gene of food before returning to the dormitory. In the dormitory area, Aunt Lu, having not had the opportunity to move around in a spacious environment for quite some time, was excitedly preparing various lunch dishes. Pan Shiqing and the others, having trained all morning, had also returned to rest. Through the damp tresses of the 4 women, it was evident that they had all indulged in a refreshing bath. Liang Xiaoling and her companion still appeared to be grappling with the surreal atmosphere of Zhang Yang's dormitory. Someone was preparing meals, and they could indulge in any food they desired, with an abundant water supply at their disposal. Aside from the fleeting moment of bathing with a bit of water last night to please Zhang Yang, they had never experienced the luxury of a bath in this apocalyptic world, let alone one without water restrictions. The inherent love for bathing among women enveloped the two in immense comfort and happiness at this moment. Their movements while holding food were no longer as rigid and tense as they had been in the morning. They felt as if all of this was an illusion, a beautiful dream from which they might awaken at any moment. This afternoon, the 2 of you will venture out to slay zombies. I trust you are prepared, Zhang Yang remarked casually, savoring the shrimp stir-fried by Aunt Lu, as if stating the sun would inevitably set in the evening. Lin Li Hong, mid-bite of rice, suddenly froze, as though someone had just informed her that their midday meal was a dish of severed heads. The earlier sense of happiness dissipated into thin air in an instant. Liang Xiaoling hesitated for merely a second before nonchalantly dishing up an array of delectable dishes into her bowl, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Yang's announcement. Yet, her slowed eating pace and furrowed brow betrayed her underlying tension. This afternoon, Xie Yuqi will accompany me, while Pan Shiqing and Pan Simin will wear these shoes to break them in, Zhang Yang instructed, producing tactical boots equipped with daggers. He reserved 1 pair for himself and tossed the remaining 3 pairs to Xie Yuqi and her companions. I want one too, Liang Xiaoling boldly requested as she observed Zhang Yang distributing the gear. You are unworthy, Zhang Yang replied coolly to her. While he understood Liang Xiaoling's attempts to seize opportunities in this post-apocalyptic world, it only fueled his discontent with her naturally aloof demeanor. Later in the afternoon, Zhang Yang, still unskilled in driving the off-road vehicle, kept the speed below 40 kilometers per hour out of concern for accidents. Nevertheless, the vehicle swayed erratically under his control. Although the three women inside felt a wave of dizziness, they dared not voice their discomfort. Damn it, getting this thing to move isn't difficult. It's just turning that's the challenge. The difficulty of obtaining a driver's license lies not in making the vehicle move, but in adhering to traffic rules and intricate maneuvers. Zhang Yang mused as he drove haphazardly. Xie Yuqi struggled to suppress her urge to vomit from the jostling, occasionally using her ability, pollution affinity, to lure nearby speed-type zombies away. The other two women were so disoriented that they did not notice the signs of Xie Yuqi activating her powers. Upon arriving at the small factory gathering site, Zhang Yang observed no evidence of other ability users and refrained from disclosing the existence of such powers to those inside. An off-road vehicle was parked near a suburban residential building. The houses in the suburb varied in elevation, and dozens of ordinary zombies wandered around. Among them were 9 speed-type zombies and 2 strength-type zombies. After uttering 2 words, Zhang Yang leaped out of the vehicle alone, departing from his previous passive demeanor. He wielded a fire axe and advanced towards the zombies. The allure of 2,000 points was simply irresistible to him. He was eager to seize the opportunity and secure his gains without delay. Chapter 46. The 1,000-pound battle axe. Zhang Yang made no unnecessary movements. He walked directly towards all the approaching zombies, casually yet lethally swinging his axe. The system announced, Master has slain an ordinary zombie, gaining 1 cultivation point. Current cultivation points, 1939. Master has slain a speed-type zombie, gaining 10 cultivation points. Current cultivation points, 1949. With every swing of Zhang Yang's axe, the system continuously reported his growing number of cultivation points. Within half an hour, bolstered by flame control, Zhang Yang managed to dispatch 9 speed-type zombies and 12 ordinary zombies, raising his cultivation points to an impressive 2,018. Upon finishing off the speed-type zombies, Zhang Yang communicated with his mind's sea system. I wish to exchange for the light as a feather 1,000-pound axe. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired the light as a feather 1,000-pound axe. The system informed him. Master need only focus his thoughts to summon the light as a feather 1,000-pound axe, and it can be retracted with a mere touch. The light as a feather 1,000-pound axe weighs a true 1,000 pounds, but exerts only 5 pounds of force for the master. It measures 60 centimeters in length and 40 centimeters in width. Forged by a divine craftsman, this axe allows the master to wield it effortlessly, ensuring success in battle. The system elaborated on the characteristics of the 1,000-pound axe. Axe come. Zhang Yang cast aside the fire axe and called out with conviction. Suddenly, a silver axe, adorned with the image of a white dragon, descended from his right side and struck the ground with a resounding thud. The two women gazed in awe at Zhang Yang's ability to summon the battle axe from thin air, utterly astonished. Pleased with his successful jest, Zhang Yang confidently approached the strength-type zombies. He casually struck the ordinary zombies along his path, sending them staggering 10 paces away. The sensation was delightful. The investment in points was truly worthwhile. As Zhang Yang contemplated whether exchanging 2,000 points for a weapon weighing 1,000 pounds was justified, he only realized its true value when he held the axe in his hands. In battle, 1,000 pounds symbolized genuine invincibility. The strength-type zombies closed in on Zhang Yang, roaring as they struck at him with powerful claws. In a departure from his previous cowardice and evasive tactics, Zhang Yang firmly planted his feet and raised the axe to meet the oncoming claw of the strength-type zombie. The clash between the 1,000-pound axe and the zombie's bony hand produced a resounding impact. Zhang Yang felt no sensation of the long-lost impact from the brute zombie. Instead, he sensed his movements were remarkably light and fluid. The brute zombie staggered back 3 steps under the weight of the 1,000-pound axe before barely regaining its balance. It let out a piercing roar, as if expressing its unwillingness to succumb to Zhang Yang's strength. The brute zombie lunged at Zhang Yang once more. Setting aside his playful demeanor in the face of the enormous hand, Zhang Yang deftly sidestepped and confidently struck the brute zombie's large face. The impact was akin to an egg meeting a stone, shattering quickly before it crashed heavily to the ground, devoid of its former invincibility and arrogance. With the demise of the brute zombie, the master gained 10 experience points, bringing his total to 28. The system's announcement jolted Zhang Yang back to reality from the exhilaration of the kill. 28 points, is it? I need to earn more, he mused. impressed by the utility of the system's offerings. If only they weren't so expensive, I would consider acquiring some armor next time. Wouldn't that make me invincible? Zhang Yang contemplated as he kicked aside 2 ordinary zombies and effortlessly smashed the brains of the brute zombie before him. He then retracted the 1,000-pound axe with a thought and ambled towards the off-road vehicle. Killing zombies is quite simple. Have you two learned? He remarked cheerfully, winking playfully at Xiaoyuqi before addressing the 2 women. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's devilish whisper, the 2 women gradually recovered from witnessing his casual slaughter of zombies. The visual thrill of Zhang Yang's recent kills starkly contrasted with their current predicament, akin to experiencing the legendary roller coaster. Faced with Zhang Yang's teasing, the 2 women hesitated to respond, seemingly believing that silence would spare them from confronting the grotesque zombies before them. Who will go first? Zhang Yang urged. Yet, the 2 women remained silent, their heads bowed. Get out of the car, he commanded. Noticing their reluctance to disembark, Zhang Yang exchanged a glance with Xiaoyuqi, who promptly grabbed the collars of the 2 women and unceremoniously tossed them out of the vehicle. Activating her psychic energy, Xiaoyuqi screamed to attract the zombies. As they began to converge on her, Zhang Yang wasted no time in starting the vehicle, distancing himself from the 2 women on the ground. Liang Xiaoling and Lin Lihong stood frozen in place as they beheld over 20 zombies approaching them. Grab your blades, Zhang Yang shouted in a tone reminiscent of their training ground. His intention was not to indulge in the macabre pleasure of feeding people to zombies. Rather, he understood better than anyone that only by confronting the zombies could they truly grasp the possibility of survival in this apocalyptic world. Upon hearing his command, Liang Xiaoling steeled her resolve, gripping her machete tightly in anticipation of the first wave of zombies. Lin Lihong, however, hesitated, grasping her machete with uncertainty, desperately suppressing the urge to flee as her legs trembled uncontrollably. 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. Liang Xiaoling fixed her gaze on the approaching zombie, and those 5 steps felt like an eternity. This was Liang Xiaoling's first encounter with the undead. She fought against the instinctive tremors and transformed her fear into rage. All that remained in her mind were the brief lessons on zombie-slaying techniques learned that morning and the looming figure of the zombie before her. Perhaps dying this way would afford her some semblance of dignity, she mused with a hint of self-mockery. With determination, she swung the machete in her hand, aiming a diagonal strike at the zombie's head. Clang! The blade struck the zombie's claw, severing its hand with the force of her blow. It was neither the perfect decapitation she had envisioned, nor the empty swing she had dreaded. With renewed vigor, she struck again, managing to cleave the zombie's head from its body. Yet, 3 more zombies lunged at the 2 women. Liang Xiaoling desperately recalled the sensation of dispatching the undead. She raised her hand to strike once more, but her blade merely grazed the zombie's ribcage, forcing her into a defensive retreat. In stark contrast, Lin Lihong hesitated, paralyzed by fear, clutching her machete without action. Just as Liang Xiaoling dispatched the second zombie, she noticed one was already lunging at Lin Lihong. Overwhelmed by terror, Lin Lihong remained frozen, unwilling to strike. Liang Xiaoling stepped forward, thrusting her machete at the zombie, granting Lin Lihong a fleeting opportunity to breathe. During the struggle with the zombie, another one charged towards Lin Lihong. Liang Xiaoling had no time to spare, her focus entirely on the battle at hand. Xiaoyuqi, witnessing the chaos, attempted to intervene with her mental powers, only to feel a more formidable force severing the connection with her pollution affinity ability. Chapter 47. Lin Lihong. A muggle? Xiaoyuqi glanced up to see Zhang Yang gripping her wrist, activating ability resonance, while shaking his head at her. Surprised that Zhang Yang could so effortlessly disrupt her pollution affinity, she became aware of an even graver truth. If Lin Lihong did not act, Zhang Yang would truly allow her to be devoured by the zombie. At that moment, Lin Lihong was merely a stationary source of blood in the eyes of the undead. The zombie before her elongated its neck and lunged to bite her throat. With a swift upward stroke, the machete pierced the zombie's jaw. A twist followed, as the blade spiraled around the neck before being withdrawn. In that moment, Lin Lihong transformed, her former timidity vanishing as she became a harbinger of death. After dispatching the first zombie, she seemed insatiable, advancing with an elegant and fluid technique. With each strike, she wielded the machete with precision that rivaled Zhang Yang himself. There was clearly something amiss. Zhang Yang gazed intently at Lin Lihong and addressed Xiaoyuqi. In the midst of their conversation, Lin Lihong swiftly executed a clean strike, severing the head of a third zombie. She then planted her machete firmly into the ground, remaining still despite the approaching zombies, as if the act of slaying had drained her of all energy. Observing that both women had dispatched 3 zombies each, Zhang Yang found himself encircled by a growing horde of more than 10 zombies. He activated Ability Resonance, lightly touching Xieyuqi, and utilized Pollution Affinity to manipulate 5 zombies into turning on one another. "It's time to come over," Zhang Yang called out to the 2 women. "You both performed admirably and have earned the right to wear tactical boots." He casually tossed the last 2 pairs of tactical boots to them. Indeed, it was under pressure that one's true capabilities emerged. Killing 6 zombies right off the bat was something I had never dared to imagine before. Zhang Yang watched the 2 women fighting valiantly against the zombies, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Xieyuqi, witnessing Zhang Yang's acknowledgement of the 2 women, felt a slight pang of jealousy, yet she refrained from expressing it, merely pouting slightly. Liang Xiaoling looked at Zhang Yang, accepting the tactical boots with both hands, as if receiving a great honor and recognition. A flicker of gratitude illuminated her otherwise cold and striking features. Zhang Yang had not only provided Liang Xiaoling with material support, but had also inspired within her a sense of admiration and affection reserved for the strong. Lin Lihong, meanwhile, shed her previous cautious demeanor. She silently accepted the tactical boots, discarding her athletic shoes that had wrapped around her delicate feet, and quickly donned the tactical boots, casting the shoes toward the zombies. "Have you trained with a blade?" Zhang Yang inquired, disregarding Lin Lihong's flippancy. "Master, I have not practiced with a blade," Lin Lihong replied, taking a deep breath, her tone unembellished. "Are you currently experiencing significant mental fatigue?" Zhang Yang asked again, without any indication from the system. He did not initially consider the direction of abilities. "Yes, Master," Lin Lihong responded, somewhat surprised before answering truthfully. Zhang Yang ceased speaking, activating Ability Resonance to connect with Lin Lihong's curvaceous skin. There was no response. She seemed akin to a mundane individual. Zhang Yang ended Ability Resonance, feeling perplexed. "Have you ever been illuminated by the red moon? Have you heard any strange voices in your mind?" Zhang Yang inquired, clinging to his last glimmer of hope. "I was not illuminated by the red moon the first time. During the second occurrence, Sangu instructed me to block the window, and I believe I was touched by it just a little. That night, I heard a voice saying something about direct gaze." Lin Lihong spoke softly, concerned that affirming his question might lead Zhang Yang to treat her as a zombie. "System, does my ability resonance only work on women to whom I have granted abilities?" Zhang Yang entered his consciousness and posed the question to the system. "Indeed, Master, from a certain perspective. The extraordinary abilities bestowed by the authority of creation upon you differ significantly from those possessed by others," the system responded. "Can a woman who already possesses extraordinary abilities be granted further powers by me?" Zhang Yang inquired earnestly. "A woman who has already acquired extraordinary abilities may experience a random activation of either replacement or upgrade effects when granted powers by the Master," the system replied. "You shoot the head of the nearest zombie with a single bullet. If you fail, a delectable treat awaits you upon your return." Zhang Yang regained his focus and handed the 54 pistol to Lin Lihong, commanding her. Lin Lihong accepted the 54 pistol, taking her time to aim at the zombie before finally firing a shot. The bullet flew straight into the wall behind the zombie, producing a metallic clang as it struck. "Enough, that will suffice. You all may board the vehicle." Dozens of zombies, drawn by the gunfire, surged towards Zhang Yang, with little desire to engage in further combat. He entered the vehicle, while Liang Xiaoling took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat and started the off-road vehicle. From the recent test, Zhang Yang conjectured that Lin Lihong had acquired an extraordinary ability related to swordsmanship. However, her prolonged lack of access to blades and malnutrition had hindered her mental acuity in recognizing her own powers. There is a saying, perhaps, that even a swift steed, if inadequately nourished, cannot surpass an ordinary horse. Zhang Yang sighed inwardly, recalling a lesson from his middle school days. From Zhang Yang's observations of several extraordinary individuals, it appeared that those who acquired their abilities earlier were more cognizant of their effects, while those who obtained them later became increasingly vague in their awareness. The off-road vehicle gradually returned to the factory compound. The elderly guard, recognizing Zhang Yang's vehicle, promptly stood up and retreated, no longer daring to cast his gaze upon anyone indiscriminately. Yet, Zhang Yang remained courteous, flicking a half-smoked cigarette towards the bald head of the guard. As Zhang Yang and Xie Yuqi walked back to the dormitory area, they noticed an unsettling atmosphere. For men, armed with various tools, stood at the entrance of Zhang Yang's dormitory. These men appeared frail, having endured prolonged hunger. Pan Shiqing and Pan Simin each wielded a machete, standing resolutely on either side. Confronting the four men, Aunt Lu sat on the ground, clutching a package of cured meat and a few vegetables, her expression grim. Nearby, a number of onlookers stood at a distance. What is going on here? Zhang Yang strode forward, shouting at the crowd. Upon seeing Zhang Yang's arrival, the four men swallowed hard, maintaining their standoff. What is the situation? Zhang Yang commanded, addressing Pan Shiqing directly. Zhang Da Vinci. These four men are attempting to seize Aunt Lu's provisions. They claim that if we spend a night with them, this matter will be settled. Woe is me. Without your directive, I dare not act recklessly. We have all been waiting for your return. Woe is me. As Pan Shiqing shed her previously fierce demeanor, she spoke to Zhang Yang with a quivering voice. Da Vinci, do not heed the nonsensical claims of these two women. We have done nothing wrong. We were merely famished and sought a meal as we passed by. The leading man mustered his courage to defend himself, with the other three men nodding in agreement. Chapter 48. Spare them? Zhang Yang's countenance was grim, his brow twitching as if he could scarcely contain the seething rage within, ready to devour the four men alive. Ignoring the clubs in their hands, he advanced directly toward the leader. What insolent fool do you expect to share your bed with you? Zhang Yang inquired, each word laced with menace. Da Vinci, we truly did not say that. It is this wretched woman who slanders us. You cannot be unreasonable, the man protested desperately, his heart racing under Zhang Yang's murderous gaze. Brother, which is more important, a woman or reason? Zhang Yang casually allowed the blade of his machete to graze the man's ear. Woman? The man, feeling the chill of the blade, dared not move and replied in a hushed voice. Zhang Yang simply shook his head and, with a swift motion, drew blood from the man's ear. Take it easy. Da Vinci, reason is indeed what you value most, the man stammered, but before he could finish, a piercing scream erupted as his ear fell to the ground. Fool. None of that matters. What is significant is that I shall relish in your demise, Zhang Yang declared, delivering another slice, this time carving flesh from the man's thigh. The onlookers, already pale, turned even more as they heard the man's agonizing cries. Ah! Zhang Yang kicked the man in the abdomen with his tactical boot. Executing a swift twist, the man broke into a cold sweat, reduced to mere wails, unable to utter another word. It is your turn now. Incorrect answers come with consequences. Zhang Yang grinned wickedly at the remaining three men, his fury dissipating somewhat as it focused on the fallen man. Who sent you to stir trouble? Zhang Yang demanded, simultaneously stepping on the fallen man's hand with his boot. Da Vinci, truly, no one sent us. We were simply too hungry and saw food here. We wished to ask the women for some, who knew that the old woman would refuse. In a fit of rage, our leader pushed her down. Then, two beauties emerged. Seeing their captivating looks, we foolishly made a few jesting remarks. The man closest to Zhang Yang confessed under pressure. Zhang Yang remained silent, kicking aside the fallen man as he slowly approached the other three. Da Vinci, we are under Shan Ji's command. We did not come for food. Please spare our lives. As another man observed Zhang Yang drawing closer, he urgently exclaimed, Brother Shan, is your influence truly that substantial? Zhang Yang disregarded the man's plea for mercy, casually wielding his machete as he approached them. Da Vinci, spare them. At that moment, Brother Shan arrived, hastily making his way through the crowd towards Zhang Yang. Brother Shan, show mercy? On what grounds? Zhang Yang retorted, turning his head towards him, a flicker of unabashed fury igniting within him. Calm down, Da Vinci. Grant me an opportunity to speak. It is indeed not a matter of justification. Such scum deserve their fate. However, we adhere to certain rules here. Killing is prohibited within the factory. Furthermore, isn't it more advantageous to utilize these individuals rather than eliminate them? Brother Shan, appealing to reason and sentiment, explained to Zhang Yang with a restored professional smile. Rules? Who established these rules? Zhang Yang scoffed, his disdain evident. Were it not for my woman adhering to my principles, these curs would have perished 800 times over. Da Vinci, temper your ire. Rules are, of course, collectively agreed upon. You wouldn't want to provoke widespread anger, would you? Moreover, it is evident that the beauty who dispatched the weasel possesses considerable skill. To claim that any random person in your company could vanquish four formidable men is rather excessive, wouldn't you agree? Brother Sean deftly diverted the conversation to the question of victory, aware that he still needed the support of the gathered crowd. Zhang Yang sought to avoid instilling undue fear in them. Suddenly, an idea struck him, a solution that would benefit both parties. How about this? I shall grant you face and adhere to your so-called rules. These three shall engage in a match against my men. Should my team prevail, they shall execute these three. And you must apologize to my men before all. Conversely, if my team loses, your men may slay my people, and I shall compensate you with 20 caddies of grain. What do you say? Zhang Yang articulated his proposition clearly. Upon hearing this, Brother Sean clenched his teeth, appearing to wrestle with a fierce internal conflict. Da Vinci, the beauty who killed the weasel is far too formidable. I cannot wager with you. Ultimately, Brother Sean lowered his head, an expression of defeat etched across his face. I shall not send her. I will send Lin Lihong instead. Zhang Yang softly replied, almost like a serpent enticing Eve to partake of the forbidden fruit. Lin Lihong? Just her? Brother Shan's furrowed brow relaxed, as if the dark clouds of discontent had entirely dissipated. What tempest could a woman, who had been begging from Brother Shan just yesterday, possibly stir? Indeed, Brother Da Vinci understands the intricacies of human relationships. I must learn this art for a lifetime. The crowd erupted in laughter upon hearing Lin Lihong's name. The three men, who had once believed they were staring death in the face, gradually relaxed their furrowed brows. Casting a disdainful glance at Lin Lihong beside Zhang Yang, Brother Shan remarked, "Ah, dear Da Vinci, I would never dare to harm your people. However, I shall certainly claim your 20 pounds of grain. If I lose, rather than merely apologizing, how about I bow 3 times to you?" Ha ha. With a gentle pat on Zhang Yang's shoulder, his tone softened. He firmly believed that Zhang Yang was providing him, the leader of this factory district, a graceful exit. Why prolong the conversation? Let us fight. Zhang Yang handed the machete to Lin Lihong, urging both sides to proceed. Brother Shan cast a fierce glare at Lin Lihong as she stepped forward. Under Brother Shan's long-standing influence, Lin Lihong hesitated. Only one side can prevail today among you three. You decide how to proceed. Zhang Yang approached Lin Lihong, whispering darkly to her. No longer hesitating, Lin Lihong strode forward, closing the distance with the three men. You worthless wench, even your master has abandoned you. Have you not served him well? Why are you despised wherever you go? What purpose do you serve? They taunted. If you kneel and dance for us, we may grant you a swift end. The three men revealed their true natures, provoking Lin Lihong once more. Chapter 49, Lin Lihong versus. 3 strong men. Lin Lihong spoke not a word, tightening her grip on the machete. With tactical boots, she advanced confidently, striking at the nearest man with a flurry of blows. Each motion flowed seamlessly, devoid of hesitation. As she withdrew her blade, the man collapsed, blood pouring from his arms and legs, rendered entirely immobile, his mouth emitting screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Brother Shan, witnessing Lin Lihong's display, stood frozen, a look of shock upon his face. What do you mean by serving? Where do you strike? Lin Lihong mimicked Zhang Yang's demeanor, slowly approaching the second man. Let us bewitch him together. The second man, feeling threatened, rallied his companions. The 2 men, confident in their strength, charged forward, swinging their blades toward Lin Lihong's chest. Yet, she did not evade. Instead, she raised her foot, delivering a swift kick to the groin of the nearest man, while simultaneously thrusting her machete into the chest of the other. In an instant, both men were incapacitated, one clutching his groin and howling, the other collapsing in a pool of blood. I am not a worthless wench. I am Lin Lihong. She roared in fury, kicking down the man who writhed in agony. At that moment, she paid no heed to the throbbing pain in her head from her mental exertion. She felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. All the grievances and repression she had endured since the apocalypse seemed to erupt within her, manifesting as the blade that sliced through the 3 men before her. The incessant screams of the 3 men served as the most visceral affirmation that the scene before them was not an illusion, but rather a stark reality. Oh dear Da Vinci, how in just one day have you transformed a woman into such a formidable being? Truly remarkable, simply astounding. Shan Gu praised Zhang Yang with a mixture of sincerity and feigned admiration, his expression a mask of forced amusement. Shan Gu, I am not one to weave falsehoods. Let me speak candidly. I have done nothing. Once Lin Lihong had her fill, do you know what happened next? The knife in her hand danced as effortlessly as if it were her own kin, wielded with a finesse that surpassed even my own. I was under the impression that you were aware of my fondness for skilled hands, and thus had sent me a capable assistant. It seems you have overlooked the talent you possess right under your nose. What a pity. As he surveyed the promising turn of events, Zhang Yang embellished his words. At that moment, witnessing Shan Ji's expression akin to one who had just tasted excrement filled him with immense satisfaction. Suddenly, Shan Ge knelt before Zhang Yang, feigning the act of bowing. Shan Ge, this is unnecessary. You are the leader here. How could I allow such a revered figure to bow before me? A simple apology will suffice. Zhang Yang playfully pressed his boot against Shan Ji's forehead, his tone imbued with amusement, elevating his voice so that all nearby could hear, signaling Shan Ge to rise. Once Shan Ge stood, he approached the still menacing Lin Lihong and her entourage. Ladies, I admit my ignorance and I sincerely apologize for offending you. It is I who have failed in my oversight, allowing my underling to act so rashly. I take full responsibility. Shan Ge bowed his head apologetically to the women and Aunt Lu, his demeanor exceedingly earnest. Very well, since you express such sincerity. Let us consider this matter settled for now. Zhang Yang replied in a tone reminiscent of an elder forgiving a younger. He gave Shan Ge a light pat on the shoulder. Shan Ge cast a wary glance at Zhang Yang before retreating from sight, his demeanor deflated. Zhang Yang was acutely aware that today's upheaval could lay the groundwork for future troubles. A cunning individual like Shan Ge was undoubtedly harboring a significant complication in wait. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. As long as he resided here, no one would dare to threaten their interests. As for Shan Ge, until their collaboration to reclaim the grain warehouse was concluded, neither party would engage in excessive behavior. Zhang Yang needed Shan Ji's influence and manpower, while Shan Ge required Zhang Yang's strength. Even if Shan Ge harbored ill intentions, Lao would surely not allow it. Zhang Yang approached Aunt Lu to assess her injuries, discovering only minor bruises. He then offered her some remedies for her contusions. Aunt Lu, in the future, if others attempt to seize grain, just let them have it. As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters, Zhang Yang said earnestly, his heart, hardened by the trials of the apocalypse, now stirred with a hint of compassion for Aunt Lu. No, no, even if it cost me my life, I must guard the grain. I see how hard you all work to procure it. You were pursued by zombies and attacked by monsters, and I witnessed it all. I feel utterly useless, unable to assist you in any way. If I were to lose our supplies again, I would be too ashamed to face you. I am unafraid of being attacked, but I dread the thought that you might return from a day of battling zombies to find there is no food left. Aunt Lu, with tears streaming down her face, finally broke down after enduring so much tension. Zhang Yang, moved by Aunt Lu's heartfelt yet clumsy words, felt a lump in his throat, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. Outside, people incessantly demanded dozens of pounds of food from him. Yet, only Aunt Lu recognized that every grain of food Zhang Yang had was earned through blood and sweat, not merely a gift from the system. The system chirped, meow, meow, meow. After dinner, everyone sought their own means of entertainment. Xie Yuqi was engrossed in a book titled Introduction to Sociology. Zhang Yang could only chuckle bitterly at the irony. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, the very concept of society had vanished, rendering any theoretical discourse moot. Pan Shiqing and Pan Simin lay blissfully on the bed, giggling at the television drama. Liang Xiaoling and Lin Lihong longed to see the long-forgotten screen but dared not approach, instead lingering at a distance to catch glimpses of Pan Shiqing's TV. Zhang Yang handed each of them a tablet, indicating they could watch their own shows. Naturally, the content downloaded before the apocalypse was purely a matter of chance. Cough, cough. Lin Lihong, come to my room tonight. I have something to discuss with you, he said after distributing the tablets. On one hand, he wished to explore Lin Lihong's latent abilities. On the other, the previous encounter with Zhu Shaji had left him yearning for the taste of Bai Yueguang. Tonight, he was determined to savor that experience fully. Suddenly, Aunt Lu's frantic shout drew Zhang Yang's attention, prompting him to rush over. Aunt Lu, your leg is perfectly fine. It's not broken, he said, puzzled by her outburst. Not me, but you. Aunt Lu corrected him. Zhang Yang glanced at his own legs, feeling a mix of exasperation and concern. However, his expression quickly turned serious. Did you foresee my leg breaking? What did you see? He questioned warily. I saw one of your legs blown to bits, but beyond that, I couldn't see anything, Aunt Lu gasped, as if she had just emerged from a horrific vision. The thought of a broken leg was far more terrifying than a mere severed finger. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, contemplating the potential calamities that might arise. Yet he found himself at a loss. Zombies? Mutated beasts? Superpowers? Pollution? Was someone plotting against me? Zhang Yang exhausted every conceivable theory in his mind, feeling that while anything was possible, equally, everything seemed implausible. Chapter 50. Zhu Shaji. Zhang Yang decided to cease his speculations and retreated to his room for some much-needed rest. He granted Lin Lihong access to the meditation space, allowing her to recover from the scars of battle endured during the day. Lin Lihong's meditation value stood at 51. It then dropped to 37 before elevating her extraordinary ability from melee precision to absolute precision, enhancing the master's mental fortitude. Lin Lihong's meditation value rose to 64. The system intermittently reported her ability upgrade. On the 18th day of the apocalypse, as dawn broke, Lin Lihong prepared clothing for Zhang Yang and deftly donned her own attire. "Master, please take me along on today's mission. I promise to perform well," she urged, her eyes now reflecting a glimmer of hope. A stark contrast to the numbed expression she bore upon her arrival. "Indeed, you will prove invaluable. Please notify everyone except Aunt Lu to assemble," Zhang Yang replied, appreciating the affectionate title Lin Lihong used for him. Stepping outside, Zhang Yang found Tang Ming and 20 men waiting patiently at the entrance. He felt a sense of satisfaction at Tang Ming's dedication, having been there since 5 in the morning. Nonchalantly, he tossed a pack of cigarettes to Tang Ming and reached into his backpack, retrieving 21 cans of fish, 21 steamed buns, and 21 bottles of mineral water. "Let them fill their stomachs before we set out. They'll need their strength for the arduous task ahead," Zhang Yang instructed as he handed the provisions to Tang Ming. "You all eat well now. There will be rewards for good work upon our return. All of this is a generous gift from Brother Da Vinci." Tang Ming bowed in gratitude, tucking the cigarettes into his pocket, and promptly relayed the message to the others, distributing the food. The men gazed at the fish cans, fluffy steamed buns, and water in their hands. Some could not hold back their tears, overwhelmed by the memory of how long it had been since they tasted anything flavorful, let alone meat. They hastily savored the fish cans, carefully licking the edges for every morsel, fearful of any waste. In this desolate world, countless souls would willingly sacrifice their lives for a single can of fish. Zhang Yang found himself somewhat speechless at Tang Ming's remarks. Realizing he had inadvertently provided a deposit of 40 pounds of food, he had intended to spend only 25 pounds of it. And yet the deposit had been transformed into a reward system. The notion of there will be rewards upon return had shifted to there will be rewards for good performance, prompting Zhang Yang to inwardly admire Tang Ming's cunning. It was clear that Tang Ming possessed a deeper understanding of how much food was needed to motivate the men trapped in the small factory enclave. Zhang Yang chose not to probe into how much food Tang Ming had kept for himself. He was no philanthropist and did not concern himself with fairness. His sole interest lay in whether Tang Ming could effectively accomplish the tasks assigned to him. As for the quantity of provisions actually utilized by Tang Ming, from the moment he entrusted the food to Tang Ming, it became solely his affair. In Zhang Yang's dormitory, Lin Lihong meticulously knocked on each door, methodically informing everyone of Zhang Yang's directives. Initially, the women expressed mild discontent at being roused so early, but upon learning it was Zhang Yang's will, their displeasure dissipated, and they swiftly prepared themselves. "Shiqing, put this on," Zhang Yang instructed, handing another bulletproof vest to Pan Shiqing. She accepted the vest with a sense of pride, basking in the envious and jealous gazes of the others. With Xie Yuqi possessing the ability to control zombies, and Pan Simin capable of invisibility, while Lin Lihong and Liang Xiaoling had yet to hone their skills, it was only fitting that Zhang Yang entrusted the vest to Pan Shiqing, who lacked any defensive capabilities. He then distributed fully charged tactical walkie-talkies to the women, which had an effective range of 20 kilometers, ensuring that communication would remain intact despite the instantaneous failure of mobile signals following the zombie outbreak. Zhang Yang was reluctant to delve into the reasons for this anomaly, knowing that under current conditions, it would be futile to seek understanding. "Are the 3 trucks of cement ready?" Zhang Yang inquired of Tang Ming. "Ready, Da Vinci. I have filled 3 trucks with cement using sand transport vehicles," Tang Ming replied, hastily pausing his enjoyment of canned fish. "I am called Da Vinci. From this moment forth, all of you must heed my commands. I do not require you to slay the zombies, but when I instruct you to perform a task, it must be done. Those who comply will be rewarded, while those who do not. Zhang Yang trailed off, seizing the 54 handgun from Xie Yuqi's grasp and surveying the group with the ominous muzzle before returning to the center. Do you understand? Zhang Yang coldly articulated 4 words. Brother Da Vinci, we understand, the group responded, having become significantly quieter under Zhang Yang's blend of benevolence and authority. Get in the vehicles, we are leaving, Zhang Yang commanded. The ragged men then boarded a variety of automobiles, ranging from SUVs to cars of various vintages and vans. Brother Da Vinci, wait. I've prepared what you requested, Huang Yong exclaimed, rushing to catch up with Zhang Yang as the engines roared to life. His face bore the marks of exhaustion, revealing he had toiled throughout the night without rest. Brother Da Vinci, here are the 2 pieces of beast hide armor I hastily crafted as per your specifications. The other materials were unfit for use, so I could not produce anything else, Huang Yong panted, handing over the 2 pieces of armor. Given the high density of the mutated cat's body, which yielded little more than fur with no excess meat, Zhang Yang was not surprised by the limited output of weapons. Zhang Yang delivered a kick with his blade boots against the leather armor, and in that fleeting moment, he felt his strength dissipate to the sides, leaving merely a faint scratch upon the surface. He then pulled the trigger of his 54 caliber pistol, directing it at the leather armor. Although the armor did not suffer a breach, it was indented deeply by the impact. Through Zhang Yang's assessment, while the leather armor could not rival a bulletproof vest, it nonetheless proved to be a commendable piece of protective gear. At the very least, it would effectively shield against the claws of zombies and the piercing of blades. I am quite satisfied. I shall seek your assistance again for future endeavors. Zhang Yang nodded towards Huang Yong, tossing him 15 jin of grain. He casually handed the 2 pieces of leather armor to Xie Yuqi and Pan Siming. Huang Yong received the grain with both hands, scratching the back of his head, and nodded repeatedly at Zhang Yang. Pan Siming drove the off-road vehicle steadily towards the entrance of the base. The 6 individuals seated in the 8-passenger vehicle did not feel overcrowded. As the vehicle traversed Old Hu's territory, Zhang Yang acutely sensed a pair of eyes fixated on him. Chapter 51. Under currents, the observer was a bronze-skinned young man clad in a vest, arms crossed over his chest, leaning against the wall. Though not particularly tall, he possessed an extraordinarily robust physique. There was no trace of the despair that the apocalypse typically inflicts. His well-developed muscles indicated that he lacked for neither sustenance nor vigor. When confronted with Zhang Yang's gaze, the young man displayed no trepidation, calmly turning to retreat into his dwelling. Who was that young fellow with the yellow hair? Zhang Yang inquired of Tang Ming in another vehicle. Da Vinci, brother, I have not encountered that individual before. Is there something amiss? Shall I fetch him for you? Tang Ming responded. Zhang Yang waved his hand, choosing not to pursue further inquiries. A man exhibiting such vitality in the apocalypse, surpassing even the spirits of Shan Gu and Old Hu, was undoubtedly suspicious. Yet, at this moment, he was solely focused on swiftly acquiring firearms, preferring to set aside other concerns. Inside Shanji's office, Old Hu entered without ceremony. Shan Gu, Yang Minghui observed Da Vinci leaving accompanied by over 20 individuals. Should we consider taking preemptive action? Old Hu gestured toward Shan Gu. Why the hurry? Tang Ming asserts that Da Vinci is merely seeking supplies nearby. Even if we cannot fully trust Tang Ming's words, it is improbable that Da Vinci would venture to the grain transfer station alone and not return. We shall adhere to our original plan, Shan Gu replied, dismissing the matter with a nonchalant air, shedding his cunning facade. Damn Da Vinci, daring to make me kneel after only a few days here. I shall see to his demise, feast upon his flesh, and claim his women. Shan Gu licked his lips, speaking with a bitter intensity. Shan Gu, I have already brought Yang Minghui into the fold. What are your preparations? Old Hu asked with a hint of concern. Oh, refrain from asking unnecessary questions. Focus solely on your responsibilities, Shan Gu admonished Lao Hu, his expression regaining its familiar cunning. Outside the factory, the sun had yet to fully rise, and the dimly lit underbrush around them instilled a sense of unease among the passengers. The post-apocalyptic human condition bears little distinction from that of their primitive ancestors, perpetually evading the predation of perilous creatures, exhausting an entire day's vigor merely for a morsel of sustenance. Whereas their forebears relied on fire and unity for protection, modern humanity employs more sophisticated tools and intellect for their defense. Occasionally, a few zombies emerged from the roadside, causing the men in the vehicle to huddle together in trepidation. Zhang Yang paid no heed to these fearful men, instead quietly strategizing his thoughts. "Stop the vehicle," he commanded as they approached the prison. "You all go and mix the cement. I shall require it shortly," he directed the group. The men exchanged glances at the few wandering zombies by the lakeside, their movements hesitant as they began to shift blame onto one another. Under Zhang Yang's piercing gaze, they reluctantly descended from the vehicle. As the men unloaded the cement, they steadfastly refused to approach the lakeside. Having endured 2 significant waves of mutation, they harbored deep-seated fears of the undead. Observing the apprehensive men, Zhang Yang chose not to elaborate further. "Speak up. Do you wish to bear the cement or confront the zombies?" he inquired, directing his question at Lin Lihong and Liang Qiaoling. "I shall slay the zombies," Liang Qiaoling responded swiftly, fearful that delay would force her to align with the men. "So shall I," Lin Lihong remarked, glancing at the machete in her hand. "What are you waiting for? Go." Zhang Yang gestured toward the 2 women. Without further ado, the 2 advanced toward the 3 ordinary zombies and 1 agile variant by the lakeside, armed with their blades. Liang Qiaoling's technique was chaotic, yet she exhibited no fear, striking at the zombies with fervor. Lin Lihong's strikes were also disordered, lacking the ferocity she had displayed the previous day. She faintly perceived the connection between precise technique and mental fortitude, thus hesitating to unleash her powers recklessly. Amidst the fray, an agile zombie lunged directly at Liang Qiaoling. Caught off guard and inexperienced in combat with such a creature, she appeared somewhat flustered. With a resounding shout from Lin Lihong, her machete soared into the air, severing the agile zombie's head cleanly. Liang Qiaoling, still in shock, gazed at Lin Lihong, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Lin Lihong, noticing Liang Qiaoling's appreciative expression, moved her lips as if to speak, yet hesitated, lost in profound contemplation. "I owe you this one. I am no longer in your debt," Lin Lihong finally uttered after much deliberation, her gaze shifting to the ground, seemingly regretting her words. Once the 2 women had dispatched the zombies, they returned to Zhang Yang's SUV. Men were astonished to witness the once vulnerable woman, who had been bullied by anyone in the factory yesterday, decisively eliminate 4 terrifying zombies today. Before the men could discuss this remarkable transformation, Tang Ming urged everyone to get to work, prompting them to begin mixing cement. Once the cement was prepared, a dozen vehicles moved in an orderly yet chaotic fashion towards the prison gates. Suddenly, a second-tier strength zombie burst forth, catching everyone off guard. Its roar pierced through the air, shattering the eardrums of those present. A 1,000-pound SUV was effortlessly halted and torn in half by the 2-meter-7 tall second-tier strength zombie. The 4 men inside the vehicle were snatched out like walnuts and devoured whole, having savored the taste of flesh and blood. The second-tier strength zombie roared again and sprinted towards the nearest sedan. Witnessing this horrifying scene, everyone gasped in terror, desperately trying to escape while suppressing their fears. They paid no heed to whether they brushed past speed-type or strength-type zombies. Some, overwhelmed by the roar of the second-tier strength zombie, crashed into nearby vehicles, all the while watching as the monstrous creature pursued them. "Do not panic. Retreat towards the lake. Those who disobey will be killed," Zhang Yang commanded, firing his gun into the air. His voice, though quieter than the second-tier strength zombie's roar, pierced through the chaos and provided direction to the panicked crowd. A few brave souls glanced at Zhang Yang, who summoned his silver battle axe and strode towards the second-tier strength zombie. At over 1.7 meters tall, Zhang Yang appeared dwarfed beside the towering creature, yet in the eyes of the onlookers, he radiated an aura of immense courage. In that moment, he resembled a mortal standing defiantly before a colossal beast, offering a profound sense of security. This was the first time since the apocalypse that the men had witnessed someone confront a mutated zombie alone, and it was a formidable second-tier zombie at that. Following Zhang Yang's orders, the men fled towards the lake. Those whose vehicles had been damaged leapt out, seeking a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, some were caught by the second-tier strength zombie and torn apart, their remains swiftly consumed. Others, paralyzed by fear, found themselves unable to move, awaiting their grim fate. Zhang Yang glanced back at the SUV, noticing that none of the women had fled. They stood by the vehicle, weapons in hand, awaiting his command with palpable trepidation. Pan Shiqing and Xie Yuqi were particularly focused, their fighting spirit unwavering. "Go!" Zhang Yang bellowed with the loudest voice he could muster. Even the men who had driven 300 meters away heard him clearly. Chapter 52. Defiance. The women hesitated for a moment, but did not leave. Pan Shirqing raised her hand, concentrating the air into an arrow-like projectile aimed directly at the second-tier, strength-type zombie. At that moment, Zhang Yang fired the last bullet from his 54 pistol. The bullet stirred up a cloud of dust upon impact with the ground, which then settled on the faces of Pan Shirqing and Xiaoyuqi. Subsequently, Pan Shirqing seemingly conveyed something to the women, after which the three departed in their vehicle. Yet, Pan Shirqing and Xiaoyuqi merely tightened their grips on their machetes and began to retreat slowly. Observing the reactions of the women, Zhang Yang felt a tumult of emotions within him. He was acutely aware that today could very well be a fight to the death, a battle that did not belong to these women. Nevertheless, they chose to stand behind him in the face of a monstrous entity far larger than themselves, rather than retreating. As the situation grew dire, Zhang Yang ceased to concern himself with the disobedient duo. He gripped his heavy axe more firmly, adjusted his breathing, and strode towards the second-tier, strength-type zombie. Although he could have chosen to flee in his vehicle, he understood that he had no real option. Even if he evaded danger today, tomorrow would present the same relentless threat, and the second-tier strength-type zombie would eventually become an adversary he could no longer avoid. As Zhang Yang approached, the second-tier strength-type zombie let out a furious roar, filled with combat fervor. Strangely, the surrounding zombies recoiled in fear from its bellow. Zhang Yang, who inherently resisted contamination, felt only a slight drain on his mental energy under the influence of contamination offset, remaining largely unaffected by the roar. He and the second-tier strength-type zombie found themselves within a mere 15 paces of each other. The zombie struck first, launching its massive fists towards Zhang Yang. Realizing the speed of the zombie's punches left him no room for evasion, Zhang Yang lifted his heavy axe to meet the oncoming blows. With a thunderous crash, the zombie's colossal fists, heavier than a hammer, collided with Zhang Yang's axe. A resounding boom echoed through the air. Zhang Yang felt an immense force reverberate through his body, nearly causing him to retch. Yet, the heavy axe remained steadfast in his grip, showing no inclination to be dislodged. Had it not been for the axe absorbing the impact of the zombie's strike, he had no doubt that he would have been reduced to a mere mist of blood by over 1,000 pounds of force. This encounter solidified Zhang Yang's belief that the strength of the second-tier zombie was no less than 25 times that of an adult male, at the very least exceeding 1,000 pounds. Under the pressure, Zhang Yang retreated repeatedly, unwilling to engage in another clash of strength with the formidable zombie. He resolved to avoid its might and rely on speed. Encouraging himself, he sought to detach from the shock of being pushed back by the heavy axe. The strength-type zombie, indifferent to the pain inflicted by the impact, continued to advance with mounting anger, eager to consume the bloodied prey before it. Zhang Yang endeavored to maneuver around the second-tier strength-type zombie, seeking an opportunity to attack, yet found that the behemoth before him was only faster, never slower. Zhang Yang was unwilling to engage in prolonged skirmishes with the seemingly boundless creature before him. He ignited his flames, deftly evading a swipe from the second-tier zombie. Swiftly, he swung his axe at the zombie's leg. The axe, weighing 1,000 pounds, struck the lower leg of the second-tier strength-based zombie as if it had collided with the most resilient steel. Aside from the jarring pain that reverberated through his wrist, he received no feedback whatsoever. Despair, an overwhelming sense of hopelessness, enveloped Zhang Yang. He found himself unable to fight back or flee. At that moment, he felt akin to a diminutive mantis challenging a colossal carriage. Courage and combat fervor seemed utterly futile. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Yang connected to the system within his mind, allowing the tense battle to pause. Within the system's realm, he observed his external self, along with the second-tier strength-based zombie reaching out for him once more. Time outside was momentarily frozen. Gazing at the towering figure of the ancient god, Zhang Yang suddenly perceived the second-tier strength-based zombie as inconsequential. Ancient god, I invoke path of evolution to calculate how many cultivation points are required to discern that creature's weakness. He inquired, fatigue and tension etched upon his face from the ongoing struggle. Master, why do you no longer call me sovereign? When utilizing my abilities, you refer to me as the ancient god. The ancient god responded with a hint of dissatisfaction. Enough with the banter. Do you think I wish to jest at this moment? Zhang Yang retorted, exasperated by the dire circumstances. The master has initiated an inquiry regarding the cultivation points for Path of Evolution, deducting 5 points, leaving a balance of 88 points. If the master wishes to activate path of evolution to uncover the weakness of the second-tier strength-based zombie. The standard cost is 1,200 cultivation points. Given the current situation, I shall only charge 588 points. After being reproached by Zhang Yang, the ancient god spoke in a businesslike manner. Are you out of your mind? I deduct 5 points and I'm left with merely 88. Even if I wanted to give you something, where would I find 588 points? Are you completely foolish? Zhang Yang, feeling cornered, no longer held back, unleashing a torrent of curses. Even in death, he refused to succumb with a heart full of rage. Venting his frustrations cleared his mind. Master, the shop offers a recycling function, allowing you to exchange existing equipment for 50 cultivation points. Upon recycling the spatial token, you would receive 500 points. Zhang Yang sensed a glimmer of cunning in the ancient god's calm demeanor. I would never recycle, even in death. I find your spatial token useful, and I intend to keep using it. Hurry and provide me with something that enhances my speed for 88 cultivation points. If I die here today, neither of us shall find peace. I will surely trap myself in this space and harass you for eternity. Zhang Yang resolutely sat upon the ground, bargaining with the system. Master, the wind speed pill requires only 500 points. The master can experience a 25-fold increase in speed, lasting for 2 hours, with effects manifesting 5 minutes after consumption. The system introduced to Zhang Yang. Alas, does this mean I cannot survive today without reclaiming my spatial token? Zhang Yang, already burdened with frustration from being suppressed by the second-tier power-type zombies, now found himself further incensed by the system. Master, please do not be angry. I am, of course, inextricably linked to your honor and disgrace. However, I am merely a conduit. Acquiring what you desire still requires you to gather the power of pollution. I will then convert this energy into usable forms for you, the ancient divine lord patiently explained, sensing Zhang Yang's profound discontent. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, choosing to ignore the system and instead sat cross-legged in its space, remaining silent. There must be a way to break the deadlock. I just have yet to conceive it. Aunt Lu warned that my legs would be shattered, but regardless of whether her prophecy comes true, it assures me that I shall not perish at the hands of this entity. At this moment, Zhang Yang resembled a player who had pressed the pause button in a game. Although his blue bar and health points could not be restored, his chaotic thoughts, stirred by the onslaught of the second-tier power-type zombies, began to clear. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Yang finally spoke. System, if I were to pay you 588 points, you wouldn't dare tell me that this cursed thing possesses no weaknesses, nor would you advise me to tread carefully, would you? As his mind regained its rationality, he regarded the system with a playful glint in his eyes. Chapter 53. Just watch me be slain by it. Cough, cough. Master, I assure you that this time, such a scenario will not unfold. This entity has numerous weaknesses. As long as you activate the path of propagation, you are bound to uncover its vulnerabilities. The system, sensing Zhang Yang's willingness to negotiate, earnestly pledged in an attempt to regain his trust. Is that so? Very well, Zhang Yang observed the undulating serpent form of the ancient divine lord, deliberately pausing. No deal. He swiftly reached his final conclusion. It is impossible for me to relinquish the spatial token to you. You fool. Just watch as I am utterly destroyed by that thing, ancient divine lord. Zhang Yang emphasized the last 6 words with heavy sarcasm, leaving the ancient divine lord in a state of disarray within the space. Before departing, Zhang Yang took delight in teasing the ancient divine lord, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction in avenging himself. Although time in the outside world did not progress, Zhang Yang's consciousness rested in the system space for 2 hours and contemplated for another hour. Through the integration of various pieces of information, he gleaned 2 vital insights. First, according to Aunt Lu's prophecy, he would not meet his demise here. This implies that Zhang Yang could act freely according to his own convictions. Upon reflection, he suddenly perceived Aunt Lu's prophecy not as a forewarning of crisis, but rather as, to some extent, a prophecy of invincibility. Secondly, the system ensures the existence of a weakness in the second-tier strength-type zombies. Moreover, Zhang Yang can deduce that this weakness is something he can exploit with his current strength. Thus, he no longer grapples with the specifics of the answer. The assurance from the ancient god lord itself serves as a colossal source of reassurance. As Zhang Yang regains his consciousness, he faces the dual fists of the second-tier strength-type zombie once more. In a moment of desperation, he swings his 1,000-pound axe to create a buffer. The overwhelming force compels him to retreat repeatedly, allowing him to dissipate some of the impact. This is no longer a matter of whether there is a weakness. It is simply that he cannot land a hit on this creature. Zhang Yang continuously counters and dodges the relentless assaults of the second-tier strength-type zombie, his stamina rapidly depleting. Is it worth trading injuries? Each punch from this beast weighs over 1,000 pounds. What he would be trading is not merely wounds, but his very life. The notion of trading injuries is utterly impossible. In his mind, Zhang Yang frantically searches for an opportunity to defeat the second-tier strength-type zombie, feeling as if a bowstring is drawn tight, demanding to be released. After narrowly evading another clawing attack from the zombie, Zhang Yang suddenly sprints madly towards Lin Lihong's position. Seeing Zhang Yang rushing towards them, with the second-tier strength-type zombie closely trailing behind, Xie Yuqi and Pan Shiqing do not hesitate, keeping a vigilant watch on him. Zhang Yang subtly adjusts his course, lifting Lin Lihong directly from the off-road vehicle as he continues to flee. Lin Lihong, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, dares not move and merely complies with Zhang Yang's actions. As the second-tier strength-type zombie approaches, Pan Shiqing unleashes 5 air arrows, each one piercing into the enormous round eye sockets of the creature. The zombie, unfazed by the damage to its eyeballs, remains singularly focused on pursuing Zhang Yang. Upon making contact with Lin Lihong, Zhang Yang activates psycho-resonance, connecting to her soft waist, experiencing the profound synergy brought forth by her and absolute precision as he aims for a vital area. Zhang Yang channels his consciousness to link with absolute precision, yet receives no feedback. Damn it, the ability cannot be exploited, it must be specifically designated. Zhang Yang continues to expend every ounce of strength to evade the relentless pursuit of the second-tier strength-type zombie. His throat feels raw, and every breath taken seems to be a tormenting ordeal. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yang imbues his 1,000-pound axe with fire abilities, causing the silver blade to ignite in a fiery crimson hue. It appears to resonate with flame control in a unique manner, unlike other weapons that merely exude flames. Zhang Yang feels the guidance of absolute precision, striking towards the zombie's posterior with a trajectory that the second-tier strength-type zombie cannot evade or block. Noticing Zhang Yang's attack, Xie Yuqi hastily activates Pollution Affinity to immobilize the second-tier strength-type zombie with all her might, only to find her mental energy instantaneously drained. Yet, it merely managed to momentarily immobilize the second-tier strength zombie for a fleeting second, akin to a barely perceptible frame drop in a video game. With a resounding thud, the blazing crimson axe struck the second-tier strength zombie squarely upon its pelvic bone, instantly vaporizing the scant decayed flesh that adorned its rear. Bolstered by flames and velocity, the axe cleaved down, causing the second-tier strength zombie to stagger several steps forward. Although the damage was minimal, it instilled a profound sense of hope within Zhang Yang. The sight of the second-tier strength zombie faltering made him realize that this colossal creature was neither invincible nor insurmountable. If only Lin Lihong were weightless. For carrying her was exceedingly tiresome. Without waiting for the second-tier strength zombie to react, Zhang Yang continued his frantic escape, shouldering Lin Lihong. In that moment, he felt akin to the protagonist in a video game, engaged in a frantic tug-of-war with a boss. Little did he realize just how exhausting such a wild dash could be. His most advantageous ability, the damage exchange, became utterly futile in the face of a 2-meter-7 zombie. The very foundation of damage exchange rests upon the premise of sustaining injuries without succumbing to death, should he be struck down in one blow. Even the mightiest recovery would amount to naught but mere digestion. Amidst his frantic flight, he was immensely grateful for his agility enhancement, allowing him to strike twice more, a gamble he was willing to take. Hey, make sure you hold on tight to my back and don't fall off. I can't carry you any longer, he urged, adjusting his stance to secure Lin Lihong on his back while gripping the axe with both hands, now disregarding her entirely. Although Lin Lihong did not comprehend Zhang Yang's intentions, she could only suppress her fear of the second-tier strength zombie and synchronize her actions with his. Zhang Yang activated absolute precision, attuning himself to the moment when the second-tier strength zombie lunged at him. Empowered by absolute precision, Zhang Yang felt an exhilarating rush as he smoothly maneuvered behind the second-tier strength zombie, delivering another heavy blow to the back of its head. The flaming axe descended, severing a substantial chunk of decayed flesh and bone from the zombie's cranium. Yet, All he could see was the rotting mass of its enormous head, devoid of any semblance of a brain. The brain of this 2-meter-7 zombie was astonishingly smaller than that of a human, which only heightened Zhang Yang's anxiety. In agony, the second-tier strength zombie let out a maddening roar, a cacophony of its bellowing and Lin Lihong's screams crashing into Zhang Yang's eardrums. The overwhelming sound caused his ears to throb painfully, rendering the surrounding noises indistinguishable. Must I only strike its face? What difference does that make from courting death? Observing the increasingly ferocious second-tier strength zombie, Zhang Yang continually adjusted his strategy. Chapter 54. Reckless Assault. Before Zhang Yang could fully adjust, the second-tier strength-type zombie continued to lunge forward with its foul mouth agape, aiming to tear him apart. Guided by the absolute precision, Zhang Yang steadied his stance, raising his axe to counter the assault. The fiery blade of the axe, no longer employed for defense, glimmered with lethal intent as it cleaved towards the oncoming hand. The immense force of the second-tier strength-type zombie left Zhang Yang and Lin Lihong feeling as though their souls had momentarily fled, causing them to spit out blood in response. Zhang Yang braced himself against the grip of the creature, leaving deep impressions in the earth beneath him. His legs felt utterly powerless to move, as if they had been firmly anchored to the ground. Yet, he dared not pause. Gripping the axe firmly, he advanced towards the zombie, aiming for its nasal bone. Seeing this, Xiayuqi quickly exhausted her mental energy to provide support. In her eyes, even a fraction of a second could yield significant results in the fleeting chaos of battle. This was the only form of assistance she could offer at that moment. The second-tier strength-type zombie towered above, compelling Zhang Yang to rise onto his toes to strike at its face. The axe descended, shattering the nasal bone into fragments. The once swift claws that aimed for Zhang Yang grew slow and uncoordinated following the fracture of its nose. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yang evaded, setting Lin Lihong down before charging once more at the second-tier strength-type zombie. He recalled the movements he had just executed through absolute precision. As he countered the zombie's paws, he stepped forward again, striking the now non-existent nasal bone. With Zhang Yang's full force behind the blow, the zombie's massive head, previously impervious, succumbed to the pressure of the axe, resulting in a deep, bloody crater. With a thunderous crash, this monstrous creature, responsible for countless deaths, met its end today. Congratulations, Master, for slaying the second-tier strength-type zombie. You have earned 1,000 cultivation points. The system announced upon the completion of Zhang Yang's kill. 1,000 points? No wonder this creature was so difficult to defeat. It seems I have accidentally accomplished something remarkable. Slaying this beast was more challenging than taking down 100 strength zombies. As Zhang Yang pondered further, he suddenly felt his hearing and vision fade, every organ in his body screaming in pain. Enduring multiple hammering blows from the second-tier strength-type zombie had inflicted severe internal injuries. Sensing the countdown of his life, he could no longer afford to hesitate. He rushed into an abandoned van with Lin Lihong, shutting the door behind them. Ignoring the dangers outside, Zhang Yang laid Lin Lihong on the bench seat of the van. Her warmth rekindled the sensation of being alive within him. However, the bloodied eyes obscured his ability to see her beauty clearly. He hurriedly activated meditation space, seeking a moment to heal his wounds. With his hearing and sight nearly incapacitated, Zhang Yang found his sense of smell and touch becoming increasingly acute. The desolate wasteland around him evoked an unprecedented feeling within him. In the realm of meditation space, time flowed ceaselessly, and Zhang Yang gradually felt his mind becoming clearer. The pace of operating the creation authority involuntarily quickened. Having narrowly escaped death, Zhang Yang, at this moment, sought refuge in the restorative energy that meditation space bestowed upon him. Leaving all thoughts behind, the sun began its descent, yet none dared to urge him onward. Only the women were aware of Zhang Yang's damaged meridians, requiring an extended period of meditation for recovery. The men by the lake surely presumed that Zhang Yang was still locked in a desperate struggle against the zombies or had already succumbed to their menace. The system reported the meditation status, Master S meditation value at 72, then at 62, and finally at 66, continuously updating as his meditation progressed. After 4 hours, Zhang Yang emerged from the vehicle, the sky now tinged with a faint dusk. Calling Tang Ming, this is Da Vinci. Calling Tang Ming, this is Da Vinci. Respond if you hear me. Zhang Yang adjusted the walkie-talkie to the agreed-upon frequency 6 and called out. Tang Ming here, Brother Da Vinci, Please instruct, came Tang Ming's voice through the walkie-talkie. After a prolonged wait, he finally heard Zhang Yang's voice, imbued with palpable excitement. He had feared that his revered Da Vinci brother had been crushed into dust by a second-tier power zombie. In the midst of despair, the unexpected return of Zhang Yang's voice sent him into a fervor, causing him to gesture animatedly by the lakeside, leading the nearby men to believe he had been overwhelmed by the shock. Report your situation, Zhang Yang instructed. Brother Da Vinci, we have 12 survivors left. 6 were bitten to death by the recent monsters, and 2 managed to escape. The cement you instructed us to prepare is still usable. We have not ceased mixing. Tang Ming reported diligently. Inform them that the monstrous zombies have been eliminated by me. Tell them to drive to the prison entrance to regroup, Zhang Yang concluded. Setting aside the walkie-talkie, the group, upon hearing the news of Zhang Yang vanquishing the colossal creature, was filled with disbelief, astonishment etched on their faces. They could scarcely fathom that a mere mortal could slay a beast as towering as a tank. Hesitantly, they drove back to the site of the encounter, where the decaying remains of the second-tier power zombie lay scattered. Only then did they dare to proceed toward the prison, their reverence for Zhang Yang deepening. You few, go clear the zombies at the prison entrance. Be swift, night is approaching. Pay no mind to the zombies inside the prison, Zhang Yang instructed the women, before climbing into the vehicle to head toward the prison. The Wanqing City Prison was an aged facility, modest in scale, with a maximum capacity of around 1,800 inmates. Though Zhang Yang was uncertain of the exact number of zombies within, the women swiftly dispatched the sparse zombies at the entrance and returned to Zhang Yang's side. The men had already parked the vehicles at the prison gates, awaiting Zhang Yang's orders. You 4, pair up and search the nearby warehouses and residential buildings. If you find what I'm looking for, relay the information to me via the walkie-talkie, but do not disclose too much. Understood? Zhang Yang commanded the woman by his side. The group of women nodded and dispersed, leaving only Xiaoyuqi beside Zhang Yang. This visit to the prison had 2 purposes for Zhang Yang. One was to collect points, and the other was to seek out firearms. However, Zhang Yang could not guarantee the success of these objectives. After all, regardless of the presence of firearms, he might not be able to locate them. Zhang Yang led the group to position the cement trucks in front of the prison's imposing concrete walls. Facing the towering and formidable barriers, he summoned his mighty axe and relentlessly struck at one corner of the wall. With each resounding blow of the axe, the zombies within the prison began to howl. The strange sounds from outside ignited the long-suppressed bloodlust of the horde. Chapter 55. Overtime pay from the zombies' cries. It was evident that when the mutation occurred, the zombies had gathered at the area designated for their release. The quality of the prison walls was exceptional. The axe made little progress in damaging the structure, leaving no visible marks thus far. The prison's design was ingeniously crafted, apart from the towering wall before Zhang Yang. All other areas were encircled, preventing access to the inner precinct. After nearly an hour of effort, Zhang Yang finally managed to create a breach in the prison wall, measuring 2 men in width and over a man's height. With a final mighty swing, the heavy wall crumbled, collapsing in response to the newly formed fissure. Zhang Yang quickly retreated to the position where the cement trucks were stationed. The zombies, catching the scent of humanity emanating from the opening, surged towards it with fervor. Release. Zhang Yang commanded the man operating the cement truck. The 3 trucks simultaneously poured cement into the breach. The zombies, like ravenous beasts freed from their cages, poured forth through the opening. The men atop the cement trucks, filled with dread at the sight of the approaching horde, stood frozen in place. None dared to flee. In their eyes, the collective threat of the zombies paled in comparison to the terror instilled by Zhang Yang, the harbinger of death. Under Zhang Yang's directive, the cement was mixed to a thin consistency. The flow of cement swiftly coated the ground before the wall opening, beginning to cascade into the breach. The unset cement, while making the already filthy zombies even more so, failed to impose any significant restraint. 4 agile speed-type zombies were already closing in on the cement trucks behind Zhang Yang, prompting him to charge forward. Light it up. Zhang Yang swiftly dispatched the 4 speed-type zombies and issued a new command. The men, following Tang Ming's earlier instructions, ignited flammable materials and hurled them towards the approaching horde of zombies. The ground, saturated with fuel, quickly ignited a multitude of the undead. These creatures, rendered nearly devoid of moisture by mutation and the scorching sun, became the perfect kindling at that moment. Zhang Yang initiated flame control. distributing the flames uniformly across each zombie that surged forth from the wall's breach. A billowing cloud of black smoke enveloped the air, creating an acrid and foul atmosphere. Yet, the men's faces betrayed no discomfort. Instead, they were filled with palpable excitement. Some could not contain their emotions and shouted in exhilaration. This was their first time witnessing the zombies being eradicated up close, and they had personally ignited such a vast horde. In the midst of their revelry, an abrupt silence fell, and the atmosphere grew tense once more. The inferno consumed countless ordinary zombies, which, before they could draw near to Zhang Yang, collapsed under the heat's relentless assault. However, as the ordinary zombies fell, figures of swift and powerful zombies emerged, standing out amidst the chaos. These creatures bore no flames upon their forms. Aside from some deep black soot, there were no signs of having been singed by fire. Were these beings impervious to flames? Zhang Yang furrowed his brow as he observed the mutated zombies charging towards him. Attack! He commanded Xiaoyuqi with a single word before lunging towards an approaching powerful zombie. With a deft lift of his heavy axe, Zhang Yang swiftly toppled the towering powerful zombie, rendering it motionless. In the same breath, he brought his axe crashing down onto the creature's nasal bone, causing its massive face to explode upon impact. It crashed into the mud-soaked earth, splattering filth in all directions. Meanwhile, Xiaoyuqi raised her machete to engage the nearby swift zombies, taking aim and knocking them down one by one as the opportunity arose. The flames blazed brightly upon the water-infused cement, showing no signs of extinguishing. The cement, spurred by the flames, accelerated in hardening, ensnaring countless swift zombies attempting to traverse on all fours within its drying grip. The swift zombies could only emit piercing howls, rendered unable to move. The powerful zombies, disregarding the constraints of the cement, clawed their way through, emerging from the inferno and charging towards the crowd. Zhang Yang and Xiaoyuqi were left with no choice but to manually defend themselves, systematically eliminating the encroaching powerful zombies. Calling Da Vinci, this is Pan Shiqing. Calling Da Vinci, this is Pan Shiqing. A voice crackled through the intercom after a prolonged struggle. This is Da Vinci. What is the situation? Zhang Yang replied, seizing the intercom. We have not located what you seek. We have seen no trace of it. Pan Shiqing responded through the device. Lin Lihong, what is the situation on your end? Zhang Yang inquired of another group. Report to Master Da Vinci. We have searched 15 houses and found no useful information. Lin Lihong's voice quickly came through the walkie-talkie. Understood. You four wait for me by the lakeside. Acknowledge when received. Zhang Yang instructed into the device. Received. Pan Shiqing and Pan Simin. Received. Lin Lihong and Liang Xiaoling. Came the responses of the four women through the walkie-talkie. Let us all rest by the lakeside today. That will be all for now, Zhang Yang remarked, observing that the concrete had nearly been poured, covering the prison's inner courtyard. Upon returning to the lakeside not far from the prison, the women set about erecting 3 tents. Zhang Yang approached Tang Ming, handing him 4 tents and some food, instructing him to distribute it. Although Zhang Yang harbored a strong aversion to spending the night outdoors, given the current circumstances, it had become the most prudent choice. Traveling at night could invite unforeseen dangers. Brother Da Vinci, we initially agreed to work for 1 day, but now it seems we must work for 2. And with the loss of a comrade, shouldn't you offer us something extra? A gaunt, diminutive man stepped forward from the crowd, disregarding Tang Ming's fierce gaze. Zhang Yang noted the man's evasive eyes, discerning that he had been pushed forth by the others to speak. Once you resolve the prison situation, no one will receive less than 5 pounds of food, Zhang Yang stated, casting a glance at Tang Ming before turning to leave. He bore no ill will towards the diminutive man negotiating terms. Rather, he was reminded of his former self before the apocalypse, often compelled by his boss to work overtime without compensation, which led him to abandon that job. Now, amidst the chaos of the end times, he found himself inadvertently assuming the role of the employer. Though he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he had no qualms about sharing his ample resources to ensure the survival of those under his care. After leaving his promise, Zhang Yang turned away. The men reacted diversely to his assurance. Some were satisfied, others expressed skepticism, while a few contemplated how to exert less effort the following day. Upon returning to the tent, Zhang Yang beheld Liang Xiaoling, adorned in an alluring purple camisole. She emanated a fragrant mist, having just bathed, her presence imbued with the unique allure of an enchanting beauty. This air of aloofness was both intimidating and irresistibly inviting, compelling one to engage in conversation. Chapter 56. Liang Xiaoling. Weary from a long day, Zhang Yang found himself before the Ice Queen. Liang Xiaoling's designation as an Ice Queen stemmed from her enigmatic charm, her naturally somber demeanor, slender and graceful figure, and skin as cool as summer ice created an atmosphere that neutralized any fiery passion in the air. In the cold stillness, the weary nerves find a semblance of tranquility. Liang Xiaoling is not as unapproachable as one might imagine. She extends her hand to Zhang Yang, offering a cup of tea she has personally brewed. Zhang Yang accepts the tea, savoring it slowly, marveling at how the tastes of cultured individuals differ from his own. As they indulge in tea and engage in conversation, both feel a delightful sense of ease enveloping them. Once the tea is finished, Zhang Yang enters the meditation space, seeking to restore the day's losses. The readings fluctuate, 67, 59, 63. Outside, the tense flaps are tossed by the wind, opening and closing rhythmically. Yet within the meditation space, Zhang Yang steadily regains his mental fortitude, undisturbed by external disturbances. After cleansing himself, he becomes acutely aware of the grime and the scorch of the flames. And in this moment, he feels entirely renewed. Lazily, Zhang Yang steps out of the tent, raising his gaze to the full moon above. Since the apocalypse, the moon has often appeared round. Suddenly, a panicked voice breaks through the static of the walkie-talkie. Da Vinci, help! There are dead bodies by the lake. The chaotic cries in the background punctuate the urgency. With no time to ponder the walkie-talkie, Zhang Yang quickly dons his tactical bulletproof vest and other gear, hastening toward Tang Ming's camp. Venturing out at night is invariably fraught with peril. The darkness of the apocalypse compounds the already dire survival of humanity. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Yang arrives at Tang Ming's camp, only to find the tents in disarray, torn apart by an unknown force. The men have long since scattered, leaving no trace behind, and 2 lifeless bodies lay upon the ground. Their corpses bear large, ghastly impact marks. A sight that is truly harrowing. Before him stands a towering creature resembling a deer, entirely black, gnawing at one of the men's remains. This mutated deer seems yet to adapt from herbivore to carnivore, its actions awkward and tentative. What on earth? Zhang Yang exclaims, incredulous at the sight of a deer consuming flesh. Tang Ming, order those fools to stop running and return at once, he commands through the walkie-talkie, fully aware that recklessly dashing about at night is tantamount to inviting death. After issuing his orders, he pays no heed to Tang Ming's responses, instead summoning his mighty axe as he approaches the mutated deer with deliberate intent. Time to earn some experience points, no matter how it's done, he muses, eyeing the seemingly less aggressive creature. Sensing Zhang Yang's approach, the mutated deer swiftly turns to face him, adopting a defensive stance. Seeing that Zhang Yang shows no intention of retreating, the creature charges at him. As it nears, Zhang Yang deftly sidesteps, swinging his axe with force. The impact reverberates through the air, and with a piercing cry, the mutated deer is left stunned, momentarily frozen in place. Zhang Yang seized the moment, wielding his mighty axe with great force, striking directly at the crown of the mutated deer. The axe collided with a resounding clang, the impact reverberating through the air. Zhang Yang felt the jarring recoil resonate painfully through his wrist. Raising the heavy axe, his pupils dilated in astonishment, for the mutated deer bore no visible wounds. In that instant of shock, the creature sprang forward, lunging towards Zhang Yang's abdomen. Reacting swiftly, he evaded the assault and swung his axe down again with great ferocity. The mutated deer let out a piercing shriek of pain. Zhang Yang, determined to deny the creature any chance for retaliation, relentlessly brought the axe down upon it. Despite the absence of external injuries on its skin, blood began to seep from its eye sockets with each successive blow, until it finally lay still, convulsing no more. Congratulations, Master, you have slain the mutated deer. Reward, 600 cultivation points, the system announced upon the creature's demise. 600? I certainly missed out last time by not defeating the mutated cat, Zhang Yang mused as he paused his assault. Confirming that the seemingly unscathed mutated deer had indeed lost all hope of survival. The onlookers were in awe of Zhang Yang's courage and strength as he vanquished the monstrous beast before them. Brother Tang, is this Da Vinci even human? A bloodshot-eyed man beside Tang Ming cautiously inquired. Could you speak a bit louder? You're the one who isn't human. Just do your job and stop asking unnecessary questions, Tang Ming reprimanded the man beside him. Zhang Yang disregarded their chatter, silently shouldering the massive mutated deer as he made his way back to his camp. The creature was imposing, standing at a height of 1.5 meters and measuring 2 meters in length, yet it weighed less than 200 pounds. Zhang Yang speculated that mutated beasts tended to possess a higher body density. Upon returning to the base, he enveloped the axe in flames and delivered another heavy, sharp strike to the mutated deer, yet it still failed to inflict any damage upon its hide. Reluctantly, he stored the creature in his storage space, awaiting a more opportune moment for further examination. On the 19th day of the apocalypse, Zhang Yang arrived at the prison wall, where a group had gathered in anticipation of his command. He initially ignored the remaining 10 men, instead directing 5 women to approach the solidified concrete surface. They systematically eliminated the mutated zombies that were not restricted by the concrete and could not be ignited. After clearing the area of evolved zombies, Zhang Yang led his team away from the horde and instructed the men to ignite the remains. Under the blaze and Zhang Yang's command, the zombies ensnared in the concrete and those lurking behind the walls were set ablaze, their anguished howls echoing through the air. Once the fire has subsided, gather any usable supplies, Zhang Yang calmly instructed, observing the 3,488 cultivation points in his possession, reflecting on the 2 days spent slaying ordinary zombies. It would be more profitable to slay a second-tier strength-type zombie. However, recalling the near-fatal encounter with such a creature, he quickly shook his head. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Regardless, this venture would ultimately yield profit. Zhang Yang calculated in his mind, and then led a few women towards the buildings near the prison. System. I need to know the precise location of the armory near this prison. Zhang Yang connected his consciousness to the system, activating Path of Propagation to pose his query. He did not inquire if there was a problem, but directly asked for the location. If the answer was negative, the system would only deduct a minimal amount of cultivation points. Chapter 57, Striking Rich? The master initiated a query, deducting 5 cultivation points, leaving a balance of 3,483 points. Master, this query will require a consumption of 500 cultivation points. Do you wish to proceed? The system responded. It was not worth exchanging for hot weapons, but seeking out hot weapons was certainly worthwhile. Deducted. Zhang Yang contemplated for a moment. The information regarding the weapon's location has been transmitted to the master. Please check. As the system's prompt chimed, Zhang Yang felt as if he intuitively knew the precise method to locate the armory, instinctively guiding him towards a specific direction. He arrived at an abandoned pigpen and halted his steps. Zhang Yang, we have searched this place already. There is nothing here. Pan Shiqing kindly reminded him upon seeing him return to the dilapidated building. Zhang Yang ignored her, igniting flame control to incinerate the floating grass atop the pigpen. The ground revealed a small hole resembling a cellar. Go down. Pan Simin will stay up here. After uttering these 2 words, Zhang Yang leaped into the cellar alone. The cellar was somewhat chilly and not very deep. It merely contained a pile of well-preserved sweet potatoes. Upon witnessing this, Pan Shiqing's expression shifted from surprise at the discovery of the cellar to palpable disappointment. Zhang Yang paid no heed to the women beside him and continued to follow the guidance within his consciousness. He raised his heavy axe once more and struck down upon the earthen mound to his left. In an instant, the mound collapsed, unveiling a robust, technologically advanced coded door. Zhang Yang, almost instinctively, input a 17-digit code and then pushed open the heavy coded door. A zombie lunged towards Zhang Yang and the others as the door swung open. But Zhang Yang swiftly dealt with it. The space beyond the coded door was small, filled with various shelves. On the shelves lay numerous square objects wrapped in craft paper. Zhang Yang cautiously peeled back a piece of oiled cloth, revealing an Uzi submachine gun within. Estimating roughly, although the space was limited, it contained enough weaponry to equip 40 individuals. At this moment, Zhang Yang's hands trembled slightly, as an ordinary person before the apocalypse. This was the first time he had witnessed such a plethora of modern weapons. How did you know about this place? Pan Shiqing comprehended that an abundance of firearms lay concealed beneath the oilcloth. A gasp of astonishment escaped her lips, her voice tremulous with disbelief. Zhang Yang, reluctant to divulge matters concerning the system, could only offer vague reassurances. Had it not been for the system's guidance, he might have searched for months without uncovering the location of the weapons. In this ever-shifting apocalypse, the luxury of searching for months was an unattainable dream. Activating his storage space, Zhang Yang endeavored to collect all the arms, but discovered a lack of capacity. Sighing, he resolved to regard this place as a small base. Once he accrued sufficient points, he would certainly expand the storage. The system's prices were exorbitantly high. Frowning, Zhang Yang left behind some previously gathered items and a portion of food in the cellar, subsequently transferring all the munitions into this storage space. You must not disclose anything about this to anyone, understood? Zhang Yang turned to address everyone with utmost seriousness. The women nodded solemnly, though Lin Lihong fidgeted with her pants. After sealing the entrance, Zhang Yang led the group back to the prison's perimeter. There, the men busily loaded supplies from the vicinity of the prison onto vehicles. Their gazes, once dulled by despair, now ignited with a glimmer of hope as they surveyed the provisions in their hands. A few audacious men even brandished knives, daring to slay the ordinary zombies immobilized by concrete. Although nearly falling victim to a second-tier strength-type zombie, Zhang Yang marveled at the bounty they had amassed. Nearly 3,000 cultivation points and enough weaponry to arm 40 individuals. Such a fortune would render survival in the apocalypse considerably less arduous. Zhang Yang, who had previously relished each meal as a rare feast, savored the accumulation of resources, lighting a cigarette with satisfaction. Report to Da Vinci. We have gathered over 120 pounds of assorted foodstuffs, Tang Ming relayed to Zhang Yang. The group, having tasted success, was unanimously in awe of Zhang Yang's capabilities. All right, let us head back, Zhang Yang replied succinctly to Tang Ming. The journey home was smooth, encountering only a few scattered zombies. The men, previously terror-stricken at the sight of the undead, now wore expressions of calm. Upon returning to the small factory gathering place, the survivors peered out, astonished to witness individuals who had braved the night and returned alive. Their gazes flickered with a mix of fear and greed as they regarded the food in the vehicles. Zhang Yang parked the off-road vehicle at the dormitory entrance, where Aunt Lu sat at the door, her eyes bloodshot and vacant. Upon hearing the vehicle's approach, she sprang to her feet, clearly having not rested since Zhang Yang's departure. Da Vinci, you're back. Is your leg all right? Aunt Lu hurriedly inquired, her concern palpable. I am quite well, and my legs are in good condition too. There is no need for you to wait for me any longer. Do hurry back inside and take a rest, for it is quite hot outside. Upon seeing Aunt Lu approach, Zhang Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Once Aunt Lu confirmed Zhang Yang's safety after surveying the surroundings, she stepped back inside. You all have done commendably. The supplies have increased rather than diminished, Zhang Yang proclaimed as he tossed 40 pounds of grain from the cart to the group. You have performed admirably. I shall seek your assistance again in the future. He then discreetly handed 10 pounds of grain to Tang Ming, patting him on the shoulder as he spoke. Listen up, everyone. Tomorrow I shall continue to gather supplies. Those brave enough to confront the zombies may wait for me at the entrance once more. He informed the men about the division of the resources, intending to cultivate a few bold individuals capable of slaying the undead. However, he wished to avoid expending excessive effort as he did with the women, thus deeming natural selection as the most efficient strategy. Brother Da Vinci, your skills are remarkable. I am truly impressed, Zhang Yang remarked just as Brother Shan, with a cigarette in his mouth, approached from a distance, followed by Brother Hu. It seems Brother Da Vinci has struck a fortune, Brother Shan teased Zhang Yang. Fortune is an overstatement. It merely cost the lives of a dozen brothers in exchange for a few dozen pounds of grain, Zhang Yang replied as he lit a cigarette of his own. Has Brother Da Vinci been comfortable during his stay with me these past few days? Do you require anything else? Brother Shan inquired with a friendly tone. When one is out in this world, having a place to rest suffices. There is no need for excessive rules, Zhang Yang answered casually, sensing Brother Shan's ulterior motives. Brother Da Vinci, maintaining the operation of this place is no easy task for me. Shouldn't you share a portion of the grain you acquired? Brother Shan stated plainly. When in a new territory, one must adhere to its rules, correct? Chapter 58, I am the rule. What rules? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow and asked Brother Shan. Brother Da Vinci, any supplies found in our territory are subject to a 40 levy. Given your circumstances, I shall only take 30 from you. How does that sound? Brother Shan explained, feigning difficulty. Is this a form of protection fee? Zhang Yang crushed the half-smoked cigarette underfoot, surveying Brother Shan and Brother Hu. Brother Da Vinci, it is not merely about protection fees. Everyone contributes. It would be unreasonable for you not to, Brother Hu interjected, typically averse to conflict, sensing the tension. Oh, Are you implying that those who confront the zombies must pay protection fees to those who do not? Zhang Yang reignited another cigarette, his tone laced with indignation. Upon witnessing the ferocity in Zhang Yang's gaze, which was more fearsome than that of the undead, Brother Shan and Brother, who fell silent. If you desire grain, I am offering you an opportunity. The day after tomorrow, I shall head to the grain transfer station to procure supplies. Those with courage may accompany me. Zhang Yang observed the two with a playful yet contemptuous demeanor. Moreover, I am called Da Vinci. I do not wish to hear you refer to me as old brother any longer. Do you both understand? He gazed at the two, who appeared momentarily dazed, and reiterated his point. Yes, Da Vinci, we acknowledge our previous missteps. We shall ensure we bring sufficient personnel for the operation the day after tomorrow. Brother Shan, sensing Zhang Yang's fervent combat spirit, repeatedly retreated as he apologized. As Zhang Yang delved deeper into the knowledge of the small factory's gathering place, he increasingly realized that the two individuals before him were likely nothing more than inept fools. Thus, he ceased any further concessions and began to assert his dominance over them. Zhang Yang had contemplated eliminating them, yet he found himself disinclined to manage the order of this small factory enclave. Therefore, he temporarily refrained from taking action against the two. Disregarding Aunt Lu's invitation for dinner, Zhang Yang strode purposefully toward Huang Yang's weapon manufacturing facility. Can this deer be fashioned into equipment? He inquired, tossing the mutated deer before Huang Yang. Is this a deer? Huang Yang questioned, unable to suppress his astonishment at the enormous, entirely black mutated beast. Yes, it is a deer. Just tell me if it can be processed into equipment. Zhang Yang replied. Huang Yang ceased speaking and employed a high-temperature flamethrower on the deer hide, which showed no signs of damage. He glanced at Zhang Yang and retrieved a power drill to penetrate the hide. Despite the slight twitching of the mutated deer's corpse, it remained unscathed. Brother Da Vinci, I certainly have ideas, but I simply cannot cut through this, Huang Yang lamented, scratching his head in exasperation. If I could find a way to cut it open, you could then create something, right? Zhang Yang asked, feeling a sense of frustration akin to possessing a powerful artifact yet being unable to utilize it. Brother Da Vinci, it's not about cutting it. It's about cutting it according to my design. If you can manage that, I can transform it into equipment, Huang Yang corrected bluntly. I understand now. You draw the plans, and I will find a way to open it, Zhang Yang replied, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. All right, Brother Da Vinci, I will only require a deposit of 2 gene of grain. Once completed, you can provide me with 13 gene of grain. Does that sound reasonable? Huang Yang cautiously inquired. If you succeed, I shall give you 20 gene of grain. Just come to my residence when the time comes, Zhang Yang stated, lighting a cigarette and offering one to Huang Yang. Huang Yang accepted the cigarette with a nod of gratitude, swallowing hard before tucking it behind his ear and commencing his drawing. As Huang Yang attempted to sketch on the mutated deer's corpse with chalk, he found it impossible to leave a mark. How strange, he remarked, subsequently draping a soft cloth over the mutated deer before starting anew. 2 hours later, he completed his drawing, exhilarated as if he had just accomplished a monumental masterpiece. Zhang Yang observed the unsightly yet comprehensible artistic technique and then opened his consciousness to connect with the system. In recent days, Zhang Yang has come to realize that although the system consumes a significant amount of points, its capabilities are indeed formidable. System, do you possess anything that could assist in the dismemberment of this deer hide? Zhang Yang inquired. Master, for merely 2,000 cultivation points, I can assist you in this task. The system replied slowly. 2,000 cultivation points? Why not simply seize the opportunity? I could acquire a 1,000-pound axe for just 2,000, Zhang Yang retorted with dissatisfaction. Master, how could you possibly compare my divine abilities to that wretched axe? I can effortlessly slice through the deer hide with but a flick of my finger. Can that axe do the same? The system responded, somewhat indignant. That is simply unacceptable. 2,000 is excessive. Offer me a discount. Zhang Yang began to negotiate. Master, my capabilities are directly correlated to the cultivation points you provide. One gets what one pays for. Discounts are not feasible, the system explained earnestly. Then I shan't have you assist me. Would 3,000 cultivation points suffice for a weapon to cut through the deer hide? Zhang Yang pondered silently before shifting his inquiry. The prospect of expending 2,000 points on a consumable was indeed disheartening. The blade of shattering armor requires only 50,000 cultivation points. It can effortlessly slice through the flesh and hide of most Tier 3 and below creatures, the system announced. How much? 50,000. Why not go and seize it outright? Zhang Yang exclaimed, incredulous, doubting his own hearing. It is evident that theft is not as lucrative as trade, master. One gets what one pays for. Have you not noticed that the points you spend here can be quickly regained from other sources? After acquiring the 1,000-pound axe, you gain the ability to easily slay strength-type zombies, even matching 2-tier strength zombies blow for blow. You only need to eliminate 2 tier 2 strength zombies or 200 strength zombies to break even, the system patiently elucidated. Alright, enough of this. I've made my choice. Assist me in cutting the deer, Zhang Yang declared, not wishing to endure further discourse from the system. A single tier 2 strength zombie had nearly claimed his life. 2 would surely spell his demise. Congratulations, master, on redeeming the art of butchery, once, consuming 2,000 points. You need only trace your finger over the desired cutting area and recite, with the void entering the space, and the task shall be accomplished automatically, the system responded. As Zhang Yang returned to reality, he felt a surge of regulatory power coursing through his right index finger. Wasting no time, he followed Huang Yang's directional illustration and deftly glided his finger across the mutated deer. Upon completing the motion, he quietly chanted, with the void entering the space. In an instant, the mutated deer was flawlessly divided into 4 sections: bone, flesh, hide, and sinew, with craftsmanship reminiscent of a master butcher. A blue, crystalline object rolled out from the mutated deer, significantly larger and more structured than the green gem from the mutated cat. This crystal does not exude the chilling aura characteristic of its green counterpart. Rather, it radiates a captivating blue luminescence. Chapter 59. The luminous crystal. Zhang Yang casually took the blue crystal along with the venison he had cut from the mutated deer, leaving the hide, sinews, and bones for Huang Yang to process. Huang Yang, gazing at the enchanting scene before him, trembled, unable to articulate his thoughts. Is this acceptable? Zhang Yang inquired of Huang Yang. Yes, indeed, Huang Yang stammered, struggling to form coherent words. Zhang Yang extended a cigarette towards him, but Huang Yang hesitated to accept it. After much deliberation, he cautiously offered a piece of cardboard to Zhang Yang, fearful that even the briefest contact with Zhang Yang's fingers might lead to his disintegration. Zhang Yang, bemused, tossed the cigarette onto the cardboard. Da Vinci, I shall endeavor to provide you with equipment the day after tomorrow. This deer hide can be fashioned into a complete suit of armor, and the bones can at least yield 2 weapons, Huang Yang explained, managing to suppress his trepidation towards Zhang Yang. It was evident that he would never dare to touch Zhang Yang's palm again in his lifetime. Upon returning to the dormitory area, Zhang Yang retrieved the blue crystal, waving it enticingly in front of Pan Shiqing, awaiting her attempt to snatch it away. Zhang Yang, what are you doing? This blue crystal is rather beautiful. Are you planning to gift it to me? Pan Shiqing asked, her large eyes fixed on him. Aren't you interested in consuming it? Zhang Yang probed. Who among us would indulge in stones for no reason? Pan Shiqing blurted out, suddenly recalling her own experience of swallowing the green crystal, which left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Zhang Yang then summoned the other 4 women, brandishing the blue crystal before them. Upon seeing it, Xie Yuqi appeared momentarily entranced, lunging towards the crystal in Zhang Yang's hand. Auntie Lu, noticing the captivating blue crystal, also joined in the fray with Xie Yuqi. Xie Yuqi managed to seize the blue crystal from Zhang Yang, who chose not to intervene but merely observed. Xie Yuqi cradled the crystal in her hands, greedily inhaling its essence. The blue crystal dissipated into gaseous form, merging seamlessly into her body through her mouth and nostrils. Ah! Xie Yuqi exclaimed, her eyes glowing with a vivid blue as she threw her head back in exhilaration. Auntie Lu, witnessing the crystal vanish, soon regained her senses, seemingly oblivious to the events that had just transpired. What was that like? Zhang Yang inquired as Xie Yuqi's blue glow faded. I feel I can control power-type zombies and static second-tier power-type zombies for a longer duration, Xie Yuqi replied earnestly. For how long? Zhang Yang pressed further. 12 seconds. Xie Yuqi inadvertently provided a precise figure. Zhang Yang, upon hearing the additional time, was left speechless. Through 2 observations, Zhang Yang confirmed that the gem possessed the ability to enhance powers. However, he was still unable to decipher why the target of enhancement varied each time. After finishing the egg noodles that Aunt Lu had left for him, he entered Pan Shiqing's room. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, Pan Shiqing's face radiated with affection and joy. devoid of any hint of complaint. Since leaving home, Zhang Yang had not engaged in playful banter with Pan Shiqing for quite some time amid the chaos. At the onset of the apocalypse, he could scarcely have imagined that within a mere 20 days, he would find himself surrounded by 5 extraordinary beauties, nor that he would muster the courage to battle against second-tier, tank-like zombies. Lost in thought, he began to question whether he still recognized himself. Was he still the same avaricious and lecherous person? Zhang Yang glanced at Pan Shiqing, who was adorned in a white silk nightgown, and decided against further contemplation, indulging instead in playful antics with her for a considerable while. Within the meditation space, the host's meditation value stood at 68. The system's notifications echoed continuously as Zhang Yang meditated. On the 20th day of the apocalypse, he meticulously examined the firearms in his space: 20 UZI submachine guns, 20 assorted handguns, 2,000 rounds of 9mm submachine gun ammunition, and a total of 800 rounds for the handguns. There were also 10 explosive grenades, 10 fragmentation grenades, and 10 armor-piercing grenades, along with a variety of other throwing weapons. He casually tossed 5 submachine guns and handguns to the women, each equipped with 2 magazines of ammunition. Today, as you venture out with these, figure out how to use them, he instructed, distributing the firearms while outlining the day's tasks. He had no intention of establishing a firearms training regimen, as he himself was still grappling with the operation of the weapons in his hands. His plan was to accumulate proficiency through the expenditure of considerable ammunition. The sun had risen high in the sky when Zhang Yang, having enjoyed breakfast, slowly emerged from the lodging area. At the entrance, there were 7 men, including Tang Ming, 2 SUVs, and a van. The men showed no signs of fatigue from the prolonged wait. Rather, they exuded an air of excitement from the previous day's zombie slaying. Zhang Yang exchanged a brief nod with Tang Ming and took a seat in the SUV, heading towards a suburban area near the small factory gathering point. Once the SUVs halted, Zhang Yang approached the men and casually tossed 7 machetes before them. I plan to reclaim the food transit station tomorrow. You've all heard, I presume. Today, I simply want to see which of you has the courage to slay zombies. Those who do will be welcome to accompany me tomorrow. As for how much food we can secure from the transit station, anyone with a semblance of intelligence can deduce that. After reiterating the purpose of their expedition, the men became increasingly eager, while Zhang Yang initially only intended to bring his women along to clear the food transit station. As for the individuals under the command of Brother Shan and Brother Hu, they could be casually used as cannon fodder. However, through continuous interactions with them, Zhang Yang persistently confirmed their incompetence. Thus, he became increasingly skeptical of their ability to produce capable individuals to combat the zombies. Zhang Yang sat silently in the vehicle, refraining from any actions, simply observing the fierce struggle between the 7 men and the zombies, as well as his 5 women diligently examining the firearms at hand. The 7 men, wielding machetes, formed a line and cautiously advanced towards the nearby building. A speed-type zombie swiftly lunged at them. 3 of the men were quickly overtaken by an instinctive fear of the agile creature, retreating hastily. The remaining 4 men, though their legs trembled, firmly gripped their machetes, waiting for the speed-type zombie to approach. One man seized the opportunity and swung his weapon at the zombie, and the other 3 swiftly followed suit, assisting in the assault. Together, they reduced the speed-type zombie to a mere puddle of mush before gradually ceasing their attacks. The speed-type zombie, notorious for its ferocity, had finally encountered true madness today. Seeing their success in dispatching the speed-type zombie, the men were instantly filled with a sense of accomplishment and surged forth to engage other foes. The 4 men, having mastered the rhythm of slaying zombies, deftly cleared obstacles in their path. It was only when they encountered a strength-type zombie that their steps faltered, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Chapter 60. The tactician zombie with their fighting spirit ignited, the 4 men took a few steps back and appeared to reach a consensus. Leading the charge, Tang Ming raised his weapon and charged at the strength-type zombie. His machete swung with great force towards the creature, yet was effortlessly swatted away by the strength-type zombie. Disarmed, Tang Ming resembled a tiger stripped of its claws, retreating in alarm. The other 3 men, witnessing that brute force alone could not defeat the strength-type zombie, also retreated in fear. Noticing this, Zhang Yang signaled to Xie Yuqi, indicating the direction of the 4 men. Xie Yuqi immediately comprehended, activating her ability to control the strength-type zombie, thereby toying with the 4 men before her. The strength-type zombie ceased its attack on Tang Ming, instead performing a role and effectively blocking the doorway. What the hell is this? Does this zombie understand tactics? One of the men exclaimed. Brother, it seems we are trapped in a corner. Brothers, shall we confront it head-on? Through their exchanges, the four men reached a consensus, dispersing to encircle the strength-type zombie. Tang Ming was the first to strike, unleashing a furious roar at the creature. The strength-type zombie, drawn by the sound, charged angrily towards Tang Ming. He retreated repeatedly to lure the zombie, awaiting the others to make their move. A particularly robust man, seeing Tang Ming being pursued, summoned his courage and swiftly approached, aiming a strike at the back of the strength-type zombie's head. With a swift motion, he severed a significant portion of its skull. Instantly, the injured strength-type zombie turned to bite the burly man. The robust man, unable to evade, found himself on the brink of being torn to shreds by a powerfully built zombie, yet he merely felt a fetid gust sweep across his right cheek. Had it missed? As he focused, disbelief washed over him. Fool, I shall fight back. He bellowed frantically, consumed by terror, and lunged recklessly at the imposing zombie. Aside from a few strikes that landed on its shoulder, his blade relentlessly hacked at the creature's head until it was utterly obliterated. As the power zombie collapsed, the system's announcement echoed. Xiayuqi has slain the power zombie. The master gains 10 cultivation points. Current points, 993. Did that count as Xiayuqi's kill? Zhang Yang found the system's report rather intriguing. The men, astonished to have vanquished what they believed to be an indomitable foe, erupted in cheers of jubilation. Tang Ming and the robust man were especially lauded amidst the throng. Zhang Yang, dismissing the four men who were heading towards a new building, redirected his focus to the 5 women who were handling firearms. After a prolonged period of fiddling, the 5 women finally completed the assembly of their ammunition, magazines, and weapons. Xiayuqi was the first to finish setting up her submachine gun, raising it to fire at several ordinary zombies before her. The sharp reports of gunfire rang out in the suburbs. Bang, bang, bang. One bullet punctured the abdomen of a zombie, which continued to advance towards the women, while the other 2 rounds merely stirred up dust on the ground. Pan Shirqing followed suit, lifting her weapon and unleashing 5 rounds. However, the recoil rendered her shots wildly inaccurate, with no effect on the zombies 50 meters away. What a useless piece of equipment, utterly unwieldy, she exclaimed, discarding the UZI on the ground. Raising her hand, she released 5 air arrows, each finding its mark and sending the zombies crashing to the ground. Oh, one does not realize the value of resources until they are in charge, she mused. Zhang Yang felt a surge of frustration at Pan Shirqing for carelessly abandoning the hard-won submachine gun. Simultaneously, Lin Lihong had completed her weapon assembly. Dressed in a sun hat and light clothing that left much of her skin exposed to the sun, she appeared somewhat mismatched with her combat boots. She initially fired 1 shot, a 9mm bullet striking the ribcage of an ordinary zombie, causing no discernible impact, just as the crowd expected her to be on par with the previous 2 women. The sound of gunfire erupted once more. With a mere flicker of her mental focus, Lin Lihong unleashed 5 rapid shots from her submachine gun, and 2 speed zombies alongside 3 ordinary ones fell lifelessly to the ground, each with a bullet hole in their foreheads. The onlookers were left astonished, having barely witnessed her lift and aim her weapon. Filled with elation, Lin Lihong proudly raised her head high, basking in the admiration of her peers. Transformed from her previous timidity and cautious restraint, Lin Lihong found herself thrust into a new reality. You shall commence reloading bullets from this moment on, Zhang Yang commanded, discerning the underlying issues. Understood, Master, Lin Lihong replied, her heart initially elated, only to feel as though cold water had been thrown over her. With a face full of grievance, she squatted down and began to meticulously disassemble the bullets from the magazine. Observing the women's training progressing steadily, Zhang Yang decided to join their ranks. He quickly realized that the UZI submachine gun he held was a far cry from the toy guns of his youth or the virtual shooting games he had played. The intricate single-shot and automatic safety mechanisms took him several attempts to comprehend. Moreover, the weight of the UZI presented a significant distraction when aiming. I'll aim for a larger target, Zhang Yang resolved as he focused on a nearby brood zombie, firing a series of 5 shots. All 5 bullets struck true. Yet the brood zombie remained unfazed, continuing its advance, seemingly indifferent to the 5 bullet wounds marring its body. Bang, 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 bang. Frustrated, Zhang Yang abandoned careful aim and unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the brute zombie. Aside from a few rounds deflected by the zombie's mighty palm and a handful that missed, over 20 bullets detonated against its form. The sheer force of the explosions elicited a thunderous roar from the brute zombie, while Zhang Yang felt the recoil of the powerful submachine gun reverberate through his wrist. Casually swapping out for a fresh magazine, he approached the advancing brute zombie. Bang, 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 bang. He raised his weapon once more, unleashing a volley at the brute zombie within a 20-meter range. Under the relentless barrage, the creature's head erupted in a cascade of crimson before it collapsed heavily to the ground. If I can't hit it from 50 meters, 20 will suffice, Zhang Yang mused, blowing cool air on the heated muzzle of his submachine gun. The women cherished every bullet at their disposal, striving for precision with each shot. In contrast, Zhang Yang shot with abandon, expending nearly 200 rounds in a mere afternoon. His marksmanship had noticeably improved with practice. Initially considering arming the 4 men brave enough to confront zombies, Zhang Yang hesitated, reluctant to entrust such formidable weapons to those he could not fully trust. The 4 men's progress was rapid. They had learned to cooperate in eliminating all zombies except the brute variety. When faced with a brute, they managed to retreat in an orderly fashion, a stark contrast to their earlier panic. Zhang Yang approached the 3 men who had taken refuge in the corner, his expression serious. "Return to your positions before I change my mind," he instructed, acknowledging their voluntary participation in the training and choosing not to impose further difficulties upon them. However, Zhang Yang was unwilling to associate with those who would flee in the face of danger. Noticing that the group had trained sufficiently and that the evening was drawing near, he approached the 4 men, scrutinizing them with great seriousness. "Allow me to inquire your names." Zhang Yang addressed the men. "Brother Da Vinci, I am Tang Ming." "No further introduction is necessary," replied one man. "The one who dared to confront the strength-based zombies is Li Zhong. The bespectacled, slender man is Dai Yong. Lastly, the man with the crew cut is Lin Fei." Tang Ming took the initiative to introduce them to Zhang Yang before the others could step forward. "I'm quite pleased with your performance today. Tomorrow, those who dare to accompany me to the food transfer station, where we may encounter peril, are invited to my residence for a feast this evening. There will be ample fine wine and sumptuous meat. Those who are cowards need not attend. I have little patience for the faint-hearted," Zhang Yang asserted sternly to the 4 men, before summoning the women to return home. 3 SUVs gradually made their way to the gathering site of the small factory. Zhang Yang reflected on the initial 21 recruits, now whittled down to a mere 4, stirring a sense of melancholy within him. In this apocalyptic world, was it truly a mistake to fear for one's life? Yet often, it was those unafraid of death who possessed the means to survive. Zhang Yang had instructed Tang Ming to locate the 2 men who had escaped from the prison by the lake, but there had been no word from them. It was likely they had fallen prey to zombies or mutated beasts in their desperate bid for survival. It was ironic that they were among the first to lose their lives. After the 4 men returned to the factory to rest for a while, they positioned themselves early at the entrance of Zhang Yang's quarters. Without a specific time given, they had no choice but to wait patiently. Zhang Yang instructed Aunt Lu to set up a large table at the entrance and invited the men to sit. His reluctance to allow them into the dormitory stemmed from a lack of trust, as well as his intimate understanding of men, having been one himself. His dormitory was not merely a place of rest. It was a haven for beautiful women. Zhang Yang was determined to avoid jeopardizing the lives of these 4 men over a mere misjudged glance, especially after the effort it took to retain them. Zhang Yang exchanged few words, merely sitting beside the 4 men as they awaited Aunt Lu to bring the prepared food and drink. Upon seeing the long-absent sight of beer and various meats, the men's eyes gleamed with excitement. Dai Yong, the bespectacled man, could hardly contain his salivation. However, noticing Zhang Yang's stillness, he restrained his impulse to indulge voraciously. "Please, eat without reservation," Zhang Yang encouraged them, and at his words, the men immediately began to feast, resembling a pack of hungry wolves who had not encountered food in ages. "Brother Da Vinci, let us toast to our fortunes." Tang Ming, resisting the urge to join the frenzy, poured a glass for both Zhang Yang and himself. Zhang Yang appreciated Tang Ming's gesture and returned the toast. As Tang Ming and Zhang Yang clinked their glasses, they purposefully lowered their cups significantly. "Have I finally assumed the role of a leader?" Zhang Yang mused internally, though he maintained a facade of silence, secretly relishing the delightful sensation of being admired. I am Da Vinci. He introduced himself, deeming his true name unnecessary. Now do share. What were your previous occupations? Observing the diminishing speed at which the others consumed their food, Zhang Yang seized the moment to inquire. Brother Da Vinci, I am Tang Ming, formerly a mid-level manager at this factory. Since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, I have been reduced to nothing more than an ordinary person. Fighting for mere scraps of food, Tang Ming confessed before taking a hearty swig of his drink, as if he had reconciled himself to the harsh reality. Zhang Yang offered a comforting toast in response. Brother Da Vinci, I am Dai Yong. Prior to the outbreak, I was just an ordinary employee, spending my days engrossed in novels and video games. In the aftermath, I have merely continued to drift through life. When hunger strikes, I scavenge for a morsel, and at other times, I hide away to read. The distinction between the world before and after the outbreak seems insignificant to me. It is merely the availability of food that has diminished, watching people venture out each day, only to never return. I find solace in the fact that I am still alive, which feels like an extraordinary feat compared to many. Forgive me for my candidness. But when Brother Tang Ming was recruiting, I found myself utterly devoid of sustenance. Upon hearing that the work involved merely moving items and did not require confronting zombies, I eagerly joined. To my surprise, I inadvertently found myself in this position, and I have even taken the lives of numerous zombies I once feared to gaze upon. Since my arrival, Brother Da Vinci has ensured I have had meat to eat. I am profoundly grateful to you, Brother Da Vinci. The slender man with glasses, Dai Yong, spoke with a quiver in his voice, tears streaming down his cheeks. No one ridiculed him. Instead, they observed his escalating emotion, each lost in contemplation, bolstered by the drink. Zhang Yang remained silent, refilling Dai Yong's glass. Taken aback, Dai Yong raised his glass, expressing his gratitude to Zhang Yang repeatedly. Brother Da Vinci, I was once a porter at the factory. Truth be told, I always believed myself to be quite capable until the outbreak occurred, and I witnessed those monsters devouring humans. My legs turned to jelly in terror, and I realized my own inadequacy. Before Brother Da Vinci guided me to confront zombies, I would only venture out when absolutely desperate for food, often resorting to stealing from the mouths of zombies. Even then, I had to surrender 40% of my spoils to Brother Shan. There were instances when individuals were brutally beaten to death for refusing to share or hiding food. Unlike my bespectacled companion, I feel my life has become far more pitiful since the outbreak. Before, who would dare to bully us in this place? The burly man concluded, downing a hefty gulp of beer. It seems that a long-simmering resentment has finally found an opportunity to be voiced. The burly man drained his beer and then lowered his head, lapsing into silence. Zhang Yang refilled the man's glass and raised his own in a toast. The burly man, realizing his earlier indiscretion, sheepishly clinked glasses with Zhang Yang. Da Vinci, I'm Lin Fei, merely a humble worker in the factory. If I were to recount my tale, it would be rather unremarkable. However, to speak candidly, I harbor a deep-seated hatred for Lao Hu. I once had a girlfriend whom I cherished dearly. On the 4th day of the zombie outbreak, Lao Hu and his men seized her from me. I was also brutally beaten by Lao Hu. Recently, I heard that my girlfriend has been killed by Lao Hu's men. The man named Lin Fei, whose presence was scarcely felt, downed his drink and fell silent after sharing this. Do you not wish for revenge? Zhang Yang asked, showing no sympathy for the man before him, sipping his drink contemplatively. To be frank, the reason I joined your ranks, Da Vinci, is because I admire your courage and audacity to confront that scoundrel Lao Hu. Lin Fei raised his glass awkwardly towards Zhang Yang, his gestures somewhat clumsy. Zhang Yang did not reciprocate the toast. Instead, he took another sip and reiterated his question. You have yet to answer me. Do you desire vengeance? My apologies, Da Vinci. I became overly excited and perhaps drank too much, stumbling over my words, Lin Fei said, retracting his hand awkwardly upon noticing Zhang Yang's lack of response. As he spoke, his inebriation began to wane. Of course, I yearn for revenge. But each time I approach Lao Hu's vicinity, his men emerge and drag me before my girlfriend, beating me mercilessly. At times, Lao Hu forces me to watch as he assaults her. I live in utter frustration. I would willingly trade my life for hers if given the chance. As Lin Fei spoke, his emotions intensified, and he wept, spilling a glass of beer over himself. Zhang Yang observed Lin Fei, whose face was marred by a look of cowardice, uttering the most passionate of words. For a moment, it was difficult to discern what was genuine and what was feigned. In my lifetime, I, Da Vinci, hold the utmost disdain for those who do not seek retribution for their grievances. I am offering you a chance for revenge today. Will you seize it or let it slip away? Under the influence of alcohol, Zhang Yang's decision-making became more audacious than usual. Da Vinci, if you grant me this opportunity, I shall serve you loyally. After downing a large gulp of beer, Lin Fei filled his glass once more and extended it toward Zhang Yang. With a resounding clink, Zhang Yang met his toast, then slammed a Type 54 pistol and a single 7.62mm bullet heavily onto the table before Lin Fei. Today, while scavenging for supplies, you stumbled upon a Type 54, and fortuitously, there was a bullet inside. What do you say to that, young man? However, brothers, when you step out with me, you cannot indulge in this alone. You must offer 5 pounds of sustenance. Zhang Yang rose, reeking of alcohol, and addressed Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not respond, but instead downed 3 substantial mugs of beer in quick succession. He then fell into a prolonged silence, as if contemplating a momentous decision. Da Vinci, do not speak of 5 pounds of grain. I shall offer you the 8 pounds I divided today along with the 4 I have saved. I doubt I will need those provisions in the future. I truly regret not aligning myself with you sooner. Otherwise, my girlfriend would not have perished. Lin Fei loaded a 7.62mm bullet into a Type 54 pistol, gripping it tightly, as if embracing his girlfriend. Lin Fei, should you meet your end outside tomorrow, I will personally ensure Old Hu's demise. If you return alive, you must confront Old Hu yourself. Should you falter, I will take your life. I abhor those who do not avenge their grievances and despise deceit. Do you understand? As Zhang Yang spoke, the effects of the alcohol faded, leaving behind a resolute aura characteristic of a leader. The onlookers stared, momentarily forgetting their drinks, their expressions a mixture of fear, sympathy, and a barely perceptible anger born from prolonged oppression. Thank you, Da Vinci. Thank you, Da Vinci. Thank you, Da Vinci. Observing Zhang Yang's sudden shift in demeanor, Lin Fei felt no fear, only a profound sense of gratitude, which compelled him to bow 3 times deeply before Zhang Yang. Finish your drinks and disperse. I wish to see you all assembled neatly tomorrow. Zhang Yang offered no further words to the men, leaving behind a nonchalant command before silently heading towards the dormitory area. The apocalypse had not turned everyone malevolent. Rather, it had awakened the long-repressed darkness within human nature. Zhang Yang, slightly inebriated, stumbled into the bathroom where Lin Lihong was washing her long hair. The steam-filled air, infused with a subtle jasmine fragrance, enveloped Zhang Yang. Ah, master, are you here to bathe? I shall step out at once. Lin Lihong exclaimed, hastily wrapping a towel around herself and preparing to exit the room. Oh, there is no need, Zhang Yang replied, casting a glance at Lin Lihong with a nonchalant air, as if he were the one intruding. I will fetch you some fresh clothes. He then proceeded to enjoy a comfortable shower, washing away the remnants of alcohol. With the activation of the meditation space, Zhang Yang gradually restored his optimum state as time flowed. Lin Lihong, with a meditation value of 67, diligently practiced, enhancing her mental fortitude. After 2 hours of meditation, the system commenced its report. On the 21st day of the apocalypse, a well-rested Zhang Yang rose early, while the women, aware of the day's significance, began their preparations for departure. Zhang Yang observed the women at breakfast, each receiving 100 rounds of ammunition. The expenditure of bullets felt like a torrent. While their acquisition was painstakingly slow, thousands of rounds were nearly squandered within 3 days. He vowed that, sooner or later, he would ensure his people would possess an inexhaustible supply of ammunition. As he counted the remaining bullets in his inventory, a pang of regret washed over him. With the continuous enhancement of his abilities, his ambitions for resources and women burgeoned, leaving him increasingly dissatisfied with his modest holdings. Encounters with second-tier strength zombies and formidable mutated beasts made him acutely aware that his current power and weaponry were grossly insufficient for enduring survival in this apocalyptic world. Although he felt the sting of his dwindling ammunition, the imminent threat of thousands of zombies left no room for hesitation. Brother Da Vinci, you are remarkably spirited. Let us deliberate on our strategy for the impending venture, Zhang Yang stated as he stepped outside. Just then, Shan Gu and Lao Hu eagerly approached him. Wait, there is something else. Zhang Yang merely waved his hand dismissively, leaving the 2 leaders momentarily stranded. Shan Gu, feeling humiliated before the younger members, clenched his teeth slightly, while Lao Hu, with a forced smile, restrained the eager, robust young man beside him from stepping forward. Ignoring their subtle antics, Zhang Yang proceeded directly to Huang Yong's repair shop. Brother Da Vinci, you've arrived quite early. I was just about to prepare your goods for you. Huang Yong greeted Zhang Yang warmly. Do tell me what marvelous creations you have crafted. Zhang Yang tossed a box of cigarettes to Huang Yong and, regaining his composure, inquired further. Brother Da Vinci, I have tailored a set of deer leather armor specifically for you. My words may falter, but my craftsmanship is sound. Do try it on. Huang Yong replied, presenting a sleek black deer leather long coat to Zhang Yang. Chapter 63. Invincible, yet painful after donning the deer leather armor. Zhang Yang marveled at its ingenious design. The armor glistened with a deep black sheen, crafted from the finest skin of mutated deer and reinforced with sinew. Given the ample time for its creation, Huang Yong's meticulous workmanship resulted in a perfect fit, eliminating the earlier asymmetry. The armor effectively shielded Zhang Yang from his neck down to his lower abdomen, resembling the garb of ancient generals, yet far more lightweight. There was no concern of overheating under the sun's relentless rays. However, he was puzzled by the large, superfluous patches of deer leather on the sleeves. What purpose do these serve? Zhang Yang pondered aloud, shaking the extra leather pieces. Brother Da Vinci, you may find it hard to believe. These patches are taken from the protective muscle area. With a simple lift of your arm, you can deflect most damage. Would you be so kind as to pass me your firearm? Huang Yong excitedly inquired, unexpectedly requesting a weapon from Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang casually tossed the .64 semi-automatic pistol to Huang Yong. What do you need the gun for? He inquired, perplexed. Da Vinci, would you mind if I took a shot? Huang Yong eagerly pulled back the slide. I would indeed mind, Zhang Yang replied with unwavering firmness. Well, I suppose I could shoot the skin in your hand. Huang Yong, slightly disappointed that Zhang Yang did not graciously acquiesce like in the movies, persisted. All right then. Zhang Yang said no more and adjusted the deer hide, which was slightly larger than his palm. Huang Yong aimed at the hide from 5 meters away and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. A loud bang echoed as Zhang Yang felt the tremendous force cause the hide to slip from his grasp. The 7.62 bullet merely left a faint indentation on the mutated deer skin, leaving no further evidence of the impact. Zhang Yang marveled at the hide's formidable defensive capabilities. With this piece of deer hide armor, it would be exceedingly difficult for most melee weapons and standard ranged arms to inflict harm upon him. Damn, those 2,000 points were well spent. A piece of enhancement crystal. Such exceptional armor, and I still have a few bone weapons left. If only I could cut it myself. I would have profited even more. But then again, anything I could cut wouldn't be worth much, Zhang Yang thought to himself, filled with joy. What do you think? Da Vinci? I wasn't lying, was I? Letting me take a shot was no big deal, Huang Yong proudly declared, as if the armor's defensive prowess was a gift from him. No big deal. If that impact hit me, I'd be in agony. No brains, Zhang Yang retorted sharply. Huang Yong scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed by his excessive enthusiasm. He then shifted the conversation to introduce other equipment. Da Vinci, this is a deer antler shield I crafted. To be honest, its defensive capabilities aren't great, but it will definitely hurt if you strike someone with it. He presented an unattractive shield made from 2 fan-shaped deer antlers sewn together with scraps of deer hide. The shield was small, only the size of a frying pan lid, and riddled with numerous pits, suggesting its defensive efficacy was lacking. The antler shield was adorned with variously sized, hard-bone spikes. Rather than a defensive piece, it was more aptly described as an offensive weapon. Not bad. You're quite inventive, Zhang Yang remarked as he accepted the antler shield, praising Huang Yong. Encouraged by the compliment, Huang Yong presented the next 2 pieces of equipment. Da Vinci, I call this the deer bone hammer. Constructed from the hind legs of a mutated deer. Since the hammer itself wasn't heavy enough, I melted down a lot of iron to increase its weight. Huang Yong boasted as he introduced it to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang took the deer bone hammer and examined it closely. The design was quite ingenious. The bones of the deer's hind legs were parallelly joined and welded together with molten iron. The sharp end of the leg bone served as the hammerhead, while the finer end was affixed with wrought iron and deer sinew to form a grip. Zhang Yang casually struck the ground, and a noticeable dent appeared in the cement floor with ease. The deer bone hammer showed no signs of wear, clearly indicating that the deer bone and the cement floor differed vastly in hardness. Although the deer bone hammer lacked the formidable power of a 1,000-pound axe, it was still significantly more potent than the average melee weapon. Is there anything else? Zhang Yang inquired with a satisfied nod towards Huang Yong. Brother Da Vinci, The final item is a deer leg gun fashioned from the foreleg bones of a mutated deer. Though it may not possess the prowess of the earlier creations, it is nonetheless a testament to resourcefulness, Huang Yong explained as he handed 2 deer leg guns to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang lifted the deer leg gun. Its body was lightweight and crafted with considerable finesse. The slender tip of the deer leg had been formed into a point, while the thicker end was embedded in solid wood to create the gun's body. Though termed a long gun, it resembled more an ancient throwing spear. What about the remaining bones? Zhang Yang asked curiously. Strangely enough, Brother Da Vinci, although the deer is a veritable treasure trove, the leftover bones are poorly shaped, lightweight, and dull, offering no utility whatsoever. The last mutated big cat was much the same, Huang Yong sighed as he elucidated to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang understood Huang Yang's observations well. It seemed that all mutated beasts and zombies had a tendency to concentrate their mass in certain organs. You've done remarkably well. Consider the 64 pistol as a down payment for your next endeavor. Supplies will be delivered to you, Zhang Yang remarked, feeling elated as he beheld the plentiful equipment and gifted his personal handgun to Huang Yang. This gesture was both a recognition of Huang Yang's craftsmanship and a reflection of Zhang Yang's increasing awareness of the chaotic nature of the small factory gathering. As Huang Yang's food supplies grew, Zhang Yang was nearly certain that someone would attempt to seize them. Zhang Yang was indifferent to whether Huang Yang would be robbed. However, if Huang Yang were to be killed, the absence of a craftsman would pose a significant inconvenience. Upon returning to the dormitory area, the time had already surpassed 9 o'clock. Shan Ge and Hu Ji's group appeared increasingly impatient, with some members teasing each other and pacing back and forth. Brother Da Vinci, the brothers have been waiting for you for 2 hours. Are you going or not? Shan Ge inquired eagerly, his anxiety palpable as Zhang Yang returned clad in a deep black ensemble, fearing that Zhang Yang might change his mind. Zhang Yang offered no response. Simply gesturing once more to Shan Ge, he approached the women and tossed the deer leg guns to Pan Simin and Liang Xiaoling. As the 2 weakest members of the team, these weapons were particularly suitable for bridging their deficiencies. He had yet to determine who would be most fitting for the remaining equipment, as both the deer leg hammer and the deer antler axe were weapons that showcased their advantages through weight. With a moment's carelessness, one might become a burden to the team. Put it on. Zhang Yang tossed the recently discarded bulletproof vest before Liang Xiaoling. Chapter 64. The handsome seal Liang Xiaoling promptly removed her outer garment, revealing a black brassiere. Bang! The man in front of the base was about to relish the splendid sight before him when Zhang Yang's gunshot diverted everyone's attention, causing them to turn away. A man, undeterred by the potential danger, furtively cast a glance at Liang Xiaoling. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots echoed through the air, and the man who had dared to steal a glance at Liang Xiaoling instantly crumpled to the ground, blood oozing from holes in his forehead and both sides of his chest. 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head. Even the king of hell would shake his head in disbelief. Witnessing such precise marksmanship, the onlookers instinctively became more cautious with their breaths. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Yang had already positioned himself beside Lin Lihong, activating his ability resonance to connect with her. Lin Lihong felt a pang of envy as she saw Zhang Yang equip Liang Xiaoling with 2 pieces of gear while she herself was left empty-handed. This led her to believe that in Zhang Yang's eyes, she was merely a tool, prompting her to gaze up at the sky. The man lay motionless on the ground, and a subtle silence enveloped the dormitory area. Zhang Yang remained silent, as did Long Gu and Old Hu, while the others fell into an uneasy quiet. We sincerely joined you in the fight against zombies. What gives you the right to indiscriminately kill our people? Finally, a young man with a scruffy beard could no longer contain himself and confronted Zhang Yang. Indeed, what right do you have? What gives you the authority? Others chimed in, attempting to challenge Zhang Yang and vent their fear induced by the gunfire. Zhang Yang calmly walked towards the crowd, all of whom were armed with melee weapons. He effortlessly extracted the bearded man from the throng. Despite the man wielding a machete, he found himself paralyzed by the overwhelming presence of Zhang Yang in black attire. May I ask your name? Zhang Yang wore a smile that, to the others, radiated menace. I am Hu Fei. No, I am Hu Min. Under Zhang Yang's intense gaze, the bearded man stuttered, struggling to articulate his name. What the hell is your name? Zhang Yang, losing his patience, delivered a sharp slap to the bearded man's face, causing blood to seep from his lips. Da Vinci Go. His name is Hu Min. I am Hu Fei, his uncle. Old Hu, unable to bear the scene, stepped forward to mediate. Bang! Another shot rang out, striking the ground before old who recoiled in fright. I am not speaking to you, understand? Zhang Yang reprimanded old Hu. Understood, understood. Da Vinci go, you are right. Old Hu waved his hand at the burly man with yellow hair beside him, repeatedly apologizing to Zhang Yang, his address shifting from brother to go. Mr. Hu Min, do you now comprehend the reason behind this? Zhang Yang's tone was as venomous as a serpent's hiss, each word meticulously articulated. It became evident that the formidable Da Vinci could slay whomever he chose at will. At this moment, Hu Min's instinct for survival surged, and he felt a dampness in his trousers, adding a new, grotesque scent to the already foul air. A cry of despair escaped Hu Min's lips as he witnessed his ears contort grotesquely under Zhang Yang's relentless gaze. You have answered incorrectly, Mr. Hu Min. I urge you to ponder your response once more, Zhang Yang remarked, directing the barrel of his handgun at Hu Min's head with a hint of sadistic amusement. Da Vinci did not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. That individual, who behaved erratically and flouted the rules, deserved death 100 times over. Driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival, Hu Min's mind raced, and he finally conjured what he believed to be an appropriate answer. Indeed, Mr. Hu Min was now aware of the stakes. Then pray tell, Mr. Hu Min, what gives you the right to expect my mercy? Zhang Yang continued, unwavering in his aim. Nothing at all. It is merely that Da Vinci has spared my life, Hu Min replied, regret flooding over him. He lamented his momentary lapse of judgment that had led to such a brutal confrontation. He had never anticipated that a single utterance would provoke Zhang Yang's wrath. Of course, I could grant you clemency, but how can you assure me that you will not seek vengeance against my people in the future? Zhang Yang inquired, lowering the gun slightly as he posed the question. Even if you lent me 100 lives, I would not dare retaliate. If I did, I would be a beast. And my entire family would be tainted by that same monstrosity, Hu Min pleaded in a frenzied manner. With a resounding gunshot, Hu Min collapsed, a torrent of blood spilling from his back, mingling grotesquely with his own urine, creating a truly repugnant scene. I am a coward at heart. I fear retribution, Zhang Yang declared, adopting a facade of indecision. The men present were rendered mute, intimidated by Zhang Yang's inscrutable temperament and his ruthless decisiveness, and they dared only to breathe in shallow gasps. They were acutely aware that in these times, speaking without thought could lead to dire consequences. Brother Sean, do you still wish to deliberate strategies with me? Zhang Yang turned to Brother Sean, seemingly reluctant to conclude the discussion. Ah, Da Vinci. The matters of our departure are under your authority, Brother Sean responded, uncertain of Zhang Yang's true intentions, and he attempted to withdraw from the dialogue. Firstly, I am not your brother. Secondly, the affairs of our exit should naturally fall under my jurisdiction. Why should those of you waiting here for provisions presume to command those who confront the zombies? Zhang Yang retorted, addressing Brother Sean directly. Very well, you heard him. Once we step beyond this door, all decisions will rest with Da Vinci, Brother Sean conceded, pulling Hu along in a feigned exit. No longer wishing to confer with Zhang Yang regarding the reclamation of the food depot. A gunshot rang out once more, silencing the men. From this moment forth, you shall all heed my command. Those who defy me shall be executed. Do you understand? Zhang Yang, who initially kept a low profile, suddenly established his authority in the small factory hub. The men, despite their uneven voices, responded enthusiastically. The commands relayed through the walkie-talkies were as if they emanated from me. Aside from myself, your walkie-talkies can only receive, not transmit. Zhang Yang divided the 50 men into 5 groups, distributing 5 walkie-talkies and issuing orders. Shan Gu referred to you as cannon fodder, and Lao Hu echoed this sentiment. Shan Gu intended to seize 40% of your provisions, while Lao Hu planned to collaborate with Shan Gu in appropriating your supplies. Zhang Yang admonished Shan Gu and Lao Hu for their transgressions. However, I do not regard you as mere cannon fodder. I see you as warriors. I will not harvest your food. Instead, I shall lead you to fight and reclaim our provisions. Zhang Yang, aware of his lack of oratory skills, spoke earnestly to the men. To his surprise, the audience became visibly stirred by his discourse. Many were moved to tears, struggling to contain their emotions. As Zhang Yang surveyed the crowd, he realized that many of these men were quite young, appearing to be around 20. Had it not been for the outbreak of the undead, they would have likely enjoyed more prosperous lives rather than being trapped in the small factory hub, struggling for mere sustenance. In Chapter 65, The Feast Before Battle, Zhang Yang declared, if you follow my lead, execute my first command now. Everyone must eat their fill before we venture out. As he spoke, he commanded the delivery of a substantial quantity of compressed biscuits to the crowd, initially incredulous at Zhang Yang's order. The men only believed it to be true once they held the 2 packets in their hands. After days of hunger, they disregarded everything and ravenously stuffed the biscuits into their mouths, even shedding tears as they choked, yet they continued to consume the food. Once they finished the biscuits, their spirits were markedly higher than when Zhang Yang had first taken charge of them. Through a combination of benevolence and authority, Zhang Yang, standing within the group, soared dramatically in a short time. A decisive leader with genuine capability is hard to resist. Zhang Yang did not expect these men to follow orders unerringly. However, he at least hoped that when he issued commands, there would be no delays, and they would execute them with diligence. The convoy gradually exited the small factory enclave, with Zhang Yang and his women driving 2 off-road vehicles. 4 men accompanied him in another off-road vehicle, while the remaining 48 men drove 20 assorted cars. Through Tang Ming's description, Zhang Yang learned that the zombie layout at the food transfer station was quite dispersed. Therefore, the cement tactic was fundamentally unfeasible. Considering the need to protect the food, Zhang Yang could not resort to fire attacks. Thus, he could only prepare for close combat with the undead. 50 men face off against over 3,000 zombies, not accounting for the mutated ones. It is evidently a formidable task for each man to eliminate 60 zombies in such a short span. Zhang Yang does not intend to engage the zombies in a singular, decisive assault. Rather, he plans to engage in a war of attrition, striving to preserve his team as much as possible. His convoy is well equipped, carrying provisions sufficient for 50 individuals for 20 days. Zhang Yang believes that through the trials of battle, those who survive will undoubtedly possess the capacity to confront the zombies head-on. He contemplated distributing firearms among his men. Yet after careful consideration, he dismissed the notion. These men are not his own. An abundance of firearms could easily lead to chaos within the ranks. The convoy exited the narrow path and ascended onto a highway, which serves as the sole route to the food distribution station. Though labeled a highway, apart from the emergency lane, which barely accommodates vehicles, the other lanes are cluttered with various abandoned cars and scattered zombies. Ignoring the disarray of vehicles and the undead along the way, the convoy pressed forward until they encountered a mound formed by wrecked cars and dismembered zombie limbs, where around 200 zombies congregated. The convoy was compelled to halt and eliminate the threat. Kill the zombies, and you shall be rewarded. Those who flee shall perish. Zhang Yang took the lead, stepping out of the vehicle and advancing towards the horde. His women followed closely, adorned in diverse forms of armor, wielding Uzi submachine guns. Beneath their varied armor lay impressive figures and delicate, fair thighs. The men, having learned from recent experiences, cautiously disembarked, refraining from expressing any malice or casting lingering glances at the beautiful women. Observing Zhang Yang's bravery, they readied their weapons and stepped down, awaiting the approaching zombies. These men differed slightly from those Zhang Yang had encountered earlier. They exhibited a newfound courage to face the zombies, albeit with an unmistakable hint of fear reflected in their expressions. Nevertheless, none exhibited signs of retreat. Zhang Yang positioned himself at the forefront, anticipating the first wave of zombies. 7 agile zombies lunged towards him, but before he could react, 2 deer-bone spears struck the heads of the swift creatures, sending their corpses tumbling aside. The remaining 5 were swiftly dispatched by Pan Shiqing and others with knives. Observing the swift resolution of the agile zombies, Zhang Yang summoned his mighty axe and effortlessly dispatched 3 powerful zombies, their heads shattered and discarded like refuse. The men witnessed Zhang Yang and his team's effortless prowess, significantly reshaping their perception of the team's combat capabilities and greatly enhancing their confidence in Zhang Yang's ability to reclaim the food distribution station. Withdraw. Zhang Yang issued commands to the women. The remaining ordinary zombies, attracted by Zhang Yang's violent actions, surged toward the convoy. Observing Zhang Yang retreat, instead of continuing his slaughter, the others were similarly startled, abandoning their vehicles in haste. A gunshot rang out as Zhang Yang discharged his weapon, piercing the air. Those who retreat will perish. His authoritative voice resonated through the crowd. Faced with the futility of retreat, the men gripped their weapons, bracing for the zombies' approach. This starkly contrasted with their previous instinct to flee at the sight of zombies. Under immense pressure, they were forced to adapt. Zhang Yang disregarded the small horde of zombies less than 100 meters away, comfortably leaning against the softness of Xiaoyuqi, observing the struggle of the men. Liang Xiaoling, ever considerate, massaged Zhang Yang's thigh. 48 men formed a formidable wall in groups of 7 to confront the advancing zombies. Without the threat of evolved zombies, their combat seemed markedly more composed, yet the challenge remained formidable. A man's misstep led him to be swiftly dragged into the horde, his screams abruptly silenced, leaving only a pile of bloodied clothing behind. The others, witnessing their comrade's gruesome fate, were gripped by fear but fought harder, refusing to glance at the fallen. Damn it! Da Vinci truly cares little for our lives. Sigh, he has already fulfilled his promise to help us eliminate the evolved zombies. Now we can only rely on ourselves. But why must he prevent us from retreating? Brother, let's not question it. The last one who did met a grim fate. The men, noting Zhang Yang's indifference to the captured, began to murmur amidst the chaos. However, they quickly silenced themselves at the reminder from the last speaker. Plunging back into the fray against the ordinary zombies, the 4 men accompanying Zhang Yang, at his signal, refrained from attacking and instead guarded the rear, prepared to strike down any intruders or zombies. Tang Ming, wielding a handgun, commanded the others, urging them to stand their ground against the zombies rather than retreat, even at the risk of being dragged away. The assortment of weapons in the men's hands was chaotic. Some wielded machetes and cleavers suitable for dispatching zombies, while others brandished wrenches, hammers, and sickles. It was evident that the small factory settlement not only lacked food, but also proper weaponry. The first wave of ordinary zombies, numbering just over 20, fell under the onslaught of their blades. Yet, the second wave soon charged forward. Chapter 66, Bloodshed. The second wave boasted over 50 zombies, each group of men facing 7 of the undead. Moreover, zombies are not akin to compressed biscuits. They do not adhere to any semblance of order. Thus, an ideal distribution is unlikely to occur. The men, having gained experience from repelling the first wave of zombies, exhibited a markedly improved rhythm in confronting the second wave. Most of them no longer flailed about chaotically as they had during the initial encounter, but instead formed a cohesive formation, constantly maneuvering with the zombies, striking with precision whenever the opportunity arose. Should they fail to fell a zombie, they swiftly distanced themselves. If successful, they would then seek to aid their comrades. During this tumultuous exchange, a few men, gripped by fear, opted to flee, only to be promptly kicked back into the fray by Tang Ming, who was armed. Those attempting to escape were met not with anger, but with gratitude, for Tang Ming's intervention was perceived as a mere reprimand. Unbeknownst to him, his well-intentioned act inadvertently entangled him in further complications. 2 men, witnessing the escape, seized the pretext of retreat under the guise of tactical repositioning, seeking to evade the battle entirely. With resolute gunfire, 2 shots rang out, striking precisely at the foreheads of the fleeing men. The bullets whizzed past Tang Ming, leaving him momentarily shaken, his legs trembling as he prepared to pursue. "If you don't know how to wield that pistol, bring your head here and let me teach you," echoed Zhang Yang's scathing remarks over the radio. Amidst Zhang Yang's tirade, the men, now acutely aware of their lack of an escape route, committed themselves to a desperate struggle against the zombies. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's vehement admonitions, Tang Ming resolved not to let any escape unscathed, firing a shot into the air to convey his murderous intent. Human nature often reveals itself starkly in collective situations. When the opportunity arises to evade loss through cunning, an increasing number will choose to do so. As half an hour elapsed, most of the men had gained experience in slaying a zombie. The exhilaration of actively hunting zombies felt vastly different from the previous instinct of passive evasion. Encouraged by their newfound prowess, many men charged towards the remaining horde of over 100 zombies, transforming from those who once quaked at the sight of a mere handful into warriors emboldened by camaraderie. Gradually, they reclaimed their masculine valor, eagerly hacking at the undead. The 3 men following Tang Ming, dedicated to covering their retreat, occasionally struck down any zombies encroaching upon their position, revealing their impatience as they watched others engage in battle. Suddenly, a man approached Tang Ming directly, disregarding the warning shot he had fired. "You are truly foolish, preferring death at my hands to facing the zombies." Tang Ming berated the approaching figure, recalling Zhang Yang's earlier threats. At that moment, Tang Ming found himself torn between the moral dilemma of killing and refraining from taking a life. Unlike Zhang Yang, Tang Ming had never witnessed the extreme depravity of human nature. Though he often bullied others, he himself was frequently bullied in return. Yet, in the truest sense, he had never taken a life. Brother, do you see my shoulder? It's been bitten by that thing. Just kill me. Consider it a mercy. I truly do not wish to become one of those creatures. I do not want to turn against my comrades. Moreover, I have heard that the transformation is excruciating. If you wish for me to avoid an early demise, simply give me a couple of cigarettes. I haven't had one in ages, and the craving is unbearable. The man, pointing at his own handgun with a voice choked with emotion, spoke to Tang Ming. Tang Ming glanced at Zhang Yang, who nodded in response. Smoke away and die afterward. The words stirred something within Tang Ming, yet he felt helpless. He retrieved 3 long-held cigarettes from his stash and tossed them to the man, along with a lighter from a distance. The man, tall yet pale, bore the marks of long-term malnutrition and significant blood loss from his injuries, each passing moment rendering him more lifeless than the last. Aware that his time was limited, he nodded in gratitude to Tang Ming, simultaneously igniting all 3 cigarettes and placing them in his mouth in a triangular formation. The immediate pleasure from the nicotine rekindled a flicker of life and desire within him. As he inhaled deeply, he sobbed softly. In less than 5 minutes, the 3 cigarettes were reduced to mere stubs. Brother, please don't shoot yet. Do you have any more cigarettes? The man looked at Tang Ming, managing a grim smile through tear-stained cheeks. Smoke away. It might just kill you, Tang Ming retorted. Though his heart was heavy, he tossed 5 more cigarettes to the man, who seemed to have learned from previous experience. This time, he lit them one by one, savoring each precious puff of nicotine. After being deprived of cigarettes for so long, the man coughed violently from the intensity of his actions. Conscious of the countdown on his life, he dared not cough for long, hastily lighting the next cigarette. In 20 minutes, he had consumed all 5 cigarettes without wasting a moment. Brother, it's time to act. I can barely hold on. The man's voice faltered, his eyes threatening to roll back. Bang! Tang Ming raised his gun and fired. A gaping hole appeared in the man's face. His hand trembled uncontrollably as he grappled with the reality of having taken a life filled with a fervent desire to survive. Overwhelmed, Tang Ming collapsed onto the ground, retching violently. The other 3 men, witnessing the man's moment of bliss while smoking, his tear-streaked face, and the gruesome image of his brain being shattered, were equally shaken. They could only suppress the urge to vomit, steadfastly holding their ground. Zhang Yang and the women observed the scene from a distance, deeply moved. Without the system, he might have been just one of them. They, like him, dared to slay zombies, yet due to their lack of strength and abilities, most ultimately faced a grim fate. As Zhang Yang pondered, he lamented the benefits and dignity bestowed upon him by the system. The men's speed in dispatching the zombies increased significantly. Over 100 ordinary zombies appeared rather inconsequential before the 45 armed adult men. Within just over half an hour, the zombies fell one after another beneath the men's blades. The ground was left strewn with a heap of zombie corpses and the dark brown blood they had spilled. Zhang Yang exited the vehicle and instructed the men to fall back, performing a sleight of hand. He activated his flame control ability, igniting the pile of zombies on the ground. Chapter 67. Is the system malfunctioning? The already desiccated bodies of the zombies disintegrated rapidly in the flames. The master had slain 231 ordinary zombies, earning 231 cultivation points. The system's announcement echoed as the zombies were consumed by the fire. What is happening? Is the system malfunctioning? Zhang Yang was momentarily bewildered by the sudden announcement. Until now, he had only earned points through the zombies killed by his women. Others' kills had not contributed to his score. System, why am I receiving points for zombies I did not kill? You won't retract the points, will you? Zhang Yang queried within his consciousness. Master, the core logic for acquiring cultivation points is the absorption of the energy from pollutants. Your recent act of igniting the zombies with your ability met the absorption criteria. As for other methods of gaining cultivation points without personally slaying, please explore further in the future. The system explained the reason behind his unexpected gain. Zhang Yang was surprised to find that his inadvertent action had enhanced his efficiency in earning cultivation points. After receiving the answer he sought, he returned to reality, directing the convoy to continue toward the food transfer station. The convoy exited the highway over a kilometer from the food transfer station. Beside the station lay a lake, reminiscent of a prison's origin. Scattered around the lake were several zombies and human corpses that had long since decayed, causing the men who had just endured a brutal fight, to feel uneasy. The zombie bodies decomposed rapidly, leaving behind little more than skin and some bones. Zhang Yang stifled his nausea and directed flame control at the zombie skin, yet received no feedback regarding cultivation points. Is only the freshly killed useful? What is the principle behind this? Realizing he could not acquire cultivation points, Zhang Yang contemplated the specific mechanics of earning them, pondering whether the essence of gaining points was, in fact, energy absorption, as he explored when polluted energy existed and when it did not. The human corpse nearby was evidently in a state of decay for about 8 or 9 days. In this post-apocalyptic world, the absence of creatures such as maggots was striking. The decomposition of living beings occurred at a markedly slower rate than it did before the end of days. This was the first time Zhang Yang had encountered an intact corpse of a living creature since the onset of the apocalypse. Any demise of a living being would typically be hastily consumed by mutated entities. Zhang Yang could not ascertain the cause of death for the 3 human remains on the ground, but the grotesque expressions etched on their decaying faces suggested they had suffered greatly before their passing, as if they had witnessed something profoundly horrifying. The juxtaposition of zombies and human corpses by the lakeside was inherently unsettling. Zhang Yang chose to disregard the bodies by the lake and signaled for the convoy to proceed towards the food transfer station. The convoy halted 200 meters from the food transfer station, and Zhang Yang alighted to assess the situation. The food transfer station, situated near a small factory cluster, was not particularly large, occupying an area equivalent to that of 2 ordinary high schools. However, it was estimated to contain around 100 tons of food, sufficient to sustain 100 individuals for a decade. Tang Ming, where are the 4,000 zombies you mentioned? Zhang Yang pondered ominously as he surveyed the somewhat desolate food station. The entrance, which should have been besieged by hordes of zombies, displayed only a sparse scattering of the undead, which struck Zhang Yang as exceedingly peculiar. Da Vinci, I would never deceive you, Tang Ming replied earnestly. Even with conservative estimates, there should be thousands of zombies in this area. My claim of 3,000 to 4,000 zombies at the food transfer station is already a significant understatement. Tang Ming, sensing Zhang Yang's skepticism, continued to elucidate. Da Vinci, do you think this place might have been reclaimed by armed forces, thus accounting for the scarcity of zombies? He could not help but voice his speculation. Impossible, Zhang Yang countered. If this area had been reclaimed by armed forces, there should be personnel guarding the food. Currently, we see no signs of disturbance to the supplies. Moreover, given the duration of the zombie outbreak, we have not heard a whisper regarding any armed forces. Or perhaps we simply lack the means to inquire about them. Based on our situation, if armed forces had indeed reclaimed this territory, you would have been rescued long ago. Zhang Yang took a drag from his cigarette and shared his analysis with Tang Ming. Since the onset of the zombie crisis, all networks and communication devices had ceased to function. Acquiring information from the outside world and establishing contact had become exceedingly difficult. As for the armed forces, Zhang Yang had received no news whatsoever. He could only surmise that the mutation rate of the zombies was alarmingly high, rendering the armed forces preoccupied with their own survival. Having encountered second-tier strength-type zombies, Zhang Yang's expectations of the armed forces had significantly diminished. A single second-tier strength-type zombie could easily take on a tank, while even a small mutated deer was impervious to blades and firearms. What, then, would happen if even more formidable zombies or mutant beasts emerged? Firearms wield immense power, effortlessly dispatching ordinary zombies and first-tier threats. However, the absence of coordinated communication has fragmented each group into isolated units devoid of information. Regardless of individual strength, each solitary soldier remains vulnerable to the more formidable threats posed by mutated beasts. Moreover, during the outbreak, a staggering 80% of the population was transformed into zombies, while others bitten would succumb within 30 minutes. Coupled with the effects of the first crimson moon, the true number of those who survived has become an enigmatic riddle. Yet, Zhang Yang is certain that this figure is less than 10. Set up camp by the lake, he instructed. Realizing he could extract no further information from Tang Ming and opting to have him and the others establish a temporary base, Zhang Yang then took the women to investigate the specifics of the food transfer station. Da Vinci, isn't it a good sign that there are no zombies at the food transfer station? Why do you seem so anxious? Pan Shiqing inquired, noticing Zhang Yang's troubled expression. Shiqing, do you recall the large dog we encountered last time? If this place had no zombies, it would indeed be a positive development for us. But what if the zombies here have been consumed by a mutated beast similar to that dog? What do you think would happen then? Zhang Yang cautioned her. Goodness, that dog became so powerful after consuming only a few hundred zombies. If something here has devoured thousands of them, wouldn't we be bringing ourselves to the slaughter? Zhang Yang fell silent, drawing one cigarette after another. The women, overwhelmed by the smoke, stood by in silence, hesitant to voice their concerns. Zhang Yang, do you think we could avoid going? After all, we have everything we need now. Pan Shiqing said, playfully placing her hands on his face and gazing at him with a gentle expression. We cannot afford to stay back. We are in dire need of food. If we do not reclaim crucial locations promptly, the mutated beasts and zombies outside will only grow stronger. Zhang Yang analyzed the current situation with the women earnestly. Chapter 68. The speedy zombie tide. If we refrain from taking the initiative now, it will only become increasingly difficult to act later. Moreover, let us assume that these zombies have indeed been consumed by mutated beasts. If the beasts have already departed, we would have fortuitously claimed a food transfer station. Conversely, if the mutated beasts remain, we would be battling both thousands of zombies and the beasts. With our abilities and firearms, there is no need to fear the mutated creatures excessively. At the very least, I can ensure your safety if the situation goes awry. As for the others, I can only hope for the best. As Zhang Yang responded to Pan Shiqing's inquiries, his logic became increasingly lucid. Ultimately, if the zombies here had not been devoured by mutated beasts, but instead, the outbreak occurred when the number of people was minimal, reclaiming the food transfer station would become even simpler for them. In essence, the message is succinct. We must undertake this journey regardless of the circumstances. As Zhang Yang conveyed this to the women, he concealed the existence of the system, yet he articulated the situation within his mind with remarkable clarity. The women listened, their comprehension wavering, yet they silently kept pace with Zhang Yang's stride. Traversing the desolate streets, Zhang Yang and his companions remained ever vigilant. Occasionally, they encountered a few ordinary zombies, swiftly dealt with by his women. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the food transfer station. The bustling atmosphere of here was absent. 3 large transport trucks stood idly by the roadside, exuding a damp, foul odor that suggested the food had been contaminated. A rudimentary checkpoint marked the perimeter of the station, with a reception hall inside, surrounded by towering grain storage warehouses. Zhang Yang pushed aside the skewed barrier and strode purposefully into the station. The silence within was even more disquieting than that outside. While a few wandering zombies roamed outside, the ground was littered with the corpses of both zombies and humans. Strangely, the transfer station revealed no signs of human or zombie remains within its confines. If the silence outside was a grim testament to death, the stillness inside stemmed from an utter absence of life. Were it not for the occasional distant wails of zombies, Zhang Yang and his companions might have suspected the transfer station connected to another realm. The deeper the silence, the more taut their nerves became. Aside from Zhang Yang, wielding a heavy axe and moving at ease, the 5 women flanked him, employing their makeshift assault tactics to support one another. Pan Shiqing led the way with her firearm, while Lin Lihong and Liang Xiaoling flanked her, surveying their surroundings. Pan Simin and Xie Yuqi maintained a defensive posture, keeping watch behind them, observing the disarray of their movements. Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. The 5 women offered no retort to his jests, remaining alert. In this perilous world, none but Zhang Yang dared to relax their vigilance. A false alarm may be benign, yet genuine danger necessitates a readiness that minimizes potential losses. Zhang Yang, satisfied with the seriousness of the women, continued to scan the area, guiding them forward. Suddenly, the chaotic cries of zombies echoed as they delved deeper, and a horde of over 100 agile, monkey-like black zombies rapidly converged upon them. Are we caught in a hollow city trap? Zhang Yang quipped, observing the uniformity of the speedy zombies surrounding them. With a resounding crack, Lin Lihong was the first to pull the trigger, unleashing a trio of precise shots at the 3 agile zombies situated 30 meters away. The 3 speed-type zombies collapsed in unison. Having expended her ammunition, she conserved her mental energy. Zhang Yang, without a moment's hesitation, issued an urgent command. The thunderous sound of gunfire, accompanied by brilliant flashes of light, spread outward from Zhang Yang's position. 6 individuals fired nearly 300 rounds, yet they succeeded in downing only about 40 speed-type zombies. Aside from the bullets that accurately struck the foreheads of the zombies, the remaining shots merely left minute puncture wounds on the bodies of the speed-type zombies. causing no significant harm. The remaining 100 or so speed-type zombies, undeterred, charged menacingly towards Zhang Yang and his companions. Frustration welled up within him. At this rate, 10 armories would not suffice for their reckless expenditure of ammunition. He had procured 2,000 rounds, and they were all too aware of it. Seeing the women rapidly depleting their bullets under immense pressure, Zhang Yang could only smile bitterly. Their safe radius, initially 40 meters, had been drastically reduced to a mere 15 meters, with a continued trend of constriction. As the women fired their last rounds and noticed Zhang Yang cease distributing ammunition, he brandished a mighty axe and advanced towards the zombies. They, in turn, suppressed the overwhelming fear instilled by the horde of speed-type zombies and armed themselves to confront the oncoming wave. Despite the protection of their armor, no one wished to be bitten by a speed-type zombie. The struggle against the undead was approached with utmost caution. Clad in black battle armor, Zhang Yang wielded his axe, merging with the flames as he cleaved through the speed-type zombies, which were as fragile as paper. Pan Shurqing swung her blade in wide arcs, the onslaught of zombies surging beneath her feline armor. If any speed-type zombie approached within 5 steps, she would launch air arrows, piercing their eyes. Xie Yuqi manipulated 2 speed-type zombies to serve as her shields. Beneath her feline armor, she wore only a simple crop top and shorts, allowing for swift movements. Her refreshing attire and focused expression created a striking visual impact. While she deftly dispatched zombies, any approaching threats would be intercepted by the speed-type zombies she controlled. Pan Simin utilized her deer-leg gun to continually pierce the skulls of the zombies. Her innocent visage belied the lethal force she wielded against the undead, creating a stark contrast with her actions. Should any zombie come too close, she would activate her light evasion, causing the zombies to lose their target. Pan Shurqing redirected the animosity of the zombies aimed at Xie Yuqi and Pan Simin solely onto herself, shaking her head in resignation as she plunged back into the fray. Lin Lihong relentlessly obstructed the zombies' advance with her cleaver. The sleek and fitted sports attire could not conceal her impressive curves. Under the pretext of conserving her mental energy, her method of dispatching the agile zombies was rather mundane. She often missed her targets, only resorting to her ultimate skill, absolute precision, in moments of desperation, delivering a sudden, decisive blow to neutralize the immediate threat. In Chapter 69, the first encounter with the zombie horde, it was evident that Liang Xiaoling, devoid of any superhuman abilities, found herself in a far more precarious situation than others. She could only fend off the fast-moving zombies, striving to preserve her own safety. The tall and graceful Liang Xiaoling, in her hesitant movements, became even more endearing. Under the pressure of Zhang Yang's commanding presence, she dared not advance or retreat, mechanically fending off the encroaching agile zombies. Seeing her struggle, Xie Yuqi had no choice but to activate pollution affinity to lower the zombies' aggro towards her. The 6 of them persistently wielded their melee weapons against the undead, their circle gradually expanding outward. The horde of agile zombies, however, continued to constrict around them. Had it been anyone else, they would have long been engulfed by the relentless tide of the undead. Yet, Zhang Yang's group was no ordinary band. They were a formidable legion of superhumans. For a solid half hour, Zhang Yang and his companions fought off the agile zombies with their weapons. Lin Lihong and Liang Xiaoling's mental and physical stamina began to wane under the intense exertion. Each swing of their blades resonated with a deafening roar in their ears. However, they dared not cease their efforts, deeply convinced that any moment of inaction would result in Zhang Yang unhesitatingly sacrificing them to the zombies as mere fodder. Pan Shurqing and Xie Yuqi also bore grim expressions. Pan Shurqing continuously dealt with the multiplying undead that slipped through from others. Simultaneously, Xie Yuqi manipulated 2 agile zombies while also dispatching the approaching ones and assisting her weary teammates in diverting the aggression towards herself, truly multitasking under duress. The agile zombies perpetually oscillated between advancing and being eliminated, accumulating a grim pile of corpses before Zhang Yang and his team. Zhang Yang relentlessly wielded his heavy axe, sending the stacked bodies of the agile zombies flying. They had lost track of how long they had been fighting when they finally sensed a lull in the assault. Gasping for breath, they took a moment to recover. The system announced Zhang Yang's accomplishments. He had slain 143 agile zombies, earning 1430 experience points. With the final zombie collapsing, the system's report provided a modicum of relief to his weary spirit. Frankly, Earning these points was far easier than taking down second-tier brute zombies. Before they could rest for even a few minutes, another massive wave of ordinary zombies surged from the direction of the hall, rushing towards Zhang Yang and his companions. The sheer number of these zombies was indeterminate, but surely exceeded 1,000. Damn, it never ends. Retreat. Exhausted in body and spirit, the women swiftly retreated towards the main entrance under Zhang Yang's commanding orders. The ordinary zombies were left far behind at the grain transfer station. Calling Tang Ming. Calling Tang Ming, this is Da Vinci. Seizing the moment of retreat, Zhang Yang picked up the intercom to contact Tang Ming. The laborious task of exterminating zombies was better suited for others, especially when it came to the ordinary ones. Tang Ming responded, "Received, Brother Da Vinci, please instruct." The voice of Tang Ming echoed through the intercom. "Bring everyone to clear the zombies, that is all." Having conveyed his instructions, Zhang Yang no longer engaged with the intercom and strode purposefully towards the entrance. "Received." On it came Tang Ming's reply. In approximately 5 minutes, Tang Ming arrived with a group of men. "Brother Da Vinci, where are the zombies you mentioned?" Tang Ming scratched his head, glancing at Zhang Yang and then at the men behind him. As Zhang Yang and the others reached the entrance, the zombies did not pursue them. It seemed they were wary of approaching within 50 paces of the entrance. Beyond that distance, they vanished without a trace. "Inside, you go in and the zombies will emerge," Zhang Yang said earnestly to Tang Ming. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming and his companions' expressions shifted. The notion of zombies playing hide-and-seek completely shattered their previous understanding. In their past experiences, zombies were merely mindless beasts that charged recklessly. How could the zombies residing in the granary engage in such strategic behavior? "Brother Da Vinci, are these zombies still the same as before?" Tang Ming cautiously inquired. "Indeed, they are identical. However, it remains a mystery why the zombies here prefer to linger at the grain transfer station, reluctant to venture out," Zhang Yang explained to the group. "Wait, don't rush all in at once." Zhang Yang interrupted Tang Ming's preparations to send people inside, taking charge of the situation. "Li Zhong, take a team of 20. Dai Yong and Lin Fei, each lead a contingent of 25. You two will alternate in eliminating the zombies. Today will certainly be a protracted battle. Tang Ming, you are responsible for reminding them to rotate and overseeing the operation. Switch every half hour and retreat if the situation becomes dire. But I shall be preoccupied, so do not use the intercom to contact me." Zhang Yang instructed the 4 men accompanying him, casually tossing them 3 fully loaded handguns. He did not wish to be interrupted by the intercom while activating Create Dominion. He was unaware of how much time these men would consume in dispatching thousands of zombies. Nor did he care, as long as it did not involve him. After organizing the men's actions, Zhang Yang set up a tent not far from the grain transfer station. He and the 5 women had endured intense combat, and now desperately needed vigorous activity to replenish their energy promptly. Dai Yong and Lin Fei, leading a contingent of 25 men, cautiously approached the hall of the grain transfer station. Observing the scattered, speedily dispatched zombies strewn across the ground, they surmised that a brutal battle had just unfolded. While marveling at Zhang Yang's prowess, their faith in his words deepened. In the desolate grain transfer station, the men's breaths echoed ominously. Each passing second without the appearance of zombies was a torment for them, and the emergence of the undead would usher in a different form of anguish. After advancing approximately 60 paces, the leading man finally heard the chilling howls of the zombies. The group of men formed a line, with 78 ready to confront the impending threat. "Goodness, how many zombies are there?" One man quivered at the sight of the emerging horde. If 100 zombies on the highway resembled a small pond, then the multitude before them was akin to a vast ocean. Even if each zombie transformed into a cup of water, it could drown them all. Instinctively, some felt the urge to flee, only to be reminded of the scene where Zhang Yang had mercilessly dispatched a foe. The primal instinct to escape was decisively suppressed by their fear of Zhang Yang. Da Vinci said we can fight while retreating, Lin Fei declared, tightening his grip on his firearm. Yet, he understood that retreating while fighting was distinctly different from outright fleeing. Upon hearing Lin Fei's command, the men remained steadfast, anxiously awaiting the advance of the zombies. The oppressive presence of over 1,000 undead was enough to instill fear in anyone. Nevertheless, the 20-odd men beside Lin Fei were resolute, willing to confront the tide of corpses for a morsel of food. Meanwhile, in the tent where Zhang Yang had already set up, the outside world seemed irrelevant to those within. The 5 women accompanying Zhang Yang bore expressions of exhaustion and depletion from their fierce battles. Let us have a proper wash. A voice with a commanding tone echoed in the ears of Pan Shiqing and the others. Without hesitation, they awaited Zhang Yang to retrieve water from his space. Chapter 70. The foolish zombies. The women promptly made their way to their washing area. Go ahead and wash. Today's performance was commendable, Zhang Yang remarked as he produced several buckets of clean water from his space. The women, without a trace of reluctance, reveled in the cleansing waters following their victory over the zombies. The pure water cascaded down from above, washing away the blood and grime clinging to their skin. They relished the tranquility that followed their arduous struggles. Pan Shiqing's innocent face lit up with joy, while Xie Yuqi, utilizing the moisture on her body, eased her aching muscles. Pan Simin quietly poured water over herself, and Lin Lihong diligently scrubbed the bloodstains from her skin. Liang Xiaoling casually rinsed off the mud and dirt. Where there was clean water, there was peace, and where there was peace, there was joy. At that moment, Liang Xiaoling and the others happily accepted the refreshing torrents of water. The collective psyche of all individuals, marred and battered, found solace and restoration through repeated cleansing. Once Zhang Yang deemed the cleansing complete, he activated the meditation space to mend the wounds inflicted during their battles. Outside the tent, the state of war was in constant flux. Pan Shiqing and her companions, rejuvenated, followed Zhang Yang to survey the unfolding chaos. The men, having slain zombies, had already cycled through 3 shifts in a mere 2 hours. Those who had rested rejoined the ranks, while fatigued members seized the opportunity to withdraw. The brief 30 minutes of relentless slaughter had driven the men to the brink of physical and mental collapse. Initially, they had been pushed back by the overwhelming horde of zombies, managing to dispatch only 3 in a full 10 minutes. However, as they retreated to within 50 paces of the gate, they stumbled upon an astonishing anomaly akin to a game glitch. Once the men crossed that 50-step threshold from the gate, the zombies exhibited a ravenous bloodlust. Conversely, upon retreating to that very distance, the zombies lost all will to fight, hesitating to advance. It resembled the scenario in Plants vs. Zombies when confronted with garlic. The once arduous extermination efforts were rendered significantly easier by this invisible barrier. The men merely needed to engage in guerrilla warfare within that 50-step radius, advancing 10 steps to strike the zombies when prepared, and retreating to safety to regroup when the situation turned dire. If zombies possessed emotions, they would surely be vexed, scratching their heads in frustration. Alas, devoid of any sentiment or intellect, they could only perceive the squad's erratic movements before them. Employing guerrilla tactics, the men steadily diminished the zombie ranks. Elated by their newfound strategy, what was originally intended as a bloodbath transformed into a prolonged engagement, aided by this unseen advantage. The sole drawback was the dismally low efficiency of their kills. They could barely manage to eliminate 50 zombies per hour amidst the dense throng. Without this invisible barrier, the constant attrition in the fray would hardly be deemed a wise choice. Tang Ming, let us call it a day. Withdraw. Zhang Yang observed the battlefield. Despite the men having only slain 100 zombies in 2 hours, the absence of casualties was a boon he welcomed. With a 20-day food supply, he was well equipped to sustain most small-scale prolonged engagements. What is the situation? Zhang Yang inquired of Tang Ming, seeking to validate his assessment. Da Vinci. Today we managed to eliminate 100 zombies. We have yet to ascertain the exact number of zombies at the food transfer station, but it is likely no fewer than 2,000. The unfortunate news is that the plan you had previously established to progressively advance towards the food transfer station cannot be executed any longer. As you can see, for reasons unknown, the zombies surrounding the grain transfer station have all been herded inside. The good news is, for reasons unknown, they refuse to leave the station. This presents an opportunity for my brothers to systematically eliminate them. Even if we manage to slay just 100 zombies a day, that amounts to 2,000 over the course of 20 days. Of course, this is contingent upon their mental fortitude remaining intact. Tang Ming excitedly described the situation to Zhang Yang. Listening to Tang Ming's account, Zhang Yang confirmed that it aligned with his own observations. Have you encountered any strong zombies? Zhang Yang inquired, voicing his primary concern. Brother Da Vinci, aside from the ordinary zombies, we haven't encountered a single evolved one. Didn't you eliminate them all? Tang Ming replied. I see. Since the zombies refuse to venture out, let us relocate the camp from the lakeside to the vicinity of the grain transfer station tonight. You must assign no fewer than 6 individuals to keep watch, changing shifts every 3 hours. You can arrange the specifics as you see fit, Zhang Yang instructed before turning back toward the camp, withholding the grim truth from Tang Ming. At the same time, he initiated an assault with 100 agile zombies, while the powerful ones remained conspicuously absent. Ordinary zombies congregated at the grain transfer station, too fearful to venture outside, and the unusual corpses by the lakeside. All these phenomena eluded Zhang Yang's understanding based on past experiences. Revealing the truth to Tang Ming would only serve to demoralize him without yielding any positive outcome. Additionally, no one is permitted to approach my camp within 30 meters. Those who do will be met with indiscriminate violence. Zhang Yang seemed to recall something, coldly adding, "At the villa, Zhuang Weizhong taught me a lesson while cooperating. One must never place trust in anyone." Yes, Brother Da Vinci, Tang Ming acknowledged, sensing the lethal intent in Zhang Yang's words, causing him to involuntarily shiver, feeling an inexplicable chill in the summer heat. Upon returning to the camp to rest, Zhang Yang found Pan Shiqing and Pan Simin playing on the same tablet. The other 3 women were engaged in various activities outside the camp to pass the night. Despite the remnants of the earlier chaos, Zhang Yang, exhausted from the day's labor, fell into a deep slumber. Although creation authority could restore his energy more efficiently, he still adhered to the habit of sleeping at night. "Zhang Yang, I saw your thigh blown to bits," a voice interrupted his half-sleep. In a rare moment of dreaming, Zhang Yang found himself haunted by nightmares that seemed to fulfill Aunt Lu's ominous prophecy. On the 22nd day of the apocalypse, plagued by nightmares, Zhang Yang awoke early. Unable to return to sleep, he opened his eyes to find Pan Shiqing and Pan Simin still immersed in their tablet, unchanged from when he had fallen asleep. Had it not been for the sun already well above the horizon, he would have doubted he had slept for more than a brief moment. "You two are impressive. Playing on your phones all night without rest." Zhang Yang squinted, teasingly addressing the 2 girls. It is not that we do not wish to sleep. Rather, we find ourselves inexplicably unable to do so. Even when we manage to drift off reluctantly, we are haunted by dreams of powerful zombies relentlessly attacking us. Simin shares this torment, echoing my own nightmares. As Pan Shiqing explains, Pan Simin nods vigorously in agreement. I confess, once I fall asleep, I dream of mutated cats clawing at me, which is rather frightening. Sitting beside Zhang Yang, Xiayuqi interjects before Zhang Yang can voice his thoughts. Chapter 71. The water of abundance should not flow to outsiders. It is one thing to be unable to sleep alone, but when we all find ourselves in the same predicament, it becomes troubling. Zhang Yang responds to Xiayuqi. He then dismisses her and dons his gear, making his way toward the men's camp. At that moment, the men are having breakfast, their faces etched with fatigue, clearly still recovering from the previous day's battle. "Tang Ming, how did you fare with your rest last night?" Zhang Yang inquires. Da Vinci, I casually asked a few of the men, and it seems none of them managed to sleep. Even those fortunate enough to doze off were jolted awake by dreams of incessant attacks, Tang Ming replies, his heavy eyelids betraying his exhaustion. It is evident that overseeing 50 men in both the battlefield and logistics has taken a toll on him. At this rate, can we really afford to exhaust ourselves against the zombies for 20 days? Zhang Yang muses aloud, as if seeking reassurance from himself. Are you asking me, Da Vinci? Tang Ming glances at Zhang Yang, hesitant to respond. Isn't it obvious? You are the only one here besides me, Zhang Yang retorts, handing Tang Ming a cigarette. Da Vinci, if the brothers cannot rest after such intense combat against zombies, holding on for even 2 more days will be a challenge. 20 days is absolutely out of the question, Tang Ming states earnestly. Zhang Yang remains silent, inhaling deeply from his cigarette. He and his partner possess the authority of creation to restore their energy. Thus they need not worry about the lack of sleep. However, these men are mere mortals. Without sustenance, rest, or any essential element, they could falter at any moment. With over 2,000 ordinary zombies, it is neither a trivial nor an insignificant number. Ideally, if time could wear them down, resolving the situation would be ideal. Yet, should that not be feasible, Zhang Yang must contemplate new strategies. He assesses the elixirs within his storage space. There remain less than 800 rounds for the submachine gun and approximately 2,000 for the handgun. Utilizing 50 strategic points to eliminate zombies could indeed be a viable plan. Yet the concern arises whether these men would lose control once armed, presenting a new dilemma. Forget it. The water of abundance should not flow to outsiders. Let us consider it a training opportunity for Pan Shiqing and her team. Zhang Yang resolves to move on, using the intercom to summon Pan Shiqing and the others. In Zhang Yang's original plan, he had decided against hastily expending ammunition unless absolutely necessary. The men's time may be of little worth, but Zhang Yang's own time is invaluable. In a dire situation, it was imperative to eliminate 2,000 zombies within a limited time frame, a necessity born out of desperation. The wisdom of preserving resources echoed in Zhang Yang's mind. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the scarcity of firewood. Exchanging 2,000 bullets for 100 tons of provisions seemed a fair trade. Zhang Yang sought solace within himself as he observed Pan Shiqing and the others donning their gear, ready for his command. He produced 5 GP-100 double-action revolvers and distributed them among the women. Today, we shall confront the zombies ourselves, expending 200 rounds of ammunition daily. With a required accuracy of no less than 50%, he allocated 200 rounds of ammunition to each woman without elaborating on the rationale, issuing his orders with an air of authority. From the outset, he should have recognized that these few dozen individuals were only suited for transporting supplies. Zhang Yang no longer expected the men to assist him in vanquishing the undead. Lacking systematic training and his trust, they possessed no value beyond mere labor. He could conceive of no other purpose for them. If there was one, it would surely be as cannon fodder. The 6 of them proceeded towards the food transfer station, their confident demeanor leaving an indelible impression on those around them, instilling a sense of hope and a role model that felt eternally out of reach in this apocalyptic world. Tang Ming noticed that Zhang Yang no longer assigned any tasks to him or the men accompanying him, but instead led his women towards the shooting range. An overwhelming sense of abandonment washed over him. Da Vinci, do you have any tasks for me? They feared losing their value in Zhang Yang's eyes and mustered the courage to inquire. You've worked hard all day. Take a moment to relax with a smoke. As for the others, feel free to organize them. I can't quite fathom their utility, Zhang Yang replied casually, sensing Tang Ming's apprehension. The weight of Zhang Yang's words struck Tang Ming deeply, making it even more difficult for him to find solace. His mind raced with questions about why Da Vinci, who had just been discussing strategies with him, suddenly ceased to assign any tasks. The fear of losing value was more unsettling than facing the zombies themselves. Throughout it all, Tang Ming remained a subordinate who merely wished to obey and fulfill his duties, lacking the ambition of Shan Gu or the capabilities of Zhang Yang. Such individuals, when feeling devoid of worth to others, become anxious and restless. While he might slack off when tasked, the moment he was left idle, he would strive to prove his worth with all his might. At the food transfer station, the 6 GP-100 double-action revolvers rang out in a series of sharp cracks. Apart from Lin Lihong, who benefited from the enhancement of absolute precision, the others struggled to grasp the nuances of shooting the GP-100, consistently missing their targets. Zhang Yang discerned the remarkable utility of absolute precision and activated echo of abilities to connect with Lin Lihong. Guided by absolute precision, a flawless trajectory illuminated his mind. Zhang Yang committed this impeccable path to memory, aspiring to replicate such a trajectory even without the use of his powers. A thunderous shot from the powerful revolver struck true, piercing the forehead of a surging zombie. He endeavored to emulate the mental trajectory and actions, firing several rounds. Although the results fell short of his expectations, he quickly grasped the nuances of handling the GP-100 double-action revolver, surpassing others in speed. In contrast, the 4 women struggled unlike Zhang Yang and Lin Lihong, repeatedly taking careful aim but succumbing to the heavy recoil of the GP-100, often missing their targets. The pressure of a 50 accuracy rating furrowed their brows. Even when witnessing Zhang Yang's missed shots, they dared not voice their doubts, focusing silently on their practice. The once dreaded horde of thousands of zombies transformed into a mobile shooting range for Zhang Yang and his companions. The 6 stood 50 paces from the entrance, continuously firing at zombies positioned 60 to 70 paces away. The undead, drawn by the sound of gunfire and the alluring scent of humanity, attempted to surge forward, only to be repelled by an unseen force. A peculiar scene unfolded among the zombies at the food distribution center. Those at the back pressed onward in a desperate bid for flesh, while the front ranks scattered to the sides or retreated. The zombies, typically embodiments of chaos, now exhibited a strange semblance of order, as if queuing for execution at the hands of Zhang Yang's team. In the span of 1 hour, Zhang Yang's squad managed to fire less than 240 rounds, with only around 60 zombies brought down, far from meeting his standard of 50. The efficiency of the six wielding firearms paled in comparison to that of the men using melee weapons to dispatch the undead. Hitting a zombie with a firearm was not particularly challenging, but striking true to the head proved far more elusive. Often, close combat weapons emerged as the superior choice for swiftly eliminating zombies. The scorching sun rendered the ground smoldering, and the women were drenched in sweat from the oppressive heat. Yet, none dared to slacken their efforts. They diligently repeated their motions, loading, racking the slide, firing. After another hour, they had exhausted a total of 300 rounds, bringing down 100 zombies at last. Zhang Yang shook his head at the meager tally of kills shared among the women and himself, tempted to abandon the training before him. However, he recognized this as an unparalleled opportunity for practice. Mastering firearms skills would grant him the ability to navigate any situation with confidence. All right, let us fire for 1 more hour, then take a break and switch to melee, he decided. Zhang Yang addressed the group of women, then stepped aside to quench his thirst, admiring their graceful figures basking in the sunlight. He preferred the formidable weight of the 1,000-pound axe, finding the training costs of using a handgun rather steep. Glancing at the revolver and then at the axe, he mused to himself. An hour passed as the women discharged over 200 rounds, vanquishing 73 zombies. Noticing Pan Shiqing and the others approaching, he casually tossed them several bottles of mineral water. After 3 hours of intense shooting, the women swiftly downed the water in their hands. Fully refreshed, the 6 of them regrouped and returned to the battlefield. Free from the constraints of using handguns, each displayed their unique skills. Zhang Yang took the lead, striding forward with his 1,000-pound axe, effortlessly dispatching the zombies before him. Ever since acquiring the axe, he had refrained from indiscriminately slaughtering ordinary zombies. The desiccated bodies of these zombies shattered under the weighty blows of his axe. As he swung, the zombies seemed almost weightless, disintegrating into dust along the path of his axe. However, the zombies, relying on their numerical superiority, quickly replenished their ranks from behind. Though the others lacked such a miraculous weapon, they drew upon their extensive experience in dispatching zombies. In a matter of minutes, they had felled 123 zombies. After another hour of grueling combat, the toll of 563 zombies echoed in Zhang Yang's mind. Pan Simin and Lin Lihong persistently thrust their deer-boned spears into the skulls of the zombies. With each piercing, their proficiency with the spears grew, nearly achieving a kill with every shot. Even the remnants of mutated beasts, when compared to ordinary weapons, could be deemed as invincible artifacts. After 5 hours of relentless fighting, the 6 had remarkably cleared 1/3 of the zombies from the food transfer station. Upon returning to the camp for rest, even Zhang Yang felt the heaviness in his limbs. Each step on the floor felt burdensome. Calling out to Tang Ming, he instructed, "This afternoon, it's your turn to slay the zombies. No matter how you arrange it. I want to see you eliminate 500 zombies." Zhang Yang's voice echoed through the intercom. Tang Ming responded, "I will certainly fulfill Da Vinci's task." The excitement in Tang Ming's voice was evident, as if he had rediscovered his sense of purpose, having experienced the arduous task of clearing zombies. Zhang Yang was unwilling to engage in the grim work again that afternoon. He believed he had already contributed sufficiently by dealing with the troublesome zombies. Since the others could not restore their energy through rest, it was imperative to clear the zombies while they still had the vigor to do so. Not wishing to endure the torment of aching limbs any longer, Zhang Yang firmly closed the camp gates. Activating the restoration power of the Creation Authority, Zhang Yang collaborated with Pan Shiqing and others to mend the damages. As Zhang Yang stepped out of the tent, twilight began to envelop the surroundings, while the men continued to rotate in clearing the zombies from the food transfer station. The zombies that Zhang Yang had dispatched earlier in the morning were now showing signs of decay. In this apocalyptic era, the rate of decomposition for deceased creatures had slowed compared to the time before the cataclysm. Yet, the zombies decayed at an alarming pace. In the span of merely 2 days, they could reduce to nothing more than skin and bones. "How many zombies have been eliminated?" Zhang Yang inquired as he approached Tang Ming, who was commanding the battle. "Da Vinci, nearly 400 zombies have been slain. In just over an hour, we should reach 500. Tang Ming respectfully reported to Zhang Yang, aware that his rise from a mere underling to a commander of dozens was solely due to Zhang Yang's favor. "How many casualties have we suffered?" Zhang Yang's tone was somewhat detached, as though the question was merely procedural. The grim realities of the apocalypse had gradually acclimatized him to the fact that eliminating zombies would inevitably incur losses. Da Vinci, the brothers have been very cautious. Aside from a few bruises and falls, there have been no casualties, Tang Ming responded with a hint of pride. Zhang Yang nodded, choosing silence, and found himself wandering aimlessly until he arrived at the riverbank. However, an unsettling sensation washed over him. The few human and zombie corpses that had just been at the river's edge had vanished without a trace, leaving only imprints in the mud. Is something amiss? Zhang Yang voiced his internal concern, but the only reply was the stillness of the lake's surface. At that moment, Zhang Yang yearned to complete the zombie extermination swiftly and return to the small factory encampment. Although the small factory site was hardly an ideal refuge, it was still 100 times preferable to the wilderness. The desolation of the outside world was unnerving, for one could never predict what might emerge from the shadows at any given moment. The nights in the wild were even more treacherous. Before returning to the camp, Zhang Yang, having nothing else to occupy his time aside from observing the men slaying zombies, began to examine the deer meat he had harvested from the mutated deer. The anatomical structure of mutated beasts differed significantly from that of zombies. While both mutated creatures and zombies exhibited a tendency towards structural compression and enlargement, zombies were mere animated piles of rotting flesh, whereas mutated beasts were genuine living organisms. They possessed a beating pulse, flowing blood, the capacity for pain, and even emotions. The flesh of the mutated deer presented a dark brown hue, interspersed with streaks of vivid red. Holding the mutated deer meat in his hand, Zhang Yang noted its firmness, density, and considerable hardness. Due to the almost non-existent flow of time within the storage space, the meat remained in a fresh state upon extraction. Yet, it was surprising that from the massive body of the mutated deer, he had only managed to procure a little over 5 pounds of meat. Zhang Yang instructed Xiayuqi to set up a fire rack, intending to test whether he could roast the mutated deer meat to serve as sustenance. Chapter 73. The tough beast meat. The skin of the mutated deer possesses formidable defensive capabilities, yet one cannot help but wonder if its flesh can be adequately cooked. Is it truly feasible to consume it raw? Zhang Yang, apprehensive as he touched the resilient beast meat, set about preparing the grill. Once the barbecue was ready, he placed the pre-cut mutated beast meat upon the grate. For a full hour, the meat was subjected to the intense embrace of deep blue flames. Its hue transformed from an initial dark red to a charred yellow. The sheen of oil seeping from the meat attested to its gradual cooking. Zhang Yang sliced the meat and distributed portions to the women for tasting. As they took their bites, the reaction was immediate and visceral. Ugh, even dogs wouldn't eat this. Pan Shiqing spat the meat onto the ground, her disdain palpable. Xiayuqi, upon hearing her words, felt a twinge of embarrassment, halting her chewing to expel the meat from her mouth as well. Pan Siming glanced at both Pan Shiqing and Xiayuqi, then turned to Zhang Yang, and with a determined swallow, gulped down an entire piece. Lin Lihong, observing Pan Siming's boldness, hesitated to spit it out, ultimately chewing for what seemed an eternity before swallowing. Liang Xiaoling, however, exhibited no such reluctance and swiftly consumed her portion. Noticing the grim expressions on the faces of the women, Zhang Yang decided to sample the beast meat himself. The moment it touched his tongue, regret washed over him. Were it not for his direct involvement in the hunting and preparation of this mutated creature, he might suspect he had been the victim of a cruel prank involving tree bark. The meat was nearly impossible to chew and utterly devoid of flavor, embodying the adage of tasting like wax. Despite the resistance in his throat, Zhang Yang forced the meat down. While the mutated beast meat was unpalatable, it provided a remarkable sense of fullness. The rubbery morsel settled heavily in his stomach, leaving him with the sensation of being unable to consume anything further. The hunger that had plagued him after a day of exertion vanished with the consumption of the beast meat. Had he not possessed spatial abilities, he would have surely taken several pieces of this meat as provisions for the journey ahead. In any case, given the choice, he would never have selected the mutated beast meat as sustenance. After this interlude, the group returned to their tents early. Observing that the women were unable to find sleep, Zhang Yang abandoned his own desire for rest and joined them in passing the time, awaiting the return of light to the sky. On the 23rd day of the apocalypse, Zhang Yang surveyed the grain transfer station, noting that fewer than 800 zombies remained. He led the women back into the fray, ready to engage once more. After 3 hours of relentless combat, they had dispatched nearly 500 zombies. Zhang Yang then instructed Pan Shiqing and the others to retreat, allowing the men to take their place in the battle against the remaining 200 or so zombies. Gone was the fear that had once accompanied the sight of thousands of zombies. Instead, the men regrouped, preparing to engage in a tactical dance with the undead. 2 hours later, the zombies at the food transfer station were completely dealt with. Zhang Yang organized the group to adjust and rest, planning to commence the search for supplies after lunch. The men had not slept for 2 days, their only respite being the time spent exterminating zombies. The remainder of the time was spent in a constant battle between closing their eyes and forcing them open. Observing the weary faces around him, Zhang Yang understood the urgency of completing the search for supplies. Otherwise, merely transporting the provisions back to the base would become an arduous task. With an Uzi submachine gun in hand, Zhang Yang led the way, followed closely by the women, while the men trailed at a distance. He traversed the mountain of zombie corpses and kicked open the doors to the reception hall. The interior was chaotic, with deep brown stains of blood marking the floor. Remnants of the apocalypse. Yet, there were no signs of either humans or zombies. Zhang Yang scoured the reception hall, but found nothing of value. So he turned towards the nearest food warehouse. Surrounding the food transfer station hall were 3 warehouses. Upon breaking through the warehouse door, he was met with a staggering sight of neatly stacked food bags, causing his head to spin slightly. The men behind him displayed expressions of greed. Most had never seen such a vast quantity of food in their lifetimes, especially in this world plagued by hunger. Who among you can drive a large truck? Zhang Yang inquired of the men. Forcing the off-road vehicle had already pushed his limits. Glancing at the colossal truck, taller than a second-tier strength zombie, he felt no inclination to attempt driving it. He estimated that to transport 100 tons of food, approximately 7 oversized trucks would be required. Conveniently, there were 10 such trucks surrounding the food transfer station. Even if he stored the food in a spatial pouch, at best, he could carry only 16 tons. A reward of 50 pounds of food will be given to anyone who can drive a truck. Noticing the silence and shaking heads in response to his question, he added, "Da Vinci, have you only driven a medium-sized vehicle?" A man stepped forward, asking earnestly. In the face of a substantial reward, bravery often emerged. In this apocalyptic world, who cared about previous driving experience? As long as one could return the vehicle to the small factory gathering point, it was sufficient. Zhang Yang clarified to the group. And as soon as he finished speaking, half the men surged forward, eager to volunteer. Tang Ming, you choose the drivers. Once selected, instruct them to load the food onto the trucks. Zhang Yang delegated the task of selection to Tang Ming and proceeded to the next warehouse. With a mighty swing of the 1,000-pound axe, he smashed open the warehouse door, the impact resonating loudly. Upon entering, he was greeted by a long-lost scent of humanity, more accurately, the odor of human habitation. Bang! Come out, everyone inside. Zhang Yang fired a warning shot, probing whether there were any living souls within the confines of the building. Boss, don't shoot. We're all coming out. A man's voice echoed from the depths of the warehouse. What's the matter with your armed forces? Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you? It took you so long to rescue us, and your attitude is deplorable. An elderly woman's voice emerged as well. Hey, can you refrain from speaking so much? Another man's voice admonished the woman from within the warehouse. Bang! If you have something to say, come out and say it. Zhang Yang fired again. Boss, please calm down. It's not that we don't want to come out, but we haven't seen sunlight in such a long time. If we step out now, the brightness will blind us. The first man spoke softly to Zhang Yang. Recognizing the reasonableness of the man's request, Zhang Yang understood that exposure to bright light after a long period of darkness could indeed lead to blindness. Exercising caution, he refrained from advancing further into the warehouse, instead instructing his men to slightly reopen the large door, allowing just enough light to filter in. Without sufficient light, come out. Zhang Yang commanded those inside. Chapter 74. Can you grow vegetables? At Zhang Yang's urging, 8 figures emerged hesitantly from the depths of the grain warehouse. He scrutinized the 8 individuals who stepped forward. Their skin, pallid from prolonged exposure to darkness, bore a striking resemblance to the homeless he had encountered before the apocalypse. Many had hair matted from lack of washing. They shielded their eyes with their arms as they ventured outside, clearly pained even by the slightest illumination. Among them were 3 men and 5 women. What are you doing here? Zhang Yang held his submachine gun, not aiming it at them. but directing his inquiry towards the more distinguished-looking older man. "Hey, is this how you armed personnel treat ordinary people?" A young woman with striking features interjected, discontent with Zhang Yang's condescending tone. The 8 individuals in the warehouse displayed a relaxed demeanor, neither aggressive towards Zhang Yang and his team nor fearful of them. "Unless I inquire about you, it would be wise to remain silent," Zhang Yang warned, frowning at the young woman's interruption. "Are you aiming that gun to threaten me? Do you think I want to complain about you once I step outside?" The young woman continued her tirade, undeterred by Zhang Yang's warning. "I am not one of the armed forces you speak of. I am a villain who kills without blinking. Those who love to, but will find themselves facing consequences." Zhang Yang observed that the group exhibited no aggression, only a naive clarity reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse, assuming a menacing demeanor to intimidate the woman who interjected. Zhang Yang scrutinized her with unwavering attention. The woman, clad in a well-fitted white blouse, possessed a youthful beauty that seemed almost innocent, appearing to be around 21. Her pure and charming visage was accentuated by a tiny beauty mark on her nose, lending an even more delicate hue to her fair complexion. It was inconceivable that such a lovely woman would inadvertently invite trouble through her words. Upon encountering Zhang Yang's fierce expression, the young woman glanced back at the several hostile figures behind her, and her bravado swiftly evaporated, prompting her to step back a few paces. You, bind her and take her to the vehicle," Zhang Yang commanded, noting the woman's sudden change in demeanor. His playful spirit was rekindled, and he continued his intimidation. Xie Yuqi and Pan Simin, understanding his intent, disregarded the young woman's struggles and advanced towards her, lifting her with ease as they made their way to the rugged vehicle outside. "Boss, this is inappropriate. It contravenes our rules," a slightly older gentleman, composed yet apprehensive, gently urged Zhang Yang. "Rules? In this apocalyptic era, those who wield the weapon dictate the truth," Zhang Yang retorted sharply. "Enough chatter. You still haven't answered my question. Please, don't be agitated. I am Wenhua, the station master here. I hold a doctorate in plant genetics, and my students and staff are behind me." The gentleman named Wenhua introduced himself, his demeanor suggesting familiarity rather than fear in the presence of the armed Zhang Yang. A simple inquiry led Zhang Yang to experience an unexpected sense of ease. "A plant doctor, then can you cultivate vegetables?" he interjected, his curiosity piqued. Wenhua's previously calm expression flickered with surprise, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone, creating ripples of unease. "I do not focus on vegetable cultivation. My studies involve the genetic structure of plants," he finally explained, regaining his composure under the pressure of truth. "I'm not inquiring about that. Do you have anyone here capable of growing vegetables?" Zhang Yang interrupted once more, preempting Wenhua's lengthy exposition. Wenhua appeared to bottle up a breath of frustration, but refrained from extending the conversation. "Boss, I can grow vegetables," a robust young man interjected, his voice resonating with sincerity. Though his skin had paled from prolonged exposure to darkness, it could not mask the underlying bronze tone. "Very well. Tell me what you do and where you've cultivated land before," Zhang Yang inquired with keen interest. "Boss, I am Li Ben. I do not farm. I am a minor manager here," the young man replied, revealing his position. "My university major is management. However, I have previously engaged in extensive agricultural work with my family, which has endowed me with knowledge of farming." The bronze-skinned young man, Chen Ken, spoke to Zhang Yang. "All right, let me get acquainted with the others," Zhang Yang said, nodding in satisfaction at Li Ben before addressing the rest. The individuals in the warehouse piqued Zhang Yang's interest. He did not recommend that the men in the convoy delve into the situation here while transporting supplies. "Boss, my name is Tianjin. I am 32 years old and a graduate student in plant nutrition. I am also the deputy station master here," said a man with thick glasses, speaking to Zhang Yang in standard Mandarin with a measured tone. "Boss, I am Chi-Wen, 37 years old. I am an assistant in the doctoral laboratory and an employee at the grain transfer station." The older woman respectfully introduced herself to Zhang Yang. "Boss, I am Lin Wan, a staff member here responsible for cleaning and various logistical tasks," said a woman with a waxy complexion cautiously to Zhang Yang. "Boss, my name is Li Ping, and I am the assistant to the deputy station master." An unremarkable woman introduced herself to Zhang Yang. "How about the one hiding at the back, who hasn't spoken? Do you wish to be carried away as well?" Zhang Yang teased the silent woman hiding at the back. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Yang noticed that the woman was attractive. With a slender figure, exuding a fresh aura typical of someone who had recently entered society. Boss, I am Huang Shi, 23 years old. I previously studied nursing. And now I work at the front desk, said the lovely young woman, her voice melodious yet somewhat timid, as if she was unaccustomed to conversing with strangers. Seeing Zhang Yang's somewhat lecherous gaze lingering on her, the young Huang Shi instinctively stepped back, as though fearing that he might devour her whole. Please tell me about the situation here. Zhang Yang redirected his attention to the cultured man, Wen Hua, who had taken the lead. Boss, about 20 days ago, everyone around us transformed into monstrous creatures that bite indiscriminately. We were in the midst of inventorying supplies when we noticed something was amiss and quickly activated the emergency button, sealing off the doors of 3 warehouses. We have been hiding here with the supplies until we encountered you. Wen Hua recounted the situation to Zhang Yang in detail. The cultured man's respectful address of Zhang Yang as boss endeared him to Zhang Yang, with the exception of the woman who had been carried away. How do you cook and use fire? Zhang Yang inquired, surveying his surroundings. Please do not mock us, boss. We have nothing here except water and food. The warehouse contains cooking utensils for our meals and hydration. As for fuel, we burn the grains we consume. Aside from grains, we possess nothing else. We are at a loss for alternatives, they replied. The man behind Zhang Yang was left utterly astounded by his words. The calmness of Wen Hua's speech, however, resonated with an air of boastfulness to the ears of the men present. With nothing but water and food, relying on grain for fuel. These statements struck the man behind Zhang Yang as akin to someone in the pre-apocalyptic world lamenting that their only remaining wealth was cash, merely using it for warmth. Have you really gone over 20 days without anyone being killed or engaging in any activities? Zhang Yang continued to express his bewilderment, surprised that order could still be maintained in such dire times. Boss, we have food and water, and we firmly believe that armed forces will come to our rescue. There is no need to jeopardize ourselves over minor disturbances. While we do occasionally have conflicts, we mostly support one another. We possess food here. And although there are many monsters outside, they are not particularly strong. Thus, we encourage each other daily while awaiting our salvation, Wen Hua explained to Zhang Yang. As if everything occurring was inevitable, with only the duration remaining unpredictable. In the presence of ample water and food, as long as their spirits did not crumble, they were equivalent to having infinite time to await rescue. Comparing people can be infuriating, Zhang Yang mused, reflecting on how he had been chased by a horde of lunatics and monsters merely for a morsel of food. Can you actually sleep? He inquired of Wen Hua, recalling the sleepless men in the convoy. Boss, we can sleep, even though we cannot distinguish between day and night. Yet, the ability to rest when tired has become a blessing for us. Although the quality of sleep on the ground is quite poor, it suffices, Wen Hua responded, unaware of the implications behind Zhang Yang's question, addressing him respectfully as boss. Through his dialogue with Wen Hua, Zhang Yang gleaned a general understanding of the food transfer station. Simultaneously, he recognized that the sleeplessness seemed to be confined to those outside the food transfer station. Zhang Yang had contemplated establishing himself as a ruler at the food transfer station instead of returning to the small factory gathering. But after listening to Wen Hua's explanations and observing the station, he swiftly dispelled that notion. The small factory gathering was situated on the outskirts, making it less susceptible to discovery or assault by humans or zombies. The overall architecture formed a defensive perimeter, significantly reducing the difficulty of defense. In contrast, the food transfer station was positioned in a central area, with its entrance open to all directions and lacking a stable defensive point. As a prime location for food storage, it would inevitably draw the attention of various factions over time. Zhang Yang held a confident belief in his combat abilities, yet he despised engaging in endless defensive battles and unnecessary casualties. To many, human life often seemed less valuable than food. However, with a stockpile of 100 tons of grain, Zhang Yang perceived that the greater the number of people, the more could be accomplished. You have been reclaimed by me. I do not entertain idleness here. Go and transport the grain. After comprehending the information at hand, Zhang Yang communicated with the warehouse personnel. Boss, we can move the grain. But may we have some time to acclimatize? Our eyes are sensitive to light. Wen Hua cautiously implored Zhang Yang, his tone lacking its usual composure, instead tinged with a hint of unease. Oh, I neglected this matter. You may commence your work tomorrow, Zhang Yang replied, recognizing their willingness to cooperate and thus refraining from imposing any difficulties upon them. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Wenhua expressed his gratitude profusely upon realizing that Zhang Yang had not made things difficult for them. Please relocate your camp inside the grain transfer station. There you will find a place to rest. Zhang Yang instructed the men who had not participated in the grain transport. He then directed Wenhua to follow him and instructed Xieyuqi to escort the two young women to a private tent area. Subsequently, he left the remaining individuals in the warehouse, assigning two to guard it, before turning to depart. Zhang Yang led his group of women to the third warehouse, with Wenhua closely trailing beside him, his eyes covered with a black cloth. Were there many zombies when you took refuge in the warehouse? Zhang Yang casually inquired as they made their way to the third warehouse. Boss, there were quite a few monsters when we hid in the warehouse. Since our numbers were considerable, there were approximately several hundred of them, Wenhua recounted, carefully tugging at the corner of Zhang Yang's fur coat and proceeding slowly. Several hundred? Are you certain it was that many? Zhang Yang asked earnestly. Boss, I cannot speak for other matters, but I am quite sensitive to numbers. I can assure you there were indeed hundreds, Wenhua replied sincerely, sensing Zhang Yang's skepticism. How many people usually inhabit this area? Zhang Yang continued his inquiries. Boss, this area can be considered a small urban district with around 4,000 inhabitants. However, you are truly formidable. It is no wonder you are adept with firearms. Managing to eliminate several hundred monsters, Wenhua responded, his speech slightly fragmented as his attention wavered while walking. Upon hearing Wenhua's account, Zhang Yang's mind was filled with even greater questions. He became increasingly convinced that the thousands of zombies at the grain transfer station had not simply congregated naturally. Rather, something had herded them together, akin to sheep. Yet, the reason for not encountering any powerful zombies thus far remained unclear to him. With the electric button malfunctioning, Zhang Yang resorted to forcibly opening the large door of the third grain warehouse. The construction of this warehouse differed significantly from the previous two. While the former warehouses had carelessly stored various grains in large sacks, this warehouse, in addition to an assortment of grains, featured a variety of exquisite boxes and labels detailing the names of different seeds. Zhang Yang gazed at the dazzling array of seeds before him, his eyes inexplicably moist with emotion. The farmers of this land seemed to possess an intrinsic passion for agriculture, deeply embedded in their very essence. Zhang had never encountered such a multitude of seed varieties displayed in a single location. Amidst the relentless battles against hordes of zombies, he harbored an ineffable bond with these seeds. With seeds comes hope, no matter how formidable Zhang's abilities or how plentiful his food supplies. Nothing could rival the hope instilled by a single seed. With seeds, he would no longer fear the day when food would run out, nor would he have to watch as his provisions dwindled day by day. Chapter 76. Hope before Zhang Yang lay not merely seeds, but mountains of gold. With seeds, hope was assured, a legacy to be passed from father to son and from son to grandson. As long as there was water and land, the desperate battles for food would cease. Zhang activated his storage space, spending considerable time within the seed repository, until he had filled half of it with an assortment of seeds, reluctantly pausing when he could fit no more. Such a small food transfer station held an abundance of provisions. Zhang could scarcely imagine the bounty that would await him should he reclaim a true large warehouse. The men laboriously transported the food, their diligence evident as none slacked off during their tasks, rendering Tang Ming's oversight rather mundane. The drivers, unfamiliar with the massive trucks, parked them at various warehouse entrances while the men tirelessly loaded sack after sack of grain onto the colossal vehicles. For these men, transporting food seemed less a chore and more a source of immense joy. Having long suffered from food scarcity, they gazed upon supplies they could scarcely consume in a lifetime, feeling as though they were not merely handling sacks of grain, but rather bricks of gold from the world before, a glimmer of hope for survival in the aftermath. The task of moving food signified the end of their perilous journey. At last, they could claim the provisions they had earned and enjoy a much-deserved respite at the not-so-perfect gathering place of the small factory, perhaps even engaging with a few attractive women. As twilight descended, Tang Ming had issued the order to cease work 3 times, yet the men continued their unwavering efforts, leaving him in a perplexed state, unsure whether to insist they stop or allow them to persist. Zhang Yang observed the fervent atmosphere with satisfaction. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved 30 bags of cured meat from his storage, instructing Tang Ming to prepare it for dinner. The aroma of the long-missed cured meat roused their senses, awakening a long-forgotten hunger. Gradually, they ceased their tasks, eagerly anticipating a savory meal that evening. Once taken for granted, salt had transformed into a coveted delicacy in this post-apocalyptic world. It is not merely the insatiable desire for indulgence that compels humanity, but rather the body's fundamental yearning for salt that beseeches the brain. At this moment, the expressions of the group of men are more exuberant than during the festive season. There is no scramble for food. Instead, it is the camaraderie among the men that prevails, a rare sight in these apocalyptic times. As dusk descends, the 8 individuals in the food depot finally have the opportunity to remove their blindfolds, having been restrained for so long. A few of them joyfully meander through the food station, only to halt abruptly at the savory scent of cured meat. They observe from a distance, hesitant to approach, their throats working hard to swallow. Uncertain if they will ever partake in the same delights as those men, they can only dream of the sumptuousness that lies before them. For those who have subsisted on tasteless coarse grains for over 20 days, a single bite of greasy, salty cured meat would be worth a day's labor in food. Little do they know that the men before them have endured 3 days of brutal combat, losing 5 brothers in exchange for a taste of this delectable meat. Da Vinci, how should we handle the new arrivals? Can they eat meat? Tang Ming inquired of Zhang Yang, who meticulously attended to every detail. Those who do not slay zombies do not deserve to eat meat, Zhang Yang replied succinctly, and Tang Ming immediately grasped his intent. While it is true that cured meat diminishes with each bite, Zhang Yang was more concerned with morale. Only by associating good fortune with the act of vanquishing zombies would these men become more motivated to fight. Zhang Yang did not wish to overtrain these temporary recruits. Yet he knew that each day's acceptance would lead to his management of them according to his understanding. Da Vinci, there's another matter I'm unsure whether to address. Tang Ming paused before posing his question to Zhang Yang. Do not dilly-dally with me, Zhang Yang retorted, observing Tang Ming's mischievous grin that suggested he was harboring no innocent intentions. What are your plans for the 2 attractive women we acquired today? Should we send them directly to your quarters? Tang Ming asked slyly, leaving Zhang Yang somewhat speechless. If he declined, he would naturally forfeit the opportunity to awaken his own abilities, especially with beautiful women presented before him. Conversely, if he accepted, he recognized that what he truly needed was genuine loyalty in battle, not mere puppets with awakened powers. Yes, but let them be for a couple of days first. You can decide how to proceed. Zhang Yang candidly shared his thoughts with Tang Ming, feeling no need to conceal his ideas. Tang Ming quickly understood the challenge posed by Zhang Yang, swiftly approaching the 8 new arrivals to instruct them that they could eat, but not indulge in meat. He then arranged for Huang Shi and another stunning, yet loquacious woman to reside in a separate tent. Zhang Yang observed Tang Ming, who tirelessly worked for him, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction, marveling at his astuteness. Though individuals like Tang Ming may not achieve grand accomplishments, they often possess the remarkable ability to assess circumstances adeptly, yielding the greatest benefits with minimal effort. The 8 individuals, resigned to their simple fare, made no complaints. Yet their eyes constantly lingered on the meat-filled bowls of the men nearby. As they ate, they chewed persistently, attempting to extract a hint of saltiness from the same pot that held the meat. In that moment, saltiness became a luxury more precious than any delicacy. One man, serving food, noticed a woman eyeing the preserved meat in his bowl with longing. In a moment of arrogance, he boldly approached her. Hey, little beauty, do you want some of this meat? Come chat with me, and I'll share a piece with you, he teased. Get lost. Just because you dropped a piece of stinky meat doesn't mean you're a swan. She retorted. Have you even looked at yourself? You think you can bring misfortune to me? It's only because of the law that you're still breathing. Otherwise, people like you wouldn't last long. Her sharp tongue left the man momentarily speechless. Zhang Yang, who had been observing the lively scene from a distance, couldn't help but find amusement in the exchange. The contrast between the man's arrogance and the woman's scathing remarks was striking. She was clearly a treasure to keep close as a verbal defender. Zhang Yang found the spectacle entertaining, thinking to himself how delightfully sharp her words were, and how he would show the man the state of the world today. As the man, realizing he was losing the verbal battle, prepared to assert his dominance, the crowd gathered, drawn to the escalating confrontation. Tang Ming moved closer to the man, awaiting Zhang Yang's command. Zhang Yang remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding drama. With a resounding slap, the man aimed a heavy blow, but it never landed on the woman's face, as it was deftly intercepted by the composed Wenhua, who stood calmly before him. You shouldn't resort to violence, Wenhua stated, as if merely swatting away a bothersome mosquito. The instigator, feeling humiliated by the rebuke and the attention of onlookers, found himself at a loss. In that moment, when Hua appeared like a protective guardian, commanding respect from the 7 witnesses, and Zhang Yang felt both admiration and a tinge of envy at being overshadowed. In a fit of rage, the man lashed out again, aiming a kick at Wen Hua's abdomen. Noticing the impending threat, Wen Hua briefly glanced at Zhang Yang, seeking assurance in his expression before he raised his hand to counter the attack. A sharp crack echoed through the air as a joint dislocated. Ow! Suddenly the air was filled with the anguished cries of a man, akin to that of a pig being slaughtered. The man, in torment, clutched his ankle, tears streaming down his face. As Wen Hua twisted the troublesome man's ankle, it began to take on an unnatural shape. With a calm demeanor, Wen Hua withdrew his hand, as if he had merely adjusted a slightly loose component. This time, the 8 individuals united, casting disdainful glances at the troublemaker, none blaming the loquacious woman. "You bastard! I won't let this go." The troublemaker, unwilling to concede, scrambled to retrieve a knife and charged at Wen Hua, harboring murderous intent towards the man who had belittled him. "How dare you, a second-rate person, lay a hand on me, a first-rate individual?" The man, dragging his injured foot, approached Wen Hua defiantly. Upon seeing the troublemaker advance with a knife, Wen Hua was taken aback for a moment before regaining his composure and signaling the others to retreat. The gazes of the remaining 7 flickered with lingering astonishment, shocked by the man's audacity. They had remained sheltered in the warehouse, oblivious to the severity of the zombie outbreak, their thoughts and logic still trapped in the pre-apocalyptic era. They had never witnessed the brutality of zombies or the madness of humanity. "Damn it, he's stealing the spotlight," Zhang Yang mused silently, recognizing the man's potential, yet hoping to avert any serious trouble. Crack! Another sharp sound echoed as Zhang Yang crushed the man's knife-wielding hand with a swift motion. The air reverberated with the man's more agonizing screams. If one were to draw a distinction between Zhang Yang and Wen Hua, it would be that Zhang Yang's actions relied purely on brute strength, devoid of finesse, whereas Wen Hua's technique exhibited skill without reliance on force. "To provoke trouble beneath my very nose? Those who dare to harm me shall perish, and those who threaten my women shall meet a grim fate. Do you comprehend?" Zhang Yang declared, unfazed by the man's cries. "Da Vinci, I understand. Please, stop. I should not have been blinded by desire." The man gasped, struggling to plead for mercy. Zhang Yang's actions not only reaffirmed his authority among the 8, but also effectively deterred any further harassment towards the 2 women, sparing himself from unnecessary distress. Wen Hua, observing the man writhing on the ground in agony, shot a glance at Zhang Yang before striding forward. Zhang Yang, noticing Wen Hua's intent to deliver a finishing blow, chose to remain silent and watch. Crack! Crack! 2 more crisp sounds resonated through the air, gradually silencing the man's wails. As the troublemaker realized that Wen Hua was not seeking to exact revenge, but was instead reattaching his severed hand and foot, a look of uncertainty crossed his face, unsure of what new retribution awaited him. According to the rules of the small factory gathering, his recent actions could warrant the loss of a leg as a mere light punishment. "Please, spare my life. Do not kill me. Da Vinci, save me." The man could only drag his still recovering limbs backward, pleading for mercy. "Why would I want to kill you? Is my kindness to be taken for granted?" Wen Hua, with a puzzled expression, found himself at a loss for words in response to the man seeking trouble. Perhaps he simply could not comprehend the behaviors of others in this post-apocalyptic world. "Have you trained?" Zhang Yang inquired casually, patting Wen Hua on the shoulder. "Boss, I haven't trained. I was an orthopedic surgeon for a few years before I shifted to research," Wen Hua replied respectfully, his aggression and sharpness dissipating upon hearing Zhang Yang's voice. "Given your skills, why didn't you intervene when I was lifting that woman?" Zhang Yang asked, regarding Wen Hua with curiosity. "I couldn't possibly win. To be precise, I couldn't compete with you or the beauty behind you. It wasn't worth my while to create any unpleasantness for you," Wen Hua calmly responded. In his eyes, it was entirely normal to acknowledge his inability to surpass Zhang Yang, akin to admitting he was shorter than him. At that moment, Zhang Yang found a touch of humor in Wen Hua's words. The notion of choosing to fight or not was absurd to him. In his experience, there had never been a choice. If he could fight a common zombie, he would. And if faced with a second-tier brute, he would still press on. The idea of deciding to engage or avoid conflict was utterly foreign to Zhang Yang. In his belief, It was fortunate not to encounter trouble, but once it arose, one must either confront it or devise a way to do so. How do you determine whether you can win or lose? Zhang Yang pressed on. The muscle structure of the boss differs greatly from theirs. It is beyond my capability to contend with. Moreover, the aura of killing intent and combat spirit you possess is on an entirely different level than that of the recent fool. Besides, you hold the truth in your hands. Who would willingly clash with someone wielding such power? Wenhua earnestly revealed his considerations to Zhang Yang. Excluding the final statement, Wenhua's previous remarks merely described reality. Yet they brought a sense of relief to Zhang Yang. He mused to himself, indeed, cultured individuals can articulate their thoughts with such reason. I am Da Vinci. You need not address me as boss. I am not one, Zhang Yang declared, regarding the refined man before him with newfound respect. Very well, Da Vinci, Wenhua replied. Let us exchange a few moves. I enjoy sparring with capable individuals, Zhang Yang said earnestly, setting aside the matter of titles. Da Vinci, you might as well just put me out of my misery. I truly cannot match you. One kick from you could leave my insides spilling out, Wenhua said, pointing to Zhang Yang's dagger boots, pleading for mercy. Chapter 78. The fool defeat me, and you too shall feast, Zhang Yang declared, as he shed his leather garments and somewhat odorous tactical boots, tossing them to Pan Si-min. She caught them deftly, her face betraying not a hint of disdain. Mr. Da Vinci, I have no desire for meat. If I emerge victorious, I merely seek the same treatment as others. Wenhua, upon hearing mention of preserved meat, swallowed hard and resolutely asserted, a minor issue. I accept your terms. Zhang Yang responded with alacrity, as Wenhua observed Zhang Yang disarm himself and prepare for combat. He too began to limber up. Mr. Da Vinci, please be gentle. Strike lightly when you hit me. Wenhua respectfully addressed Zhang Yang, then steadied himself, awaiting the clash. Zhang Yang, no longer hesitant, focused intently on every movement of Wenhua. The men at the grain transfer station watched the intense confrontation with rapt attention, fearful of missing any critical detail. The formidable Mr. Da Vinci, who had effortlessly slain hundreds of agile zombies, and the refined doctor who could dismantle bones with a mere flick of his wrist, ignited the crowd's curiosity about the outcome of this close-quarters combat. Noticing that Wenhua was merely on the defensive and had no intention of attacking, Zhang Yang advanced boldly, thrusting his fist toward Wenhua's face. With the passive acceleration of speed, his punches were significantly swifter than those of an average person, leaving Wenhua struggling to respond. Realizing he could not evade the blow, Wenhua chose to turn his head and absorb Zhang Yang's rapid punch, simultaneously seizing Zhang Yang's elbow with a grip akin to that of a hunting eagle. The moment Zhang Yang's fist connected with Wenhua's face, Wenhua's fingers clutched tightly at Zhang Yang's elbow. Soon, a large bump formed on Wenhua's right cheek, while Zhang Yang's elbow became increasingly difficult to maneuver due to Wenhua's grip. Both men were drenched in cold sweat after just one exchange, indicating that although neither harbored intentions of inflicting lethal harm upon the other, they were fully committed to this contest. Zhang Yang, feeling pain in his elbow, retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Wenhua's side. Anticipating Zhang Yang's move, Wenhua grasped Zhang Yang's ankle with determination, once again deploying his disarming technique. Zhang Yang experienced a piercing agony in his ankle as it became disjointed from his body. Yet, driven by an extraordinary resolve, he persevered through the excruciating pain and propelled a kick toward Wenhua's chest. Wenhua, whose physique was not particularly robust, fell to the ground in response. Please, no more. I concede, he implored as Zhang Yang, nursing his injured leg, prepared to deliver a finishing blow, only to find Wenhua curled into a ball. No longer resisting, Zhang Yang felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him, realizing that Wenhua was merely an ordinary individual with a limited grasp of physical techniques, starkly contrasting with the skilled fighters he had encountered upon leaving his home. Moreover, Zhang Yang had undergone a profound transformation himself. Witnessing the battle conclude hastily after only a few rounds, Zhang Yang let out a deep sigh, feeling a profound sense of dissatisfaction. Damn, your skills are truly disappointing, he remarked, while accepting the treatment from Wenhua. Boss, I've told you I'm not capable. Even if you were to strike me down, I would still be inadequate. Wenhua explained with a hint of exasperation. Let us go have some meat. Zhang Yang casually tossed a few bottles of healing potions for injuries to Wenhua before disregarding him entirely. Wenhua received a bowl of rice accompanied by a piece of cured meat, but hesitated to eat it. After a moment's contemplation, he divided the meat into 8 portions and shared it with the remaining 7 individuals who were eagerly eyeing his share. The others quickly devoured their portions with gusto. Zhang Yang, feeling unfulfilled by the contest, returned to the camp in search of a worthy opponent, eventually finding Xieyuqi. She was adorned in a pink lace nightgown that accentuated her graceful curves. Her long, dark hair cascaded smoothly, exuding a subtle fragrance, and her presence radiated a healthful vitality that was utterly captivating. As time passed, the system incessantly announced the scores of the contests. On the 24th day of the apocalypse, the men, having satisfied their hunger, emerged from their tents after a long slumber, brimming with energy. They worked industriously, completing the loading of remaining food and seeds before noon. The convoy of off-road vehicles led the way, slowly departing from the food transfer station. A loud croak resonated from the lake as a large truck passed by. Before anyone could react, a chorus of frog calls erupted, creating a disquieting atmosphere. The leading vehicle came to a halt as the road became congested with dense clusters of mutated frogs. These frogs were enormous, each the size of a basketball, with blood-red eyes and a black body adorned with green spots, resembling the bullfrogs of the pre-apocalyptic world. The most notable difference was the sharp, white gleam emanating from their claws. A single scratch could result in the loss of flesh or at least a layer of skin. The mutated frogs dripped a dark liquid, leaving one uncertain whether it was polluted lake water or the frog's own toxic secretion. Stand guard. Faced with this unforeseen predicament, Zhang Yang decisively issued instructions through the intercom. Everyone disembarked and prepared for confrontation against these unprecedented foes. The men furrowed their brows, yet none entertained thoughts of retreat. Perhaps those who had contemplated fleeing had already perished en route to the food transfer station. Within mere moments, the swarm of frogs encircled the convoy, rendering it impossible to see the end of the throng. Under Zhang Yang's signal, Pan Shiqing and the others raised their submachine guns, continuously firing at the mass of frogs. The defensive capabilities of the mutated bullfrogs are rather feeble. Nearly every precise shot can conclude the advance of one such creature. The men wield their blades, relentlessly hacking at the approaching bullfrogs, yet the onslaught shows no signs of abating. Countless mutated bullfrogs continue to assail Zhang Yang's convoy, which can only persist in eliminating the nearest threats to maintain a semblance of survival. Although the combat prowess of the mutated bullfrogs is not particularly formidable, they retain the habit of leaping forward, reminiscent of their pre-apocalyptic behavior, as they converge upon Zhang Yang's convoy. Their pace is merely half that of an adult man. Once a mutated bullfrog is pierced by a bullet or slashed by a blade, it bursts like a water-filled balloon, leaving behind a pool of thick, black, unidentified liquid. The slight offensive capability of the mutated bullfrogs, when compounded in infinite numbers, transforms into an overwhelming force. The group is left wondering when they will finish off the bullfrogs before them, compelled to continue their relentless assault while evading the viscous black liquid left in the wake of their foes, never daring to cease their movements. Chapter 79. The annoying sounds. For 3 arduous hours, the men of the convoy battled the swarm of bullfrogs, feeling their limbs swell with pain. Yet the horde showed no signs of diminishing. The cacophony of their chaotic croaking was a source of great annoyance to all. None dared to cease their actions. Driven only by the desire to survive, they repeatedly felled the mutated bullfrogs that lunged at them. Break through, head to the food transfer station, Zhang Yang commanded, merging his heavy axe with flames as he issued orders to the group. Gazing upon the seemingly endless swarm, he reluctantly abandoned the notion of protecting the vehicles. It would be disingenuous to claim that he did not care for the food truck. 100 tons of provisions could sustain 50 individuals for a decade. However, the utmost priority at that moment was to survive the assault of the mutated bullfrogs. With his formidable axe in hand, Zhang Yang relentlessly carved a path through the oncoming bullfrogs, each creature flying away like a basketball struck by his mighty blows. Several women followed closely in his wake, diligently clearing the slowly advancing mutated bullfrogs. The men, rallying behind the opening created by Zhang Yang, fought and retreated in unison, gradually making their way towards the food transfer station. While Zhang Yang could not guarantee that the bullfrogs would cease their attack upon reaching the station, its tall walls would provide a defensible stronghold. The journey, which should have taken 20 minutes, took Zhang Yang 3 arduous hours of relentless combat before they barely reached the gates of the food transfer station. Without hesitation, he commanded the group to halt their retreat and instructed them to take turns resting and counterattacking. One group remained at the entrance, continuously felling the mutated bullfrogs, while another took the opportunity to recuperate, awaiting their turn to rejoin the fray. The mutated bullfrogs, already weaker than ordinary zombies, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Under the blockade of the walls, the numerical advantage swiftly dissipated. The men, adapting to the intensity of their strikes, became increasingly adept at dispatching the mutated bullfrogs. After nearly 3 hours of relentless slaughter, twilight had surrendered to night, and the mutated bullfrogs had begun to dwindle in number. Zhang Yang continuously unleashed his flame control, amassing points of cultivation. In the span of a single day, he absorbed a remarkable 2,000 points of cultivation, although each kill of a mutated bullfrog yielded only 1 point. Their sheer numbers, coupled with their relative ease of defeat compared to ordinary zombies, proved advantageous. The remaining 100 or so bullfrogs ceased their assault, opening their mouths to an incomprehensible extent, voraciously consuming their companions and the corpses of their fallen brethren. Fire! Stop them! Zhang Yang commanded the women wielding submachine guns, desperate to halt the grotesque phenomenon of the bullfrogs devouring one another. Yet, the bullets merely grazed the surface of the mutated bullfrogs, proving ineffective. The corpses of the mutated bullfrogs swiftly dissolved into a viscous black liquid, flowing towards the still living creatures. Those bullfrogs that absorbed the black liquid expanded in size, rendering the gunfire futile against their growing forms. The group, unaware of the peril posed by the black fluid, could only retreat from its ominous flow. The bullfrogs grew larger, until even the living ones were transformed into the thick, black liquid, merging into the largest bullfrog. Within a mere 10 minutes, the ground was cleared of bullfrog corpses and chaotic cries, replaced instead by a colossal black bullfrog, towering before Zhang Yang, reaching the height of a story. "What on earth is that?" Zhang Yang exclaimed, taken aback by the absurdity of the creature, now far beyond the realm of ordinary bullfrogs. Its deep black carapace was adorned with delicate spikes, impervious to the bullets that struck it. Dark green patterns flowed with the thick black liquid that enveloped its form, and its feet were as large as a computer monitor, reminiscent of an ancient beast emerging from the mire. As the giant mutated bullfrog completed its transformation, a thunderous sound resonated, threatening to shatter the spirit. Though Zhang Yang did not succumb to mental collapse, he felt his pollution resistance working overtime, steadily draining his mental energy. "Ugh, how disgusting. I'll chop you down," he cursed, bewildered by the sudden chaos. Turning to his companions, he found them in disarray, wildly swinging at the air. Abruptly severing the protective, pollution resistance, he beheld countless mutated bullfrogs swarming the food transfer station, as everyone desperately fought against the onslaught of the newly appeared creatures. The mutated bullfrogs, having just been felled, immediately sprang back up from the ground, lunging towards the crowd. Several of these aberrant creatures leapt towards Zhang Yang. Observing Zhang Yang's lack of response, Pan Shiqing raised her hand, preparing to launch an air arrow to extricate him from peril. In order to validate his suspicions, Zhang Yang gestured for her to hold back. Pan Shiqing suppressed her unease, her gaze fixed on the 5 mutated bullfrogs bounding towards Zhang Yang. The 5 creatures clawed at him, yet they inflicted no harm whatsoever. It was as if his body was shielded by a layer of beast hide armor. As for his legs, which bore a lamentable defense, they merely oozed a dark, viscous liquid upon contact with the mutated bullfrogs, causing no substantial effect. "Cease all actions," Zhang Yang called out, his voice dwarfed by the roar of the giant mutated bullfrog, yet it resonated effectively in the ears of all present. His woman was the first to halt her assault, allowing the mutated bullfrogs to continue leaping towards her. Tang Ming and the others also ceased their attacks, shutting their eyes in fear as they confronted the multitude of mutated bullfrogs surrounding them. The remaining men, seeing that their companions had sustained no injuries, gradually withdrew from their offensive. They feared Zhang Yang, but they feared the imminent danger even more. Zhang Yang paid no heed to the harmless mutated bullfrogs that posed no threat and could not yield any experience points, allowing them to collide with him. He merely gripped his heavy battle axe tightly, transferring 10 explosive grenades to Xieyuqi for any unforeseen circumstances, and then strode directly towards the giant bullfrog. Upon noticing that the people before him no longer reacted to the illusory bullfrogs, the giant mutated bullfrog ceased its croaking and retracted the illusion. As the apparition dissipated, the taut nerves of the crowd relaxed considerably. Before anyone could react, a multitude of mutated bullfrogs surged forth from behind the giant. Another illusion? Zhang Yang surveyed the densely packed creatures, feeling uncertain. He activated pollution resistance in an attempt to pierce the illusion, yet he still beheld countless mutated bullfrogs advancing towards him. This creature is cunning, weaving a tapestry of truth and deception. Without pollution resistance, I would surely be outmaneuvered. Zhang Yang concluded the enhancement of pollution resistance, reflecting inwardly. Xieyuqi, ensure the smaller mutated bullfrogs do not pursue me. The rest, eliminate the mutated bullfrogs. Zhang Yang assigned tasks to the others, disregarding the cacophony of the froggy horde, and resolutely approached the giant mutated bullfrog with his battle axe firmly in hand. Chapter 80. 3 tongues once more. The giant bullfrog emitted a piercing cry, though this time it was not the croak of a frog, but rather a relentless howl of wind. Countless blades of wind solidified in the air, ruthlessly enveloping Zhang Yang's entire form, while the beast hide armor deflected a significant portion of the wind blades. The exposed areas remained painfully pierced by their assault. From the wounds inflicted by the wind blades, a viscous black liquid, akin to that of the mutated bullfrogs, began to seep forth. Zhang Yang felt a tingling numbness and fatigue enveloping his entire body. He promptly activated his ability, pollution resistance, but found neither a drain on his mental energy nor a relief from the sensations of numbness and fatigue. Was this a physical assault rather than a mental one? As he sensed the effects of the wind blades, he couldn't help but feel astonished. With his consciousness growing increasingly blurred, Zhang Yang gritted his teeth. As though wrestling with an exceedingly arduous decision, he summoned flame control, incinerating the thick black liquid that coated his body. The searing flames and the scars left by the wind blades made him feel as though he were being flayed by countless red-hot blades. The immense and enduring pain jolted his nerves, liberating him from the sensations of numbness and fatigue. At that moment, Zhang Yang deeply yearned for the pain insensitivity ability he had forsaken. Although countless injuries and recoveries had rendered him more resilient to pain than the average person, the thrill that accompanied suffering was no less intense. The viscous black liquid was scorched away by the flames, continuously shedding from him like leeches being burned off. The negative effects of the wind blades were dispelled through sheer determination, replaced by a myriad of burn marks adorning his body. Zhang Yang abandoned the thought of saving points for permanent items and resolved to face this grueling battle with all his might. He connected to the system shop to exchange for wind speed pill. The system confirmed the successful expenditure of 500 cultivation points for the wind speed pill. Wind speed pill increases the user's speed by 25 times for 5 minutes, lasting for 2 hours. As the points were deducted, a crystal blue pill materialized in Zhang Yang's hand. He swiftly consumed the pill and felt a surge of frigid energy racing through every vein in his body. If he could just endure for another 5 minutes, he would achieve that remarkable speed. Zhang Yang once again reviewed the effects of the wind speed pill. The giant mutated bullfrog, noticing Zhang Yang resisting the impact of the wind blades, emitted a characteristic croak. Suddenly, Xieyuqi let out a cry, only to collapse heavily onto the ground as her mental energy was instantly depleted. The entire swarm of frogs disregarded the attacks and distractions from others, relentlessly charging toward Zhang Yang. He had no choice but to continuously clear a path through the horde of frogs in a desperate attempt to approach the giant mutated bullfrog. Damn it, this creature employs so many tricks to keep me at bay. Just as Zhang Yang took a few steps toward the giant mutated bullfrog, he faced 2 sudden assaults from it. Each assault left him with a throbbing headache. Unwilling to engage in a war of attrition while ignoring the mutated bullfrog, he once again wielded his heavy battle axe, aiming it directly at the giant mutated bullfrog. He swung his weapon to sweep aside the obstacles in his path. The frogs beside him incessantly bit and clawed at him, inflicting pain while leaving deep scars and thick black liquid on his body. Zhang Yang, enduring excruciating pain, fervently summoned his fiery abilities to incinerate the viscous black liquid enveloping him. As he approached the colossal mutated bullfrog, he felt an unparalleled lightness and swiftness in his body, causing his axe to swing with a velocity more than doubled. 5 minutes elapsed, and the effects of the wind speed elixir began to dissipate. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yang struck the bullfrog's abdomen with a flame-infused axe blow. Unlike the formidable defenses on its back, the creature's abdomen was merely a dark gray expanse. The weighty axe, akin to 1,000 pounds, swiftly carved a deep gash into the bullfrog's underbelly. In agony, the massive bullfrog aimed a vicious stomp towards Zhang Yang's position. As the shadow of its colossal foot loomed overhead, Zhang Yang instinctively evaded the impending strike that could easily crush him. Under the influence of the wind speed elixir, every movement of the bullfrog appeared to Zhang Yang as if time had slowed to a crawl. In mere moments, the axe wound on the bullfrog's abdomen began to heal rapidly, mended by the incessant flow of the black viscous liquid, leaving behind only a faint scar. Cursing in frustration, Zhang Yang exclaimed, "How can I possibly defeat this creature when it heals faster than I can inflict damage?" Before he could react further, the bullfrog expelled 3 elongated, needle-like tongues with the speed of bullets aimed directly at him. At that moment, his second awakened ability, dynamic vision, activated involuntarily. Everything around him seemed to freeze, including his own movements. He watched as the 3 spiked tongues approached him with alarming slowness, yet he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. If the spiked tongues advanced at a sluggish pace for Zhang Yang, his own movements felt as though they were approaching absolute stillness. Within his perception, all actions and sounds elongated into an infinite slow motion, while his thoughts raced at their usual tempo, contemplating his next course of action. Realizing he could not evade or defend against the swiftly extending tongues, Zhang Yang resigned himself, raising his arms to shield his head in anticipation of the impending assault. As he severed the effect of dynamic vision, the surrounding world resumed its normal pace. However, as it was Zhang Yang's first experience with this ability, he struggled to adjust to the erratic tempo of reality, feeling a tumultuous churn in his stomach. The 3 massive tongues struck him mercilessly, inflicting pain upon his chest, legs, and arms as they hit. Although his beast-hide armor mitigated much of the piercing damage, the overwhelming penetrative force still caused him significant agony. His lower leg was pierced, leaving a gaping wound the size of an arm. Rather than retracting, the 3 enormous tongues ensnared him tightly, lifting Zhang Yang into the air before he could respond. The immense pressure exerted by the colossal tongue rendered Zhang Yang unable to inhale even a whisper of air. Had it not been for the protection of his beast-hide armor, he might have been crushed to pieces by the overwhelming force. Struggling, he raised his hand, channeling the fiery essence into his massive battle axe. The mutated giant frog's tongue was severed with each swing of the axe. Zhang Yang plummeted from a height of 2 meters, fervently drawing the foul air, reeking of frog odor, into his lungs. The giant tongue of the mutated bullfrog fell to the ground, swiftly transforming into a thick, black liquid that vanished into the earth. Chapter 81. The Defender once more, new tongues sprouted from the giant mutated bullfrog's mouth, lunging towards Zhang Yang. Utilizing his dynamic vision, he discerned the trajectory of the bullfrog's assault with clarity. He lifted his battle axe to cleave at the incoming tongues. 3 tongues were accurately repelled by his deft defense. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yang struck the bullfrog's abdomen with a flurry of axe blows. Though each strike appeared lethal, leaving deep gashes, they bore little effect. The wounds rapidly healed beneath the flow of the black liquid, reducing to mere faint scars. The giant mutated bullfrog possessed a limited repertoire of close combat techniques: 1 stomp, 2 thrusts, and 3 recoveries. Yet, it was precisely these simple maneuvers that proved fatal, ensnaring Zhang Yang in an unending struggle. Most mutated creatures had significantly enhanced their survival capabilities. While their lethality might not seem formidable before Zhang Yang, they made the prospect of slaying them exceedingly arduous. The standoff persisted for an extended duration, with each party, 1 man and 1 frog, repeatedly executing a series of fixed offensive and defensive techniques. Their familiarity with each other's moves grew, and the exchanges became increasingly predictable. Neither side exhibited any intention of retreating, yet Zhang Yang understood that this apparent parity was but an illusion. As his stamina waned and the effects of the wind speed pill began to dissipate, he was soon to face a one-sided barrage. Unable even to fend off the incoming tongues, reluctant to prolong the exhausting confrontation, Zhang Yang seized the fleeting opportunity presented by the bullfrog's attack. Relentlessly striking with all his might, he swiftly carved a substantial gash into the creature's belly. A dull thud echoed as his battle axe met the creature's flesh, revealing a gruesome sight of exposed bone. The giant mutated bullfrog's skin was thick and easily breached, yet its bones were remarkably resilient. Despite numerous strikes, Zhang Yang failed to inflict any significant damage. Instead, The relentless frequency of his attacks left his wrists swollen and tingling. In that moment, he truly comprehended the legendary notion of something being both foul and resilient. Before he could deliver another blow, 3 massive tongues surged towards him with ferocity. Zhang Yang, in a desperate frenzy, swung his weapon but was unable to intercept the giant mutated bullfrog in time, resulting in 2 fresh wounds on his legs. He felt his strength waning, making it increasingly difficult to support his own heavy frame, and he was on the verge of collapsing beneath the monstrous amphibian. Da Vinci, I'm here to assist you, he called out, contemplating the remaining time of the wind speed pill and realizing the difficulty of retreat. Not far off, one of the men who had followed him, a slender, bespectacled fellow named Dai Yong, shouted out. Zhang Yang glanced at him and noticed Dai Yong was ensnared in several tattered burlap sacks, which bulged with an unknown substance. Under the influence of Xie Yuqi's pollution affinity, Dai Yong had managed to navigate through the chaos with relative ease, suffering little from the bullfrog's attacks. Before Dai Yong could finish his sentence, the mutated bullfrog swiftly extended its tongue toward him. Seeing the imminent danger, Zhang Yang disregarded the blood streaming from his legs and leaped to Dai Yong's side, shoving him out of harm's way and using the beast armor on his back to absorb the blow. As Dai Yong was pushed aside, he quickly steadied himself, unwilling to fall to the ground. The combined weight of the penetrating force, relentless fatigue, and Zhang Yang's ire at Dai Yong's reckless intrusion in battle caused him to spit a mouthful of crimson blood onto Dai Yong's face. Feeling a sense of relief after expelling the accumulated battle fatigue, Zhang Yang erupted in furious expletives. You fool! What on earth were you thinking coming here to help? As the giant mutated bullfrog retracted its tongue, Zhang Yang continued to berate Dai Yong. Da Vinci, thank you for treating me to a meal and providing me with a weapon. It's the first time in my life someone has held me in such regard. I've long wanted to express this to you. Dai Yong, undeterred by Zhang Yang's tirade, continued to express his gratitude with fervor and a hint of mania in his voice. Have you lost your mind, Dai Yong? Did you come all this way just to meet your demise? Zhang Yang, fueled by the heat of battle, found himself increasingly vexed by Dai Yong's disjointed remarks. After his outburst, he chose to ignore Dai Yong and focus solely on combating the giant mutated bullfrog. Though he had yet to identify the creature's weakness, he was determined to make the most of the remaining 30 minutes afforded by the wind speed pill. Zhang Yang swung his axe at the bullfrog's foreleg, only to discover its limb was harder than steel. His mighty blow left nothing but a faint scratch. The bullfrog's long tongue lunged at him once more, this time with 2 appendages instead of 3. After deftly deflecting the 2 tongues, Zhang Yang sensed the urgency of the situation and hurried toward Dai Yong. Under normal circumstances, he would have dismissed anyone else. But having recently established trust with Tang Ming and the others, he was reluctant to suffer further losses. Throughout history, soldiers are not to be taken lightly, and a commander who can be entrusted with military authority is indeed rare. Get lost. Why haven't you retreated yet? Zhang Yang once again hurled his wrath at Dai Yong. But it was too late. The monstrous tongue of the mutated bullfrog had already pierced Dai Yong's chest, lifting him violently into the air. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Yang saw that Dai Yong was gripping several pull rings tightly in his hand, using sheer willpower to prevent himself from being strangled by the tongue. At that moment, Zhang Yang understood the true purpose of Dai Yong's undertaking. He had never intended to return alive. With a deep exhale of frustration, Zhang Yang ignited flames upon the massive tongue that ensnared Dai Yong, creating an opportunity for him. Dai Yong, unprotected by any beast hide armor, found his chances of survival dwindling the instant the giant mutated bullfrog impaled his chest. The searing heat from the flames caused the mutated bullfrog to loosen its grip. In its moment of pain, the giant creature retracted its tongue and swallowed Dai Yong whole. Zhang Yang closed his eyes, struggling to connect his spiritual energy with the flames. He sensed the surge of fiery energy within the bullfrog's maw. Focusing all his mental strength, he directed it to ignite within the creature. Boom! 10 armor-piercing grenades, combined with the intense flames fueled by Zhang Yang's concentrated energy, detonated within the belly of the giant mutated bullfrog. The powerful shockwave forced the creature to open its massive jaws wide. A blinding inferno and a violent gust filled the surroundings of the grain transfer station. Nearby bullfrogs were hurled into fragments. In the moment when Zhang Yang's mental energy was depleted, he activated a barrier to protect himself. The chaos of flying flesh and swirling dust rendered his vision hazy, obscuring the scene outside. Dai Yong was taking a gamble. wagering that the 10 grenades capable of obliterating 3 armored tanks could likewise rupture the body of the giant mutated bullfrog. After a brief span of half an hour, the dust settled. The mutated bullfrogs ceased their attacks on humanity, instead leaping aimlessly. Within the barrier, Zhang Yang scanned the area, finding no sign of the giant mutated bullfrog. There was no trace of Dai Yong either, nor the system alert announcing a kill. The ground was littered with the remnants of giant mutated bullfrogs, their flesh scattered, alongside pools of thick black liquid and an unknown transparent viscous substance. Within this transparent substance were countless fist-sized black eyes, continuously absorbing the black viscous fluid from the ground. Pan Shiqing, U5, immediately unleash all your strength to attack the eyes on the ground, Zhang Yang commanded through the radio, struggling against his exhaustion. No sooner had he spoken than Pan Shiqing and the others began to fire wildly at the fist-sized eyes without hesitation. After a frenzied barrage, the transparent viscous mass finally exploded, leaving behind only a crescent-shaped skull and a fist-sized red crystal on the ground. Pan Shiqing has slain the giant mutated bullfrog, and the master has received 3,000 points. With the rupture of the transparent viscous mass, the system finally announced the death of the giant mutated bullfrog. Zhang Yang silently approached the towering mound of flesh, having dispelled the barrier. Typically averse to laborious tasks, he now engaged in exhausting work that none could comprehend. He paid no heed to the numbing sensation brought forth by the viscous black substance on his palms, nor did he concern himself with the mutated bullfrogs still lurking nearby. Dragging his fatigued body, he relentlessly cast aside the massive fragments of mutant bullfrogs strewn across the ground. Pan Shiqing and others remained silent, merely assisting him in clearing away the encroaching mutated bullfrogs. The onlookers, witnessing Zhang Yang's actions, dared not interrupt. They quietly continued their slaughter of the giant frogs. Some even boldly ventured forth to partake in the excavation, only to find themselves immobilized by the infiltrating black substance. With each layer he delved into, the sense of despair within him deepened. He persistently sought to uncover Dai Yong's body, yearning even for a mere scrap of cloth. However, in the instant the 10 armor-piercing grenades detonated alongside the flames, even the remnants of ash became a luxury. Dai Yong, who had once wished for mere survival in the apocalypse, had lived one day at a time. Yet this man, who had faced off against second-tier power zombies and fought his way through a horde of speed-type zombies, had wrestled with a mutant bullfrog towering a story high, igniting unprecedented hope for human survival. It illuminated the realization that he could indeed vanquish mutated beasts and zombies. In light of this overwhelming hope for life, Dai Yong chose to sacrifice his own in honor of the man who respected him, ensuring that he would not perish before this colossal creature. Zhang Yang would not have been surprised by anyone choosing to perish alongside an armor-piercing grenade and the giant mutant bullfrog. What he could not fathom was Dai Yong's decision to meet his end with the massive beast. This young man, who in the face of the apocalypse had sought nothing more than to acquire a few supplies, hiding away to play games and read novels, had, at the most critical juncture of battle, gambled his very flesh against the giant mutant bullfrog. This was all due to Zhang Yang having once treated him to fine food and drink, poured him a glass of wine, and gifted him a handgun. In Zhang Yang's perception, most who survived in this world had become exceedingly selfish, yet he never anticipated Dai Yong would actively offer his life in combat. At this moment, Zhang Yang's heart was heavy. Dai Yong had triumphed. He had successfully obliterated the giant mutant bullfrog, yet the price was his own life. Even in his final moments, he did not receive a word of commendation from Zhang Yang, which tormented Zhang Yang's already dulled emotions, honed by the trials of the apocalypse. It was precisely because of Zhang Yang's disregard for human life that he shielded Dai Yong from the bullfrog's assault with his own back, further solidifying Dai Yong's resolve. Zhang Yang had intended for Dai Yong to survive, but Dai Yong wished only to repay Zhang Yang's regard with his own life. In the apocalyptic world, the value of human life weighed heavier in Zhang Yang's heart. Suddenly, before Zhang Yang could recover from his sorrow, a bullet from a handgun struck him from afar, ricocheting off his leather armor and falling to the ground. Damn it, is this the time to seek death? Enraged, Zhang Yang realized that the bullet's trajectory did not target his convoy, but instead came from the opposite direction. There stood Brother Shan, brandishing a pistol and firing at him from 50 meters away. Behind Shan were 5 off-road vehicles, flanked by Lao Hu and over 20 robust men, all wielding crowbars, machetes, and other weapons. One man beside Lao who even aimed an MP5 submachine gun at Xiayuqi. Da Vinci, dear brother, your injuries shouldn't be severe, right? I accidentally pulled the trigger. I hope you won't take it to heart. Shan's voice echoed to the crowd at the grain transfer station. Seeing that Shan believed he had been shot, Zhang Yang feigned defeat, sitting on the ground and awaiting Shan's approach. Fool, why bother working for this dead man? Surely, you haven't forgotten who the true master is? As Shan drew closer, he berated the men behind Zhang Yang, as well as Lin Lihong and Liang Xiaoling. Liang Xiaoling remained unperturbed by Shan's tirade, tightening her grip on the UZI submachine gun. Lin Lihong contemplated attacking Shan, but hesitated after glancing at the man behind Lao who with his submachine gun, and then at the surrounding men, ultimately stopping in her tracks. The other three women raised their submachine guns, aiming them steadfastly at Shan, Lao Hu, and the man wielding the MP5. Tang Ming and his companions felt their palms sweat as they gripped their handguns, vigilantly observing the movements of the surrounding men. Fearing an eruption of violence from those who had battled against zombies and mutated beasts, the men in the convoy hesitated for a few seconds after hearing Shan's words, then looked to Tang Ming, awaiting his command. Damn it, is everyone turning against me? Wait until I deal with this so-called Da Vinci. I'll take his woman and then slowly clean up the rest of you. Shan, enraged and humiliated at the sight of Zhang Yang's followers no longer obeying his orders. Seethed with fury, Zhang Yang's mental and physical strength had been depleted. Even swinging a heavy axe felt arduous. His women had nearly exhausted their trump cards in the struggle against the mutated bullfrogs. Yet, the friendliest camel is still larger than a horse. Zhang Yang remained confident that they could easily dispatch these ordinary men without abilities, silently mocking Shan's arrogance. Oh Da Vinci, you refused to listen to me when I proposed how to divide the grain. Instead, you chose to put on airs. And now look where it has led you, making me a wedding garment. If you instruct your women to obediently drop their guns and come with me, I might spare your corpse, he taunted. No matter how skilled you are, can you still fight after being shot? Seeing Zhang Yang lying on the ground with the heavy axe, Shan, convinced that he had struck his target, strode arrogantly towards him. Chapter 83. The dragon lurking in the abyss. Pan Shiqing observed as Brother Shan steadily approached Zhang Yang, and without hesitation, she raised her hand to unleash an arrow of air. Brother Shan, sensing the motion, instinctively shifted his position, though he remained unaware of the reason behind her action. The air arrow stirred up dust in its wake, and with remarkable speed, he dodged to the side. A speed ability? Zhang Yang mused inwardly, realizing that Brother Shan had concealed his true capabilities too well. Pan Shiqing, signal me your ammunition status, Zhang Yang whispered urgently into the intercom. The recent fierce battle had depleted their supplies of ammunition and mental energy. He glanced at the gestures of the women around him, who indicated that they had very little ammunition left for their submachine guns and only one magazine of handgun bullets remaining. Zhang Yang understood that, given the 100-meter range and Brother Shan's speed, it was nearly impossible to eliminate all enemies with bullets alone. At this moment, the firearms served more as a deterrent than as an effective means of combat. Xiayuqi stood ready to suppress any potential rebellion within the convoy. Pan Shiqing aimed to neutralize the handgun wielded by Brother Shan, while the others sought to subdue the man with the MP5 submachine gun, ensuring he had no opportunity to pull the trigger. Zhang Yang quickly issued commands through the intercom, dismissing any thoughts of the convoy's men turning against him to side with Brother Shan. Attack! Zhang Yang shouted, disregarding his already exhausted strength as he gripped the heavy axe and forced himself back to his feet. Seeing Zhang Yang rise, Brother Shan aimed and fired another shot at his chest. Zhang Yang made no attempt to evade, instead using his beast hide armor to absorb the impact of the bullet. When Brother Shan witnessed Zhang Yang remain unscathed after being shot, his eyes widened in astonishment. In a ghostly manner, he fired 3 consecutive shots. Zhang Yang anticipated the trajectory of Brother Shan's bullets and shielded his face with a large piece of beast hide, feeling the immense force of the impact. Despite the 2 gaping wounds inflicted by the monstrous mutated bullfrog's tongue, Zhang Yang pressed forward towards Brother Shan. The onlookers from both sides hesitated to intervene in the confrontation between Zhang Yang and Brother Shan. Brother Shan's men, realizing that Zhang Yang's convoy was armed with firearms, dared not advance. The burly man with the MP5 locked his aim onto Pan Shiqing, who held her UZI submachine gun pointed at him, not daring to relax for a moment. As Zhang Yang closed in on Brother Shan, he raised his axe decisively, aiming a powerful strike at him. However, Brother Shan evaded the assault with a swift motion. To the weary Zhang Yang, Brother Shan's speed was astonishingly quick. Having primarily faced speed-type zombies and mutated beasts, Zhang Yang lacked experience in combating those with speed abilities. While the combat strength of speed abilities was not overly formidable, they proved to be a perfect counter against Zhang Yang's heavy axe attacks. Master, do we have any wind speed pills to hasten our escape? Zhang Yang drew himself away from the battle, as if everything around him had been put on pause. Master, such a thing indeed exists. The system introduced. Superior wind speed pill, priced at 2,000 cultivation points. Upon redemption, it grants the designated target a sustained speed of 25 times for 2 hours. Zhang Yang, having just accumulated over 8,000 points, exclaimed in frustration, "You wish to consume it all at once, don't you?" He felt utterly exhausted, directing his ire towards the system. Master, while cultivation points are indeed precious, victory holds an even greater value. The system retorted, "I won't let you exploit me. I'll exchange for the wind speed pill at 500 points, Zhang Yang declared, preferring to utilize his points for permanent items rather than consumables. A lightweight 1,000-pound axe was merely a common weapon worth 2,000 cultivation points in the system's eyes. He could only imagine the formidable artifacts that could be acquired with a substantial amount of points, capable of slaying all enemies across levels. Master successfully redeemed the wind speed pill, consuming 500 cultivation points. The system notified Zhang Yang. As his consciousness returned to reality, he noticed Brother Shan had sidled up to him, each hand gripping a tactical dagger, lunging swiftly towards him. Seeing Brother Shan aiming for the beast's skin armor on his back, Zhang Yang remained calm, quickly placing the ice crystal-like wind speed pill into his mouth. The dual daggers struck Zhang Yang's back armor with the force of toothpicks against steel, numbing Brother Shan's wrists. Realizing his strikes were ineffective, Brother Shan immediately withdrew, creating distance between them. Without warning, a curved blade swung viciously towards Zhang Yang's forehead. Its wielder was the robust blonde youth he had encountered on the roadside during his first departure from the small factory south gathering place. Seizing the moment while Zhang Yang was engaged in combat, the blonde youth approached stealthily, his eyes filled with murderous intent and hatred, delivering a fatal blow. Zhang Yang could only raise his axe to block, barely managing to deflect the strike. The blonde youth felt the overwhelming force reverberate through him, tightening his grip on the finely crafted curved blade. Swiftly retracting his weapon, he aimed another horizontal slash towards Zhang Yang's abdomen. Zhang Yang did not evade. He allowed the blonde youth to strike his beast's skin armor. However, the curved blade met with no visible damage, shocking the youth and causing his pupils to dilate in disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yang swung his axe down heavily towards the blonde youth's chest. Realizing the imminent danger, the youth attempted to dodge but was struck down by the weighty axe. The quality of the fine iron curved blade held firm under the pressure of the 1,000-pound axe, but it was forcefully dislodged from the youth's grasp, flying 10 meters away. Just as Zhang Yang was about to claim the blonde youth's life, he felt a sharp pain in his right leg where he had been kicked, unable to support his weight any longer, as the swift kick landed heavily on the ground. It was indeed Brother Shan who seized the opportunity to strike at Zhang Yang's right leg, already marred by blood. Zhang Yang refrained from uttering a sound. Yet the excruciating agony of his shattered bone caused beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. "Yang Minghui, what brings you here? Do I require your intervention to deal with a cripple?" Brother Shan's face contorted into a sinister smile as he chastised the blonde youth, Yang Minghui, old who said to eradicate the threat entirely, leaving no chance for survival. "This man is a dragon in the sky. If you grant him even a moment to breathe, he could ascend above you once more. Moreover, he has slain old who's nephew. My hand must be forced. I heed only my own counsel and that of old who." The blonde youth responded resolutely to Brother Shan, his youth belied by a remarkable composure that combined the steadiness of age with the vigor of youth. As he spoke, he swiftly retrieved a finely crafted iron curved blade and charged towards Zhang Yang, devoid of any intention to flaunt his success post-defeat, solely driven by the intent to eliminate the threat. Chapter 84. A flicker of cold light arrives first, followed by the dragon's strike. What a joke, a dragon. He is nothing more than a dead, rotten insect now. If he could still rise, I would let him cleave my head without hesitation. Once I have disposed of him, I shall ensure the lovely lady by his side is shared among my brothers for their enjoyment, Brother Shan declared, closing the distance to Zhang Yang with an increasingly deranged expression, gazing at him as though he were a prey already ensnared. Pan Shiqing, witnessing Zhang Yang's plight, felt her long-suppressed fury erupt. Ignoring the threat posed by the opposing MP5 submachine gun, she drew upon her entire reservoir of mental energy in a fit of rage, launching 7 air arrows that flew towards Brother Shan from various angles, effectively sealing his avenues of escape. As a speed-based ability user, Brother Shan sensed the impending danger and hastened to evade the incoming arrows. Yet, he was ultimately struck by 3, resulting in blood gushing from wounds on his thigh, calf, and abdomen. The air arrows capable of piercing the eye sockets of second-tier strength-based zombies delivered a devastating blow to him. The burly man wielding the MP5, seeing Pan Shiqing advance towards Zhang Yang, broke the stalemate and began firing relentlessly at her. Soon, numerous blood wounds erupted across Pan Shiqing's body. Xie Yuqi, anxious about the situation, felt helpless to defy Zhang Yang's command to suppress the men in the convoy, leaving her in a state of agitation. Lin Lihong, are you dead? Shoot him, for heaven's sake. In her desperation, Xie Yuqi recalled Lin Lihong's shooting abilities and scolded her harshly. Although Lin Lihong had expended a significant amount of mental energy, she undoubtedly possessed the strength to eliminate the submachine gunner. As a result, the current Xie Yuqi finds herself increasingly unable to comprehend the thoughts of the woman she had once led out of the horde. However, in the face of the urgent battle, Xie Yuqi can no longer suppress the simmering frustration within her. She incessantly hurls insults and urges Lin Lihong to act. Lin Lihong remains silent, scarcely glancing at Xie Yuqi. She merely adjusts her grip on the gun and proceeds slowly towards the battlefield. At this moment, Lin Lihong's haughty demeanor far surpasses the brashness of Liang Xiaoling upon their first meeting, leaving Xie Yuqi with an overwhelming desire to confront her. Pan Simin and Liang Xiaoling, noticing that Pan Shiqing is under heavy fire, raise their weapons in support and unleash a barrage towards the submachine gunner 100 meters away. The burly man wielding the MP5, feeling the impact of their fire, begins to retreat while simultaneously reducing his own firepower. Yet, before he can retreat several steps, the gunfire abruptly ceases. Damn it, don't stop. They run out of bullets. Lao Hu urges the man with the MP5. Upon hearing Lao Hu's command, the man resumes firing wildly at Pan Shiqing. In the eyes of the MP5 wielding man, Pan Shiqing is no longer a youthful beauty, but rather a living target made of flesh and blood. With a decisive kick, Brother Shan aims for the kneeling Liang Zhang's leg, but this time his foot meets only the empty ground, striking the concrete floor littered with the corpses of mutated bullfrogs. Where is he? Brother Shan wonders, a strange sensation creeping over him as he feels a gust of wind at his back. Sensing that death has its sights set on him, without waiting for Liang Zhang to retaliate, he sprints towards the yellow-haired youth, Yang Minghui. Damn it! You're a speed esper? Impossible, you can't be a speed esper. Brother Shan curses, still reeling from the terror of nearly being killed moments earlier. I am your father, Liang Zhang retorts, offering no further words as he grits his teeth against the agony of his fractured bones and charges at Brother Shan. Liang Zhang's speed, amplified 25 times, renders Brother Shan's mere double speed utterly futile. With a mighty swing of his axe, Liang Zhang cleaves towards Brother Shan's waist. The sound of blade meeting blade reverberates as Yang Minghui raises his curved sword, deftly targeting Liang Zhang's hand that clutches the axe. Though not exceedingly fast, the timing and placement of his strike are impeccable, nearly causing Liang Zhang to lose his grip on the heavy axe. A martial artist? The recent disarming technique feels familiar to Liang Zhang, invoking memories of his fierce battle with Xie Yuqi and the man wielding the baton. No, a martial artist with abilities. He realizes that the finesse displayed is beyond that of an ordinary person, prompting Liang Zhang to swiftly reassess the situation. Seizing the opportunity, Brother Shan maneuvers behind Liang Zhang, raising his dual blades to thrust directly at his neck. Zhang Yang faced a swift assault, harnessing his speed to deliver a powerful shoulder charge that sent Shan Gu sprawling to the ground. Damn it, is this never-ending? Zhang Yang cursed angrily. Just as he was about to confront Shan Gu, Lao Hu effortlessly brandished an enormous hammer, joining the fray. Pan Simin and Liang Xiaoling surged forward to reclaim Pan Shiqing, then fearlessly charged at the woman wielding a submachine gun. Liang Xiaoling was swiftly pinned down by a man with an MP5, while Pan Simin, undeterred by the hail of bullets, advanced relentlessly towards the gunman with a deer-bone spear. Each time the gunman aimed at Pan Simin, she would suddenly vanish before his eyes, only to reappear with remarkable speed. In a moment of peril, her unique ability, light escape, reached a new pinnacle. The more the gunman failed to hit Pan Si-min, the more frantic his indiscriminate shooting became. As she closed in on him, he suddenly realized that his MP5 could no longer fire. The man quickly crouched to switch magazines, only to find Pan Si-min standing before him, her spear glinting ominously. Without hesitation, she kicked the MP5 aside, pointing the spear at the crowd. The man felt a warmth on his forehead before succumbing to unconsciousness. The other men watched in horror as Pan Si-min, seemingly a specter, was riddled with wounds, having taken down a robust man from hundreds of meters away. Despite her evident injuries, none dared to step forward as cannon fodder. What a pathetic woman, what are you afraid of? Go take her down. Finally, a man in the crowd bellowed. Armed with various blades, the group of men charged towards Pan Si-min. Some bore expressions of fear, others madness. Yet all remained fixated on her. These men were the elite of Shangu and Lao Hu, fully aware that the defeat of their leaders would spell their doom, forcing them to fight fiercely. Meanwhile, Tang Ming observed, nervously watching the battle between Zhang Yang and Shan Ji's group. He occasionally glanced at the armed Tang Ming and his men standing before them. Without submachine guns, what are you all staring at? Either charge in or be killed by me. Decide whether you want rice or bullets when we return, Tang Ming commanded the 45 men of the convoy loudly. Chapter 85. What is his true power? Tang Ming understood that some of these men were intimidated by the threat of the submachine guns, while others awaited a shift in the tide, each with their own ulterior motives. However, Tang Ming could not afford to think like them. He had chosen to follow Zhang Yang and was determined to assist him wholeheartedly. Even if Zhang Yang were to falter, others might merely face a lesson. But Tang Ming knew he would face a dire fate at the hands of Shangu. Thus, he could only take the initiative to enhance his chances of victory. Although Tang Ming did not utter many words, his influence exceeded his expectations. The men reminisced about the days spent at the small factory, enduring hunger for 3 days, and contrasted that with the bountiful meals they enjoyed under Zhang Yang, without the constant fear of death. They recalled Zhang Yang bravely confronting the massive mutated bullfrog, in stark contrast to Brother Shan, who merely sent them into battle, only to seize the food they had fought for with their lives. Without the need for further persuasion from Tang Ming, the men found their allegiance to Zhang Yang reinforced. A majority of them seized their weapons and charged towards Brother Shan's convoy. A few hesitant men soon followed suit, arming themselves as well. Xiayuqi, observing Tang Ming rallying the crowd, felt a sense of satisfaction and tossed him a fully loaded pistol in acknowledgement. He then swiftly moved to assist Zhang Yang. Amidst Pan Si-min's surroundings, the men relentlessly closed in on her. Ignoring the dizziness brought on by her blood loss, she fought while retreating, waiting for an opportunity to eliminate the approaching men. That wretched woman, thinking she is formidable, she almost had me fooled, they sneered. Let us sever her hands and feet and teach her a lesson. As they witnessed Pan Si-min's diminishing combat effectiveness, they shouted triumphantly. Her arms bore deep gashes from knife wounds, a testament to her earlier protection from Zhang Yang and Pan Shiqing as she dealt with the aftermath. She had never truly experienced the high-pressure nature of combat until now. Realizing she was encircled, Pan Si-min resolved to stop retreating. She cast aside her previous timidity and avoidance, gritting her teeth and tightening her grip on her deer-bone spear, determined to take down as many foes as possible to clear the path for Zhang Yang and Pan Shiqing. With a flurry of 3 strikes aimed at her, Pan Si-min felt there was no retreat left. The intense pain and dizziness made her surroundings spin. Once more, she tightened her grip on the spear and thrust it with all her might towards the indistinct figures before her, only to feel emptiness. Damn it! Da Vinci's men are coming, she exclaimed. What Da Vinci's men? Just a bunch of traitors discarded by Brother Shan. Let us eliminate them. The members of Brother Shan's convoy exchanged information in a cacophony before charging at Zhang Yang's men. Pan Si-min could no longer process any information. She remained vigilant, resolved to kill everyone who approached her. Out of 20 men, she had slain 3, leaving 17. Yet against Zhang Yang's 45, they showed no signs of faltering. The 17 men appeared tall and well-trained, while the 45 were a mixed bunch, though their eyes brimmed with murderous intent. It was evident they were considerably weaker than their opponents. The 45 men split into 2 teams, moving with the rhythm of zombie slaying. Avoiding the chaotic attacks from the surrounding assailants, Pan Simin advanced towards the encirclement of 17 men. The sharp crack of gunfire rang out as Tang Ming and his companions discharged their weapons thrice. The 45 men, initially tense, soon realized that Tang Ming's shots were not aimed at them, but rather at the men of Brother Shan's convoy. The sound of gunfire instilled a considerable psychological terror among them. 3 men, struck by the bullets, collapsed swiftly, tipping the scales of the confrontation from a precarious balance to a drastic disadvantage. Tang Ming, you traitor! Has Brother Shan not treated you well? Why do you assist Da Vinci in slaughtering your own? The men of Brother Shan's convoy, recognizing their untenable situation, attempted to turn the tide by targeting Tang Ming. Another gunshot rang out, though it did not find its mark on the one who had insulted Tang Ming. Nevertheless, it exerted an even greater pressure on Brother Shan's men. Do you not understand your own position? You treat me like a dog, yet I sacrifice my life to provide sustenance for you parasites. I will not allow you to bully me any longer. Tang Ming shouted at the remaining 14 men. Hearing Tang Ming's words, the 45 men tightened their grips on their weapons, their indignation intensifying. Brother Shan's management style had consistently involved coercing the weak to snatch food from the jaws of the undead. After seizing the provisions, he would take 40% for himself to satiate the strong men at his command, using their strength to subjugate the men from the small factory clusters into relinquishing their supplies. In this vicious cycle, the majority of those in the small factory clusters found it nearly impossible to resist Brother Shan's oppressive regime. The starving, emaciated men could never hope to defeat the robust individuals they had inadvertently fed. As communication broke down, both sides descended into chaos. Recognizing the futility of further gunfire amidst the melee, Tang Ming holstered his pistol and plunged into the fray. Armed with various bladed weapons, the men of Brother Shan, despite their physical advantage, were utterly overwhelmed in terms of experience, numbers, and morale by Zhang Yang's faction. Leading the charge, Tang Ming raised his blade against Brother Shan's men, prompting his comrades to follow suit. After a fierce exchange, Zhang Yang's group sustained only 6 injuries and 1 casualty at the hands of the resisting men, while the rest grew emboldened, swiftly routing Brother Shan's forces. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, bolstered by sheer willpower, strained every ounce of his strength as he engaged in a dance of combat with Brother Shan, Old Hu, and the blonde youth. All 3 were endowed with extraordinary abilities, yet instead of venturing out to slay the undead for their own gain, they conspired to exploit the provisions of others. Although Zhang Yang recognized that kindness was a rare commodity in this post-apocalyptic world, he could not help but lament the depths of their malice and the intricacies of their deceit. Even with the swiftness granted by the wind speed pill, he faced formidable opponents. However, the exhaustion of his energy and the severe injuries to his legs rendered the battle before him exceedingly arduous. Zhang Yang observed that Mountain Brother and the golden-haired youth were struggling to breach their defenses, so he directed his momentum towards Old Hu. With a colossal axe weighing 1,000 pounds, he swung it down mercilessly upon Old Hu. Unfazed by the impending strike, Old Hu confidently raised his hammer to meet Zhang Yang's axe. The clash of their weapons reverberated through the air, and Old Hu was jolted back, his legs trembling from the force, staggering several steps backward. The pride he held as a power user turned to ridicule in the face of Zhang Yang's effortless might. All that remained was a visage of astonishment and disbelief upon Old Hu's face. Indeed, Old Hu had calculated his strategy well, believing that the sheer force of his mighty hammer, combined with his own power, could effectively counter Zhang Yang's beastly armor. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Zhang Yang's strength surpassed the wildest imaginations of them all. Chapter 86, Betrayal? Even without employing any supernatural abilities, and despite being gravely injured, he stood before the 3 power users like a deity descending from the heavens. Damn it, wasn't he supposed to be a speed user? What on earth are you doing? Old Hu, reeling from the blow, disregarded the precariousness of the battle and vented his frustration at Mountain Brother. Mountain Brother offered no response, only a bitter smile. He too was eager to discern the nature of Zhang Yang's abilities and how he could unleash such formidable combat prowess. The powers that the 3 of them prided themselves on paled in comparison to Zhang Yang, the golden-haired youth. Witnessing Zhang Yang's intent to deliver a finishing blow to Old Hu, stepped forward once more, brandishing a finely crafted iron-curved blade. He aimed a precise strike at Zhang Yang's wrist. Realizing that he was ensnared by the golden-haired youth, Zhang Yang decided to address this threat first. Meanwhile, Mountain Brother observed from a distance, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As time passed, the injuries inflicted by Pan Shiqing deepened, causing Mountain Brother's combat effectiveness to plummet. Da Vinci, if you adhere to our rules, we will recognize you as our leader and share half of the provisions we collect with you. If this continues, we risk mutual destruction, he implored in a softer tone, attempting to divert Zhang Yang's attention and buy time for the golden-haired youth to mount an offensive. Yet, Zhang Yang appeared oblivious to the discourse, instead meticulously analyzing the patterns of the golden-haired youth's attacks. The sounds of clashing metal echoed as Zhang Yang unleashed the deadly three-strike axe technique he had perfected against second-tier power zombies. Pain surged through his already shattered leg bones, a reminder of his frailty. The golden-haired youth, sensing Zhang Yang's relentless ferocity, felt as though he was enveloped by the specter of death. In a desperate bid, he opted for an offensive stance, creating the illusion of an attack while retreating to dissipate the force. As he braced himself against the three strikes imbued with speed and strength, the golden-haired youth felt a heavy weight in his chest, followed by the expulsion of a mouthful of dark, congealed blood. Ultimately, he found himself lacking any advantage in speed or strength. It is merely a matter of possessing one's own advantages in technique. This fellow is nothing short of a monster. Unleash that technique. As Lao Hu observed Zhang Yang growing increasingly emboldened, he himself felt a sense of despondency creeping in. Without hesitation, he signaled to the blonde-haired youth and Brother Shan. The tremor in his voice betrayed his reluctance. Brother Shan furrowed his brow, revealing a look of hesitation, while the blonde youth, abandoning his earlier focus, flashed a sinister grin, fixating intently on Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang felt a chill run down his spine under the weight of that malevolent smile. It was the gaze of one resigned to death. Brother Shan wasted no time, striding forward. He danced around Zhang Yang, brandishing his blade, rendering Zhang Yang unable to divert his attention elsewhere. Seizing the opportunity, the blonde youth closed in on Zhang Yang, thrusting his curved knife directly at him. In response, Zhang Yang swung his axe in retaliation. However, at the moment the heavy axe was about to collide with the blade, the blonde youth unexpectedly relinquished his weapon, swiftly wrapping himself around Zhang Yang's leg. Seeing this, Brother Shan and Lao Hu frantically scattered in different directions. What a perversion! Zhang Yang was bewildered, a look of disgust crossing his face. In an instant, he recalled Aunt Lu's ominous prophecy, a chill washing over him. Your leg will be blown to a bloody pulp. It was as if he had suddenly deciphered the riddle, yet the tension in his body overshadowed any sense of revelation. Without the luxury of thought, Zhang Yang swung his axe at the blonde youth. The youth was battered beyond recognition, yet he clung tenaciously to Zhang Yang's leg. At this moment, Zhang Yang acutely sensed the peril he was in. An unsettling cold enveloped his groin, prompting him to instinctively hunch down. He realized he could not safely extricate the blonde youth before the bomb detonated. In a swift and decisive motion, he severed his leg from the youth's grip with a powerful swing, sending the body flying away. Just as the corpse was airborne, an immense fireball erupted before Zhang Yang's eyes. The system announced, host has slain an expert martial artist with special abilities, earning 174 cultivation points. Zhang Yang paid no heed to the system's notification. Drawing upon every ounce of mental energy he possessed, he exerted his flame control ability to mitigate the blast's aftermath. Meanwhile, he felt the agonizing failure of his other leg, which could no longer support his weight, causing him to collapse heavily to the ground. As the explosives were expended, Zhang Yang lay incapacitated, utterly unable to muster any resistance. At that moment, Lao Hu stealthily approached from behind, swinging his hammer forcefully toward Zhang Yang's head. Yet, an unseen force diverted the aim, coupled with Zhang Yang's rapid evasion, causing the hammer to slide onto Zhang Yang's shoulder. Though the beast-hide armor absorbed much of the blow, Zhang Yang still felt a piercing agony in his chest. In the distance, Xie Yuqi was rushing forward, his face contorted with anguish, as he summoned the last remnants of his mental energy to disrupt Lao Hu's aim. Zhang Yang groped for the heavy axe, intending to strike the boundary as Lao Hu or Shan Gu approached. Shan Gu, dragging his injured body, relentlessly advanced towards Zhang Yang. Suddenly, four gunshots rang out, piercing through Shan Gu's feet and wrists with precise accuracy, causing him to collapse to his knees. Lin Li Hong, you traitor! How dare you assist outsiders? Shan Gu shouted at Lin Li Hong as he knelt. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lin Li Hong had returned to the battlefield, driving Zhang Yang's off-road vehicle. brandishing a submachine gun brimming with ammunition. Shang-gu, don't misunderstand me. I'm not here to aid Da Vinci. I've come to exact my revenge on you. Lin Lihong stated coolly, her tone imbued with the pride of a formidable warrior, reminiscent of Shang-gu's earlier demeanor towards her. Another shot rang out, echoing near Lao Hu's feet, startling him with the display of marksmanship, halting his advance. Lin Lihong, why don't you hurry up and finish them off? Zhang Yang scolded her, displeased with her display of skill. Mr. Da Vinci, I believe you are mistaken. I am not your servant. I fired at Lao Hu merely to prevent him from interrupting my next words. Mr. Da Vinci, our fates are now severed. I can thrive without your assistance. Thank you for the supplies and the vehicle. Farewell, Mr. Da Vinci, and to the days when I was disregarded by you. Lin Lihong's voice was filled with haughtiness and the satisfaction of revenge. In Zhang Yang's group, she had garnered the least attention, receiving nothing when bulletproof vests and mutated beast weapons were distributed. Convinced of her formidable abilities, she believed she deserved better treatment rather than being a target for scorn. After her declaration, Lin Lihong entered the vehicle and hurled the intercom towards Zhang Yang with force. At that moment, her demeanor had shifted from submissive to strangely unfamiliar. Chapter 87. The Third Order Deity, you must kill Lao Hu before you leave. Zhang Yang gazed at Lin Lihong, feeling speechless and disappointed. Mr. Da Vinci, should I kill Lao Hu and then have your men pursue me? Lin Lihong replied with a scornful tone, as if she had seen through everything. Zhang Yang chose to ignore her, delving into his consciousness to enter the system space. System, I have a trader here. Do you offer after-sales service? He gestured to the system. All the pain he had endured in the real world vanished without a trace in the realm of his mind, as though it had never transpired. Master, loyalty is something that must be cultivated through your personal charm and ability to command. It is rather mundane to brainwash everyone for you, the system replied earnestly. Of course, if you require brainwashing tools, I can provide those as well. Though they may be a bit costly for you at this moment, the system added. I shall not allow you to exploit me. I would never expend a single point for someone like Lin Lihong. Zhang Yang expressed his discontent. Did you not assert that I could annihilate the women in my team at will? My inquiry for you is, can I dictate the special effects when activating soul resonance? Zhang Yang posed a question to the system. When the master activates the extraordinary ability, the default setting does not include special effects. However, the master may exchange 5 points to conjure the desired effects from within. The system responded. Upon hearing this notification, Zhang Yang felt a wave of relief and promptly exchanged 5 cultivation points for the special effects. Returning to reality, he noticed Lao Hu approaching him with a lecherous grin. Seeing Xie Yuqi preparing to confront Lao Hu, Zhang Yang merely shook his head. He wished to prevent Xie Yuqi from taking unnecessary risks. A more prudent plan began to form in his mind. Dear Da Vinci, you have been an immense help to me. Now, the gathering place of the small factory and your woman shall belong to me. One life of Yang Minghui for one of yours is indeed a favor. Lao Hu smugly proclaimed to Zhang Yang. Lao Hu, you despicable wretch. You are lower than a pig or a dog. Brother Shan scolded furiously at Lao Hu's remarks. You think that by killing Da Vinci, you would eliminate me? Do you believe I am unaware? But in a den of foxes, who is truly deceiving whom? Your demise at the hands of that girl only proves you deserve your fate, Lao Hu boasted arrogantly. Zhang Yang, however, did not wait for their quarrel to continue. Instead, he endeavored to project an air of calm, sitting on the ground with his remaining leg crossed. Kill me? You insignificant first-tier insects presume to threaten my life? Do you think your abilities elevate you above me? Zhang Yang scoffed at Lao Hu. What madness are you spouting? What first tier and second tier? Do not think I am unaware that you are merely struggling in your final moments. Lao Hu found himself bewildered by Zhang Yang's words. Yet, recalling the myriad abilities Zhang Yang had demonstrated during battle, Lao Hu's conviction began to solidify. What a waste of time. I shall no longer indulge in your games. Zhang Yang stated in a rather disinterested tone. He then activated flame control, conjuring a flicker of fire and casting it towards Lin Lihong's direction. A piercing, prolonged scream erupted from Lin Lihong's vicinity. At that moment, she was engulfed in a yellow flame, forcing her to roll helplessly on the ground. Her garments quickly became ablaze, and the flames upon her body could not be extinguished, no matter the effort. Die, Zhang Yang commanded once more. In response to his order, Lin Lihong emitted a final, anguished cry. Soon, her body was engulfed in a torrent of molten flames. As the lava subsided, nothing remained upon the ground. The master has slain the absolute precision ability user, earning 97 cultivation points. The system resonated as Lin Lihong was struck down by Zhang Yang's power. The echo of the soul. To claim that it did not pain him would be a falsehood. Zhang Yang wished to retain every beauty within his ranks. Yet, for traitors, he was equally resolute and unyielding. The onlookers were left in stunned silence at the unfolding scene. Zhang Yang's unfathomable strength instilled a deeper trepidation within them. Old Hu, who had just prepared to strike against Zhang Yang, found his limbs trembling with fear. The notion of killing through mere thought was a realm far beyond their comprehension. A truth they all accepted without doubt. Da Vinci, brother, do not jest. If you truly possessed such power, would you allow yourself to be harmed so? Old Hu, ever the cunning one, ventured to probe Zhang Yang. In response, Zhang Yang remained silent, slowly manifesting a flickering flame in his palm. At this moment, any explanation would only serve to diminish his stature. Only actions could exert the greatest pressure on Old Hu. Da Vinci, brother, do not be hasty. I believe we can still converse. Old Hu stammered under the immense pressure, no longer discerning reality from illusion. If Zhang Yang's third-tier ability were genuine, Old Hu would meet his demise. Yet even if it were a ruse, he could scarcely triumph over a Zhang Yang who was merely clinging to life. Converse? What is there to discuss with a backstabber? Zhang Yang scoffed, closing his eyes as he toyed with the flame. Brother Da Vinci, you are aware that I have always been loyal to you. It is Shange who has forced my hand against you. He is, after all, the leader, and I dare not defy him. Old Hu explained, feigning helplessness. You scoundrel, I curse your ancestors. Shange erupted in fury upon hearing Old Hu's words. Before Shange could utter another syllable, agonizing screams filled the air as Old Hu relentlessly battered Shange's body with a heavy hammer. He did not relent until Shange's form was grotesquely distorted, fearing that further words from Shange might provoke Zhang Yang's wrath. Brother Da Vinci, allow me to eliminate him for you, lest your hands be sullied. Old Hu ingratiated himself. Do you truly believe that if you kill him, you will survive? Zhang Yang threatened, his demeanor unwavering. My survival is inconsequential. What matters is your peace, Brother Da Vinci. However, I possess great utility. I beseech you for a chance to speak. Old Hu continued to plead. Provide me with 3 statements that prove your worth, Zhang Yang replied, his tone decisive. I will heed all of your commands from now on, Brother Da Vinci. I will manage the personnel at the small factory gathering. I will surrender all the supplies that Shange and I have hidden to you. Old Hu's mind raced as he calculated everything he could offer. Find him. Zhang Yang commanded Shiyuchi. With a swift motion, Shiyuchi kicked aside Lao Hu's weapon, then retrieved a steel wire rope from the off-road vehicle to bind him tightly. An unsettling anxiety gripped Lao Hu as he glanced at Zhang Yang, refraining from any act of defiance, resigning himself to being firmly restrained. Chapter 88. The crescent skull having subdued Lao Hu, Shiyuchi carried the bloodied Zhang Yang back to the tent, along with Pan Simin. The other women returned to the camp under Zhang Yang's instructions through the walkie-talkie. At this moment, Zhang Yang desired nothing more than to activate the meditation space to expedite his recovery. Once the meditation space was initiated, Zhang Yang and the women witnessed their injuries healing at a visibly rapid pace with the passage of time. The knife and gun wounds on the women gradually vanished. As impurities shed from their bodies, fresh, pure flesh regenerated. Aside from the immense itchiness accompanying the healing process, no further side effects manifested. The system continuously reported the meditation points accrued, and 3 hours swiftly elapsed. Outside the tent, darkness enveloped the surroundings, yet Zhang Yang felt no inclination to linger. Without waiting for Zhang Yang's command, Tang Ming had already assembled the group, anticipating his orders. Lin Fei, whose girlfriend had been killed by Lao Hu, trembled with rage at the sight of the tightly bound Lao Hu. However, he suppressed the urge to kill him due to Zhang Yang's absence of instructions. Lao Hu, do you remember me? I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament. How despicable! Lin Fei glared at Lao Hu, his voice dripping with disdain. Who are you? When did we become adversaries? Lao Hu regarded Lin Fei, confusion evident on his face, despite the malice directed at him. You captured my girlfriend and me, tortured us, and ultimately killed her. Have you truly forgotten? Lin Fei's murderous intent nearly radiated from his eyes as he pressed the barrel of his handgun against Lao Hu's forehead. I honestly cannot recall. Such events are commonplace for me. Besides, you seem to be alive and well, don't you? Your boss, Da Vinci, promised he wouldn't kill me, Lao Hu replied. his voice betraying a hint of fear, yet still laced with condescension towards Lin Fei and the others. Once one considers themselves a superior, returning to a previous state becomes exceedingly difficult. Aware that he could not eliminate Lao Hu at this moment, Lin Fei reluctantly withdrew his trembling hand and ordered his men to lift Lao Hu into the vehicle. Zhang Yang activated his fire abilities, diligently collecting the unclaimed points from the battlefield. Within half an hour, he had amassed another 1,000 points from the numerous corpses of mutated bullfrogs. His point total quickly escalated from 7,960 to 8,960. Zhang Yang approached the corpse of Shan Gu, utilizing his fire abilities to absorb the cultivation points from him. Master has slain a speed amplification ability user, earning 67 cultivation points. The system notified Zhang Yang upon completion of the absorption. Only 67? Zhang Yang exclaimed in surprise. He was somewhat taken aback to discover that the formidable Shan Gu, who had perfectly served as a disruptor during battle, was valued at a mere 67 points of cultivation. It is worth noting that when Zhang Yang defeated the martial arts mastery enhanced individual, he had garnered nearly 200 points of experience. As Zhang Yang continued to explore, he began to grasp that the system's data was not entirely random. Rather, it assessed the value of an ability based on the standard of zombies, determining how many points of cultivation a particular ability could potentially eliminate in terms of zombies, subsequently awarding points accordingly. System, I wish to exchange for ability deprivation, and to store martial arts mastery, speed amplification, and absolute precision. Zhang Yang instructed the system. 300 points of cultivation have been expended to deprive and store martial arts mastery, speed amplification, and absolute precision for you, Master. You may selectively replace them upon awakening your abilities in the future, the system informed Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang collected 3 abilities that greatly pleased him. While speed amplification might merely serve as a means of escape for many, it represented a crucial ability for Zhang Yang. The issue of speed was currently his most significant shortcoming. Once addressed, his combat prowess would become nearly unstoppable. He now needed only to find the right opportunity to awaken his new abilities. Of course, should the new ability Zhang Yang awaken prove to be sufficiently advantageous, he could continue to store these 3 abilities. Martial arts mastery significantly elevated Zhang Yang's combat potential. Through numerous battles, he increasingly recognized that the limits of humanity are, in fact, quite high. Even an individual devoid of special abilities, if sufficiently developed, could indeed triumph over an average ability user. Considering the performance of the young man with yellow hair, it is evident that martial arts mastery is a remarkably powerful ability. As for absolute precision, Zhang Yang couldn't help but sigh as he stored it in the ability space. Lin Lihong believed she had awakened an extraordinary ability and gradually ceased to conceal her ambition for independence. From Lin Lihong's perspective, Zhang Yang's training and pressure were perceived as malicious torment. Thus, when she observed Zhang Yang lose his combat capability due to his severed leg, she deemed her moment had arrived, choosing to seek revenge on Shan Gu before absconding with Zhang Yang's supplies. It was not until Zhang Yang activated Soul Resonance that Lin Lihong realized that no matter how grievously injured he was, he could swiftly end her life and reclaim her abilities. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yang felt a pang of regret. He had rescued Lin Lihong from Shan Ji's clutches, yet she was unwilling to assist him in resolving his crisis before departing. The once submissive and cautious Lin Lihong, empowered by her newfound strength, opted for betrayal. Meanwhile, the haughty Liang Xiaoling had yet to awaken her abilities but dared to charge into battle with a submachine gun for Zhang Yang's sake. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yang found human nature unfathomable, particularly that of women. Upon inspecting the supply trucks, he discovered that 2 of them had been destroyed. The remaining 5 grain transport trucks, albeit somewhat damaged, were still operational enough to return to the small factory gathering site. Soon, 2 new trucks arrived beside the wrecked ones. Under the authoritative command of Zhang Yang, the assembled individuals tirelessly transferred the grain from the 2 trucks onto the new vehicles. The mutated bullfrogs had consistently targeted Zhang Yang and his group. Hence, most of the grain on the trucks remained untainted by the ominous black liquid. Zhang Yang instructed Xiayuqi to guide the surviving mutated bullfrogs onto the trucks. Approximately 200 mutated bullfrogs still lived, requiring Xiayuqi to take frequent breaks after controlling a handful. Eventually, he opted to abandon the pollution affinity ability and instead used a long knife to strike the ground. driving the mutated bullfrogs onto the trucks. Without the influence of the massive mutated bullfrog, their initially reckless aggressiveness diminished. Gradually, they were herded onto the vehicles by Xie Yuqi's persistent efforts. If the mutated bullfrogs could be bred, Zhang Yang would have the opportunity to simultaneously reap points and sustenance. He discreetly collected the corpses of the mutated bullfrogs into his ability space, marveling at how the flesh and bones of these creatures were sparse. If he could properly process the venom from the mutated bullfrogs, they could become a highly valued source of meat in this apocalyptic world. Zhang Yang couldn't help but admire how the genes of the Dragon Kingdom transformed everything into sustenance, proving to be of paramount importance at that moment. Once everything was tidied up, he approached the remnants left by the giant mutated bullfrog for careful examination. Chapter 89. Harvest. After the colossal mutated bullfrog was obliterated, all that remained was a crescent-shaped skull the size of a palm and a red crystal slightly larger than a fist. Gazing at the remnants, Zhang Yang felt a pang of disappointment. Had the carcass of the mutated bullfrog been preserved, it could have yielded far greater value. Unexpectedly, in its death, only the black liquid and a transparent encapsulated frog egg were left behind. As night fell, Zhang Yang opted to rest rather than travel in the dark, deciding to return the convoy to the small factory gathering site the following day. Unbeknownst to him, he had been away from the gathering for nearly 5 days. With Zhang Yang's signal, the watchmen were dismissed, and under the gentle moonlight, the group fell into a deep slumber. Following the resolution of the giant mutated bullfrog and the situation with the mountain gang, everyone enjoyed an unusually peaceful night's rest. On the 25th day of the apocalypse, the weary individuals, having labored late into the night, rose only around noon. After breakfast, they returned to their vehicles. All 8 large trucks had been commandeered by Zhang Yang's convoy, carrying 6 trucks of grain, half a truck of seeds, and a full truck of mutated bullfrogs, which brought smiles of relief to the group. They were elated, akin to winning a lottery, even though they understood that their individual shares would likely be minimal. It felt like the first time entering a treasury to count money, even though the wealth was not theirs. When firmly grasped in one's hand, the heart swells with joy. The convoy retraced its path along the road they had traversed before. The zombies, which had previously been cleared away, re-emerged sporadically along the sides of the road. The ostentatious convoy arrived at the gathering place of the small factory. The elderly gatekeeper, armed with a harpoon, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhang Yang, but quickly opened the gates. Zhang Yang did not return to his quarters. Instead, he parked the vehicle in front of Brother Shan's office. He pulled Lao Hu from the off-road vehicle. Having been bound for an entire night, Lao Hu could hardly believe his eyes as he beheld Zhang Yang standing before him, unscathed, and felt an overwhelming sense of relief for his decision to surrender to Zhang Yang. "Brother Da Vinci, I implore you to save my master." A young man, with an unassuming face and clothes smeared with black grease, fell to his knees before Zhang Yang. In somewhat halting Mandarin, he earnestly beseeched Zhang Yang. Lao Hu regarded the humble youth with a flicker of fear in his eyes, before casting a fierce glare at him, attempting to intimidate the young man. The young man glanced at the tightly bound Lao Hu and felt trapped in a dilemma. "What does your master's plight have to do with Brother Da Vinci? Haven't you ever been beaten? You should leave before Brother Da Vinci loses his temper," admonished Tang Ming, as he witnessed the young man break through the crowd to kneel directly in front of Zhang Yang. The young man lowered his head, exuding an air of submission to the scorn, yet he showed no intention of departing. "Who is your master?" Zhang Yang inquired, regarding the young man with a sense of familiarity. "Brother Da Vinci, my master is Huang Yong, the one who repairs equipment for you. While you were away, it was either Brother Shan or Lao Hu's people who captured my master. They even seized the food and pistol you had given him," the young man explained, his Mandarin accented and tinged with a hint of sorrow. Zhang Yang strained to comprehend his words. As he listened, memories began to resurface, and the .64 pistol in Brother Shan's possession became increasingly recognizable. The very pistol that was meant for Huang Yang's protection ultimately turned against him. Although it did not have immediate consequences, it made Zhang Yang acutely aware of the potential troubles that could arise from carelessly entrusting firearms to others. "Why didn't Huang Yong fire his weapon?" Zhang Yang queried the young man. "There was someone pointing a submachine gun at my master. He didn't have the chance to shoot," the young man clarified. "Stop spouting nonsense. I know nothing about the robbery of Huang Yong." Lao Hu retorted angrily at the young man. With a swift kick, Zhang Yang sent Lao Hu tumbling 3 times before he managed to regain his footing. Silenced by the reprimand, What is your name, and where is Huang Yang? Recently, Zhang Yang has endured the betrayal of Brother Shan and Lin Lihong. He gazed upon the loyal young man beside him with a hint of admiration. Da Vinci, I am Huang Wan. He introduced himself. All I know is that my master was taken away by a burly man wielding an MP5, along with his pistol. Beyond that, I have no knowledge of where they went. I was hiding in another room at the time, which is why they did not find me. Huang Wan spoke to Zhang Yang in a fragmented manner, his voice tinged with emotion. Where is Huang Yang? Zhang Yang demanded, kicking Old Hu's leg while clad in tactical boots. Ouch! Da Vinci, even if you were to kill me, I truly do not know where that person is. You must believe me. Capturing that mechanic has nothing to do with me. Brother Shan only targeted him because he saw him interacting with you. Old Hu stubbornly denied any involvement, shifting all blame onto Brother Shan, resolved to create a situation with no witnesses. Where is Huang Yang? Zhang Yang pressed. His tactical boot ignited with scorching flames, searing Old Hu's abdomen and producing a thick smoke. Ah, Da Vinci, I swear, please stop. Huang Yang is in the trash room of the cafeteria. I will take you there. Old Hu, somewhat delirious from the heat, pleaded repeatedly. Upon hearing Huang Yang's location, Zhang Yang clenched his teeth, the sound echoing ominously. He twisted the heated dagger around Old Hu's belly. Ah, Da Vinci, spare me. Old Hu cried out, continuing to beg for mercy in response to Zhang Yang's actions. Come with me, Zhang Yang instructed the earnest young man, Huang Wan. He then abandoned the others and swiftly made his way toward the cafeteria's trash room. In Zhang Yang's heart, the mechanic Huang Yang, who had devotedly crafted equipment for him, was akin to a part of himself. To harm him was to cross a boundary. Even the mere thought of it would lead to a dead end. Upon reaching the cafeteria's trash room, Zhang Yang overheard 3 men engaged in conversation. Why are we guarding this place for a dead man? The first man wondered. Who knows? It reeks in here. If it weren't for the boss's orders, who would want to stay in this foul spot? Replied the second man. The boss said we can't let this thing die. It needs to endure more torment upon its return. The second man continued. It's all that Da Vinci's fault. Now Brother Shan has already taken care of him. The third man interjected. What about Da Vinci? Ignoring the rules leads to a dead end. He parades around with a few women like a king. When Brother Shan retrieves his women, won't the brothers just take turns enjoying them? Chapter 90. Establishing authority. Zhang Yang had no desire to listen to their idle chatter any longer. He raised his battle axe, and, with a single powerful kick, shattered the door. Da Vinci. The men, confronted by Zhang Yang's intense gaze filled with lethal intent, were instantly thrown into a state of panic. Zhang Yang disregarded the 3 men, directing his gaze solely towards Huang Yang, who was suspended from a pillar. Huang Yang's condition was dire. His face bore no unblemished skin, marred instead by extensive bruising. His left pinky finger had been reduced to a desiccated wound. Upon witnessing Huang Yang's wretched state, Huang Wen's fury surged, veins bulging prominently. He seized the wrench in his hand and hurled it at the nearest man, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground by a kick from Huang Yang's captor, who taunted, "You little beast, do you think you can bite me? Just because you are with Da Vinci, you believe yourself to be something special, do you?" Zhang Yang, remaining silent, infused the wrench in Huang Wen's grasp with fiery energy, then disregarded the skirmish involving the 3 guards and Huang Wen, striding purposefully towards Huang Yang. The men, witnessing Zhang Yang's advance, recoiled in fear, unwilling to obstruct him. Seeing the wrench engulfed in searing flames, Huang Wen rose and swung it again at the man who had just jeered at him. The man, relying on his size, attempted another kick, but this time Huang Wen, empowered by the flames, deflected the attack with the wrench. The man shrieked in agony as the heat scorched him, yet Huang Wen, undeterred by the cries, pressed forward towards his mentor's archenemy. Zhang Yang, wishing to avert his gaze from Huang Wen's entanglement with the 4 men, drew his handgun and squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, though not precisely aimed. Each struck a different man, instantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Wen relentlessly wielded the wrench against the trio. The searing flames, the weighty wrench, and the gunshot wounds inflicted upon him combined to produce a symphony of suffering for the 3 men, who cried out in despair. Huang Yang, upon hearing the gunfire, struggled to open his eyes to glimpse Zhang Yang, only to close them once more, falling into silence. Zhang Yang summoned his fiery power to sever the nylon ropes binding Huang Yang, then retrieved adrenaline from his storage space, administering it along with other emergency medications. To Zhang Yang, these precious drugs were akin to trifles. Da Vinci and the others instructed me to tell you what equipment I have prepared for you. But I have refrained from doing so. I have not taken your resources in vain. Huang Yong finally spoke after a moment's pause. Zhang Yang nodded in acknowledgement, signaling Huang Wen to escort Huang Yong to rest, entrusting him with some restorative medications. After successfully rescuing Huang Yong, Zhang Yang returned to the office of Shan Ge. Tang Ming, in 15 minutes, I require every able-bodied person to gather here, Zhang Yang instructed Tang Ming. Without delay, Tang Ming distributed the tasks to each individual. The gathering place, a modest factory, was deceptively substantial in size. The expanse of land was slightly larger than that of a municipal secondary school. Even a 15-minute sprint to the farthest reaches of the small factory enclave proved to be a formidable task. However, no one dared to question Zhang Yang's orders. They executed them without the slightest hesitation. As the 15 minutes elapsed, men and women from the small factory area hurriedly gathered before Zhang Yang. He estimated that approximately 300 men and 100 women stood before him. The men appeared gaunt and pallid, as though their journey to Zhang Yang had drained them of half their vitality. The women were even more disheveled, their clothing in tatters, emanating an unmistakable stench of filth that turned Zhang Yang's stomach. After 20 minutes, Tang Ming cautiously approached Zhang Yang. Da Vinci, I apologize for being 5 minutes late. Everyone from the factory is here except for Shan Ge and Lao Hu's people. They have already been surrounded by our men, Tang Ming explained with care, having employed various ruses to gather the crowd. Zhang Yang surveyed the assembled throng, dragging Lao Hu towards the high platform nearest Shan Ji's office. He promptly released Lao Hu from his restraints and ordered that his weapons be returned to him. Kill me, and you may live. Otherwise, you shall perish, Zhang Yang declared. Clad in a black beast skin armor, his imposing presence casting a shadow over Lao Hu. The crowd gasped at the audacity with which Zhang Yang confronted one of their former leaders, Lao Hu. How could I dare to kill you? I am but your loyal dog. If you command me to die, I shall comply. It is not for you to raise a hand, Lao Hu replied, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Their voices, though low, resonated powerfully, reaching the ears of those below. Witnessing the once dominant Lao Hu now groveling before Zhang Yang left the crowd in disbelief. Am I hallucinating from hunger? Is Lao Hu begging for mercy from the newcomer? Da Vinci? A man questioned, seeking confirmation from his companion. I've heard tales of Da Vinci's arrogance, but I never imagined it to be this extreme, another man remarked. It seems Da Vinci's demeanor transcends mere arrogance, his companion added. Meanwhile, the women cautiously observed the unfolding drama, their fear of the surroundings palpable. Having been subjected to relentless torment, they abandoned their pre-apocalyptic habit of asserting themselves in public spaces. They now huddled in corners, fearful of attracting the attention of the men nearby. They had resigned themselves to their fate in this new world, understanding that only by sacrificing their dignity and boundaries could they secure a morsel of food and a chance to survive in these dire times. Zhang Yang noted the crowd's rapt attention focused on the platform and redirected his gaze back to Lao Hu. Ah, Lao Hu, this is your singular opportunity to triumph over me. I can assure you that we shall not resort to weapons, given the circumstances we find ourselves in. Do you truly believe that slaying me affords you a greater chance of survival, or do you think that relying on my mercy offers a better prospect? Zhang Yang remarked, a playful expression adorning his face as he subtly hinted at Lao Hu's predicament. Brother Da Vinci, did you not promise me that as long as I behaved, you would spare my life? Lao Hu's voice was imbued with a tone of desperation, though he deliberately elevated his volume, attempting to exert pressure on Zhang Yang through the notion of survival. Zhang Yang slowly approached Lao Hu, crouching down as if to whisper a secret. Lao Hu, do you understand why? Because my words bear no weight. He suddenly raised his voice beside Lao Hu. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's declaration, Lao Hu found himself devoid of anger. Instead, overwhelmed by a profound sense of dread, his pupils involuntarily constricting.